that the shulchan, our shulchan, is not 3 amos. We have to explain that. But the next part fits in. Orgo shtayim amos. That we know our shulchan is 2 amos long. From here to here is 2 amos. Umikza is loy, and it has angles. It's like a square. The harkoi, and its top, the kirois of 8, all made out of wood. But he davar elaiza shulchan hashulchan Hashem. You see now the pasuk calls it a shulchan before it was there. Okay, so you see, Torah calls it wood. It's wood. It's not gold. So therefore, it's not buckled to the gold, and it becomes wood. So now you have to understand how does it become tamei. You have to explain that they raised it, and that's why it became. It could become tamei. As the Gemara. Puzzle Mizbeach, we see Mishulchan. That's the Gemara. Puzzle Mizbeach, we see Mishulchan. The pasuk. Why does the pasuk say Hamizbeach hates? And also it says, "Vaydaber Elazar Shulchan." So says the Gemara. So why does the Torah start with the Navi? Why does it start with the Mizbeach and go to Shulchan? The Amrit Torah they both say Man Shabbat Samigdash Kayo Mizbeach Mechabra Alada. When we had the Beis Hamikdash, and that's why we missed the Beis Hamikdash so much. That's one of the main reasons. We want the Beis Hamikdash because we get a kapara. If you sin, immediately you go to the Beis Hamikdash, bring a carbon, and that's it. You're done. Today you have to do tshuva, and you don't know if it's accepted, not accepted. It's a process. We have a virus, and you just go to the Beis Hamikdash. So how? What do you do today? Today it's your table that gives you kapara. How? Says Rashi. By doing Achnas Archim, no, I was thinking about Rothschild. This is okay. It's coming up. Achnas Archim, Mechaper. That's how it's Mechaper. The Maharsha says by saying the Torah at the table. Okay, that's how you get a kapar. Our boss snifim shazav hayusham. Those are the snifim. Those 4 walls they put up there according to one sheet is that wide. 4 walls, 2 for each row of bread. Unanimally. Omar Rav Katino Omar Krova Sisa Karoisa V'Kapoisa V'Ksosoisa V'Manakiyoisa. All these interesting words. What does it mean? Karoisa Elu Tfusim. These are the molds. Thank you. The molds that we make the breads in. Kapoisa Elu Bezichim. Those are the spoons. I could even show you the. You have it here anyway, probably. No, that's next time. Okay, the B'zichim are the 2 spoons full of levina that are on the shulchan. Soisa elu snifin. Oh, so now you see over here in the pasuk that there should be snifin. There should be walls on the side. Here, these guys right over here. These guys snifin. Yes. How do you know snifin? Because it says soisa. Umanak yoisa. What do you do with that? Elu kanim. These are the rods. Asher Yusach Bohen, Shemisachin Bohen Esalechem. Here, these rods, they're like schach. If I put a bread in here, it's like people use this as schach. They use reeds. Kanam, bamboo, right? Back when I was a kid, everybody used to use it before they came out with those mats. So it's kind of exactly kindness. The kindness is made out of this. This is actually better than reeds. This is like the kindness, because kindness is half. You cut them in half. Moisi Rava, you see there, I cut them related to lesson of the Shabbos. We learned you cannot remove those rods that hold up the breads on Shabbos. You can remove them, you can put them on. We saw the island of Raisa, I mean, there was the Shabbos. If you tell me Milak Yoisa, means these rods have, it says in the Torah. And when do you replace the bread? On Shabbos. So do it on Shabbos. Put it on in Shabbos. Why can't you do it? Because it looks like building and binyan b'stir. It looks like it. It's like a derabbanan. No, I made a little mistake. He said, it's not. We just learned yesterday. Rabbi says a rule. Perform this avoid like bris milah, anything a mile to do before Shabbos, you must do before Shabbos. So now Rabbi goes into the time of the cross. He explains the reason behind the rods, which is interesting. Why did the Torah say to put rods? Who needs rods? You don't want the bread to get moldy. Don't worry about it. If you're going to do it on Motzei Shabbos, wait until Motzei Shabbos. It's a few hours that the bread is on Shabbos. It's not going to be the end of the world. Remove them before Shabbos, put them on after Shabbos, everything is good. This Anya. Just like in this picture right over here, you see on the bottom, the rods are under the table, lengthwise of the table, not widthwise. Basically, you take the challah and you lift it up as so. No, Gary, I don't see it. Lift up the challah, not like this. Like this. Insert a rod. The rod doesn't come out. Insert a rod and put it down. Go like this and repeat. Like this, you have the rods in Motzei Shabbos. Oh, explain why you lift it up. Shvitam. Okay, very good. But you're not like pushing it in through the challah. You're lifting it up nicely. Rod fits in. Put the two rods down. Put the bread down. Lift it up the other side. Come in. Put the third rod in. Into the indentation, whatever it is. He does it again. Repeat. Each challah requires 3 rods. And here we go. This answers all questions. That's why Weisberger was medayik very stark when he made this. Went through all the halachas, and Weisberger. 2 on top, not 3. Why? Because that's it. It's the final bread. There's nothing else on top of it. It doesn't have to hold up 2 breads, so it's fine. 2 is enough for bread. The other ones are carrying a lot of weight from all this bread. We said that these breads are at least 10 pounds of flour, plus all the water. Each bread is at least 15 pounds. The fish ain't all that mass, so it doesn't have that much weight. As you see right over here, the bottom one just gets inserted like this, not on any rod at all. Why? The fish, the bottom is cold, and it gives it enough. It doesn't get moldy. It doesn't need the rod. Not awesome. All right, boys, this is going to be geschmack here. I need everybody to pay attention, no schmoozing, because we need mathematicians here. Panovich math. There are 3 ways to count an amma. 5 tefachim, 6 tefachim. 5 is the least, 6 is the middle, and then you have 6 and a finger. Right? We'll see exactly. Half a finger. So Beininis is the middle one. So that's 6 tefachim. Anything in the Beis Hamikdash that has to do with building the Mizbeah, that has to do with building the Shulchan, the Menorah, it's all 6 tefachim. Chutz, the Mizbeah Hazav, V'ha Keren. The Keren, now we're going to switch over to this Mizbeah. This is Mizbeah Chitzon, also known as the Mizbeah Ha'olah, Mizbeah Ha'nachoshes. This had little horns on top. This is also made to scale. I'm pretty sure this is made to scale. This has a keren. This keren is 1 amma by 1 amma, but the 5 tefachim amma. So in other words, this is 5 tefachim by 5 tefachim, not the 6. We have a good video for that. Even though I'm holding it in my hand, I might as well show you this beautiful video. This is again from our artist that does only Beis Hamikdash stuff full time. So that green thing is the Yisod. The Soivev is, you can see a little ramp on the right side. It goes up to the Soivev. Like what I'm holding in my hand, the blue area. It's like a sidewalk. It's a walkway where the Kayan can walk on the blue thing around there, and that's where he does his avodah. I'll show you this little video soon of how they do. The blood of the Oila Sa'if goes up here, and also the Chatas, regular Chatas goes up here, and he must stand on this blue walkway called the Soiver. Okay. The Soiver and the Yesod, they're both 5 tefachim. Now, there are 2 parts of a stair. There's the rise, and there's the run. The tread is, it's another way to call it. There's the rise and the run. So when the Gemara says that it's a 5 tefachim, what is the Gemara referring to? The height or the width? The height of the stair, the rise, or the run? What? You say run? Who says run? Why you say run? Maybe both. Okay, so anyways, let's see. Anyway, Rabbi Rothschild argues, Amas binyan shisha tefachim. No. Anything that you build at the Mizbeach is a 6 tefachim Amma. Mishal Kaleb, but anytime that has to do with a Kli, like the Menorah, the Shulchan, a Kli, that's Hamisha. Consistently. Or Rabbi Yochanan Shnei Mikra Echad. Remember, and the Gemara is even going to bring this as a. We learned that the Shulchan is 2 Amos long. How many tefachim is that? Well, if you hold that the Amma is 5 tefachim, so it's 10 tefachim. No. If the Amma is 6 tefachim, so it's 12 tefachim long. That was the place we had. Is it 10 tefachim or 12 tefachim? Is it 5 tefachim wide or 6 tefachim wide? So it says Rabbi Yochanan, this is in the passage. The outside, this Mizbeach right over here, Mizbeach HaChitzoin, Amma, Tefach. In other words, it's an Amma Tefach, another Tefach, it's a 6. An Amma of 6 tefachim. That's how it's out of base. The Cheka Amma, God. The passage is God. It's hard psukim. The Cheka Amma, you want to know the things that are 5 Amma, 5 tefachim per Amma? The Amma Rochav, Uvula, Sfasa, Saviv, Zeres, Echad. The Gemara is going to explain every word here. Cheka Amma, so you saw it. Okay? So, going back to this picture, that green little guy on the left corner, the Yisoid, the base of the Mizbeach. On this Mizbeach right over here, the red guy that goes almost, it doesn't go around the whole Mizbeach, but there's a base. Okay? The red guy. There goes the Yisoid. And now looking at this picture over here, you can see the walkway above, there's a red line. See that red line right over there? Right above the red line, there's a walkway. And this Mizbeach, it's the blue walkway over here. That's Amarot. So we're going to see later. Zeres is from here to here. This is a half Amma. So I could call an Amma a half Amma. Why? Let me show you this. Let me see if I can find anything. Wow. I know it's in here. Oh yeah, here it is. If you start from the center, so it's a half arm in every direction. It's an interesting way. Listen, I think Yecheskel is designed to throw us off, not for regular people. For those who know. Those who are supposed to understand. Instead of saying amma by amma, it's a half amma if you start from the center. Okay? Zegav Hamizbeach. Oh, we have 10 minutes to end this year, and this is not a big deal. It's very Zegav Hamizbeach. What does it mean when the pasuk says Zegav Hamizbeach? Zeh Mizbeach Hazav. Mizbeach Hazav. All these things that we just mentioned, they're all 5 tefachim. The Yisoid, the Soivev, the Chronos, the horns on the Mizbeach. The Mizbeach Hazav, this golden guy. He's trying to find him. Look at this video. This guy, it's 5 tefachim. Oh, there went my. Like Rabbi Willick said, don't make it movies. Okay. Rabbi Meir Sova, Zeu ba'amo bas chamisha. So what's Zeu? This Mizbeach Hazav. This guy is 5, But that's it. Zehu. This. But if you're talking about a menorah, you're talking about anything else, you're talking about the shulchan. 6. Rabbi Yehuda saw about kozeh, not zehu, but kozeh, like this. Zehu kolamas kelim. Look at this guy. This is 1 amma of 6, of 5. All the kelim in the Beis Hamikdash are 5. So machlokes, is it dafke the mizbech hazav is 5, but everything else is 6? Or Rabbi says no. I have a general rule. All kelim in the Beis Hamikdash are 5. Everything else, when you want to build a wall, when the Torah tells us the hazor should be like this and like that, then you use the 6. But everything else, all the kelim, the small things that move, the movable objects, they're all 5. I'm a 5. So that when you saw that all right, Rabbi, so we got to do some cool stuff together, but everybody has to participate. Mamish like a niggin. How much is 5 times 6 or 6 times 5? 30. How much is 6 times 4? 4 times 6? 24. So that math is easy. That's it. That's the hardest part so far. That's it. So what's going to happen over here is this mizbeah from top to bottom, from the point, the highest point of the mizbeah, top of the keren, to the bottom is 10 amos. So now the Gemara is going to say, no, we divide the mizbeah into 2 parts. There's a 6 amma part, and how much is left now? Very good. Only 3 people answered well.
What do you think, big man?
We're not doing any hard math there, boys. No division and nothing. Just simple stuff. 4 plus 2, 1 plus 5.
Okay.
From top to bottom is 10 amos.
Not bad.
From the side, from the walkway to the bottom is 6. We have left.
I didn't find it like
now we're gonna do different types of math. Different types of amos. From the bottom to over here, we're gonna do amos that are 5 12.
I don't know.
So it's 6 amos.
Yeah, it wasn't like super.
But from the center to the top, we're gonna do an amos which is 6.
Dog.
And this 4
That
amos
is
over
the
here.
movie with the greatest
6
soundtrack of all time.
How many fucking do I have?
It has Money for Nothing by Dire Straits, Blister in the Sun by Violet Femme, Ain't Nobody by Rufus and Chaka Khan, Sister Christian by Night Ranger, All I Need Is a Miracle by Michael the Mechanic, Born in the USA by Bruce Springsteen, Serious by the Alan Parsons Project, Rock the Casbah by The Clash, My Adidas by Run DMC, In a Big Country by Big Country, Tempted by Squeeze, Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper, and Can't Fight This Feeling by REO Speedwagon. That's the best soundtrack of any movie.
Very good, very good. Don't jump yet. Don't. I'm getting there. I'm getting the doc. So then, from the top corner to the red line is how many 12 there?
I think a little of both, and then also that
corner to the red line is how much? Halfway.
So like
54 divided by 2 is 27.
this was a movie that was like produced by
top to the red is 27. Top to the walkway is how much?
Just a moment.
Top to the walkway. The walkways again from the walkway to the top is 4 amos, and each amos is 6.
That's the Larry Ellis Company, which is like another. They're like buying up
so the top to the
everything.
walkway is 24. From the top to the red line is how much? 27.
They just have like so much money. And I bet Michael Jordan is like, look, I don't let anybody do a movie about me. And so if you're gonna do a movie about me, it's gotta be basically like.
So I have a question for you.
You better not have me at all.
This blue line, I'm standing on the walkway.
Michael Jordan have?
And I have a lot of apocalypse in my hand. It has to go above a red line. How many times can I bend over and put the
Yeah, but they usually like this, so they have to.
And if I did 6, if I bend over and I did 6, I'll be past the red line. That's a big problem.
Yeah, they say
in the Gemara,
but they use it like they use all the posters and stuff.
So something's up with our math. Because we did something not so geschmack. We said that from here to here we're gonna do amos that are 5 12.
Well,
from here to here we're gonna do
I'll be honest with you, I thought you would be like
that means
that you would like it more
That's
That's
inside.
okay.
Very
I
good.
mean,
I'm
you
telling
can't like
you, these
everything.
I didn't
want to
think
see
it
all
was
this.
a bad
You don't
movie
even need
to
it.
say.
Here, check this out. Very, very simple.
I just couldn't find out like the most
The
exciting
purple
thing.
arrow. Oh, you can't see? Now you can see? The purple arrow is 6 amas, and each
I
amma is
recognize
only
that.
5
I mean,
tefachim, and then we're going to change
not.
each amma 6, because there's 2 types of amas. There's a 6 and there's a 5er. So if the 6 times 5 is 30. See how it says 30?
I
And then
mean,
the top part,
I basically, I don't think I said it's like the greatest movie I've ever seen.
and that's equals
I
24.
said that
So
it
30
has
plus
the best
24
soundtrack
equals
perhaps
54
of
on
any
the top.
movie that I've
Top
ever
to bottom
seen.
is 54.
And
Halfway
it does. It has
It
the best
does.
soundtrack of any movie I've ever seen. And
27.
it's a biopic, so it's like the story of how Nike shoes came to be. So you learn something about it,
And that's a problem.
as opposed to it just being like about
So let's see like this.
like a fictional story.
From the bottom to
Yeah,
the
no,
top,
that's
we're
true.
going to use an amma,
No,
and the rest you have to stick in it. And the rest
Yeah,
are going to be
sure, even though who knows how much
Laching
those
amma,
dramatized,
what does it mean?
probably a
Chayfa amma,
little bit dramatized there.
Yeah, I mean, but even documentaries can be dramatized.
To the width, to the walkway. Roitav is a wide place to stand on. The walkway, from the
Like
bottom, I'm going to
that
read it
OJ one that we
from
watched.
the bottom to the Roitav, we use the 5 amma.
Definitely has a bias.
6 ammas
All right,
times
my question to you is this: are you ready to lose a little body? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Yeah, I was literally going to ask you the same question.
Please
The
bear
6
with me
ammas
just for
on
a
the
moment.
bottom
I have to
are
reach that one.
only 5 tefachim each amma. That's total for the arba, barbai, and the 4 ammas
That's
on the top
fine.
of them is
Everyone's
there.
used to waiting on you.
Those
Yeah,
are
I know how it is.
6 tefachim.
Dog, that
They
soundtrack,
get it.
4 times 6
that soundtrack
equals
is so fire.
4.
I just,
So 24 plus 30 equals 54.
in my,
I was listening to that song time after time like a few days ago. That's a good song.
it's amazing. Cindy
Half of it is
Lauper.
27.
Yeah.
So from the top
Yeah,
part
dog.
of his
She has this one
the
song
walkway is how much that's in our book. 24.
that was very controversial.
On the bus of the positive bath. So from 24 to 27, how much is that? The halfway point of the bath plus it's 3. That's the problem.
Something
Now,
Bach.
let me show you the video real quickly.
It's about female
Running out of
masturbation,
time, but who cares?
and it was like very controversial.
Let those Israelis wait outside for an hour. So this
and-
guy's making oil soy. Unbelievable stuff. He takes that bird, smears that blood on the corner, takes the head. If you were with us in Zvachim, you know what's
Now
going on
let me
here.
make sure.
Takes the head, puts in a bunch of salt, puts it on his bath, and
Yeah,
returns.
controversy leading to its inclusion in parents' music resource centers, Filthy 15 list,
Okay.
which ultimately contributed to the creation of the parental advisory sticker. Popper has stated that finding a copy of a Gay Men's magazine, Blue Boy, in the recording studio inspired the lyrics, which are filled with double entendres. Like, that's like the first song
that differentiates and separates the blood that's supposed to go on the bottom. All korbanos, the blood goes to the bottom. Besides, 2 that go above the red line, which is the office of the oil. So,
And
you can't mix it up. If you do it the law, what's the halacha? Also.
and she has this music video.
I showed him the video. He goes up the ramp. He goes
Like, I think vibrations are really powerful,
the southern corner of his rough is south.
and
South.
she has this music video that's like, it shows the like wiggling of the tail of a motorcycle.
And he does everything you saw in the video of him. And if he bends over below
I think
his
I've said
feet,
this
he's on the
before, but
walkway.
like one time I was slaying a dick,
Even
like,
1 hour,
slaying a
call
bunch
it
of
an hour
chicks,
5,
and I
call it
did.
hour 6. The problem is,
I went to Amazon and ordered like the top 3 or top 5
and you're
women's
telling me he's allowed to go below
sex
his
toys
feet.
that were
6, 12 in. It's a problem.
by
So how are we going to fix the problem?
their
And we'll
weight,
take Muhammad Knisa.
and some of them
So
were.
now since tomorrow, Peter is telling us that it's 5. It's not referring to the rise, to the height. It's referring to
They were like hundreds of dollars, but they were like
the step, the
the
part that you
women who
step
I
on,
use them
that
on,
part is 5 bucks. So when I'm
some of
telling
them
you,
I
I'll
would
explain
use them on them,
everything.
and then others they
Not
would
that this you saw, this red
like
part is
they
5
wanted to
fucking
use them by
It's
on
actually
their own.
6 fucking ball. So what's
Just
5
one
bucks? It
person
says
in
it's 5. The
particular
consequence
because
says 5.
she
No, the part that you can stand
did
on.
not
This
want
part
me
is
in
5.
order
The soivet
and she
is an
said she
arm of
knows
wine. No, it's not a
but
full arm of 6 fucking. It's only 5
I
fucking.
have to try to figure it out.
It's the
She did
knisa,
this thing
the stuff that you stand on. And
I
now everything works out. Give about
almost bought
check
a
it out.
motorcycle.
Do the math now. This is
It wasn't
easier
a
than before.
motorcycle, but like
If you have,
it's like a vibrating pad. You see them on
the
social
Mizbeach is how
media all the
tall?
time now.
10
But
hours.
it's just like a vibrating
Each hour
pad
is going to be 6 from top
that
to
I
bottom.
saw.
6 times 10 Rabbi said, do you know this one?
Cindy
60.
Locker
Average
inspired
60 is how much?
I just
30.
delving into
Where
that
is the
and
walkway
how
at? What point from the
waves
top to
can
the walkway is how many tefachim?
like
4 amos times 6 tefachim is how much?
if you're like,
You're
dude,
standing
how
at
much more
24.
time do you need?
From the 24 point to the halfway point, which is 30, 24 to 30 is how many tefachim? 6. That's why it says if he stands on the walkway, he can bend over up to 6 tefachim.
Sure.
That works out great. But the pasuk says that there's a 5 tefachim, something's 5 tefachim. We just made everything 6 tefachim. Okay, so the height, everything is 6 tefachim. That's gewaldic. Now
Do you want to hear the latest update on the Fighter Nation?
Because the pasuk says some of it is at 5 tefachim. We're measuring
That's why I
5
came
tefachim.
here.
Hey, I have a question for you. Did you get the karma that you needed?
The side is only 5 tefachim. The
Yeah, I
walkway is only
checked. I
5
have like
tefachim.
3,000.
Imagine you're a player walking on a narrow walkway. Up until now, you had 6 tefachim.
Are you stoked?
And other 3,000 karma groups.
Zula Spasa Saviv, in other words, the chrono is the
Are you stoked?
I am stoked.
Okay.
The top is 5. So now the
dude, I
says
think
exactly
interesting is
the total height of the Mizbeach is 10 amas times 6 tefachim is sheet in 60. Halgin is back. How much is half of 60?
Okay.
When I have it lost is 30. Recording is bad, so you've come have it so from the top part,
I think,
which is 4 amas to the 1.
I have videos of his like drop on like a piece that he's working on.
24.
So like the finished pieces.
So from 24 to get to 30 is how much?
I feel like maybe people will, like definitely like the woodworking one. They like seeing like the shop view more. And even though it's like not finished, it's like
the rod that you step on,
like this crazy floating
thread that you step on, that's only 5
thing.
That's the Gemara wants to move a little bit Nisa. Nah,
are you saying that they want to skip the process?
The bottom one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if, I don't know, instead of the video, like I could post the video of like,
then comes
the process, or I can mix in the process to the one like finished pieces or whatever.
That's 30.
You should do the ones that rotate, as many of those that will let you do. And then the final picture should be just him in his woodworking shop. So because you're going to get people who are like, oh, this is AI stuff. I think you already said, like somebody said that. Which is such an asshole thing to say. Like, you have no fucking clue. This is a real person. But you just want to sit on the fucking internet as a keyboard warrior or whatever. I know that's an ad hominem attack, but you know what I'm saying. It's just someone who's being judgmental with no idea of the work that's going into this. And you're just going to assume that it is AI because you're just perhaps not as talented to be able to do these things and you don't believe that it's being done by a human. But it really is being done by a human.
This is 30 by 30. But you're just trying to tell me.
It's hard to tell these days. It's real,
We're taking fucking off from the width.
Yeah.
This is width.
And
I'm showing you it's supposed to be like this, right?
In my opinion,
the base of this bath that we just saw them pouring the cement.
I mean,
it's 30 by 32. The white thing that just they took out the form is 30 by 32. The next thing that they're going to pour now cement.
Someone said that in the sacred geometry one.
But that's not accurate. Because the
yeah,
base is not full 6
AI.
around the round.
No, it's a real artist.
So it's only 5 fucking. You have to add 2 fucking. So now this red thing just became 30.
Oh, so you stood up for him.
This square is 32 by 32. If I take off one amma from the top and one amma from the bottom, how big will if I make a square inside and I just make it one
half
amma
of the
smaller on
liminal
each side?
posts are like
30.
so bad.
Very
They're
good.
like,
And what if I don't take off
they're
a
like
full
barely
amma? I
liminal.
take off a little less.
You don't consider them liminal?
Yeah. I mean, one of them's clearly like an AI
because
McDonald's.
now I'm playing games with the
Or
numbers.
I've seen this
The
photo
nom is not
before.
6 fuck. The nom is only 5.
Like the McDonald's.
The nom is only 5.
Yeah,
No,
my post
this
should be the
bottom
top
is made
though.
with a 6 amma. It's
I got
32.
enough.
It's only.
Are you going to
this
post
step.
it right now?
This part that I walk on, this side, is only 5 fuck.
No,
So then I didn't make a square that's 30 by 30. I made a square that's more than 30 by 30 because if I take off a full amma, then this square will be 30 by 30. I'm not taking a full amma. I'm taking
Name a song, name a movie with a better soundtrack than Air Away.
31. We're going to call it 30.2.
Roller disco one.
Okay, now we move on. So your numbers
don't
tell me that the middle square is 30 when in fact it's 30.2.
No, it was like a bunch of amazing disco
larger than 30. Why? Because you didn't take off a full arm on all sides. But now,
It did not have that many.
this square, 32 by 32. All
I have a question.
Yeah, I
they
mean,
went up a step,
and how famous,
and they went in.
Not,
There's a rise and then a run.
I don't know if there's one with more like famous,
that's what we call the base. The red part on this thing.
That's what was a shock to
Now
me.
the problem is,
And
you're trying to tell me now.
you're right. Like it's not that exciting of a movie, but I think it has some.
That's why this new square that we're going to create is going to be 30 by 30.
Definitely has like an interesting
side of the blue.
like story of like how.
Because this movie, it reminds me of
full arm on each side. You took off an arm minus a tef on each side.
Like,
so now you have to
it felt like just like the same exact like format, like the way it was shot and forward.
Now he goes up 5 amas to get to the
maybe it'll come to me.
Was it a real movie?
And now he's going to go in. The Konas is going to do a run. But not a real amma.
What do you mean a real movie?
Or like a documentary?
The next square is not accurate either.
Yeah,
Tell me the next square is 28.
No, was it a documentary? Or was it like a feature-length film?
Really? Well, you didn't take off a full amma.
Oh, it was like
minus a tef of amma. Only 5. So
like
now this before you were missing 2 tefachim. Now you're missing a total of another 2 tefachim for this square. It's a total of 4 tefachim missing. This part is 2 tefachim missing. The red part is 2 tefachim. What it says, that's which one.
Okay, well, you wanted to know about Brennan Shaw. So before we play, I'm going to give you a breakdown. It's just got his son who's 10, his other son who's 6.
I don't care about the 4
They just got shut football helmets sent from a company. So Brennan Shaw did a shout out to them. I somebody made this like amazing documentary basically. It's like 9 parts on Brennan Shaw and all his shit, just in this one situation that happened with Bobby Lee. And I watched a lot of that today. And dude, Brennan Shaw, for 5 years he had the sponsor of a product called Reign, REIGN, something like that. It's like it's like made by Monster Energy, and basically Monster Energy dropped him because he's like a liability to any company. So he comes out today. Somebody asked him in his he has like 4 weekly chats with people who send him questions because he has absolutely no content. So he just answers fan questions. Somebody asked him, "Hey Brendan, I noticed that you're not drinking Reign. What happened?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, we were together for like 5 years, and to be honest with you, I never drank it. Don't like the taste of the stuff. It's not very good for you. We left on mutual terms though. Like basically shit all over his sponsor, and that makes you think like, okay, so all these other sponsors who he talks about, who's like, oh, these guys are the best, they're like family, they're amazing. Like, are you really that close? It just killed his credibility. And then Fighter in the Rapists comes out tomorrow. So that's exciting. Brendan Schaub shot a commercial. I don't know for what, but it comes out soon. He just had a TV show that aired on it aired on TV. Apparently it's doing okay. It might get picked up.
It's this guy right over here.
Really needs to
And then you start from the center, like over here.
He's selling his house, and apparently I think it just might have sold. And
start from the middle.
He said he's selling his house
side
because.
Okay, so we'll stop over here. A boy's eye. Have a wonderful week.
He says he wants more land. But in reality, he just didn't realize that the price of the taxes in Texas for property would just be so high. So people are like hypothesizing that he's gonna buy like a bunch of land and put animals on it, because if you do that, there's some kind of tax loophole that allows you to not have to pay property taxes. His wife, everybody's anticipating she's gonna start OnlyFans. She's like 40, not a bad looking chick, but has had a lot of plastic surgery and just kind of looks not like she's like a pretty lady, but like she's had a lot done. And so what she does, and it's really kind of a sad thing. Well, we're gonna play this. I just gotta click 2 more things, and they have to pop up. Everybody wants her to join OnlyFans. I personally don't. I don't want her to have to do that. And but if she did, they would make a lot of money for a little bit of time. Okay, so she does Instagram, and she like whenever she's like on Instagram, she posts just like straight up thirst traps, and everybody's like, "Yo, lady, you are a mom of 3 children, and your kids are just starting to become of the age where they're gonna start using like." Computers and stuff. You don't want your picture of like your ass or like you in a bikini like all over the internet, because your son's friends are gonna get a hold of these pictures and be like, "Your mom's such a whore," kind of a deal. And so there's that. And let me think of anything else. Because there certainly is stuff. Okay, so when Brendan Schaub lived in LA, his kids went to the same school as Kim Kardashian, and so his son was friends with Kim Kardashian and Kanye West's son, Saint, and allegedly, I mean, you can't believe anything that comes out of Brendan Schaub's mouth, but Saint was over at their house, and Brendan was like, this is when Saint was 6 years old, and Saint had a cell phone, and Brendan was like, oh, you can't have that here. I don't let my kids have cell phones, and took the cell phone away from Saint, and that was the last that Saint ever came over to their house. Basically, like the Kardashians were like, "Who the fuck are you? You're some washed up UFC fighter. You want to tell our kids what they can and can't have? Like, you know we're billionaires, right?" And which is kind of a funny thing. And what else?
These are the things that the mission mentioned.
Brian Callen can't sell tickets to save himself.
Putting it into a Ford.
And
he also is the baking. Then you have Pino and her cousin.
He's doing everything he can.
Her cousin is the sift the flour. These are the 5 things. So some of them happen before the half complete, the half sorry. So they don't have the Gusha, and it's not a problem if you
I know you're like, dude, Are we gonna play or not?
How's your fucking computer gonna restart?
So let's see.
That's a great question, dog. Ask one of the great questions in the history of humankind. Okay.
Six bread.
Okay, come on,
Morning
bitch.
six in the. Okay. So says the Mishnah.
Okay, and now, one more thing.
So Mamela, the Arita, the Lisha, the
Well, that loads. I'm just gonna adjust
the
one more
Chatzis are in the
computer.
way. So it already has a Dusha, so you have to make sure it's the Beis HaMikdash. V'doiches is a Shabbos. So again, and why yesterday's dash? Shtei Alechem and Lechem Aponim. The Arif on the leash could be outside because using the larger cleat. Great. V'doiches is a Shabbos. It pushes off Shabbos. You can do all.
We're looking at an estimated time of starting this bitch at
grinding
something around approximately 2 minutes.
Factory somewhere. Doesn't push off Shabbos. Wow, Rabbi Kiva.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dog, apologies.
Any malacha they
This
could do before Shabbos.
some critical
like
shit.
Bring the
Some of the most
bring the
important shit of all time.
before Shabbos. So you do before Shabbos. And it doesn't Shabbos. You can't push off Shabbos because the Shia Shalom says they're Shabbos. But anything that you can't do before Shabbos, does for Shabbos. Kol ha-menochos yesh bohem. All menachas you have to do the different avodah.
There's some guy in like the grocery store,
inside the Beis HaMikdash.
like
You do it
selling like samples today.
You don't do.
I don't even know how to describe this guy. It was like
the Lisha.
it was like a shredded like Sham Wow guy crossed with
two bread.
the WWE guy. What's his fucking name?
Okay, I'm gonna guess. And I'm gonna get it right. Okay, the ShamWow guy.
Centimeters, 10 centimeters.
That guy's
He
name
kind of
is.
looks like Vince McMahon.
Oh, Vince McMahon. And the ShamWow guy's name is Vince as well. Did you know that?
It's 10 centimeters, like 4 inches.
Really? Didn't you go to jail too?
So, 7.
He got in trouble for proposition of an escort, of getting an escort or something. I don't know. I don't think he went to jail. How much do you think he made on ShamWow?
The problem is, here, we're going to get the problem with the suitcase.
I don't think he's one of royalties.
He made $20 million.
Right over here.
Oh, so he was getting a little royalty.
Where, Doug?
How big are these horns?
Okay. I'm sending you an invite. Yeah. You ready to lose?
There's a couple altercation in Miami hotel with a alleged prostitute.
So Lechem Aponim is almost a meter, according to Chazal. So now,
wow, you have $20 million.
So this is the suitcase, right? Not a problem.
Punching prostitutes in the face. Oh, there's a new episode of Gold Rush.
I need another 30, right? Here we go. Another 30.
Is that like the Yukon show?
Why are they? Lechem Aponim, imagine this. Lechem Aponim is this big, this wide. With the same, unbelievable.
No.
Yeah,
it's like Yukon in Alaska.
Now, we have to remember this. Gemara is going to talk about this. It's easy numbers, 5 by 10. It's double as long as it is wide. It's 10 tefachim long, according to Chazanish, a full meter, and 5 tefachim, a half a meter wide.
The fuck?
Now, if we
How's
pause
wide
here, the
not a
is
word?
exactly that measurement. 5 by 10.
Not a word.
So that means the bread
Five?
exactly
Five.
on the table.
That's very millennial, dog.
There's 2 stacks of bread. So what do? How does 2 stacks of bread fit? It's the whole bread takes up the whole entire table, 5 by 10. Bro, you can't know yourself.
Waste of my ass.
It's 1 3/4 massive
like
carrot. Big corners.
Casual Tuesday.
Zidad Yahaz. I have a beautiful way to remember it. Zayin Dalad Dalad. Zidad. It's 7 by 4, and the tfachim, and the top karen is 2. It is 4 fingers. Zidad. Yahaz. How in the world does this help us? So this is the famous review that says the tzach adash bachav. Zidad Yahaz. Okay. Yahaz is 10 tfachim by 5 tfachim. Good A. And Zayin, the karen is 7. And Zayin Ma'omer, v'nosata ha'shulchan lechem panim l'fonai lechem panim shulei panim. What is lechem panim? It should have faces. It shouldn't be like our bread today.
Big dog.
It's a roundish kind of bread. It's a glob of dough. It should be faces. It should have walls. Like the lechem panim is square. Another shot is pinim. It should have like angles. So basically, it should have that karen on top. Okay. Hashulchan Arba Asara B'Rachboi Hamisha. The shulchan is 10 tfachim long.
Wow, you did a lot there.
Lechem Achanim Arba Asara B'Rachboi Hamisha.
Thanks.
Each bread is the same exact measurement, and by 5. So what do you do?
Dalai Lama.
You take the long way, the 10 tfachim, and put it on the short way, on the 5 tfachim. Nois and Arba can get Rachboi Shulchan. You take the long bread, and put it on the short way. So now you have a couple of
Yeah, baby.
extra on each side.
What do you want me to do about it?
Extra.
Dog.
5 total, and on each side we divide the 5 by 2. It's 2.5 on each side. Again, it's 10 tfachim long, and you put it on the 5 tfachim width. So you're missing. It overhangs 5 tfachim. If you to do it on one side, it'd be 5 tfachim.
I'm really impressed
break it up in 2.
that you got
Dingo
yesterday.
Then what? So you take it and you fold it up. You fold the bread up.
Thanks.
So that the bottom of the bread is only 5 tfachim, and it sits on the
Wait, what did I do? Dingo
Dingo.
Oh, dingo.
Dude, how many fucking S's are they going to give you?
I mean, they gave you the Z.
How long? How much is a tefa? Nama either is 5 tefachim or 6 tefachim. So Meir holds does say in the Torah how big the shulchan is. It says it should be an amma by 2 amma. But how many tefachim does an amma have? Meir holds the amma has 6 tefachim. So 6 times 2 is 12. Shulchan Aruch Shnei Masar, and it's 1 amma wide. Amma wide is not 5 tefachim; it's 6 tefachim. Roughly shisha. Lechem upon him, but the lechem upon him is the same size according to Meir. Aruch sorry, roughly chamisha. Noise and Arka can get rough with shulchan. So now you put a 10 tefachim bread on a 6 tefachim table. How many you have overlapping? 4. So you put 2 on each side. So you fold it up 2 in each. It seems like the first Israel means that this you do already before you bake it. Now the table is 12 tefachim long. The bread is 5 tefachim wide. 2 times 5 is 10. And you're on a 12 tefachim table, so you have 2 tefachim extra between the 2 stacks of bread. What do you do with those 2 tefachim? It should have a lot of nice wind, they ask. We're going to see at the end of the sugya. Somewhere in the end, we're going to mention the story that we spoke about, that there was heat that came out of the bread a week later. It was one of the nisim in the Misamigdash. So why do we need to be careful about the wind? And it was an ace, the whole thing. But at the end of the day, you have to act with derech hateva and then expect an ace. And sometimes maybe different kufas and bias row. Not true, as we had many times. Here,
Dude, how do you have the lead
of the levina were in between the bread and the bottom. That's why I need not for the ear.
And I've gotten a few S's. Yeah.
Sorry,
So now I like these.
It says al. You put the levina al on top of.
Which I almost never do.
You're going to take the word al literally, so then Ephraim is going to be under Menashe. The Menashe is going to be sitting on top of them. It means, what does it mean? It means that they're going to be living next to, not on top of. So here also, the levina is next to, not on top of. So these snifim we spoke about the other day, It looks something like, if I can find it, sniffing. These walls, according to one sheet, were wide walls. There were 4 of them, 2 for each stack of breads, and they kind of held the breads in place. Show you sleeping shows about you. Show you some Futzalim or Shayim. Their heads split. Show you some Kimbahem, and they would put on them Shnayim. Each stack of breads got 2. Bezer Shmoyne Konim. They had 28 pipes. Kechatzi Konim, and they were cut in half. Arba, so let's say 14, 28 divided by 2 is 14 to each side. Arba, so let's say if you have 6 breads and each bread got 3, so 3 times 6, or actually 3 times 12 is 36. But there's only 28 because the top ones didn't get, and we'll see that in the Gemara. But anyways, here the Kanim, he's putting in the Kanim. It's not 100% accurate. This is more AI because it seems like the Kanim is longer. It's already in place and it's already sticking out. You get the idea. This is for later on. Here, for this part. So you see the Kanim to do what he's doing in this picture. To put these Kanim in place, you cannot do on Shabbos because that's binyan. And to take them out would be stira. So you can't do that on Shabbos. Because Erev Shabbos, you do this Erev Shabbos, this Shontoi. When the bread's already there, you remove the Kanim, Benoistai, Larkai, Shell, Shulchan, and you put it over here. Like in this picture, it's in the bottom. The Kanim are laying underneath the table, but to the length of the table, not to the width of the table. It could be has to do with this last line. How do you place the? I don't have a great picture here, but this should do for us. This is the length of the Beis Hamikdash, the red arrow. You come in from the Mizrach, and you're facing Ma'ariv. The Kodesh HaKadoshim is a Ma'ariv. So when you're placing the shulchan, the menorah, it should be on the line of the arrow, the red arrow. That's the direction they should be facing. So if you take a look at this picture, but over here, you have the shulchan. It's in the direction of the arrow between Mizrach and Ma'ariv, not between.
Hey, when they give you 4 fucking eyes.
Charles Rabbi, they asked Rabbi. Zoom in, how do you know?
And then they don't give you like a T and a P to make like TP.
Talking about Yecheskel, got a Nevuah. This place right over here, you see the Mount Tells, and this is where they're going to cook the Ashram, the Chatas. Yeah, because listen, show me Chanam, the Chatas and the Ashram. How are you going to eat a Chatas and Ashram? Chatas and Ashram, the Kohen gets to eat it. Where do you cook it? You bring it home and cook it? You can. Why can't you? Yoitze. Once you take it out, it's a big problem. Yoitze. So you have to cook it inside the Beis Hamikdash. Where are you cooking it? Inside a Kli. So he says, Asher Yoitze was mincha, and also he sticks it right after the Chatas Hashem. The mincha. Baking the mincha. Levitli Yoitze the Chatas Hashem. So you don't take it outside. Mincha do Midosh and the Chatas. So it's Akish. The mincha is similar to the Chatas. Ma'ash and the Chatas. So Kli. Just like Lashon Chatas, you cook it in a pot. That's why I know you need a Kli. You need a Kli. It has to be done inside because it gives it Dusha. Once it gives it Dusha, you know how to take it outside. Says the Gemara. If the bread or 2.5 tefachim wider than the table, and you have to bend it upward. So then each bread is going to be 2.5. Thank you. Each bread is going to be 2.5 tefachim tall. And then Mela, check it out. Here we go. Here's the 6 breads times 2.5 tefachim. 2.5. If you do part of the Shema, this is how I do. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5 times 3. This is 6 breads, right? 6 divided into 2 is 3. Yeah. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5 times 3 is 15. So 15 tefachim ha'id over here. Literally, it's v'chayim koifel. Oh, now that even in Panovich we do it Aryeh's way, because now it's 2. It's not a half. So 2 times 6 equals 12. That most people know. So what is going on here? Rabbi, pause for a second. What is Pshat? He's saying that the Dusha, the table is Dusha, the table's on the bottom.
They need to put an actual time.
You want to go again?
What is it coming to tell us?
Sure.
To tell us that if you take, let's say, a sack of
I will play the move.
and put it on top of those kedusha extends to that area up there. Ask the Gemara, how's your math? How's your math correct here? You're looking at the breads, only the breads. You're telling each bread is 2 tefachim times 6. Each bread is 2.5 tefachim times 6. Either you got the tefach, you forgot about the little pipes that go in between the breads. They also take up room. Says the Gemara, these pipes don't take up any room at all. They actually they rest inside the bread. So there's a little indentation in the bread, in the bread. So the Gemara, makes no sense what you're telling me. Why do you need these pipes at all? You need pipes to keep flowing. If they're completely indented in the bread, then the breads are laying on top of each other. There's nowhere.
Just plain.
It's been a while.
So
Yes, sir. Just plain travel with the friend. What's good, man? After the work.
Rod or whatever the word is. Mole thing. The Magbele
Nothing much, man.
they extend slightly
I
outside
first
of the
saw
bread.
when it was streams, and I was like, wow, I gotta check out that. It's been like a year.
100% still streaming my life, my man.
How many days has it been since you started?
1,666.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's a beauty.
Oh, wow. You still plan on going further?
No,
Like you.
the Magbele Purta, it sticks out a second. So it says more about
What's the most
it's not
challenging thing
15.
this year?
It's 15 plus that little drop that extends. So you're right. We're not going to count that small amount. Ask Gemara about
Just probably some technical issues,
what
like
about the position
app
that's laying on
crashes,
top of the bread?
nothing
One is this mandala that sits on top of the bread. So now it extends more than 50 plus a spoon. Because it's not about the acid. They're inside. They didn't take up any room. They were on the bottom.
Apologies, I can't focus.
And so basically, yeah, the body left
No,
behind
it's
the inside.
chill.
But what about the corners? You have these giant corners that are 7 fingers each by 7 fingers, or 4 by 4. 7 fingers is 1 3/4 tefach, and it's a pretty significant carrot. So the Gemara chronicles the Gavei, the lechem kaifers. They would have to bend them inside, like this picture right over here. You have the corners, but it's bent inside. The lechem allow you not like, and then they put bread on top of each other. The art scroll wonders if these corners are bent inward, and they're 1 3/4 tefachim, but you also have the actual width of the bread, which is a tefach. So the bends, you can actually see right over here.
How'd you like that one, big man?
The kitzer, it's
Yeah,
1
dog.
tefach plus 1 3/4 tefachim. Each side is 1 3/4 tefachim is just the corner, that piece by itself.
You
Plus
like
the
that?
width of the bread. That's 2 3/4. 2 3/4 plus 4 3/4 is more. I don't know the math.
Yeah,
it's more
I
than
do.
5.
Yeah, I do.
Five
Monster.
and a half. Oh, 5.5. 5.5. I know the math. It's 5.5, but it's more than 5. So in Mela, if you look at the art scroll, according to one shot, he has a shot. They go inward. So he has funny looking
Dude,
corners.
what
like
the
this.
fuck?
First of all,
What's
notice,
you got?
notice
You
the
got like
area
every
that
essence.
this picture, so I'm going to show
Almost.
that picture.
Yeah,
This
like
is a nice
5 essence.
that
I know.
according to Skinner Kenneth, it's a balagan. I'm not going to get into it. But yes, they do stand. It's
Why would
on
you
an
use
angle,
monster
like
like
this, different angles. It's
I was trying to get rid
I'm
of
not
the
getting into
tile.
the Skinner Kenneth. Boikum is Garto.
That's legitimate.
Beautiful. I want to remind Oilam, this Garto Lamala is, you see over here, there's a frame around the shulchan on top. Now, this frame is exactly in the 5 by 10. The bread is 5 by 10. It's 5. It cannot fit into this masgeret. So it has to lay on top of the masgeret. Even that little amount. No, you can't push around in the base of image. Everything's exact. So it has to be on this masgeret. Now, the masgeret is small. So you got to count this. Well, so it's not 15 tefachim. It's not 12. It's more. It's more. Here, something like this. There's that decorative thing on the bottom. That's the masgeret. So the top of the table is completely flat. Now, even according to the Mando Omar, it says that they did have a masgeret. How do you say masgeret in English? A frame on top. That you can answer by Kudei Haba Miparkido. Check this out. I think Yoshi did this one. But basically, it tilts a little bit.
Yeah, it was
like
good.
A guy leaning on a rocking chair.
Oh,
some sort of
no.
chair.
I
a lazy boy laying backwards a little bit. So there's a little bit of an angle to that, frame, and therefore the bread, which is exactly 5 tefachim, fits beautifully inside. The lechem the shulchan when the bread would fit inside. Give the sign like we learned. Rabbi Yossi argues on this whole thing, on this whole picture right over here. He disagrees. He says we didn't have these walls, these sneifim. Does say the Torah sneifim, so we have to understand what he meant. He says that the frame, this frame, and that's it. That's what held the bread in place. That didn't let it shift. I guess the weight of each bread weighed 10 pounds, right? 2 shroidim per thing. So we say today it's 2.5 kilos, so about 10 pounds of bread. So you have nice oil, each one on top of the other, and
very good.
And the Misgeres just didn't let it come out of place.
There's no 2-letter B word.
They told him this guy's going out there. What are you talking about? You have that sneaking because the Misgeres went down. Okay. If you have a piece of wood, a flat piece of wood, like this is not Makabel Tumah. Why? It's a simple piece of wood. If it has a frame like this, so it contains something, so it becomes a kli, it's Makabel Tumah. So now what do you do with the table now? The table is flat. The chayra, it shouldn't be Makabel Tumah. But on the other hand, it has something that is very similar to a kli that has a base kibble, and that is, it's a table. It's holding the herbs, tefillin, coffee, it's massive. It has width. It has that itself should make it a kli. So says Rabbi Rothschild, can I prove it from the shulchan? The shulchan is Makabel Tumah. Why? Why is the shulchan Makabel Tumah? It's just a table. The chayri, you see from here that even a flat table is Makabel Tumah. Oh, so you're going to tell me, but the table had a Misgeres. So according to that Mandama, you're right. I don't have a great rally. But according to the Mandama, the Misgeres was downwards, it was upside down, and this part was flat. The Chari have a right that a flat table is Makabel Tumah because it's a table, because it has width. Or a table that I could flip over. It doesn't matter if I use it this way or that way. I guess in those days they had like these portable tables. So they have them today also. You know, you have these legs that go this way. Just a piece of, like a TV dinner kind of thing. What are they called? Snack table. Okay, look up snack table.
It wasn't even like the fucking.
You put a piece of, you can go this way or that way. It doesn't matter which way you put it. Exactly. Look at the stations.
It was triple letters for the sun.
Move the tables out of there. By dessert, there's different gemaras that say, you move out of the tables. I'm just reading Rashi. Why is it not a Shudikli Hates?
Were you trying to say Were you trying to say that was the most vanilla shit you've ever seen in your entire life, son?
The frame was upwards. I'm not going to have a good riot from you. I have a big problem.
That's
it's a 3-letter and then on a 2-letter.
Why? It's not moving. But this one is different. This is mamish built in. Forget that. But maybe even this table right here doesn't move. Hasn't moved. This top, yes. The actual table, sometimes people try to get cautious and give a shit a push. Then it comes Chris Terry, you can't open up this thing. It wasn't designed 100%. But anyway, next man. But there's certain things, like this table maybe should not be Makabel Tumah. Why? Because it's lanachas. It's just here to stay. It's not meant to be moved. Any piece of wood that's meant to be in one place is not Makabel Tumah. My time and how do I know this? Do me the sakbin, and that's to be similar to a sack. My sack without the molarego, just like a sack. I learned things on a sack. A sack is something that I to fill up, empty out, but I move it. It's movable.
Oh, this bitch is all rich.
So do everything else. Has to be something that I can move, empty and float. So here comes the Gemara, the famous Gemara. Shulchan Nami, Mitalta Molareg. You should know that the Shulchan used to be moved. The Shlokish taught us. Make sure that the Shulchan should be tar. What do you mean, make sure? What? You can make it tame. Yes, you could make it tame. I want to see you
get the
raise it
high
up
score.
and show all the people that came for Yom Tov. They would show them, look at this beautiful nest. It's one of the things that you got.
No way.
The advantages of going to something is you get to see this nest.
Just guessing.
Literally
How am I guessing?
There's a great miracle that happened with the Lachim HaPanim. See, look at when they remove the bread on Shabbos, it's just like when they put it on Shabbos, like this says, if they baked it on Shabbos, there's heat coming out. Then my loss and Lachim HaPanim b'yoyim yilog koy. V'tevin kli mishum tzipui. Oh, Rabbi Rothschild, the tzipui. So if you remember, in the beginning, I'm not going to show it again, but this guy, maybe while I'm saying the Gemara, I could show it again. So put it on low. But then you should see for it. So you have the covering of the shulchan made out of gold, and that is the kabbalah tumul chayra. So we have to know that the table go by the wood underneath,
I still ask
by the
Well, you stole me, so
plating and plating. The plating on top. The plating is in kabbalah tumul. It says if you have a shulchan adubaki, you have a folding chair, shenifkasu got broken, or should keep on b'shayish. Oh, so this also has a plating made out of marble. Rashid then Malcolm and Office Kaisos and has it's large enough to did I miss the part where he knocks it and does it? Okay. So over there you can see that he puts in a couple of nails. I mentioned it before.
this game is so good.
So that was the Shiloh. It doesn't really make a difference. The Gemara says that then. Okay. Rashid then Malcolm and Office Kaisos. So you have a broken folding chair, but it has enough room to put some cups on it. With your beer when you go to the beach. Whatever people do.
You did need the 60. Your
highlights. It's not good enough to put your beer can. You need a large one. You take it in to the bar. But in
tiles.
it's only if you have enough space to put your cup.
One more.
Not why. Why is it not the kabbalah? Because the covering, the plating of the marble takes over, and the plating of marble is not makabel tumah. So you see the plating, you have to consider the plating. And over here, it's plated with gold, and gold is makabel tumah. So maybe that's why are you telling me that they moved it? They didn't. Who cares if they moved it? Even if the shtuckage is wrong, they never moved it. It's makabel tumah because it has gold. It's a gold thing. Gold is not wood. Gold is makabel tumah. If they tell me, oh no. The shulchan has a covering that didn't use nails. It doesn't use nails, it's just you pop it off, it's not considered a real gold plating. But this exactly is what Rishlakish has from Yochanan. Did the shulchan have a plating that had nice nails? You couldn't remove it or not? Bishop Hiba has the bazizin over here. In my words, is the bazizov, but in Rashi says the bazizin.
I know they're options.
I don't know why they said the bizbizov. I don't know. Bishaloi Chipa is the bizbizov. I know they did a lot of work to get the pronunciation correctly, but Rashi says for sure the bizbizim with the nun. Fine. What? Oh, it's the shita. Okay, fine. That's why. Bishaloi Chipa is the bizbizov. So Rabbi Yochanan says, I don't care. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter if he knocked it with nails or glue. Whether you covered the frame, it goes by what you covered it with. And so therefore, if you covered it with gold, it should be the kabbalah tumah. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Have a good Shabbos.
Very exclusive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDY sponsored.
It's not a word, dog.
Oh, it's a word.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's a word.
No, it's not.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Why is we're holding Sadik Hey $100, the first word, and we're discussing a very interesting. To me, it was super interesting that whether or not the lechem hapanim was shaped as a square or like a speedboat. A speedboat. We had a few these Iranian speedboats, these fast boats. Does it look like that or not? Says the Gemara, I have a question.
Yeah, what a big read
Wow.
already.
Yeah. You say that it looks like a speedboat. That is the thing for these words.
What a big read already.
So just to repeat this video, why not? There's 3 forms. One was as you're making the dough. One was putting in the oven. That one is what the Gemara is referring to, the kaveris. It's like a honeycomb. Isis holds that. The form is in the inside. We're going with Rashi. So the kaveris, you take this as the form from the oven, or look at this. This is very good. I don't know how they did it. Very impressed. They're able to manipulate AI to do a form like that in the shape of the boat. I'm sure it wasn't easy. But it says in the Furish that this form was like a basket, like a kaveris or a honeycomb, I think. In other words, it had a bunch of holes like a honeycomb. But unlike a honeycomb, which is rounder, it was square. How's Rechon going to get out of this one? It says it was square, not like a boat. It says the top was square. Whatever that means exactly. Maybe they put a form inside that was square. Maybe the outside was square towards the top, but the bottom was like a boat. I command the Omer from the spinning with them. Whatever Raya adopts to it. It seems like it was actually a speedboat. Our boss, Stephen Shazam, we discussed these, the walls that go up to the top of the shulchan called the sleeping.
You ready for this one?
They were split on the top, and they looked like running, almost like branches. So Yoshi did something, obviously it didn't look like this. But, he asked me if he should throw it away. I said, no. Maybe I'll give somebody some sort of idea. It looked like some sort of flower.
Do about it.
Look on the side, looks a little, comes out for, really run away. She said from Ms. Salacha that they would rest the bread on it. But the point of this whole thing is, the threads were similar to the shape of spina. Okay. Now, you have sugya. Completely different topic. Is a word. It's not even the whole Amud.
No, it's not.
But a very, very interesting question. Let me show you this video. Phenomenal. We're talking about the lechem hapanim. The lechem hapanim are 12 breads that are on the table, the shulchan, and every Shabbos you replace them with the new breads. You cannot get the old bread inside of the shulchan for one.
Yes, it's like half your ass.
Show the price from nice and fresh was one of the one of the Nisim.
Get out of here with that thinking.
Video, but also
devastated.
The Gemara's question is based on this video. In other words, when Klal Yisrael travels through the desert, travels for 40 years, when they're traveling, how do we view the bread? The bread just traveled. The bread was surrounded by a mishkan. It's a mishkan, like a Beis Hamikdash, a portable Beis Hamikdash. You see on the screen here, the center, those walls. That's the Beis Hamikdash. Now the bread is inside the Beis Hamikdash.
Why does that work so much?
Fold everything.
Yeah, that's just how it works. You want me to do the math for you?
The bread just now moved. If this was the Beis Hamikdash right now.
Okay, so 4, 1, 6, times 2 is 12. That's one way. And then 1 and 4 is 5 times 2 is 10. It's 22 total. What do you want me to do about it?
Oh, is there 2 words there?
Yeah, 2. Height. What the fuck, dog?
And you just started moving. Now you moved it outside of that area. Is it yaitz or not yaitz? On the one hand, it's on the shulchan. The bread is still on the shulchan. The shulchan has a kedusha. So that's the discussion today. And here's the lechem. Is that yaitz or not? That's the Gemara's question. I just removed bread from the Mishkan. Does it become possible by traveling? It doesn't become possible by traveling. Why? Because the bread is on the shulchan, and it's not possible. So we have a machlokes Rabbi Rothschild and Levi. One says it becomes possible by moving the bread, even though it's inside the shulchan. It's not possible. So I want to give up. I want to tell you the end of the whole sugya. The end of the sugya is there is no machlokes. Okay, no machlokes. If it's on the table, it's not possible. If it's off the table, possible. That's the whole sugya. How do we get there? How does the Gemara know this? The Gemara is going to have to prove it step by step. So it says, as you are parked, that's how you travel. In other words, obviously when you park and you take the bread outside of the Mishkan, that's Yotze. So too, when you're traveling, look, as soon as you travel, you're outside of the Mishkan. The Mishkan was right over here. You just moved out of there. Now it's Yotze. The other man will hold the all over here. This is tremendous that the Gemara is going to say this is too strong. It's not like a flimsy drasha. This is so strong, this drasha, you can't get out of this drasha. You know what? It says v'lechem hatamid all over here. The kedusha is going to remain on this lechem tamid all the time. Lechem hatamid all over here. The kedusha is going to stay. Now we're going to do the classic. What's he going to do with this possible? What's he going to do with this possible? The Manor says that it doesn't become possible of because she doesn't being so. It seems like traveling is like parking. And when you're parked, you can't take it out. So when you travel, you can't take it out, and you just took it out. It should be possible. No, you didn't understand. It's not the opposite. It's the right to be. When you park and you don't take it out of the shulchan, it's good. So too when you travel, you didn't take the bread out of the shulchan. It's still in the shulchan.
29 points.
It says it's possible.
Is it two numbers by all that you get?
No, I don't want to.
It says the bread is going down to Kedusha. It's not going to be possible.
I'm not cheating.
Yeah, you always say the Lashon.
I don't know anybody who would.
That had Kedusha remains covered. Says Morel Kosar Abdini. So we're starting to get to where we need to get. That what? Says Rabdimi, Bimasudo, everybody agrees that if it's on the table, I don't care how far you take it away from the original Makkah of the Mishkan, take it 25 miles away from the original spot, it's still Kaddish. Why? Because it's on the table. It's on the shoulder. What does this mean? Just as Pshat, you put it in, write it in your Gemara, Mesulak means, first of all, it means it's off the table, but better than that, it means you took it off the table because it's Shabbos. It became Shabbos. And every Shabbos, from Shabbos time, you take it off the table. Now, you have a question in development here. You took the bread out to eat, you're going to all of a sudden, Akash Baruch comes and says, let's go. Everybody, let's go. We're going. Drop your sandwich. So now, it's off the table, and Hashem said to move. Do we consider it Yotze or not Yotze?
You're up.
That's what
You're up.
But if it's on the table, it's 100% okay. It's not. Then what's the shayla? Same thing like we had before twice. That the parking is like the travel, and when you travel, if you take it out of the Mishkan, it's possible. So too over here, since it came out of the Moed, it's possible. It's not possible. Hear this. I don't care. Whatever the Moed is, even if it's traveling, it's considered a Moed. But now, this is interesting because now we've expanded. All of a sudden now, as you're traveling, this could be a good mashal for Golas. Golas is an expansion of Dusha. But the Machna Levia is like the oil mine. Before it was restricted to the oil mine. Now it expands to the whole Machna Levia. All blue here. Before, very nice. Before it was only where it says Machna on red. Now it's an entire blue. As we're traveling the whole blue, and we travel, as we're going to see in a second, we travel in a certain formation. That formation of blue is the kedusha of the oil mine. Not so oil mine. It doesn't say, it says v'nosad, that it travels and it remains oil mine. Ask the Gemara, bidach nami, let's see, so what's he going to do? If he already learns that as you're traveling, kedusha, no, sorry, not that. Bidach nami, so it should be possible.
Baby. What's so nice?
One like you said before, the Kisa, the opposite. It's like parking. When you're parked and you don't move it, it's not possible. I'm going to say, also, you didn't come out of the Machna Levia, you're still within the blue square. In the blue square, the Maisa says that the oil moed travel. In other words, it remains oil moed and there's no taking out of the oil moed. Only the Golem with us. It's not saying that it remains Bigdusha. It's coming to tell you that there's a certain
points
way that
Yeah, dog.
Goodness gracious.
Should be even more.
You played doubles.
Yeah, what do you want me to do about it?
And they had they three shvatim at a time. They travel in a certain way. These three shvatim started going. Then
One of the best places
a certain formation.
give it
That's
time.
what I'm saying. No soil might. They have to travel in a certain way.
Dog, how the fuck did you...
So you want to read of, and how is the other man not going to know this idea of Golem, if he uses up the pasuk already, that there's still Kedusha when they travel. He doesn't have a good pasuk. Also, Gemara is telling us that there's Kedusha when you travel, not that you have to travel with a formation. So the Gemara, no, you're right. There's two parts of the pasuk. Teaches us.
I retake the lead like me him, though. Yeah.
But also that there's flags that there's a formation now. Okay. In other words, there's two parts of the psukim I can learn these two out. Basically, I have a question. So that was
A bow.
Yeah. This picture is just a shot from the video, but you see how they're breaking down the walls of the entire Mishnah. So by breaking down the walls, what happens? The moment you break down the wall, there's no more Mishkan. No more Mishkan. Then what happens to all the korbanos that are inside? No more Mishkan. What happens to the Mitzayra, Zav? Does he have to start moving as well? So it says, V'shas silig masayis, Kadashim V'salim. So let's remember these words, Kadashim V'salim.
Tie it back up like a camp.
That let's say I'm shechting a carbon chakras, and Hashem says, take down the wall. Take down the wall. Now the chakras all of a sudden is exposed to it's the middle of the desert. He's not in a mishkan. He's now possible.
Big dog, you're up.
They must leave. Typically speaking, Mitzvah has to go completely outside. Oh, really? Typically speaking, Mitzvah goes outside of all the machmas. He's on the desert floor. He's on the where it's sand, and a zav has to leave the blue. You don't leave blue. So. Oh. In other words, the Machna Levia and Yisrael still have to leave it. kedusha from the Machashkina leaves, but the kedusha of Leviah and Yisrael remains.
Aside from
And
that
you have to
Zod
get that.
dog,
If you're Mitzvah, you can't be
that was the best
the
part.
kedusha, they wouldn't have to leave. One of it says that
How many
what
tiles
happens to
are
where the Machashkina leaves? The Machashkina, the Mishnah. What happens to that? It says that if you have a carbon in there, it becomes possible. Why? Because there's no more kedusha. There's no more Machashkina. No. So then the Lachem Aponim should, the same thing should happen to the Lachem Aponim. If it happens to carbon chatas and the oila that their kedusha expired because they're not inside of Beis Hamikdash, so the Lachem Aponim also the kedusha should expire to be possible. Is that a raya? No. Carbon Lachem Aponim. No, all the chatas, the oila, you're right, but not the Lachem Aponim. Lachem Aponim doesn't become possible. As it doesn't make any sense when you say Monashah. If the oil is considered oil, after the question nami, so then even a chatas that stays there should remain covered, shouldn't be covered. After when it's not considered oil, nami, then the lachem bottom should be covered. It says at the end of the day, you know what? I give it. There is no machlokes. It's only goes around Maro Sudor. There's no machlokes. In other words, the man that says the bread is possible is off the table. Somebody removed it to eat, so it became possible. But if it's on the table, it's not a place. That's the bottom line of this sugya. On the table, the bread remains up there. Even if you remove it from the Mishnah, it's 100 miles away from where it was before. It remains possible. If it's off the table and you remove the Mishnah, it's
whatever I wanted.
Oh, you see with Masoy's Belayla. Did Klal Yisrael travel during the night? Oh, have a right to travel during the night. Why? I could start. I not travel, but Hashem says, "Let's go."
What you know about comfortable leaves?
You don't have to wait till the having and say, "Listen, Hashem woke you up 3 in the morning and said we have to travel." You say, "Okay,
harder.
Good.
Oh, that's devastating.
I need to sleep. I'll wait till the morning. Then we'll go in the morning."
I just gave you
see, go right away.
easy out.
Yeah, but it's helping me.
Because if you don't travel during the night,
Have
they
it.
must have the Tafra. So when are they supposed to go? When are they going to break things down? When are they going to do this? This Baruch is breaking the wall. When are they going to break it down? In the morning. Now, if we go back, I told you to remember, go back 10 lines out. It says that when Chassis with my son, when they broke down the walls of the Baruch, it's automatically touching the sun of the Yotze. The carbon becomes possible. So ask Abaya, I don't understand something. If you must wait until the morning, when did you chef this animal? Yesterday. So it just became possible because it's morning. Forget about the fact that the animal left the Beis Hamikdash. It's morning, and morning is called what? Lino. Forget about Yotze, it's Lino. Here, let me show you the picture. There's 2 different things we're going to say.
This is going to be close.
Lina is sleeping overnight, not the Kayim, but the
Another S.
And Yotze is bring the goods up. So it says, why are you telling me that a chatas that gets stuck in limbo over there in the Mishkan, when you break down the Mishkan, chatas is stuck there. Oh, it's Yotze. It's not Yotze. It's Lina. It was there overnight. Why? Because the only time you can break down the Mishkan is in the morning. So when you break down the Mishkan, by the time you break it down, you have a chatas. No, Hashem before. So this is that. Said maybe it happened in the middle of the day. Maybe.
You might.
Okay, fine.
Are you serious?
Have over here.
Oof. Oof is a sound.
That's his route. My Yerusha,
Yes.
What a win.
Everybody knows that.
Where did you play?
Damn,
dog.
Day and night.
It was really good.
The same happened with the Eichel Dog.
Too bad. I was preoccupied with throwing stuff.
It extends to the
All right.
night. But it doesn't really start trip at night.
Is that it?
No, the thing I mean, you're talking to me and mama.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. All right, what are we watching tomorrow night, son?
Start during
Maybe the light one. Or the 237 or whatever.
What do we say? also
I'm down for
quote,
either.
in the fourth line from where we are. Said that a Zav and
My friend,
a
it was real. Hey, dude. Best wishes with your post.
Yisrael of the Machal of Yisrael remained. So you gotta get them out of there. So when you start moving, get them out.
You know
So they
how
don't
it
get
goes.
trapped.
You better let
I
me
use my VR headset.
That's part of our meeting. Plug in the bottom. Hulu apparatus. You break down the Mishkan.
And it was interesting.
And so
I was like, they're like just free.
They're permitted to go even into the holy over there.
On
Even to the
like the thing is like so annoying, but I was able to just copy off the picture and then
chase out
like proportions are right and it's like good.
Actually, see on days in a second.
Dude,
started to go in there.
Jamie from Joe Rogan was talking about this VR experience.
That's how they came from. So the halacha is that if you have a
They showed video of it.
they
It's in New York City. And Jamie said he almost went to a UN.
Why? It's wonderful when Tuma looked at the Tzibor, the Torah doesn't have that. The only Tuma looked at the Tzibor is only for a dead person for a days, not for the Tzibor. He decides
look who it is.
Is he chayiv cars like he quickly runs or not? It says over here, Yochad doesn't do that. Pesach, I'm over Tuma. Pesach, that's Tuma looked at the Tzibor. Yochad, you, Hayomim. That's the thing. That is chayiv cars for pushing himself in. I'm going by Rabbi Shachman. I'm not sure. If the Tmei Mace has to leave, the Mitzvah has to leave. It doesn't literally mean the Mitzvah always has to leave. There's no exception to the rule. Which means if the Tmei Mace doesn't have to leave, this Mitzvah doesn't get caught. That's what it means. You don't have to send him. He doesn't get caught. In other words, we treat him.
No, just like billions of marks down.
Since we see that we treat him with Torah lighter on Pesach.
Right, so you've got to learn that sometimes dude just talks to hear himself talk.
That just came from a funeral with
Did you hit 100x or no?
Yeah, baby.
All the guys show goes to
Yeah, big dog.
You let them go to this Mikdash. So now you're being more lenient.
We're not
going to give him a card. We're not going to grab him. So you see that we treat him with leniency. So when we knock down the Parochas with the Mishkan and say that if Maymates could go inside the Makam Ashkina, we're going to be lenient with the Mitzvah. That's why it goes according to Rabbi Rothschild. This is Rabbi Rothschild that says that we're lenient with him. We're lenient with him also when it comes to the breaking down of the Mishkan. We're lenient with him.
Yeah, you got to build time.
And we start him, and so sorry, we start. Akash is left hand back, let's let him upon him. He shows him how he calls it the foot, but he doesn't need to do. We have a three-way machloek. Very, very simple. One man over says, you need with a K. You need the bread of the lechem achanim and the shtei lechem, and you bake it even outside of the azara. Baking it outside of the azara. The other man over says no. Kneading and baking only inside the azara. And then you have the middle man over. What's the middle man over?
Or like a different lifetime.
Lisha on the outside, baking on the inside. So,
Right, so I sent you a message about Jamie pulling up a VR city startup.
It has to be, it could be even outside the outside. But the baking only inside the outside. The Einon, the shops he holds, do not shop baking.
VR
startup. Pushing of Shabbos has to do with if you have Kedusha while you. Oh, that's what it is.
On VR or on Astro?
Or on Bread and Shop.
Off the left. I think there's multiple planets that are consciousness travels to.
We got. If baking the challah, the bread,
we can say some of them now.
Then you cannot
just
bake it on Friday because it'll be busted later. The bread gets the Shabbos. It had to go through a night. And night is no good. It's stuck overnight.
Is there any evidence to
Doesn't
support that, or just
give it any good? So then you could bake it
that's what
on
you
Friday.
think happens?
Maybe you go in there. All my favorite, not true. You have to knead the dough inside the azar. Certainly you have to bake it inside that.
Do you think there could be like a universe that is like nothing like our universe at all? Instead of just stars and planets, black holes, it's like
the baking, even the baking, you can do it in base pagi. What's base pagi? Pagi is within the wall of not these walls, but it's over here. Sorry, that's that. But it means within the walls.
I also think there's planets that you travel to that you could travel to.
In other words, not inside of his
travel to.
It's a big cooler. A lot of baked bread inside the wall. So the Gemara, I have a question. I'm just showing the very positive quote. How can you do it outside? There's no psalina.
Is that what the bill caused? It said the bill caused to this?
The Sisarim. Remember we had that plea that we spoke about, the Sisarim? I don't think we have it here. But the Sisarim holds on the flour. If it gives a kedusha, how can you do it outside of the Bismillah? As soon as you put inside the plea, poof, it becomes Kodesh. Now it's outside of the Bismillah.
Yeah.
So must be that plea, yeah. If it's a plea that measures wine and oil,
are you gonna have wine soon?
That gives a kedusha. But we have in a machlokes whether or not the solid plea for flour gives a kedusha. The chayra, we're going according to the manana that says there's no kedusha.
Do you think you're one of the 5 funniest people in South Australia at this moment?
Why? Inside that azar. Alma, midas yovesh, the scotcha.
You really do?
The oven is a kedusha.
Yeah,
Or is it
South Australia?
Tell me that a plea that holds dry goods doesn't give kedusha. Then you tell me a second later that this plea called the oven gives it kedusha. So you can answer a simple answer. The oven gives kedusha. And a measuring cup doesn't give kedusha.
Okay, is it a planet where you're funny?
Oh my rabbi.
Or is it like this planet where you're, the opposite?
A very tough person that's tough like metal. Meaning, says Rashi, he's very, very sharp.
Dude, I'm just busting your balls. I'm busting your balls. You were a finalist for Rock Comedy South Australia, which is quite an accomplishment. I don't know how. I think you sucked off the people who made the decision for wild cards, but you did it, man.
You're right. The measuring club doesn't even but the oven, even though it's for dry goods, they give a kusha.
I don't think that even the word Mars has been mentioned this evening.
Where do you bake the bread? Inside the mingle. Inside the azar. Why are you doing it inside? Because the oven gives kusha. If you did it outside, it would be Kaddish and it would be outside. They live in the shop. And those people
Dude, do you think you're funny? Dude, do you? Dude, do you think you're funnier than Brendan Schaub?
So now the bread is a day old. If the bread is a day old, it becomes also because it's left overnight. When did you make the bread? On Erev Shabbos, on Friday. You can't do it on Shabbos because it doesn't push up Shabbos. You have to do it on Friday. And if it gives a kedusha like you told me it gives a kedusha, then it should become possible. Amarava, Uksha, the Pashke Bar. What on this is Rav? It's Rav over there, Rav over here. I don't know.
This one's
Over
pretty
here,
cool.
yes, pretty precision. Uksha, the Pashke Bar. Very sharp one, very sharp person.
But like, if you had the option to go out there,
they didn't have what that.
And there's like highest levels of civilization.
Let me take a stab at this.
Only human.
Right, Kushio, but it doesn't sound like this. Not Kushio. I don't understand the kasha, but I'm dealing with maybe it's reason. Maybe it seems almost like a toilet, but it's just like Kushio. What does it mean
and they have
that
advanced
that you bake the bread inside the Azar. No, you bake the bread outside. So I say before. These are people that work inside. They're very, very careful. You gotta be careful not to make it sometimes the birds.
Okay. Do I get to have sex with face chicks?
Makes no sense.
Why not?
You're careful about comments. So think about it. In a matzah bakery, you're gonna do half the line with very, very super light. From here, we're society.
Why is it illegal to have sex with their space chicks?
If you have to care from the moment.
Why is it illegal to have sex with their space chicks?
You can't say, "Oh, I'm only careful over here." Because it's like bestiality. If by the baking, the start is
yeah. Do they have DNA?
You have to be very careful when you're kneading.
How do you know?
When you're making the dough, you don't need to be careful when you're baking.
You created them? You created them? You created them? All right. Do they have single helixes or double helixes? Why? Why?
Because they're very similar to us. It's a famous story, but the outcome was terrible. David HaMelech was running away from Shaul.
How
and
similar?
He didn't have any food. He was collapsing. And he got to Noyim year after year. We know that the Mishkan was in Noyim, and then afterwards in Givon. What was the reason? The same. Noyim was the city of Kohanim. He got there, and he told them, Shaul told me, come here and take some bread. He spoke to HaMelech. Give me some food. Give me some bread. But they have translators. So he ended up eating from the Lechem HaPanim. He was Yisrael. How's he eating from the Lechem HaPanim? So they have translators for humans that they have very similar moral compasses. Tells them and something here is weekdayish. Even though this bread is going to become punished.
Did these aliens masturbate?
That's the machlok. Rabbi Yehuda says he found them. He came there on a weekend. He came there, let's say, on a Friday. You're baking this on a Friday. I don't understand. It's going to become
okay. What happens when they masturbate?
It becomes kadosh. And if it becomes kadosh on Friday, you don't have bread for Shabbos kodesh.
Okay.
It's already possible.
Why do some masturbate and others not?
Rabbi Shimon argues no. David HaMelech showed up on a Shabbos. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you do this on
do they masturbate for pleasure? Or for physical need? Or both? Or sexuality? What do you do?
I understand why you don't bake it on Friday because it becomes possible because it was overnight and possible. But the oven doesn't give it Kedusha. What gives it Kedusha? So bake it on Friday and don't put it onto the shulchan until Shabbos. And only then the clock starts ticking. What's
going on with them?
Found them baking bread, but it says in the first in the possible, he gave him bread that's Kodesh. They didn't have any other
Dude,
bread.
has anyone told you recently?
They only had the bread that came off of the
okay,
table.
so what's the answer,
dog? The table of the shulchan is a week old. So what do you mean they found them baking bread?
Okay, but what do they masturbate to? Like, do they masturbate to my stream?
They told David HaMelech, it's only this bread.
Why not?
It was taken off the table of the shulchan in front of Hashem. He tells them, this bread that comes off the table is no megillah. If a kohen eats this bread, he's allowed to eat the bread. So once the coin is allowed to eat the bread, so there's no meal. It's not considered touching anymore. That's a lesser kedusha.
Okay, but let's say they didn't have any trees. Do you think they would masturbate to my trees? Yes or no?
It's also, but not as strong.
Okay, what if I had a tree? Like, what if I went outside and stood next to a tree?
Give it to him in third person. Always give it to me to eat. He's saying about himself.
They're doing like electronic.
Says Rashi over here. It's
very
called booming. If somebody has boomers, in other words, he's starving.
Okay, so they masturbate, but they don't masturbate with like devices. Okay. So how do they see the trees? They just go into their forest and masturbate in the forest?
In other words, is the oven Mekadosh? The bread or not? That's the shayla. That's the machlok.
Oh, okay.
What did you used to say that?
Do they have male and female genitalia?
You should say this.
Okay, what do they do in a case where one of them wants to be like trans?
You're allowed to make it outside of that Zara. In other words, that's the tradition. That's what it means by the Rabbi Rothschild. So that's the machlok is whether or not the oven gives it kedusha or not. Rabbi Rothschild. I'll see you on Yisrael from the Mitzvah Hashem. Have a wonderful.
They don't have transgender?
Spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Really,
Why not? Do they have gay aliens and lesbian aliens?
Good morning, Rabbi Says the Mishnah, all the way in the bottom of the Tzadik Gimel on Beis, brand new Mishnah. So we discussed. Smicha means to lean on the animal, and Smicha means to wave the animal, lift them up and wave.
Okay. What's their favorite tree to masturbate to? What's their favorite tree to which to masturbate?
3 lines from the bottom. When it comes to Kufa, it's enough that one person doesn't.
Okay. Could you plant it?
Whereas Smicha, we said yesterday, each and every person says Korbana. Each and every person must do the Smicha. And coming to Kufa, that wants to determine that Kufa has the Smicha. You have to do it in all types of Korbanos. For instance, the Shlamim. So here's a picture that we showed yesterday. The Shlamim.
Oh, so it's thick, it's not thin?
We also have
okay.
What is this? This is the Shalat, the Shalmei,
okay, what about fern? Like, would they have sex with a fern or like a bush? Why not?
Oh, that's the we'll get to it. Coming up soon.
It's not saying
that's Nufa. Oh, we're doing it, Zibur. B'chayim, you do Nufa when the animal's alive.
Okay, on this planet, where they masturbate to trees.
This one is pretty dead, I think.
Like, how do they differentiate? Because some bushes are really big and some trees are really small.
Where do we do Nufa? It's something that's
so like
not alive.
Like
that was never alive.
Let's say it's a really small tree. Would they masturbate to it?
The bread. The black meat size dog. You have to do Nufa. The smicha. You don't do smicha when the animal's dead. Because you weren't going to have a kasha on the fact you see that there are times that you do smicha when the animal's dead.
Organs that connect to the trees.
Full valley carbon smicha.
Okay, what do these organs do?
It says the word korbani. Comes to include all the owners sexual smicha.
Oh, they have multiple sexual organs?
I think,
What are the three sexual organs?
You have to do even after the animal's dead sometimes.
Once to connect to the tree.
There's no
The two is to connect to the elbow.
when
Then the
you
third
have partners.
to give birth.
The tree gives birth?
On a dead animal, so certainly you shouldn't do it when there's partners. I'm going to the rabbit's
Okay, then what's the sexual organ?
Partners must do smicha. 10 partners, each one comes over, leans on
What's their sexual organ for? The birthing organ of the tree.
When you have a bunch of partners, you should all take it. Like sometimes you do shul. Take a lulav, they say, "Could I borrow you a lulav?" The next guy does. Each guy should shake it. That's mufa. The shaking we learn. The shaking of a lulav from mufa. So just like by a lulav, everybody should do mufa. What's the kalafayr? Simple kalafayr.
Do they have?
You don't do it when
Do they have
you do it when it's partners.
adult
Do
arcades?
it when it's shachar. Certainly you should do it when it's partners. In addition,
Yeah. Do the trees have? Do the trees have adult arcades?
You can't all touch the animal. It's going to be a big problem with tzitza.
Yeah, it's a question. Do the trees have adult arcades?
Somebody's hands have going to be on the.
Oh, but the aliens do?
And each person must be touching the animal. Otherwise, it's tzitza.
They call what?
So.
Okay, for it. Okay, you're covering your mic. All right, so the trees have, are the people, the alien species have adult arcades, right? Oh, okay. Does the forest have super chlamydia?
The coin's hand is under the Israel's hand. Sometimes we even said our mind by Saita. By a woman. Sometimes that's the guy after the man touch a woman. This is the old man. Bring an old kohen or bring a little kid. Bottom line is, sometimes the kohen's hand is underneath the owner's hand, and it's not touching the animal. That's Rashi. It's also talks about it. So Rashi is an interesting answer that the kohen is not so important.
Oh, that's cool. It's like finding your soulmate, right?
So each and every person is important. Each one's as important as the other. And if I'm important, my hand has to be touching the animal. How do I touch the animal?
Oh, okay, I understand. What is it? What role does Brendan Schaub have in the forest? I'll wait.
Lift it up, put it down, and let the next guy do it. You have to do it together.
Do they have knowledge of Brendan Schaub?
It's done once. They explain very nicely. It's like Yiddish style part.
Okay. Would they have knowledge of Brendan Schaub's podcast? Either the Schaub Show that's been renamed Big Ground Breakdown, The Fighter and the Kids, and or The Golden Hour. Do they have any knowledge of these podcasts?
That's smicha. It's not a mitzvah that the animals should have smicha done to it.
Okay.
It's a mitzvah that
so Brendan Schaub has no fans on this alien planet, nor within the forest, correct?
As smicha when the animal shechted here. So of course that the smicha.
Is there a rhino room in the forest?
So the kohen gadol has the right. Say, I want to do that right now, today. So imagine, I'm just thinking to myself.
Who is considered to be the James Dean of comedy of the rhino room of this forest?
You're there. You're ready to go. It's that one time a year that you get to do the sorry, guys. Me. Can't say words. Doesn't think so. So let's say you want to do the comment. I'm going to show you the picture. As soon as I show you the picture, remember we had
civilization.
Okay.
There's certain Gehanim that help out. This one carries the leg, and each one that carries, we learn that you don't show the cut of where the animal is cut, and you go to a shop over there. They place it, Nice.
It will get
First guy, number one in line, he carries the head and one of the rear legs. The second guy in line.
What happens if you cut down one of the trees?
And that's how each person carries something.
What happens if you cut down one of the trees?
So imagine here they go. The guy in the front, he's carrying a head and 1 foot. Second guy, 2 feet. See how it's positioned next to his body so you don't see the thumb.
well.
This guy in the back is not doing it well. And that's how they walk, 13 guys, up the ramp. Says the Gemara, it says in the Mishnah. This man Kohen, yeah, like let's call it 9 lines from the new parrot. This man Kohen got the right to when he decides, right now I'm going to do the comment, you go up the ramp, the second in command, the second guy is waiting. Something happens with Kohen Gadol, he becomes the Kohen.
Okay, can you have sex with that tree?
It's kind of steep, you know, so
Can you have sex with the dead tree?
So this guy like Kohen, he takes him to the right now, hello, pulls him up, helps him out.
It gets
First guy walking in line, he's holding the heart, so he extends.
Do they masturbate to their wood?
What's it going to do? This is the word that's second fast. He does smicha. Smicha on a dead animal.
Oh, okay.
So the head without a body, right?
What's the name of their planet?
It's a kasha when we said there's no smicha on a dead animal. Next.
Oh, okay. Why is it named that?
He gives them, gives them 2.
Yeah, why is it called Xanatol?
Nice in the coin God. He gives it to the first coin, nice in the coin, and the first coin gives it to the coin God. So he does smicha, the zarkon, and the coin God tosses it into the fire.
Why is it called Xanatol?
Nice in the coin God. So. The second guy doesn't mention the first.
Can you hear me?
They don't want to have sex.
Can anyone hear me?
The third guy gives to the first gives to the Pangadol, he tosses it in.
Yo.
The third guy goes home.
You can't hear me.
Then the fourth guy gives to the first guy gives to the Pangadol. Now, why does the first guy say?
No, so that they just don't want it. They want to have sex, but they don't want to do it in the forest with the tree.
Since the first guy, he was supposed to be the main person, and then the Kohen Gadol decided to kick him out. So we let him stay on the Mizbeach for as long as he wants, and he's a big performer over here. So, but the Kohen Gadol keeps on doing smicha on every single limb. Smicha, soyer halim is arka. Rizvanshu writes that if the Kohen Gadol is too weak, he can't do soyer machem zarka. You let somebody else toss it into the fire. How do you see that the Kohen Gadol does do smicha on a dead animal? So why are you telling me, smicha only smicha is on a dead animal?
Orgasm. Going to the other.
It's not really
alien, or does it go into the tree?
Do it just to give honor to the Kohen Gadol. It's as if, he did the smicha to begin with. He was involved all the way. He did the smicha on himself. Zok the Mishnah. Okay, now it's going to get very interesting.
That's sexual.
Completely, we're done with the menachas and the. Moving on to how to make the lechem achana. A very interesting shape.
Zoo, why is the planet called Xanadu?
12 pounds.
Why is the planet called Xanadu?
Massive breads. How do you do it? What's the procedure? And we're going to see a lot of stuff about the kelim in the Beis Hamikdash. Very, very interesting stuff. Shtei halachem, Eloisha is achzach. Breads from.
You're covering your microphone. Okay, so.
The alien spaces.
Those 2 breads.
Okay, so what's the planet called?
In other words, it's its own dome. Don't mix up those here. Don't make a very large.
So the species is called Xanatol, and they're called Xanatol as well? Oh, they're called Xanatol. Okay.
One. You can't put 2 love.
Do the Xanatovians, is that proper nomenclature, Xanatovians? Can I call them Xanatovians? All right, yeah. Did the Xanatovians
each one is made
commonly get STDs from the forest?
There's a process. The lechem hapanim, you have to put in a mold.
Okay, but let's say they did. And then
as you make it, you put in the mold. I'll show you a little video or whatever in a second. If you write down, when you take it out of the oven, nice long look first. You put it to another.
Okay, I get that. I get that. But in the situation where the forest allowed the Xanatovians in, and the Xanatovians had sex with the forest, and
that mold has.
The forest said to one of the Xanatovians they were not allowed back in the forest, but then had to re-email them telling them to get checked because they may have gonorrhea. What would the Xanatovian do in that case?
How do I know about kneading it one by one, putting in the oven? How do you know these things at the beginning of the Mishnah?
Okay. Do the Xanatovians of planet Xanato, does it have one son, no sons, multiple sons, like a mixture, something different?
Women or men also take challah. Only have 2.2 kilos.
Do they have a moon?
So this double that. 10 pounds per challah. Massive. It's like a chasana. So it says,
has anybody visited those moons?
You make them as one by one. How do you know that each lechem of the two lechems of Shavuos?
Did they really visit, or did they just say they visited?
I'm in America. They don't know what's coming. Lechems, sidders. Instead of siddur, how do you know that you meet them individually? Come to back to here. Like in one place. How do you know that you baked the
Okay, so they have one moon that they visited and one they did not visit, right? Are they allowed to masturbate on the moon that they have not visited?
Maybe you should also do this. No, the same word that we used a second ago, we're going to learn a second ago.
What if they planted trees there?
As a Gemara, but you can't do that. That's against the rules. The rules are that the rule is they can only learn one.
Does this moon
from each word.
have a comedy festival for the southern part of the moon that is perhaps one of the largest comedy contests in the galaxy?
Says the Gemara, you should put these breads in a mold. No, you should put them in. You should put them in. It doesn't say the way they learn it. It doesn't say the samkos. It's the samkos. You're putting it in some sort of mold. You should know this three. Noise litzvos. So.
Well, that's valid. Do any of the Xanatovians live stream their life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for Xanatovian peace?
Holes in it so the heat transfers through. Right there, he takes it out. Noise it gets full, so he puts it in its third mold. They should light the scalpel that it shouldn't fall apart. Ask the Gemara, why do you need three? One, okay. One, you put it in, you shape it.
Do the Xanatovians, do they ever watch documentaries?
Use the same, when you take it out, put in the original one. Keep the oven on, because once you make it,
okay, so if the Xanatovians watch a Channel 7 documentary on Lindy Chamberlain, would they think that a dingo ate her baby, yes or no, and why?
Like when you make a challah, goes over whatever the shot is. It does not fit into the original. Great. Says the Gemara. How do you make the lechem aponim? That's the dollar on the base. One is an open box. It's a box that exploded. Imagine you have a bomb inside. What's going to happen?
All right. Would some
that maybe word for one. So that's what the that's the one we're familiar with.
Okay. Would some of the Xanatovians find a 1980s version of
explosion inside? You know?
Lindy Chamberlain to be somewhat hot?
After your kids open up the family present. Okay, got it.
Okay. What is the Xanatovian stance on dingoes?
It's like a little boat. Really like a speedboat. So we should remember this for this oven, because that's basically the oven. That's the question of a boat. How could it be square? How could it be a speedboat? Different question. It's a square, like an Amazon box that was open, no top. Says the Gemara Mishnah, when I'm not table, so I knew the position. Now, we know that on the shulchan there were 2 spoonfuls of levana. So,
cool story.
The table, the bread is flat. So
okay. All right. Do the Xanatovians have any knowledge of element 115, also known as Muscovium, also known as Unum Pentium?
Where exactly you're putting a spoon in the canoe? It comes to a point. By the way, Rashi explains that it's like a V. And the bottom.
All right, then I take it that
the size of a finger.
That these people, the Xanatovians, don't know anything about Bob Lazar.
You know, not a good place to put it. So the Gemara answers. Take a look at this.
Okay, how do these people know about Lindy Chamberlain, but they don't know about Bob Lazar?
If it's a box, a square, I can put the zipper down on it. I don't know what means spinner or kettles. Where exactly the spoon set.
Oh, that's a great answer. That's a great answer. Okay. Very well. All right. So, do the Xanatovians, have there ever been any Xanatovians who have participated in raw comedy, specifically in South Australia?
Go after the at that, we're going to have one cash on the script. If you say that it's
is there a potentiality that the beat poet is a Xanatonian?
Between each bread, that half pipes. Take a pipe, put it down the middle, have a pipe. And on those half pipes, they would lay
now, in terms of
in other words, the bread
Xanatonian hygiene, do they bathe daily, weekly, monthly, yearly? How does that work?
They're hot bread. You need the air to flow in between the breads. Otherwise, there'll be too much moisture built up. So you put these half straws in there. Here, let me show you. Like this. That 3 going through each bread. It works well if a bread is a square. So you can put 3 pipes on it.
Zoo, have you ever seen a dingo?
How exactly is a pipe going to sit at the end of the canoe?
Zoo, you have 10 seconds to answer before Riser and I are going to bed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And then,
Riser, I'm never getting the last 25 minutes of my life back. What the fuck is that?
They're still here if they're not talking.
I don't know. Riser, go to bed while you can. Or else the Xanatovians will get you.
We'll call them sideposts. Sleeping. Let's see if we have a good picture for sleeping. Okay. So the snifim are, well, over here he's showing it way wider than the usual. So it doesn't answer your question right over here. But over here, these walls that go up, what are they doing? They're holding the bread in place. But imagine if you have a canoe, and you put a canoe between two walls. What's going to happen to the canoe? It's going to tip over. A straight canoe between two walls.
A piece.
Are the walls going to hold it straight? It's on a point, like this. Here, I'll show you a picture. You're looking at me like I'm crazy. So over here, the walls hold the bread in place. But over here, the wall does not hold the bread in place. Why? It's going to fall over to one side. Something like that. It's not. What good do the sneifim do? That's question number one. Also, these sneifim are not really what the Gemara talks about. We have to see what the Gemara says in a second. Okay. But if it's a boat, if it's something sneaking in them, how do the sneaking, the sidewalls hold up the bread? So the ugly whom basically, the Gemara is saying that there's like a little, there's like a basket or something. How do you describe it? Here, like this. Take a look now. There's like, yeah, there's like there is an indentation there, like the shape of the boat. You put the boat in there, so it doesn't shake, it doesn't rock from side to side. Says the Gemara, Bishloim, sorry, Heicha Samkel is sleeping left, and how did the sleeping help the bread at all? Daglu Mahagel, they have a shape to it, like a slot, and the breads fit into this. Bishloim, if you say that the bread is like a bowl, how does it be in sleeping? I understand why you have these side walls. But if you say that the breads are square, sleep and lemonade, what exactly do walls help square, flat boxes that are on top of each other? They're not going anywhere. It's not holding it in place. They're squares without a wall. Let's see. Did something over here. Do this one right over here. In other words, the breads are good without the walls. The breads are not moving. Says Gemara, Agab Yukro, the lechem, because of the weight of the bread, Halach, right. So in Mela, you need to put the walls. You need to put these. They need to be. They need to be suspended and not on top of each other, right? Because the weight of the bread, all the bread, 6 breads on top of each other, will crush the bottom one. So this one is hard to explain a little bit without pictures. I'll try to do my best. If this is the sniff is like an L shape, and this sits on the table. Okay? So where does the bread go? Bread can't go on the L shape. Bread has to be directly on the table. How is the L shape going to fit under the bread? It can't. But if it's a boat, so the shape of the boat is like this, so the L shape fits right underneath the boat. Yeah? Are you with me? If this point is the point of the boat, so this part is on the table, and the L bracket fits right underneath the curvature. Yeah? Masking or not masking? Let's see if we can find something here. So this bracket right over here, it's not so good. It's like elevated, but okay. It's not the bread is still touching the table. Here's the point of the bread is on the table. And then the bread has a curvature. So the bread is not disturbing this L bracket. But if you have a flat bread that has to be in this area, how exactly is this going to sit? How is this going to work? There's some extra pieces over here. Let's see. Let's see how we did it over here. Okay, you can't really see. But says the Gemara, the answer is that there's no L brackets. That's your shita. The shita is going to be that they're just directly on the floor. The snifim are just on the floor. They're not under a bread. They're just on the floor. They're on the ground. In yes, they're on the ground. You're right. If you hold that the bread is like a boat shape, so then the snifim are on the table because it doesn't really interfere with the bread. The bread has a point, it's a V. The Divri Oimer, according to Manda that says that it's a box, it's square, snifim agavi. You must say that the snifim are not laying on the table because there's no room for them. There's a bread on the table. So they're on the floor. Oh. So if you notice, the bread actually holds down the walls, and the walls hold the bread in place. They help each other out. Without the bread, the walls will fall backwards. So the bread puts pressure on, but without the walls, the bread will tilt, will tip over. So each one helps the other. But if the bread are square, so the breads are not on top of the sleeping, they're not holding the sleeping in place. The sleeping we said are on the ground. So the bread is not helping the wall. And what exactly is the wall helping the bread? So therefore, it doesn't go well. More says, that makes a lot more sense that manoma is going to have to go, that the bread is more of a dancing boat. It's a boat shape, and it helps the sleeping of a bed. Rabbi Rothschild have a wonderful.
Merit discusses spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYSponsored.com is sponsored MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome to everybody for coming. We're holding 3 lines from the top of Tzadikim along Aleph on top. Hayer so you saw the Mishnah that a son who inherits an animal that was designated as a carbon from his father. So the Yerush, the inheritor, he does smicha. The problem is, funny Rav Chanan coming to Rav, Yerush ain't a servant. Now I got everybody in a good mood. Got to learn some Torah. The Yerush does not do smicha. Yerush ain't a member. Exact opposite of what we learned from the Mishnah. The Yerush says the Yerush does not do smicha. The Yerush cannot do tumura and say, oh, animal B looks so much better than animal A, which my father designated. Let me put animal B instead of animal A. Now animal B becomes just like animal A, and he's over Isser. It doesn't work, says the Bryce. So, frankly, Gemara, so Rava tells him, 3 things. It says in our Mishnah, Yerush does smicha, and he brings the libations, the wine, the flour, the oil, everything. And does tumura. You want me to flip it? You want to say that the Yerush does do slicha? And Rabbi says, no. I'm just trying to test you over here. Who's the Brisa? Masnisa doesn't mean a Mishnah. Over here it means the Brisa. Rabbi Yehuda. This is Rabbi Yehuda. It's on Yerush Soymech, Yerush Soymech. That's like our Mishnah, the Yerush does the slicha. Yerush Yehuda is of the opinion, the opposite of our Mishnah. I don't know, I didn't see, but a lot of times we say Stam Mishnah is written later, so it makes sense. Remember review them. Remember now Mishnah says the inheritor does smicha, and review says my time the review. Where the review get his idea that the Yerush should not do smicha, because if you look at the top of the Amr, this is what we finished off the shir yesterday. It's this one, which the Gemara is going to repeat again today. Three lessons we learned from the Korbanis. Review the steals one. He takes one and he says, Korbani, it has to be your own, not your father's carbon. once you know that the inheritor does not do smicha, he also learns from there that he doesn't do tmura. The Gemara calls the beginning and the end. The beginning is where you can do tmura. The end is where you do smicha, because smicha is all the way at the tail end, right before you sheft, at a moment before you sheft. So it says, the Yalach Filas Hagdish. I learned tmura where I can do tmura from Hagdish, from Soif Hagdish, which is the smicha. And what? Ma Soif Hagdish Yorish Einu Saima. Aftila Hagdish Yorish Einu Meimer. Just like Yorish cannot do smicha, he cannot do tmura. Rabbanon Hamer Yomer, the rabbis say Yorish. So we have a Rabbi Yehuda that says that a Yorish inheritor does not do smicha, does not do tmura. And Rabbanon say no. Since there's an extra word, it should have just said Hamer. You do tmura. What's Hamer Yomer? The rabbis say Yorish. It says the word Hamer twice. The rabbis say Yorish to include the inheritor that what he does smicha. The Yalach so sorry that he does tmura. He does tmura. Once it's the opposite of Rabbi Yehuda. Once I know tmura, so I know smicha. Rabbi Yehuda says once I know smicha, I know tmura. And he was going the opposite. Once I know smicha, no, so tmura, no. And now I'm going to say once I know tmura, yes, so smicha, yes. It's just where you start from the beginning or the end. It's the same idea. So if I just I learned the end of Hagdish, meaning the smicha part, the shchita, smicha, from the beginning. Not Filas Hagdish Yorish. We're just like we learned from Omer Yomer that the inheritor does so Hagdish Yorish Saima. So too he does Rabbanan, like Rabbanan, it says Rabbi Yehuda learns from Rabbanan that only his own father, you don't do smicha on a father's part. So what do Rabbanan do with this? So this is what we learned yesterday. So it's a few. The guy's pardon is not required. And you are not permitted to do smicha for your son. The rabbis called out each other smicha. And 5 partners, 25 partners, every single one of the partners must do smicha. Rabbi Yehuda, the rabbis called out each other smicha less than. He argues and he says, if there's 25 partners, one partner brings it to this and it's still smicha, and that's it. You know what I mean? So even if you would have hold that every one of the 25 people have to do smicha, I don't need this special sukkah to teach me do not do for a guy, do not do for your friend. It's the same exact idea. You're not doing it for another human being. That's the difference. Very not good. If I don't do it for my friend, I don't do it for a guy. If I don't do it for a guy, I don't do it for my friend. You actually like say Christ, therefore I have 2 extra. The one is chapter 1 is the mother, that's what he's learning. The Rabbanan comes to say, not for your father. The other one, like we said before, because the rabbis put out that all the people that are fathers here have to do this. Rabbi Yehuda, I Hamer Yomer Me'aber. Hamer learned from Hamer Yomer that it says that Yorish he could do tmura. So what does it really do with it? He says Yorish cannot do tmura. So he has that extra word Yomer. The going to the rabbis and say that a woman can do tmura. Why would I think that? Besides, the whole entire parsha of Tmura talks about a man, Zachar. Masafin Rabbi says, how can we even include it with me? We add her and say that she could be Tmura because it's his actual word. How do they know that a woman could be Tmura if they already used up Homer Yammer from the Bashing the Be'im, from the Vav of the The Yehuda, like that, he doesn't hold it to learn a Russia from the Vav. Zok Daily Mishnah. You're doing great here, no? Telling you, easy to get Spanish. Hakol Sofa. I love this. Everybody does smicha. Everybody besides everybody. We left no one on the list. Yeah, I'll tell you why. First of all, right off the bat. Hakol Sofa. The Teresh Shoifa. This should take away 99% of society. Hakol Sofa. These 3 words, it's a deaf mute, right? Always. Teresh doesn't mean deaf. Teresh means deaf mute. So in the time of the literate, they consider, we don't have that. They can't have kavana. A shait is a shaita. When you do smicha, you have to have the kavana. You have to be able to say, I am doing, I'm leaning on this, I'm doing it the mitzvah. Bisuma and a blind man cannot do smicha. They're not free. And idol worship. The shaliach, the slave, the shliach, and a woman. Then says the Mishnah is smicha shiorim. The smicha is the leftovers of the mitzvah. What does it mean for leftovers? It's not the sticker mitzvah. It's not ma'akel. So if you don't do smicha, you're okay. You don't have to bring another card. How do you do it? Ala roish shtei yadayim. 2 hands on the head. Ala roish shtei yadayim. Smicha with 2 hands. Who by nothing she's so good shoytakim. So the Mishnah in the Torah says 2 halachas. It actually pops up there as 2 halachas. The one's going to say that's 1 halacha. Usually I just noticed that the design of the test by me as if it's just a real halacha. What? In the place, maybe it is. It's one halacha that comes out to you that in the same area where you do the smicha, you do the shkita. The take of this smicha shkita. Notice over here in the pasuk, the somach yodei arosh harlo. That's the beginning of the pasuk, and right afterwards it says the shachar. So smicha and shkita, they go one after the other. They follow each other. It shouldn't be any. Basically, it shouldn't be a hefsek between the two. You have also like this halacha, the nefila, like you wash your hands, you say bracha. There's a certain like the one after another. That's kind of the lesson. It says in the Gemara, that's easy. I know, you can't do smicha. The lab b'nei daily, kavana. You don't know kavana. Nochinami that I could get. There is something going something. So I'm just gonna steal from places over here. On the days, and it's partial. The Gemara says that there's no smicha by women because the Gemara doesn't bring it here in the Torah because it's the same concept. The Bnei Yisrael, the Bnei Yisrael, not Bnei Yisrael. Okay. Ella Shuma Matanale. Why is a blind man excluded from smicha? Machlokes. Rav Chisda, Rav Yitzchak bar Chadom are asked smicha on the ziknei. I learned from the Sanhedrin by the Parvayim Gadol. And just like in the Sanhedrin, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin if the person is blind, has wrong, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin. Just like you will also see. So we learn smicha that by smicha also a person can't be blind. So places on the days, I know I put it in the slides, but I can't find it now. He says, just it even says that it belongs in Amud Aleph. I'm not sure. Yeah. So it says, Ashi Smicha Mizikner. Namely, as places of bomb question. The Sanhedrin can't have anyone. You can't have a broken arm. You can't have a missing ear. So then anybody has a missing ear, broken arm, can't do smicha. There's nothing to do with blind. You're going to learn from the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin can have a move. So the blindness is not the only one. And then he says, and the other sheet that we didn't get to, that he learns from Eilashmi, and the Ma'at Sima doesn't know, also another bomb question. So then the person that's blind in one ear should also, and in one eye should also, blind in one eye, should also be farther from smicha. And then he asks, and then why do you need a special pasuk of Bnei Yisrael to say that not Bnei Yisrael and not women can't be part of Sanhedrin? So that pasuk alone takes care of women. Okay, a bunch of good questions. Whole party. So we're at the 2 lines from the bottom. I learned what's the Oilas Riyah again, Rabbi said we got to get this straight. Everybody must remember this. Oilas Riyah is the Oilah when you come to see Hakadosh Baruch Hu. You come to the Beis Hamikdash. You come and get off in Chicago, and these guys would come in. If I would do that in the time of Beis Hamikdash, I would have to bring a carbon. Oilas Riyah, you can't come into this and Shalom Aleichem. Who are you? You come and today we're doing a ripped shirt or the Chrysler shirt that you don't have to wear. You do wear. You don't have to come with the carbon. Come like a man. Say hello. Do something special for the Rebbeinu shirt. It's a Oilas Riyah. The what? it says and obviously seeing, you see Hashem, a blind man is plucked from his presence. It's real, like I'm in the in other words, just going to do the classic. If you learn it from Oilers Free, how come you didn't learn it from the Sanhedrin? If you learn it from Sanhedrin, how come you didn't learn it from Oilers Free? Like I'm in the now outside of dealing with it. Don't even dream about saying this concept. Because the Oilers Free is an individual focus, not a communal focus. And Lover is a tzibur. So I don't want to learn from the tzibur. It's different. You know, the Oma, Ruman, the Yom, the Zikna Heda, and the one who's Zikna Heda, my family, the Yom, the Yom is real. You learn from the other one, the Yachim is better, no? But when we read the Tzibur, speak of the Pay, we read the Tzibur, speak of the Pay, I want to learn from a place that it says the word Smicha in the Pasuk, that you guys feel, the same foolish Smicha. Even though it's in David, he only learns from another place. There's David, the funny time coming to the Yisrael. The Yaakov, so I know the Yasef, Kamishpat, this is the word Kamishpat. The Mishpat doesn't know that you like those in there, but if I always feel don't say Smicha. Even though it's quite much you know Smicha, great. Each one has a reason why you doesn't learn from the other Pasuk. Okay. These three do not do Smicha. It says in the Torah the word Yodoi 3 times. Yodoi v'lo yadab. Yodoi v'lo yad shtufa. Yodoi v'lo yad mishtoi. So it says 3 times. Not the hand of the slave, not the hand of the shliach, and not the hand of his own wife. Says the Lord, Ani woman. Why ain't 3? You say, learn one, all of them. You say one time Yodoi, and the other includes the ever, the shliach, the wife. 3 times. I wouldn't know that it doesn't exclude anything but a slave. Why? Because a slave is the least connected to a full-time Jew. He has some mitzvahs, but not a regular amount of mitzvahs. So therefore, maybe that's why he can't do smicha for you. He's different than you. How much do you have the bar mitzvah? You're talking about another Jew. Another Jew could do mitzvahs just like you. So if you could do the mitzvah, he could do it for you. Why? He could do your son's bris milah for you. He could do a lot of things for smicha. Why can't he do smicha? I was thinking about mitzvah, was lishma el so even listen, it's not much like you. He could even bring a cart and Pesach for you. Everything. Yes, when I'm in Tarti, the Kitchen, the Eved, the Shliach, like the Daniel, because it's not like the body, it's not like you yourself. However, the Ishtar, the famous line, Rabbi Rothschild, Ishtar, you save Daniel, the wife is like you yourself. Came at this way. Maybe she should have the ability to do something for you. 3. Says Gemara, Smicha Shiar Mitzvah. Says the Mishnah, the what? Smicha is like the leftover, so to speak, of the mitzvah. The what you explain, it's not active. You don't do it, it's not going to do it. It's not like that. It says in the Pasuk, some after the mitzvah, that if you do Smicha, you get a kapara on the aleh. If you Smicha the kapara, it's aleh kapara on the ground. What do you mean? We thought everybody knows, anybody that learns stuff knows that the number one Aveda on the concept is the Zrikas Hadam on this prayer. That's a weird one that I found, but you get the idea. The idea is that the dam is mechafel, not the smicha. You came up with the smicha. If you see the Aveda, we ain't going to dam. Shememah Kadam, who can mechafel? So what the Torah says? The Torah says the son of the mitzvah, that you get a kapara, so to speak, in the smicha. But the Lord Allah Shemasa the smicha shvar mitzvah. But if you have this idea of smicha as a side of the thing, in other words, you're not going to do smicha. I person either the keeper. Oh yeah, I could see a person saying, look, I brought a carbon, say thank you, I brought the carbon, I did everything. So I didn't lay it on it. I don't feel like kneeling on it. But he even says in the Mishnah that it's not the end of the world, it's a shiarim mitzvah. You should know that if you do that, Malo Lakasim, the Torah considers it even loy keeper, the keeper. You didn't get a complete kapara. You got a kapara, but you didn't do it in the right way. You didn't do it like the mitzvah was supposed to be done, which is to do this mitzvah. But then you got we see a very similar thing way you do. With Nuba Lechaper, if you Nuba Chaper, that's what it says in the portion of the Pasuk, but Nuba Lechaper, if you do Nuba, there's Nuba. Yeah. I need it for the next tomorrow, but we're going to show it over here. Just to take the cause of the shaykh and to wave in different directions. Is that do the kapara? It's not the kapara. What is the kapara? Valley in Kapar with the gun. It's the blood. It is Zika. Shenever Kadami Benevi Valley. Ever learn a law, but it is the teacher should have some good job. Listen, treat it like a side mitzvah. Maro and a positive people with people. Get a little kapara, but you don't do it the right way. The bottom line I think we should learn from here is don't be misalzel in any type of mitzvah. In other words, don't say, oh, there's a side there, it's a side point, I made it off, and the food is in the fire. That zilzal, that these rabbis, they use these Rishonim. That's not good. That takes away from the mitzvah. Otherwise, the smicha must be done on the head. Kol rabbanim yodoi alarosh, v'lo yodoi alatzari. His hand should be on the head, and not on the neck. Yodoi alarosh, v'lo yodoi alatzari, not on the back. Yodoi alarosh, yodoi alatzari. Did I tell you it's so easy doing it? Say anything over here. Do it on the head and not on the breast. Kol hand and level on the chest. Tzrichi, because of Rahmano Chad, because of the shade, the question part, but it's really the chest. Kalani Lamani, Tzrichi, because of Rahmano Chad, the movie Tzava will play by the ratio. I would say, it comes to exclude the neck, because the neck is not in the same plane as the head. Avagava is a play by the ratio, but the back is the continuation of the head. And it's a big deal. So you do it over here, you get a little bit further down. I don't want to go next to its head. It might bite me, I don't know. So maybe it's not excluded. It's recall. It is excluded. Yeah, I mean, not afraid. We should really try to include that. When it comes to the neck and the back, don't lose that. The fuzz of the shadow is moving. The fuzz of the choice, you do it moving with them. The shadow is moving on the line. Maybe you could do a sneaker there. What if you put the hand on the side of the head? But not over here, like over here, by the jaw. Toshma, don't put it on the side of the head. So if you have a video here, it says in the Gemara, don't review me, clearly, like 20 lines from the back. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 lines from the back. Don't review me. Not this much stuff. The person doesn't want to touch the animal. It's not a cleanest thing. Maybe he wants to put a towel. Maybe he wants to make some blood. Toshma. But actually, you got to put it in the exact. It's a problem. It's stay down. We're not really. How do you know if you see the hands over the top from across? It's about to stay your dog. Notice, see your dog. It says your dog without a year. Stay. No. Without a this, we would read it your dog. But we know we have a tradition and we read it your dog. Interesting way of writing your dog. The Layla teaches us that when it says Yodai, Yodai involves, it means two. Why? Because the word two comes right before. Shtei Yodai. Zebanah, Kailan Shanam Yodai, Arikat Shtai. But you don't know if that's that. It should be Yodai, should be two. Says the Gemara story, also with the Lazar, Amar, the Shmach, the Grosha, things with Lazar, things in the Phoenix, and we're going to have a Murray, the Kiddush, says Yodai, Shtei Yodai, and the Layla, every time it says Yodai involved, it means two. More on the Shnei means that. You didn't say it in the name means that. Shoresh, don't speak to him. Shoresh is very credible. You didn't mention him in it. MLA. So now the Shepherd says, you know what? You pretended it was your own shtickle. So now you're going to have to defend it. I'm going to ask you these questions on it. And we'll see if you can defend it. If it's yours, you should know how to defend it. You said that the police would see your dog. How can you know if you power the dog? You see now you see why I said over there. It's a joiner, not a dog. And you read the joiner, same idea. It's like a 4-letter word, which is a 3-letter word. And he wrote it Yud Nun Hey. Okay, so now Jonas reminds you of this. Yud power the dog. Yud Nun Hey. I didn't know. If you're convinced that Yud Daled Vav means two, you want to remit of your dog. Why is there a 4-letter word in your power? Yud Daled Yud Vav. Why is there a Yud? Every time it says Yud Daled Vav, I know it's two. So what's the point of putting in an extra Yud then? Yodav actually, Yodav actually, Esrim Barko Yodav. He asked 24 Yodav. Where does it say it? Yodov Tviyana. Yodov Rovlei. When I'm reading it, I was thinking to myself, maybe Rishtaka should actually use these particular Yodov as a simon for what he was doing. Yodov Rovlei, like fighting, more like yeah. That's what it's about. Moshe Rabbeinu is speaking about Yehuda, Yodov Rovlei, like more like a rib. It is like a fight. Sequence Yodov. You mix up the hands, though. You got the Yehuda, but over here you mixed up the whole Yodov part that I said. Ishtik, anyway, the Nazir didn't know what that was because why does the Torah say Yudal Yudvav when the Torah would say Yudal Yudvav and it means the same thing? Plus, it's enough that day after Rishtakish comes down. I don't know. To me, it's shocking. Not shocking. It's like this is Rishtakish. He comes down. He's upset. He comes down. Yes, you know, he thought about it a little bit. He's in a better mood. And he says, "Oh my name, my family, you're going to speak to me." If you the way I answer it is that it's my verse. I was only talking about smicha. In the parsha of smicha, when it says yud daled vav, it means speak. The rest of the Torah, there's 24 other places that says differently. I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about smicha. She says, yeah, I thought about that. But the smicha now makes it vayismachas yod dov Allah and tzavei. Moshe put his hands on Yeshua and he commanded him. But it says yod dov with 2 years, not 1 year. It's only by Smicha, and only by Smicha it says Yudal Yudvav. No, I have a case of Smicha that says Yudal Yudvav. He says, no, Smicha the Behema Kamri. I'm talking about every time it refers to Smicha on an animal, not on a human being, a Yeshua. I know over there, every single time it means 2 hands and it's only written Yudal Yudvav, that Yudal Yudvav. But I'm just saying the Shulchan taking the Smicha Shmicha. My comment, what is he saying? In other words, all the Mishnah had to say is take of the Smicha Shmita right after Smicha you do Shmita. And then it's in the same spot that you do that when you do Smicha, when you do Shmita. If it has to be one after another, then it's in the same exact spot. So the whole sentence is extra. This is everything. You're right. But Malcolm should say something chosen. How do I know that in the same place you do Smicha and Shech? Why? Because you're taking the Smicha Shchita because they have to come one after another. They have to come one after another. Therefore, in the same place that you do Smicha, you do Shchita. Oisai. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you to the Barabas.
America's Swiss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBOsponsor.com and sponsor at MBO.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. We're starting a new study today. We are going through the menachos and all the korbanos and different things that go together. We have the minchas soften that goes together with different korbanos. We spoke about the oil, the flour, the wine. Now, today, all day, we're going to be speaking about smicha. She says the Mishnah, all korbanos are tzibur in them smicha. There's only 2 exceptions to the rule. All communal korbanos do not require smicha. Chutz min ha'parah first, the Sar HaMishtabah. Parabah mitzvahs, in this context, we'll have later Parabah mitzvahs referring to something else, but Rashi over here says Parabah mitzvahs is referring to Par Haram Davar. What's Par Haram Davar? Par Haram Davar is when Bezdin, the Sanhedrin, make a mistake, and they say that the halacha is you're allowed to eat a particular type of tailor, not all tailor. Is if this part of the animal is mutter when in fact it's fasted, it doesn't apply to it, doesn't. So you have to bring 1 bull. So there are 2, the pyre, a ball, so it's the pyre and davar. The Sanhedrin has to do the smicha. The Sar HaMishtabah, we're going to see that it's halacha, which we've seen all the two. So you have to choose which 2. So we're going to see this is the Kakana, and this is Ruda, it says pyre and davar, and also the Sar HaMishtabah. It's the goat. And I'm going to consider these 2 goats. One is accepted, the blood goes into the down inside, and the other one is thrown at the cliff. The Shimon Oimer Asar Avodizar. Asar Avodizar is very, very similar to Alam Dava. It's when he said, "Let's make a mistake," and he said you could do Avodizar. So the guy goes ahead and they do Avodizar. So you should go. So Shimon switches the Sarah Mishtaleach with the Sarah Avodizar. Different type of goat. And that goat you have to do is and we're going to see the Gemara. I don't think anybody argues that the smicha must be done by somebody that's involved, somebody that's an owner, not some representative. You have to think you have smicha. You can't do smicha with your friend, you can't do smicha for a partner, just to be involved. So, all the donors are yachted to the smicha. Every single item of an individual requires smicha. You still have a car, the hamadis, the pesach, these are the three that we had yesterday that they require the second. These are three, they always go together, the car, the miser, the firstborn, the 10th animal of the newborns, and the cousin pesach. Those do not require smicha. The hayera, somebody who inherited a carbon, and they were swimming. So now what does he do? He has to bring the oil of swimming to his neighbor. He takes over instead of his father, and it's the smicha that his father would have done. Maybe in a suffering and he has to spend his own money, then he has to do the suffering that we spoke about yesterday, the oil, the flour, the wine. Who made him? He also has the right to do it. That if he finds, let's say, a better, nicer animal, says, oh, my father left over, I want to give a real animal to this. He goes ahead and he says, this one is instead of this, that's awesome, that's Tmura. But he could do it, why does it take effect? Because it's the other. It's called Marabas. Okay, so when it's a Tibur, it won't sleep down. So now I'm just going to go through the list of slurs. What's interesting about these figures is that you don't really have any teeth lenders to start with. It's, more on the easy side of things. We need them. Take the bonus at Tibur, in them sleep, put the fire down for our mitzvahs. The community, they do. Community components, you don't discriminate besides two. You see that Sirah with the Zaydir, Rishon does the second sheet in the Mishnah, Rishon by Yachai says, and Avodah Zarah. But the two Averas that doesn't forgot about, and they gave the wrong side, they made a mistake, I forgot they made a mistake, and those two, you have to dismiss. You know, in Sirah with the Zarah, in them Shlicha, wrong. Only one out of the two that you said I agree with, and that is the Karen brother. I don't agree with the Sirah with the Zarah. Oh, if so, that's me, I'll be done. You need two. And now that I took out one out of your two, I only have one. So I understand that. It must be the soul life Zazel. She says the Gemara. So instead, so one is Para and Dabar, the other one is Sorah Mishtaleach, the Soul life Zazel, but not the Sorah with Zazel. As the Gemara decided in Nile, people would usually need two. He was forced to bring a second one, Sorah Mishtaleach, because the other one's going to have two. And Ravina, yes, he's forced because we have a Kabbalah. We received it from Halakha Moshe Sinai from the generation. There's two that requires smicha. Now, which two? It can't be the one that you're saying we're Shimon, the one of the Zayah. So I must take another one, the Sarah Liza. Omar Shimon, that was speaking of the Bible. One on the rock. Yes, my friend. Omar Shimon, that was speaking of the Bible. Is the Aaron about something that says Shimon asks, I don't say. In order for there to be smicha, to be considered smicha, the two, you're considering the sire and the desire, that's not the owner. You need the owner. The guy on the bottom something like, so there is smicha in some, but it's not the smicha we're looking for. We're looking for two smichas that are done by the owner. Not a smicha that's done for vidu. Oh, Abzar and the bunny stubborn boy, it's not true. They are considered owners because they themselves get a kapara. Now we go through a little bit of a sugi here. like a 15, 20 line sugya just to prove that Aaron gets what is Mechaper Aaron? I'll just tell you the bottom line after everything. The bottom line is Mechlokes isn't the SARS, all of Kais will get a Kapara from regular Averis, from the Sar Hamishtaleh, or they get a Kapara from, or they split it. Kais will get from the Sar, but the Kohanim get from the power. Yeah? Is it? The Rita says, everybody, Yisrael and Levine, Kohanim, we all get only from one carbon, from this one that you throw off the cliff. That gives a Kapara for all the Averis, regular Averis. Whereas Reb Shimon says no. The Yisraelim get it from the goat because it's thrown out as also, but because I will get a chapara and all that other from something else from the top. That's a big enough meaning because we were saying where is the ownership? Do they have it? Who has ownership in this goat? The Kohanim have ownership or not? Depends if you get a chapara beside it. You know, the keepers, Mikdash HaKodesh. We're talking about something called Tumas Mikdash HaKodesh. Tumas Mikdash HaKodesh. You might not see it or understand it from this video. It's a little different, maybe. But the idea is that if a kohen, let's say, yeah, anybody, so also, is coming, let's say, step on a mouse. And he knew that he stepped on a mouse, then he forgot. And then he went into the Beis. So if he went into the Azara, or went into the Heifal, or went into Kodesh Kodashim, he gets a kapara from this bull. The bull, and the kid forgot to the kapara. So, well, sorry, it depends. The straw gets from the bull, Kohen gets from the bull. So, but he forgot about it when he went in. Yeah? He knew about it to begin with, he had the idea of the Tila, and then he forgot about it for the people is the Kodesh, is not a Kodesh thing. Mikdash HaKodesh is the Kodesh thing, Kodesh HaKodesh. He went in there, Besel Moya, Zohar. So the second part of the second line over here, Olamay is talking about that he went in Zohar. Means Beya, the question is that, good now. He's going back, he's coming, main phone. But the shot is, yeah, it doesn't matter where you touch the mouse. It could be touched it outside of this image also. The point is that when he went in, he forgot. He knew for a second and he forgot. This is crazy with us. He's already the army, so decided to prove him. The Kiba, as we disappointed, is not powerful. He's already knowing that. He's back in a schmoy. The copper is Lazarus. The lot of him schmoy. Now, let's go back to this question for a second. So there's a two Yichapper. There's a first Yichapper is talking about the Azar. Now we have him talking about Kohanim. I'll call Amakohol in Israel. Where's Israel? Yichapper, this is tricky. This is tricky. Yichapper Evu Halavim, not this word, but Yichapper Evu. Pushfu Kulon Lekapara. This is where it gets tricky. But not super tricky. But now we're talking about Achas is referring to Shar Averis. Other Averis. Not because we can just jump from the passage is talking about too much weakness in the and now we're talking about Achas, that all the Averis, not too much weakness in the they all get a kapara from one thing. So too much weakness in the everybody agrees. There's no machlokes that we read in Reb Shimon. We'll see here in this chart right over here. There's no machlokes that both according to Reb Yehuda and Reb Shimon, the Yisrael gets the kapara from the goat, and the Kohanim get the kapara from the pot. Then two is going to be the just what you have a machlokes. I don't know if you can see here. So if you look all the way to the left, the whole machlokes is in that circled red. And it's in Shara. In other words, too much Mikdash V'Kedasha, we're going to split off. Yeah? What's too much Mikdash V'Kedasha? A person who's coming, went into the Mikdash, doesn't matter where, he's back, And he doesn't know about it. He still doesn't know about it. When he finds out about it, he'll bring a person. But until he finds out about it, it could be 10 years, you don't want something to happen to him. So he gets a special kapara if he's a kohen with a bull. And if he's Yisrael, he gets a special kapara. It's not a kapara, it's a protection. Until he finds out that he did it. And Yisrael gets it from the goat. Yisrael has it. But when it comes to Shara Veiros, so according to Yehuda, Yisrael and Kohen are equal. He gets a kapara from the goat that flies off the mountain. According to Shimon, no. The same way I have an afkamina between Tumas Nigel and Kedusha, that Yisrael gets kapara from one thing, and the Kohen gets from a second thing, so too in all other areas. Lashon Hara, Retifa, whatever it is, Zara, get a kapara, Yisrael gets a kapara from the goat, and the Kohen gets a kapara from the bull. Now let's see inside. Rabbi Yehuda says, like on top of this chart, there's one kapara for everybody. So there's no discrimination. The Israelim get the same kapara from the same no. Just like you made an afkamina when it comes to tumor. That the Kohen gets a kapara from the bone, Yisrael gets a kapara from the goat. The shame should be the Shasar, I'm sure, and Papa, you saw the Shara Beiros. So through the Vidu, Kohen says by the son of Zaza, gives a kapara for all our days. Now I'm going to split it up also. The Kohen doesn't get the Vidu, the kapara from the son of Zaza. It's kapara from the Pile. So the Shimon, just like by Tumas Nigel and Kedusha, it's different than Yisrael and the Kohen, so too by all our days. As the Gemara, the Shimon, what do you mean? Everybody gets a kapara. The last, look at the pasuk. It says over at the end, and that teaches us that everybody gets a kapara. So says the Gemara, the pasuk just tells us to get a kapara. It doesn't say how to get a kapara. Everybody gets a kapara. There's different ways of Shimon. You get a kapara with the bull. I get a kapara with the goat. Now, yeah. Let's just go back to this one second. So that's what he's saying. That if I get a kapara, if a Kohen gets a kapara with something, if the Kohen gets a kapara with a goat, so then he's a Thailand in the goat. Then he can do sneaker. If he doesn't get kapara with a goat, then he can't do sneaker with it. Now, on the base side, we have a few. There's 12 lines, then two repetition, and some people say that it's not even down the road. The road is already later generations, or getting some growing stuff. It's just a recap of what we just did. Yehuda, Tumas Nigel and Kedusha Yisrael, the top of the Dam Sorah, and that's the beginning. Let's just keep this in the board for a second. According to Yehuda, Tumas Nigel and Kedusha, of course, everybody right. Yehuda, Shimon, Tumas Nigel and Kedusha Yisrael, the top of the Dam Sorah, and that's the beginning. And this is the Maskelina between how you get a kapara for Tumas. The goat gives a kapara through the Yisrael, the poor gives a kapara. This is how it is over in the Bible, really sorry for that. And Rabbi Yehuda says there's only one afkamina between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda. That in Shara Veiros, Rabbi Yehuda says that everybody gets kapara from the goat. Shimon, he argues, like you see in the red dotted line, Shimon and Shara Veiros, not again, we really find this topic is an afkamina between Yisrael and the Kohen. Yisrael gets kapara from the goat that flies off the mountain, and the Kohanim get a kapara from the goat. It's funny. Echad Yisrael back with Kohanim. Or they have a kapara from the Azazel, from Mashiach, from God. Maybe Yisrael Kohanim and Mashiach. Kohanim and Yisrael. He says the only difference is in the Torah. Yisrael gets from the goat and the Kohen gets from the goat. But in all of it, the Kohen, they all get from the goat. Shimon Omer, Shem Shadam Asor, Naz Lefnei, the Chabad Yisrael. Yeah, this is all Chazar, yeah? Reb Shimon says, Shem Shadam Asor, Naz Lefnei, the Chabad Yisrael, the Chabad Yisrael, just like there's an afkamina in Tumah, that the Tumah the coin gets kapar from the bowl, and the Yisrael gets kapar from the bowl. The same should be in some Shtaleh. The Papa, Yisrael go with the Papa, okay. So if that is Hazar that we just did, so too, he says, that all other is Yisrael gets kapar from the bowl, and the coin is there's some things in there that are not Shabbat. This is referring to the power and Gavar, this week. I don't speak about the Rabbi Rothschild, but speak about the Rabbi. It says that Rabbi Rothschild does not require speak of Vega. If Shimon Omer, I don't speak of his Canaan, then Rabbi Rothschild can speak of his Canaan or Bahamas. So this is what you need to remember for the next 25 seconds. According to Shimon, who does the speak on Rabbi Rothschild go? Our desire to change up. So not for Reb Shimon says that the Avodah Zarah gold gets sniffed by Aaron, meaning the Kohen Gadol. Every generation, it's Aaron, the Kohen Gadol, and not the Sanhedrin, not the skin. So then I have a contradiction because in a second, when I see, he says it's the skin and not Aaron. That's the contradiction. We know the contradiction. So by Chachai means the soul Azay. One that you shut in the sun. There's one that's alive for now. For the next 10 minutes until you throw another floor piece of high. Gazal. Achai told Smitha. Gazal requires Smitha. Basically, Rabbi Dizar doing Smitha. The Rabbi really says that the Rabbi Dizar goal doesn't get a Smitha. If Rabbi Dizar goal is by Yisrael, there's Rabbi Dizar because it's not everything going to do so. Bring it go. No Smitha. If Shimon Omer, here it goes. Achai told Smitha. Gazal requires Smitha by the Kohen Gadol. There is Rabbi Dizar is calling Smitha by Aaron. Ella. This contradiction. Secondary, he said that according to Shimon, it's the scaling. Or the Aaron, sorry. Aaron, and now we're saying scaling. Which one is it? For the big and the big. All right, so what do we do with this contradiction? According to Shimon, who does the smicha on the Avodah? Is it either the two options? In one place he says it's Aaron, and the other one is another. And over here he says it's the scaling. It's the scaling. This is where that nice actually that the power to begin with. The whole food price is off. Once it's off, we're just gonna say that that means the scaling and maybe everything lines up, it's all scaling. And when Shimon is speaking to the island, how do you say that everything is good fine? When Shimon says you need a bit of owner. So it can't be fine, it needs an owner. Being Elatar right? Shmicha, you need an owner. And if it's a fine dog, he's not the owner. So it doesn't work. Now, why is scaling better? So we'll see in a second. And it turns out, Papa told me from the ATM with his own country. In other words, the soul, I'm still like that. Papa told me that the ATM with his own country, and scaling, we're going to correct the price up and say that the full price is scaling, and therefore, I'm going to second one is scaling. Let me ask you a question. Now, the problem is, how can we put that play on him? The point is not an owner. Sweet has to be done by owner. You want Sanhedrin did the owner? Now Sanhedrin better than a plain double. So we need to see places. Not places. I'm just throwing it on the screen here. It's like three lines down. 2 lines from the end of places. The hard the Chashid is gaining by island. I have a piece of part of some of the Bezdin the connection. They are not Sachet for the island. But they're considered owners. They're very involved. They were the ones that created the whole mess to begin with. They're the ones that told Pfizer to do the Avela, to do the Avodah Zarah. They have to take ownership, so they have to fess up for them. But they're involved. They're owners. Says Gemara, like 7 lines from the top, one other similar Rudo, so Avodah Zarah goes Smicha. The Avodah Zarah's goal requires Smicha. Yishmilah Shmoi goes with them. If you ever heard that it doesn't, Darren Yishmilah, that the Gadol doesn't have to be Smicha. Even fine. But in fact, this came to do this. And he got it from the word, not from the fire, from the fire. When Yehuda, why do I need to exclude that which is also for a puzzle? The Omer Rabbeinu really takes it to the teacher. So that's a little bit, that's pretty much our sugya. We started without saying that there's a halacha l'mish Sinai. There's only 2 korbanos that belong to the community that requires me. And you already established, the power of God is a given. But nobody argues about it. This argument Is it the Sar Lazazel or the Sar of the Zara? So you review the whole that it's the Sar Lazazel. So automatically it's not the Sar of the Zara. So then why do you need a puzzle to say that it's not the Sar of the Zara? You can only do two, can't be three. So once I know it's Haram Davar and Azazel, so I know it's not a Zara. So why on the special puzzle? So you know you're right, you don't know. You're Shabbat. The psukim are just there for a hint, to help you along, to give you an asmachta, to make you feel good, here's a little bit of a riot from the Torah. Not to make you feel good, but there's a riot from the Torah. It's not a real riot. So a ram is in the Torah. Reb Shimon, so you have a desire to both sleep them in along. And how does he know that the desire needs to be there? That's the time of some of the Reb Shimon see over these are the most sleeping on after the time. It says some of the Rosh Hashanah, the Nasi, the king. He should put his hand on the soil, the rabbi's soil, naturally smooth. That's showing the Nasi. He does sleep. I didn't see him, right? Because probably seen it for brothers to sleep. We gotta see how the desire is sleep. Okay, so you ask me, how does he know? How does the king know that the daughter of the desire requires sleep here from this person? The son of the other Rosh Hashanah. The Yehuda is learning that's referring to the sea, and he says no, he's referring to the desire. Any chatas that the blood goes inside the Eichel, so the smicha. As the Gemara, pay attention, just, I should have pointed it out, we can just read it again. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer Kol Chatas Nichnas Dama L'Tnei Tuna Smicha, right? 8 words ago. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer. What words ago? What's Shahaya? He used to say, at the Flag Zogin, Reb Shimon used to say, oh, Chatas Nichnas Dama, any Chatas blood goes into the Heichal, requires Smicha. Normally the name is Shahaya. There's only 3 here. There's the Haram Davar, the Kohen Mashiach, and Avodah Zarah. All those we took care of. The Haram Davar, the Kohen Mashiach, we have to see it. The Avodah Zarah, we have to leave it. So what does he have to say? Well, what's this? What is he doing with Chadosh in his memoir? It's basically just to say that this, not like you, Rabbi Yehuda, that says that the nachshon, the sire of a nasi requires me. No, I say no. It's only those who go to the dams inside the Heichal. Maybe it's referring to also the goat that's done in Kippur. No, can't be the goat in Kippur that's also done inside the Heichal. Even inside Nasi, the Kabbalah makes me do that's something similar to the goat of the Nasi. Meaning, it's an idea that you know, whereas the Sarah Nasi, it's doing, as we discussed before, it's kind of like Tumas Mingi Kedusha. Tumas Mingi Kedusha, you don't know. That's the whole point. You need a special kapara for somebody who doesn't know he can sing. So that's different. That's not included. Where Vinador might be usually see the what I need to know when we just said, having this kind of question, if Smita is halacha l'moshel Sinai, why do I require a pasuk? Says Gemara, each of the I need a pasuk and I need the halacha l'moshel Sinai. I mean, is it to Shalit Tzibur? I would think that the carbon of the Shalit Tzibur, meaning what is the Shalit Tzibur? That's the carbon we're doing on Shavuot. Ashia Amasnisin that Kirko the column of his body. So this is super interesting. There are 2 times in the entire Shas that the Gemara brings the name of the Torah, and this is one of them. So it's like the question we ask in the Torah of Torah on the mother's body. What do we ask there? I'm going to show you this. So anybody that did the dot with us back then will remember this. No question. Does anybody remember this? So I'll explain it. What? Some of them. Yeah. So what do we have here? We have 6 things. We have 3 korbanos, 3 mitzvahs. The three korbanos that we have are in the center. In the middle, each carbon takes up 2 circles. Only 2 circles, not 3. So we're trying to say here, the interesting way of showing it, this is kind of our you have the Asham, Shlamim of Yachid, and the Shlamim of Tzibur. Shlamim of Yachid is everybody should be in the Dav, Shlamim of Tzibur is understood. And the Asham of the Mitzvah. Now we have 3 mitzvahs. Top right corner, snifa, the mean on the animal. Snifa means to wave it like a lulav when it's alive. You lift up the whole live animal. And also, snifa after it's dead, meaning they move, etc. From the 3 korbanos, each one only does 2 out of the 3 mitzvahs. And different 2 mitzvahs. No one of these 3 korbanos shears 3 of the mitzvahs, only 2. So take for instance the top one, the Asham Mitzvah is in the center. He has a blue circle and a green circle. Blue circle symbols the smicha, and the green is the blue for when it's alive. Red is dead, yeah? It's easy to remember that. Red is dead, green is alive, blue is smicha. The shlamim gets red and blue. What's red? You do kufa with the shoik and the chaza, and you do smicha. And the Shalom Tzibur, they get green and red. They do kufa when it's alive, kufa when it's dead. But let's say, this is going to use as a raya. Shalom Tzibur. Let's take the Shalom Tzibur. Shalom Tzibur has a green circle and a red circle. You do kufa when it's alive, kufa when it's dead. Remember back then, that sugi, I remember in the Samach somewhere, the Gemara asked the California and all 3. If you have a green circle and a red circle, you certainly should have a blue circle. Why? Because let's say, what's the right here? They bring it from Shlamim of Yachid. The Shlamim of Yachid has a blue circle and a red circle, but doesn't have a green circle. So you, the Shlamim of Tzibur, has a green circle, certainly should have a blue circle. Every 2 you do the same exact kind of thing. If I have these 2 circles, I should definitely have the 3rd circle, because there's somebody out there that has the 3rd circle, but he doesn't have my circle. He doesn't have the Shlomo of Yaakov doesn't have the green circle, but I have the green circle. So certainly should have what he has, blue. Okay, but that the Gemara answers. You don't have to know that circle. The point is, what's the bottom line? The point is, how much money should we see now? Each one of these mitzvahs, each one of these korbanos gets 2 mitzvahs. That's it. So we'll just do it inside. Kushiyama station that frequent the column and not very slow. More discussion about it here. Honor, Shimon, Shlosha, Minin, Unim, Shonish, mitzvahs. There are 3 types of korbanos that require 3 mitzvahs. And each carbon only gets 2 out of the 3 and 2 different 3. Two different ones. And the Gemara asks over there, let's go to we should make it go to for instance, one of the 3 types of korbanos. Why do you say that the Shlomo being on school doesn't require smicha, only requires smicha when it's alive, green. A green one when it's dead, red. But not the blue circle. It should have a blue circle without a final. What's it got a final? If the Shlomo that is green, he does have he has the green circle, but he does not have. What does he have? He has smicha. Which one? So it doesn't require smicha when it's like, it doesn't have a green circle, but it requires smicha. So certainly the Shlomo and the Tzibur require smicha. So that's why it's a beautiful thing. But that's also, we have Allah from Sinai, but only Karel and Dolan of Zara, but not the Shalom Tzibur. That's the Allah from Sinai. I need Allah from Sinai. You trust these 2 are not the 3rd. You may also saw, but if I only had Allah from Sinai, I wouldn't know which one. Which one? Actually, doing this Nasi, the text says that it has to be similar to the Nasi, the Kabbalah verse Mitzvah, that is just like the Nasi, it's a non Aveira, it can't be something that doesn't have, it can't be the. Virtually, you don't know that Aveira. Okay, and that's pretty much it for today. We have another 2 minutes, but this is super, super easy. Okay, I say, y'all got 20 minutes to put the car or meister. Stop car about. Basically, the Gemara says the word korban 3 times, and that's going to exclude the car based on meister. Each carbon is going to exclude 1. Rabban Kabbalah, the Rabban Kabbalah is not a Shlomo is just a regular animal. I look at my whole page, that one over there is going to be Shlomo. It doesn't have any different report. Nevertheless, when we sleep after we sleep, the large, Shasa Mirachem, that's born, born Kabbalah. Certainly, in addition to Smicha, you should have to do Smicha. So that the Torah says, the Gemara for Barna, even at the first, one for Barna, some fellows, not at the first. So that's a one Korbana. We have two more Korbanos. So what are we missing now? Meiser and Korban Pesach. Korbana with the Meiser. The Meiser does not require Smicha. You have a Kavach Momash, then Shem Kachim Tain Rafaim Tain Smicha. Shlamim doesn't have any power on animals next to it, before, after it. But it requires Smicha. Meiser, Shem Kachim Tain Rafaim. So the whole video yesterday, I'm going to show it again. The Meiser come out of the pen. And the guy gets mixed up and it says that the ninth one is the 10th, or he says the 11th one is the 10th. All of become colors, so it has power. And it means, certainly should be used by Mikach, and the Loma, but the Loi, that's the second Kabbalah, the Loi Meiser does not get to you. Kabbalah, Loi Pesach. It says, what's the Kabbalah? You just believe on the animal, all your mind. Kabbalah, Loi Pesach, you have to learn dinner. I'm going to explain it. Kabbalah, I don't know, the guy can go the whole entire shir, like, I got the shir, it's a beautiful shir, I just don't know what shir is. I know, but maybe somebody missed that and came here. Zalmi came in, he didn't see it. Shlomo, you don't have to do Shlomo. On your own will, you decide to bring up the Zohar Kardo. Doesn't show up on the Zohar. You the food to bring the Kardo, and if you should sleep up, perhaps you should have to lean on it, but they're right. It's hard to remember these things. So if somebody asks you, in Shas, if you go to what private Rabbanos do not require Smicha? Pesach, Meister, and Kofar. Well, Rabbanos are fine. I got all three. Now, so the Gemara is great. People in Mivra, but I could still argue with Malish Shlomish implementing stuff including Shlomish Shlomish. Would it bring me a Raya and a couple of things from Shlomish? That's special Shlomish because it requires flour, oil, wine. So you have to lift the chazal shoik and wave it everywhere. The car, Meiser and Pesach, and just going, there's no Nusach. There's no Nusach. These three Karbanos are not to teach us that Pesach, the car, and Meiser do not require Smicha. It's like a little bit of a thing. That would cry, normally say, why do I need this? Why does it tell us not to say the word Karbanos? It's really extra. It doesn't need to say it. So once you have three different meanings, who does Smicha? The owner, not a friend, not a point somebody to do Smicha for you. I guess I'm just throwing this out there. I just thought about it now. Because Smicha is not really. Maybe I shouldn't say. But anyway, Smicha comes together with Vidu. So you're not going to do Vidu for your friend. Okay. The one really carbon guy, and a guy who sends a carbon to his music does not require Smicha. But Bonori, the rabbis told by the carbon and Smicha that when you have 5 partners, well, you go with your friend. Like, if I give you $2 to be a partner in the every single one of the partners has to do Smicha. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day. Thank you for coming. Shkofer about us.
America's Swift is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Agud Bakra Boysai. English Professor Lewis, who's one of live in Inglewood. Sadik, I was holding the college. We're holding 6-7 lines from the top. And I'm out. So the third is that person talking in Deutschland. So thank you for saving me. How do you know? You're talking about the suffering. The whole season is suffering. In general, when the person goes about a suffering, it talks about flour, the oil, and the wine. And I try to point out where we point out only the wine. So this we had yesterday. I did this chart. Remember. From this process, we learned all sorts of things. The red is a meal, the green is a riboy, and from the words oy, zeba, those two words, so from the oy, I learned koidim. This is supplemental. The zeba teaches us shlam. So, you know what I'm saying? Of the koidim, lab zebachu. A koidim is not, why can't it be included in the word zeba? Why do we need a special word oy? Of the koidim lab zebachu. Says the Gemara, it's the something that I mean, how many breads come with the Torah? Everybody says 40. There's so many breads, so that's instead of the Nisafim. The Vaishna Meir Nazir, you can find the Nazir here. It's Nazir. He also comes, he has 3 korbanos that has to bring, plus he has to bring bread. Now, people have no less. You still have to bring wine with the Nazir. So as the Gemara is talking about Kamina also meaning over there by the Nazir, he's only holding 2 types. How is it with people? I don't mean it. God, by the Haida, between the comments, the talents, the chicken, the buka, there are 4 types. How much more tells us with all the types of bread, you can't get away with it. You still have to bring this up. It says the Gemara, this is a whole of the family, another open it up. Why, if you go back over here, it's possible. Okay. Why the oila is a type of a medava? So isn't it included in the fali neder, the second line from the top on the pasuk? The fali neder or the medava should you include oila? The medava one oila abamina basisem ishal Hashem cloud. The fali neder or the medava flat. So you actually did a good job, right? From the Paul because we're very worried that people will have drama from Paul Pepper. Wow, now that we saw all the characters there, there's the Asisa and Ishal Hashem. Bring a carbon. All these are included. They have to do what? We're talking about the Satan. The boy said, the whole day today is all about the Satan. The Asisa and Ishal Hashem. All these guys, the Lebanon God, the case of the Kfar, the Osham Chak, they all need the Satan. That's a class. The Fali Neder bin Adava, class. So now we're going to go to the next one. Fali Neder, oh. So it says the first pasuk only in Neder Medava. So it knocks out all the other guys. Because of class. Because if you stop over here, cloud is a generalization, it includes everything. Frak, ain't the cloud about Shiva Frak. It's a cloud and a frak, and the Torah is telling you exactly what I want. And then the Torah adds another cloud, it becomes a sandwich, then it's not everything, and it's not only the frak. There's something in between. Right? A cloud means everything. A cloud means only these 2. But when you have a cloud, and then a frak, and then a cloud, so then the generalized, but it has to be similar to the frak. By the name of Gaba, frak. The rest is Chayav. No moving today. Oh, so I add some stuff, but I just took off some stuff. So I added the Kfar Meiser in place, huh? How's that look color? And the cloud is, well, by the way, we're not doing a lot of cloud by the class. We don't have any trauma. We're done. Cloud, we park with cloud. He had to done or in a cloud. It's similar to the cloud. What's the similarity? Not a problem for you. Double chamber outside. It doesn't count for a sin, so that will take off the context. Of course, you know that. Oh, it's not the ocean, shame boy on the head. I'll be the foreign Meiser Bezach, but I will include the foreign Meiser Bezach, shame boy on the head. So, so, what do we have here? to show you. I just redid the initial chart for a second. First of all, Oila includes the nether and double. So Oila takes everything out. Let's continue for a second. The Oila, that the Oila takes out the Par and the Meiser and the Pesach. Solid problem in my mistake. So what does it yes include? If I took out the Par, Meiser, Pesach, so what does it include? My problem with Rosh and Mekuyv Va'omed. Akol she'eno Mekuyv Va'omed. Something that you're not Mekuyv right now to do. Lahavi, and this comes to include Lavi's question, the offspring of question. Who's more awesome? So if you look over here, you did a whole graph. Shmura means if you find a nicer, bigger animal and say, I want this to be instead of the original, that's awesome, but it becomes just like the original. And that also requires a second. The offspring over here, there's a little baby here. This little baby, Vlad Shlomo, the Vlad, also requires a second. The Oila Habam and Amoisros, how do you do that? Let's see. Okay. Well, the Oila that comes, that's what we learned yesterday. We have extra, what extra? We have extra funds in the Beis Hamikdash or extra wine that goes over the top. So you buy, you sell it, you buy an Oila for the kids in the fair. The Oshim Shanukah, the Ria, that's the famous one that we showed anyways. The Oshim goes to Kevis land, you try to get it a moon, and what happened? Oh, you sell it, and you buy another. Okay. What's the Ria? The bottom line is, at the end of the day, it tells us that all these things require something besides the practice in our. So let me just see. Okay, here. So it comes out like this, a little bit of a change than what we had before. The bottom line is, that season Yisrael Hashem Oila, we learned, not the red means to milk, not the B'chor Maisa. Oi comes to three causes, that's how we started the Sugya. Zevach comes to exclude the Mincha. The Pali Neder Nedava comes to, if you, anything that comes to a Kapara, like a Chatas. And then the rest I just left in the Shana Tagiga, that's not in today's Sugya, but the top changes slightly. Okay. That's like the Maskonas of Sugya. So in other words, here, I'll show you this, just to remind you what it looked like when we started this year. It looked like this. The Gemara changes basically a few of the Limudim based on the cloud, proper cloud. Okay. Go to the Gemara. Ashtam is the Drosha, Amiri, the Drosha, the Fali, Never, Oiben, Dava, Lemali, the Chalka. So now we have to discuss every single time we have an oil. So let me just show you that I did it real quickly. I don't know if it's going to help. Just there's four, the Gemara just let's say there's four oils. There's oil Zevach in the same concept as three. Oil Zevach, this puzzle guy just showed you, yeah? Here, look, this over here. This puzzle. You see, it says three times oil Zevach, oil Nidava, oil. So I just put them together like this. And basically, it gives you the four options. If you have two different chiyuvim, but it's the same type of carbon, let's say it's an oila, but there's a nether and a carbon. So it's two different things that I learned from oil zera. Oil, the oil, and I thought usually it's a something like this. What do I do? The following nether oil benedaba, when the carbon is different in both the type of carbon and the type of avera, or the type of thing. And then you have oil benedaba says it's the same field, but two different types of carbon. Let's say it's an example of an oil shlamin. So it's the same, but different carbon. Oil shlamin. And finally, you have the same field and the same oil, the same type of carbon, like an oil when it comes to nether and shlam. That's what I learned. So let's just see it inside. four. What do I do with the 4 oils? Still down this oil Russia and how you know the double. We can just leave it on the screen, man. If I know the other, I need a falcon. What do I need to split it up? It's something that have a nice nether double, maybe by the second. Maybe I have to bring both a nether and a double. Come on, small one. The what? What's nice in nether today by the second? Yes, the double today makes it something. Let me both the nether and the double. I think the Rabbi Rothschild holds that the song connects them and says that if you have two things in the same passage, you have to do both of them. They're both together. That's it. So that's why it says oh, separates. You don't need to do both. The Vav Achibur, the Vav that connects them, in this case, is not connected. Why? Because it's the oil between. That's according to Yoshia that they get connected even with Yaakov with Yaakov. Remember, we had this whole thing. You need Yaakov, you don't need Yaakov. It's not sure that Hamor is Yaakov. So the Torah says that's together. The Kalavino, he doesn't say Yaakov. It doesn't need to be together. The Vav Achibur puts it together. I'm not going to mention, why do I need this? Something like the Camino, I see nothing today with Bernie Song. I see the double today with Bernie Song. What if I see nothing in the double? What if you bring two korbanos together? Array of lion, array of soup together. He's really going to say that. Maybe one is going to be good for both. No. You need to bring two. Oil be more, definitely what I mean. There's something in the Camino. I mean, over the Kamaisi, oil of the Netherlands, something in the double. Let's say I bring two types of korbanos, an oiler and a shlamim. One is a nether, one is a double. You're not a gift one. It doesn't matter. The shlamim is a nether, the oiler is a double. Al-Heicha, the Kamaisi, oil and shlamim, the nether. What if both of them, the two types of korbanos, you have an oiler and a shlamim, two different ones, but they're both the nether. You're not really sure who's going to get it, they're both in the double. She never has that. They're both one nether, one double. If you were like, maybe one is something to both face, the national argument of it. The kids are have 4 different possibilities, and that's why I need 4 different ways. If the doctor going to go, always that normally it's actually the beginning of the doctor. It's true, something like Camino, how to be able to come isolate from the maybe you need to bring yourself when you do one oiler, one shlamim, but it's an edge. You know, oil shlamim, the brother, but they both in the brother. I just the oilers. But what if it's not oil and shlamim? It's 2 oilers, probably the brother. But they come for 2 different reasons. You know, I'm just showing that for you can never really double. 2 forms, you're going to never really double. Hey, I'm just showing my cousin, but let me say at the end of the day, it's oiler. So, hey, I'm just showing my cousin, but let me say, 2 shlamim and 2 oilers are 1. So maybe you should bring one second. He's going to be second. Come on, shalom. If I have another shlamim, why don't you say, oh, shlamim? Shlamim is 7 of them. I think that's when you bring 2 others. One is another one, the other is the very different. Bring out the shlamim, coming over the double. Shlamim is the nice stay over. Stay over is going to double. I said this way. Oh, it's one side, one nether or one double. This is going to be the 7 side, one is already enough. Much more. The Rosh said, he says, Harei olai oila, one is enough. Why? He learns it from the oil per dollar. But he doesn't learn the oil. Rosh Ha'imin Abba, oil min atzai. Now the most focuses on the word oil. What does it do? If he already learns it, oil for bono, what does he do with oil? Talk about it. How many different meaning? There's 2 types of animals. Mom is literally 2 types of animals. How do you have 2 types of animals? Cows and a sheep. 2 types. Not the Chazmina, you have 2 sheep. This is going to be the second of the farm. Second of the last one. Talk about passing the offering level. What do I do with the passing? Talk about passing the offering. So, because we're going to have any examples there. I will say, second of the farm. Okay, they come different days. So they need to do each other. They come at the same time. Maybe one is something. Then come out. Learn in the Mishnah. New silver boys and new silver. We did look at it. It's a giant diamond. It's all like you moved it. Ela Shabbatos Shemitzor Ba'ashamay Kohen Nisam. It says in the Mishnah, I pointed it out, I don't have the whole list, but remember, we have a list of 10 different korbanos. Touching common and touching kosher. And it says that 5 of the korbanos need the Nisam, 5 don't. The korbanos that don't need the Nisam, we have on the right side, on the touching kosher, we have the Chatas and Asham. But the Chatas and the Asham also have a situation where they do need the Nisam when? By the Mitzvah. The Mitzvah. See? Here? This is the Mitzvah, right? He brings 3 korbanos, Hagos in the Oila, and he also has to bring a mincha. Not immediately, how do you know that a Mitzvah has to bring a mincha? The Torah Rabbanan says by Mitzvah, Ushloisha Esroinim Soilos, mincha. 3 Esroinim flour. The mincha Abona Zerach HaKos Medaber. Oh, nobody answers questions to the explanation. What's the difference between a mincha? It's very important. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this. There's a difference between, maybe you have it in the Mishnah. There's a difference between a mincha that you doing by itself and or a mincha that comes with a carbon. It's the same flour, the same oil. The one you bring on its own, and one comes together with a carbon. You know the difference? What? No. By the way, the soften could be this also. The flour and oil is called the soften also. Sometimes it's called wine. Sometimes refers to wine, sometimes not. It's a little confusing. When the Mishnah says the soften, it actually means even the flour and the oil. Okay, it's a very simple thing. No, I'm saying they're identical in what they look like. The ingredients are identical. There's one major difference. When you bring a mincha on its own, so you put the meat on its best, the rest goes into Kahana. Whereas the one that comes together, you know this? The one that comes together with the carbon, it all goes on its best. That's why I'm just pointing it out here because the Gemara says, the mincha kohen hazevach doesn't adaber. It's the type that comes together with the carbon, so it all goes on the best. It's very different when it comes by itself. It's different. That's I'm really talking about the mincha that comes with the carbon. That guy may need them to soften in life. So here the word soften means wine. I don't know if it means wine, but I don't know the yayin. It means wine. The Gemara says, and the word oila is oila mitzvah. Zeva shikatzi. Oila zeva zeva shamitzvah. The kids we have in this passage read the Yehudim that teach us these 3 korban. As the Gemara, they will go by him is about 2 of them. The Shabbos and the Asham wanted to learn those 2 from Zeva. So this, to understand this, very simple, but we learned this a number of times. We're learning, especially. So why am I showing you this? Because you're supposed to put the hair underneath the shlami. Now, says the Gemara. Now we understand what it means. What if you put the hair under the wrong part? By the chata or by the asham, they don't go together. Different times. Like one is when he finishes his nazirus, the other he messed up the middle. But the point is, what if you put it under the wrong part? Where is that? Oh, so Leila, the word Zevach teaches us Chatas and Asham. So that's also why I need different words. Yeah, you learn Oy, Oyla, Zevach, and the Oy. 3 words. Why? I can learn from the word Zevach, but Chatas and Asham. That's only when they're equal. The Asham, the Chatas, the Chatas. Asham and Chatas have to do something different than by the Mitzvah. The Asham comes to allow to go and drink wine, etc. The Chatas come give him forgiveness on the tzarech. So therefore, the inner trick, right? That's why I mean the oi zeva, the oi law, and the oi teach us because the Chavis Lashon of it. Zeva Zikavis Mitzvah. But again, the Chavis Mitzvah means why? Beina Zikavis the Ocean the Nazir. He told you Zeva is referring to the Chavis Mitzvah. Maybe it's funny to talk about the Chavis Lashon of the Nazir. Don't talk about that. You know, we do Nazir. This is not going to be Nazir. Oh yeah, this guy. And in the beginning, we had the Nazir. But maybe it's one of the Chavis in the Ocean of the Nazir. See over here, it only says Chavis, but that's at the end. The Ocean usually messes up. Okay. The point is, I didn't know this person when I'm saying, I'm saying about it now. You know, it's something like can't be the same. In the Chosim is can't. It's by Nazir, in the Chosim is can't. But you love so you push them on, like, it's without it. Don't matter, oh, you know, it's not. Oh, you know, they love to push them on, or, you know, a feeling. So have this news and stuff. I have a little bit of that. Oh, yes, it's ever strong in the Chosim. This story, I have the cloud, how you the island was there and beforehand and shipping. Never yotza. Ma'ake sheila is the island yuka bob the nether. Even the dog of 2-year-old island comes for willingly to another. The dog called you only do the suffering when it comes to the nether, who for the dava, and the main guy needs the zeva for the return. Oila zu, oila shmitara. And what the oila shmitara needs one. The oila zu, oila shmitara. When one of these birds, she has to bring two korbanos. She brings the sheep for an Ola and a bird for a Chavis. If she's poor, then she brings two birds. Instead of the sheep, for the Ola, she brings a bird Ola. But a regular woman brings a sheep and a Chavis. So how do you know Ola? They have to bring wine with the Ola of a Mitzvah. Maybe it's the Ola of a woman who gave birth. Amar Abaya, Ola, you know this mistake in the Torah. I learned from the end of the parts of the time of Oima, Lakeves, Zu, Oila, Tzileves. Chavis Shemais. 20. So every 10th one is supposed to say, he's supposed to take a red thing. What happened was, on number 10 he said it's 9, and number 11 he said it's 10. And number 9 he said 10. Because he got all mixed up. So what do you do with number 11? You're all college. What do you do with number 11? Where are we? Oh. Bring the 11 as a shlomi. It's college, but no, it's not a meiser, it's shlomi. And why is this something? Why don't we puzzle? So it's the puzzle. It's a mistake. And the mistake is more common. You have to bring the suffering with it when the meiser does not require the suffering. Right? We already established in the Jewish here. The Torah, Meiser, and Pesach do not mean the suffering. And now you're telling me number 11 means the suffering, which is more calmer than what it came to replace. Well, I'll tell you what the Shabbat said. That's why he told you that the Pasuk is talking about a Mitzvah, maybe talking about other stuff. But the Pasuk has 3 ribuyim. What are the 3 words? Olam, Oy, and Zeva. What thing has 3 korbanos that need the 3 ribuyim? The only thing I can think of is a Mitzvah. Oh, it's a double Mitzvah, so 3 ribuyim. Oy is a Mitzvah. Lion, continuing. One, I need the word lion. I already have it in Pinchas. One of them is the rabbis, the ram that Aaron Akoyim brings in Kippur. Every Kohen go bring in Kippur. As the Gemara in the Shalar, you have to bring the suffering every Yom Tov from the word of the Adechem. Also, Baruch the Yom Tov. So, but that's how we know the Shimba. Well, the Yom Tov law, perhaps, when it comes to the individual. Doesn't have to bring the suffering. And this should bother me as well. Just yesterday we learned that a yachid does have to bring a second on Yom Tov. I'll remind you that we were talking yesterday about what korbanos you have to bring on Yom Tov. Shalmi Hagigah and Shalmi Simcha and Oilas Riyah. And the Gemara already established that those you need to bring the suffix. So why would the Gemara say there? How did the Yachid like? The korbanos that the business brings on Yom Tov told me. Of course they do. We say the pshat is beautiful. Since so many Yidden come to this English that day to bring the Oilas Riyah, the Shalmi Chagiga, the Shalmi Simcha, it's considered a carbon tzibur. Yeah? Interesting pshat. If the tzibur comes, why is it something different than the Oilah of a woman who is buried? Why would I say she has to, but he doesn't have to? So that the Chamina had immediately done she the woman's mouth. Then, a woman who's buried. Every day of the year. There's no specific time. But those really is man. But the kind God brings his carbon in paper and he doesn't have to do something. But that's why that's really a special part. His carbon is I think is different. No. What I do? The rabbis is a palgas. Here we go. The palgas. What's the palgas? The palgas is a sheep that was supposed that if it's in the first 12 months of its life, it's called a kebbs. From 12 months on, it's called the ayah. The month 13, I think it's its own thing. You don't even express is it a bria for the atzma even? But it's not. So we have is in its own category. Meaning, check this out. If a person makes a nether, I'm going to bring a keves or an ayah. You wouldn't be able to bring a palgas. It's its own little category, a 1 month category. It's not. If you did bring a palgas as a carbon, maybe on this ayah, they know oil law you have to bring pretend that it's a ayah. And here I'll show you quickly, just to remind the oil. The ayah all the way on the left brings 2 sort of silas and 4 lug of shemen, versus a keves on the right only brings 1 and 3. He has double amount of flour and 1 extra lug, the ayah. So what you do is you bring the most, you bring all the flour and the oil of the larger lamb, and you make a condition, you make a flag that if it's not a ram, we'll see in a second, but you have to bring another carbon. Maybe this guy, it doesn't work for you. You have to bring another carbon. Wrong with you. And we're reading things. Oh, you lie on the rabbis and carbon. Read the puzzle. Oh, he shows that the puzzle, even though it's only the category, you bring this up. And when we start the Almighty argues on the basis of the nicely master, he brings this, sorry. According to Rabbi Rothschild, it's stuck in that he makes it now. That's the kind of reply. According to Rabbi Rothschild, it's not now. It's a category by itself, and there's a puzzle that tells you that in the thinking time, you bring this to fight. According to Hada, I don't know what it is. It's either a keves or an ayah. It's not a category by itself. So what do you do? Well, I might see you bring your palgas and you make a condition. It's very good, but it's only a suffix. And what's the condition you say? If it's an ayah, so I'm giving the 2 sorry of flour for that. If it's a keves and only 1, so I'm giving it 1. The textual just go as an adult on his bed. But it's a suffix. It's a problem. Really speaking, the parents come to tell us that if there's a suffix animal you bring, that's not how it works. No, it's not even a father couch. That was father couch. You're right. Some of your fathers have a problem. I don't know if you thought. Next figure. Somebody else will show up on the eye or up on the sort of possible disease. But show up on the family married more psukim, a boy said. But as a show up on the eye or up on the sort of person. Oh, be easy. Show up on the family married fish, which should look at the Misky Islands with feathers. So this is simple about it. There's a difference here. I showed it again. There's a difference between the nesachim of the ram over on the left and the nesachim of sheep. You have one how in this case, high in this case. So then also when it comes to bulls, there's a bull and there's a calf. The calf is a year old, but everything above a year Anyway, the Gemara doesn't says, listen, it's like a sheep. Once it's 13 months old, 13, 14 months old, it's already a pie. So maybe it should have different type of mitzvah. Down the way now, the shorha echad, so the one, all bulls are in the same category. Or the ayam of Hamadoy, Ma'alibi, should have been there's a difference between the Nesachim of a year-old and a 2-year-old. You all have a thousand instincts and shadow instruments. Let's keep on making differences. When it turns 3 years old, maybe it has even more Nesachim. Hamadoy, Ma'alibi, ayam of echad, or the sepak chassid. Now, Hamadoy, if you can see what you think of the Niski Kevin, the Niski Havis, you all have the Niski Kids on the Niski. Oh, tomorrow, maybe also by the female, you should make enough community between a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. And then, oh, the sepak chassid. No, yeah. It's only by the Lord. Oy be easy. Okay, no man. Oy be easy. Okay, no vision. So you should go to the street. That is in the street. You have to look at the street. So maybe I should make a difference between a gold and a no man. Oy be easy. Wrong. Papa. What is one Rava? Papa. This is the Bible. Rava. That's it. See, they ask the question over here. So I say, Brother Blunt, you only ask for Papa, no? Unless, they add, he has the whole shear. But I'm saying, oh, it says over here, Brother Blunt. I don't know if the Papa is saying Russian us, even though it's only him. Basically, in this case, Yechela becomes how much wine you bring when you bring a female sheep. That was his question. It was a test. How much wine do you bring with a female sheep? Says more Pashitnone, you see, I brought a riot from the Mishnah. Wow, it says, Din, Mishamish, Tzoyin, Shibdoyim, Shibtanim. So the way it worked is, you went to a station and you paid for your wine and your flour. And they gave you a tzedakah. And on the tzedakah it said one of a few different things. But if it said Di on it, so it meant that you paid for the Nesachim of all sheep, Shebdoilim, Shebtanim, older and smaller, they're large and small, not older, large and small. So, Sparim, so Tevas, does not include 2-year-old males. In other words, that answers Rabbi's question, what? That the Nesachim of a female sheep are identical to the male because you get the same sefer whether it's a male or a female. Rabboisai, have a wonderful day, a wonderful week. Where is
this book spreading throughout the world? Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
You don't understand. Even one person, 2 people, is better than others. Boisai was holding by the Mishnah, Tzaddik, and his Aleph. Rani Sugya, so we divided easy stuff today. Talmidos, Shiramigdos, Homi, Mujiboshes. I'm going to yell at Roshi, putting a white background with flower on the thing. But other than that, it's beautiful. This is garbage. It's piled up. This is not. This is muffled. All the measuring devices, the way some English, you pile them. All Midas Bamidas Koyu Migdashes. Chutz Mishal Kohen Gadol, so hey, Gotcha, that of the Kohen Gadol. He starts off in the morning with morning star. He divides it in half, and he gives half of the star in the morning, half in the evening. That is flat. It's there's a number of reasons. Because walking with it, you don't want it to spill over. It's hard to divide in half. Okay. Yiddish halal, they would say in Kodesh, Midas Hayavish Beritzeim is the overflow. The overflow, so this thing or now. This that, this is great class. Let me finish this up here. Chutz, Bishop Kongoje last. Midas Halach Beritzeim Kongoje. Midas Hayavish Beritzeim Chutz. Tanakama, when you see this three sheet, the is very similar in a way. Slightly off, each one is slightly different. Midas Halach Beritzeim Kongoje. The measuring devices of the liquid is like this. After Mr. Benu put oil in Moshe, this kli, so it has Gusha. Midas Hayavish, if you're trying to measure it, the flour, those measuring cups did not have Gusha. What's the difference? You'll see, because it has Gusha, so everything that's above it also has Gusha in it. You don't have to explain why. But if it doesn't have Gusha, so everything above does not have Gusha. That's why Haradah flour doesn't have Gusha. Haradah wine doesn't have Gusha. But if you know, you need this a lot of Kodesh. If these are very tame Kodesh. What's she adding here? You need this a Yavish Kodesh, you fit the very tame Kodesh. So, he argues with the Tanakama. You see the Gemara exactly how, if you say, oh, no, this makes a lot of sense if you think about it. How in the world, and I'm just having trouble also understanding how exactly we're going to deal with this pollution. But how did we get there? How did we overflow? You pour the wine, there's you pour the wine, and you put it like this. So what stays on top exactly? Is the stuff that you just poured now? The reason they say the stuff that you just poured goes to the bottom, pushes up the bottom, and then it comes on top. The stuff that you pour on top, it's not a solid, it's a liquid. Liquid usually drops down and pushes the rest up. Enough to me, because the rest of that stuff is already inside the kli. It's inside the kli, it has a Gusha, and now it pops up on the face, it's already covered. If you're taking a bottle of pastel, and you pour it up to here, and you pour a little bit more, and it goes like this. So if it doesn't go into the kli, I can hear it. But that's if it's flour. So yeah, the new stuff that goes on top never went inside the kli. But when it comes to liquid, usually it gets all mixed in, and it's all like, how are you doing this dilution? I'm not just going to understand this. I'm having trouble with it. But okay, but that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. There's the Levishuza, the liquid, the top liquid, the bottom is the top. Well, there's, but the dry is not. So, first we have to deal with this, with people over there. Beginning of the Mishnah, the first word in the Mishnah, all the English measures, all the measures. How many measurements were there? 9 is 3 measures. How the garbage happens? There wasn't more than one. It says all the garbage, 20 of them, 21. It's either, he says it's 2, sorry. The benefit is only 1. According to the Ramesh, is 2. One is a flat, one is a full. Slightly lower than the flat line, but there's only one that goes above the rim. And that's only one. So what do you mean only? Here, there's only one measurement period for the flour, and it was a flour. It wasn't even the each one. And who's the answer that you're offering to? Lola, maybe Mayor. It's your Mayor who says is 1 2-1 or 1 flour. We might tell you this. What does it mean by all the measurements? It's only the details. It doesn't mean that there's 10 different kalim with this and that. It means 10 different measurements that I use this one kli. This one inside I use, even if I need 3 Israelim of flour, I use the one inside. I use 3 times. Well, there's not 5 different measurements. There's not a kli that holds 3, a kli that holds 2, a kli that holds 1. It's one kli that holds 1 Isarim, and it's one that you overload. But it contains only those, all the shiurim of the Beis Hamikdash. Sometimes when you need 2 Israelim, 3 Israelim, you use that kli. Now we're going to explain all 3 shiurim. This is a lot of between places. Like I mentioned, the reason for it. You can't come and solve on this a lot of new shechad daily between daily. Moshe Rabbeinu gave Kedusha, the kli, on the inside and on the outside. Put oil. Remember how you put the oil? Kamin T. You do a C, a U, a S, a X. Yeah. A lot of shivas. How many shivas? 7. I don't know. Because you can make clean. In other words, you don't have to paint the whole thing. You just go like this on the outside. So you do like the spots or you on the inside and try and try. So then this weed has the Kedusha on the inside and the outside. And then what? So this, the problem is this right over there. There's the rim. Is that what it's called anymore? The rim. Is this a Kedusha? If it does, so when the wine piles up and touches this, it gets Kedusha from it. And the dry good one for the flour, only has Kedusha inside and not outside. That's why the overflow is not He's arguing and he says that the dry good one doesn't have any Kedusha whatsoever. So that's the question. This cup of zero Kedusha and it's poured out with flour, how is the flour going to be covered? The answer is, Rashi says, my mouth. You're right, the cleave doesn't give it any Kedusha, but my mouth does. I say it should be covered. Yossi saw by third cheapers, people who didn't come between the range and folks, both the dry and even the liquid is not have juice on the outside. The reason why the root of the liquid becomes kaddish. Why is the over so kaddish? Because it comes from the inside. It already had Kedusha when it was inside the cup, and then it popped out, so it remains kaddish. And dry goods like flour goes in the cup. As you pour it, that's where it stays. It doesn't go down, and that's the mega from I have. So what if this wine was on the bottom of the cup? It came up and is now above. God would not himself in the cup. But where's the bats of the owner? The guy at Kavana to give to whatever's in the cup, not what's above the cup. So what if it started in the bottom and came to the top? But the fact is, he only said it because whatever remains in the cup. I'm a Rabbi Rothschild, which made the Rav. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe we had a bunch of one-time names. This is one more time in class. Trey Rav, this is the name of Rav. Very similar. Shara is the attachment to the das. I don't need the das of the owner. I don't need his machshava. It becomes covered just by being in the Shara is even on the bottom, now from the top. But it is on the bottom was, that itself is the Kedusha. Rabbi Omar the Olam Mamala, the Shara is in attachment of the das. Perhaps you could say Pshat is, the Shara doesn't have any Kedusha, and only Kedusha when you have the right mindset. And therefore, the fact is the top wine should not be covered. I'm just concerned that people will say, look, here, you had wine in a Kedusha, and you just made it not covered. Well, it's after making zero and saying that what? That it's covered. The question is, Moise and Rabbi Zera have very similar thing. See, there's halachim is a position like Shabbos. Look at this. So this is the famous shulchan. Oops. And let's do it again because the oil is good. 12 lechem apayim. When do we put it on the shulchan? On Shabbos. When do you get to eat it? On Shabbos. Interesting situation happens. What happens if you forget to put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever you do, there's no bread available. You put it on Sunday. But listen to this. Carbon, if it stays overnight, it's possible. Why is it possible? We know. Overnight is possible. How come the lechem apayim is not possible? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos. So it can't be possible after one day. But what happens if it's on? Listen to this. It's tricky. Not tricky. It's a bishmak. What happens if the bread is on the table for 8 days, from Sunday to Monday, from Sunday to Sunday, 8 days? We know, not we know. The answer is no. Why? It needs to be on the table for Tisha B'Av. When does this bread start becoming lino? Like the second Shabbos. 13 days later. So it says the Gemara, if that's the case, see this Halachim is supposition on Shabbos. You put it on the table on Sunday, you do supposition for Shabbos, and then 6 days later on Shabbos, you put the Levaina, the 2 spoonfuls of Levaina on the Mizbeah, sooner or later. Cases you ask, what do you do that it should be doing? You know, come on Shabbos about, wait for the second Shabbos, 13 days later. So I feel you are shipping young Gavin, and with that point, there's no Lina if the bread is on the table for many days. Why? People are going to say that all you need to do, oh look, over here it didn't become Lina because it's on a shulchan. So if I want to take a carbon and save it from becoming puzzle overnight, I just put it in a nice plate that has Busha and it won't become possible Lina. I should make it say, right? It should be possible. You don't have nothing upon it that nobody sees, nobody knows about, nobody's going to say anything. Those who know better than to ask questions. But over here, if you say, over here people get confused and say that you just take off the one from the top and make it, or from within a plea and make it not public. So that's to make it easier. Not awesome. Moisar Nesach and the Kitzam is there. What is Moisar Nesach? That we're going to have a little, it's almost the same. Little Shiloh, what is Moisar Nesach? In other words, I'll just throw out something. When you have extra Nesachim, extra of these minchas, those people who sell stuff to the Samigdash have to sell always with a little extra. Even store, when you sell like a pound of something, you have to add a little tiny drop. Especially, certainly when they sell to the Samigdash. You got to be careful with these things. You can't rip off anything, so you have to add a little. So what do you do with the extras? That's one way of looking at that. It goes with Kates on his back. What's Kates on his back? The dessert of the Mizbeach. The Kates is also Lashon of dried figs. When the Mizbeach has a down period, there's no korbanos, you grab an animal from within the Beis Hamikdash that was donated for the Kates on his back and you put it on his back. So my Moisar is something. What is this Moisar? What is that goes to the Kates on his back? Okay, this extra stuff that we saw on the top up here, beautiful. And let the plate over here. What goes above the rim. Yochanan says, no, it's not what we learned, the famous Gemara. The problem of the Sabbath Slavish Ma'arba. He gave the Beis Hamikdash a cheap price. The Omdual, the Shalish, and they went to it got more expensive. The Sabbath Ma'arba, he has to provide the Beis Hamikdash with a cheaper price. In other words, the bottom line is, this English always wins. In all disputes, this English wins. That's how they're going to place. You show is running live. The guy said, I'll provide, this is how much you. Yeah? Show, this is going to provide me, exactly. The show is running live. He's having live. The kid said, the guy said, I'm going to provide. He said, I want to be the meat provider. I want to be the provider of flour and oil and all this stuff. Flour. I'm gonna. The price is very high. I'm providing that. Then the price is right. So you have to give them Beis Hamikdash. Then give me price. It's not without getting into it. Just a regular. Beis Hamikdash has a special thing that you can acquire things with money. Jews cannot buy with money. They need a kingdom. That you chalipin, that you adbal, that you a kingdom. Beis Hamikdash can do like a god. You're playing the castle, but only when it's worth it for it. If money is not good for it because they made a upmark on a higher price and the price dropped, so basically it goes back to the lower price. You don't want to fix it. Actually, you do. It's false, but you're always, you know going in that no matter what, you have to give in to the business. So I think this is how you the guys always wins. Okay, so the Leila says this is the pshat of Moisar Nesach. How did we get extra? Because I provided the Beis Hamikdash more than it needed. So now they have extra. Why did I provide more than it needed? Because we made up one price and we got the better deal. It's not the pshat like you said before. It's that extra wine on the top, blah blah blah. It's a big deal that they made with the wholesaler and they got more product. So what do you do? You sell it and you buy the bonus you get to. I'm going to say the Rabbi Yosef, I'm going to say the Rabbi Yosef. On the right, the book. I'm going to say the Rabbi Yosef, but you see, what did you do with the extra wine that's flowing on top? If you still have after, you could be, or he's having another carbon, give it to the other carbon. The Nanu, but if it stayed overnight, because it's Lina, you're possible. The Lazarus, it didn't go overnight. The Kitsim Behemoth in his bath, if you don't have another carbon, you have another carbon, and it didn't stay overnight. So you put it on the Mizbeach. In other words, how do you put it on the Mizbeach? You can't put wine on the Mizbeach. You need an oil. So you sell the wine. Anybody want geschmack, you call it the wine. And then you put on the Kayit Zeh Mahu. What do you do? Yeah, I just explained, but we know. What do you do with this money that you get from selling the wine and buying it? Oh, what is it? Oil. You make oil out of it. And what do you do with an oil? Like you always do with an oil. I would think it's a little different because over here it's coming from the money of the Beis Hamikdash. Maybe the Kohanim shouldn't share in it at all. No, the Kohanim get the high. Why not? How do you give us a Rabbi Yosef? Well, then I have a right to Rabbi Yosef. So anyways, like you see over here that we're talking about, like he said, what is it? Rabbi Yosef, that we're talking about the wine that goes above the rim. Now, what is Rabbi Yosef? Shad was that the Beis Hamikdash got a better deal than they thought, so they have extra. How do you give us a Rabbi Yosef? The Bible in Safi sold this in the Arba London Church. He accepted himself to provide him with an English at a cheap price, and the price was hot. The Sabi Marba has to provide him with a cheaper price. The show is running by. He said he's going to provide him with a higher price, and the price is flat. The Sabi Marba, take the Shaliyah and Shmosh word for word when we said on top of it. This is what we learned. Moise and the Sachim, the kids in the This is the Pshat of Moise and not the one that goes above the rim, but the extra product that the Beis Hamikdash gets, and that goes sell it, and that goes to buy a oila, which is a downtime on. Says the Elegant Mishnah, Mamish easy stuff, Kolka, one is a Tzivu, Vayachat, Lunim, and Safra. So I made a little list there. This is the famous list that I always use. Kachim and Kachim Kai. Just what's funny about this list, at least in my mind, is that there's 5 X's and 5 checks. In other words, that means these kavanas do not have no salt in the front of it. You don't bring any flour, oil, nothing, just as is. And the ones that have a nice check, yeah, they do. And watching the mission to me is really interesting. All the kavanas need the salt. Besides 5 of them, just 10. And besides half of them, not. So it's a funny muscle. But maybe the child is in a second. First, we have the car, the Meiser, the Pesach. So there's 3 on the left side, the car, Meiser, and Pesach on top. It's similar, one is yes and one is a point. Elish, but then you should tell you about Shamoy, the father's well. Shamoy 2 from the right. So 5 minutes. Elish, but then you should tell you about Shamoy 2 in the front. You know, this is the child. Because even from the 2 on the right that are no, there are 2, there is a chattis there, yes, and there's an asham there. There's a chattis of the mitzvah and the asham mitzvah that you have to be, like we know. Here. This mitzvah guy is carrying with him flour and oil. The other was a chattis and asham. Both of them, not this. How come only one of them is red? Okay, fine. No. So let me show you this, and this will explain the whole Gemara in itself. Which makes the Gemara easier in my opinion. It's just that I'm not an artist, and I didn't separate the lines perfectly, but you'll be able to read it. It says in the Pasuk, so red is a negative, green is a positive. Negative means no mincha, and green means yes mincha. That's what you oiler. That's the oiler. That's the oiler. If you're going to bring a mincha, it means something you bring a mincha as a standalone, just a mincha. The mincha doesn't require a mincha. You're not bringing a mincha with a mincha. But from the word you can bring a paida, you have to bring the stuff, you have to bring a mincha together with it. Zeva, shlami, you have to bring with it. The following there, there's a paida. What's a paida? The car, Meiser, Pesach, Hafez, Hashem. These 5 things, all you must bring. It's not up to you. You didn't decide to bring it. You got to bring it because it's the first form. It's on Pesach. It's Hashem. And finally, the Moradation is what we just had now on Pesach. The important is means that we put bonnets. You guys know what they are? No. Extra. The Moradation. Extra. What? Let's read it and if you go, right? And there's one more that is tricky. Shalmei Simcha means this is stem dino goods. Stem to eat the schmack out of good food. Speak of them, so let's read it. You have to read it as sharp as bubbles. I can't see this in English. You have the Shani Chagiga, you have to bring on the first day of Christmas, and every Yom Tov. And also Shani Simple and Stam from Mamish Musamach Matayah, if you drink wine, so let's see that. Yochel from the Oilers, you can get from it's often maybe everything that goes on from his bear requires a mincha. I feel a mincha. Meaning a mincha should require a mincha. If you bring a mincha by itself, thou should say, Hashem, I want to bring you with a flour, so maybe you have to bring flour in oil with it. And then only a part, not a mincha. How do I know? I don't know Zeva. I know I'm going to always at the oil. So that's why you see on the screen it says on top of the oil, there's a type. On top of the oil, there's a type. Maybe I should say those 5 things. Somebody says a top Russia should need this. Because I gave it a dava, I gave it another. You don't tell me about before you know. So no, we're not going to know. But then it's going to suffer. But then it's going to suffer. Only when it comes to willingly, another way. Mashma la'oitzi seilu, oitzi is oitzi sapoitzi machos a regular level. Maybe things have come because you have to, and Yom Tov, remind you, what are they? Oitzi real b'shalmi chagiga. Oh, these are the 2 that you guys said. The oitzi, when it comes to this, and it's finished. The shalmi chagiga, there's another one. Shalmi simcha. Shalmi chagiga. Hoy b'moradechem. Okay. Hoy b'moradechem. Shalmi chagiga and the what? You have to bring a mincha. Oh, but b'moradechem is kind of something. Mashal is Elu. Oil is real. Oil is Sir Chata. There's another one. Chata said the other. Oil is Karim. Common Loimar, if you pass it in Boker, the Boker with Kal Hoya, Lama Yotze, Big Lama Yotze. It was together already, it's mixed in with everything else, with the Kofanis, then Boker. Why does the Torah specify them Boker? Lama Yotze, I actually like, Masim Boker, you can open that in the double. It comes because you want it. I call Bo, the nether, who, the nether. But anything else, like a field, that's a comes like something, you know, there's a happen. Last is Rev in front of Hashem and Apostle Oim and Son, not Hamilton. That's the last part of what I have over here on the screen. The fish and them are oila. Many oils of the mouth. Any oila. So there's the oila of an animal, there's the oila of a bird. No, Hamilton and Apostle and Son has to be either from the cattle or from the sheep, and not a bird. It's very delicious. That's why I wrote the noise. Rabbi Rothschild in itself. I really know even Zevach, but Eric in his Zevach. No, it's not included in something that you chef. You do Malika bird, it's not a Zevach. What I need to put it's not, it's really fish. And I'm like, although I'm glad we're going to follow Hashem and Avinu and Abba, even at so you know, I realize, oh, they understand. I would have, you know, the Torah just says, I bring one oil, that's to bring 1 cow and 1 sheep. Why am I that I think the pasuk in a proper oimen saying by us when it's something in the proper sense? Lots of effort maybe, lots of maybe. It's up to you. It's something they ask you. How can you bring 2? It's given by Torah. If it could be 1, how can it be 2? You're not going to bring 1 extra. It's given by Torah. the Rishonim asked this question. The Rosh asked this question. I understood it differently, but he asks this question. Obviously, it's a good question. Where Yonason none of the Torah. Yonason says, why would I even have a? Why according to Yonason would I have a Havamina that it means the person makes a nether? He means sheep and cattle. Look, the famous passage. Does anybody have a Havamina that there is actually a debate? Maybe you have to curse both the father and the mother in order to be over, in order to get the Irish. He says, no, can't be. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, without the word Yaakov, I would think maybe, on a part of the book. Maybe Yaakov means woven together. So since by the father and mother, let's see Yaakov. It means either or, one or the other. So you understand that this is the word Yaakov by Yahweh. So why would I don't mean that I have to bring both a bull and a sheep. Either or. Nobody grow, I'm not sure about the Yaakov. Mara, it's a song that how you see. Who may not song? Right over here. See this? All of them is causing something like that. Who may not song? As there is a vav, actual vav. Vav, it's very important to remember this. What does the vav do? It's as if it meant both. Zong to Gemara, the Yoshi, the Omar, Afagav, the Loic Siv, Yaakov, command the Siv Yaakov. If you hold that you don't need the word Yaakov, it's as if it says Yaakov. So you're going across. I need a positive tell me that you don't need both. Because it's as if it says Yaakov, as if it says I need both. So now what am I going to do? I need a pasuk that says I can't learn from the pasuk backward but not upward. I need the pasuk to tell me that I don't need both, or one or the other. See, in the Kabbalah, in the Kabbalah, in the pasuk in the Chalik. In order to look at it, that's pain. The even after Kabbalah, so that's made it from the word backward. I learned another thing. That's only if you refers one to the other. But if it says I'm bringing an oila, maybe you have to bring one sheep, one. The mashman on the pasuk says no, only one of the other. Oisai, Zimmer, see Ben Hashem after Shabbos.
Merit discuss and spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Raboisai, here we go. We are mamish on today's daf test. We're holding two lines down. Tatzi lug shemen l'chayda. We learned in the Mishnah that there's a half a lug of oil for 30 breads l'chayda that are matzah. 10 of them are chametz. I knew the people in there. Matana doing Hashem and Hashem and Shtei. It says in the pasuk Hashem and Shtei. In fact, you see the pasuk has 3 times. Hashem and Hashem and Hashem. So we're looking at the first two times. Why does the pasuk say the word Hashem and twice? Even though Nemar Elo Hashem and if we don't say it once, so he's never already to tell him another word. I would say just like every other Mishnah. Yeah, it's a full look of oil. So to the point is it's a full look. Why a half look? Actually, because of Hashem and Hashem and Hashem and have a reboot outside reboot. We have a cloud, we have a rule in the Torah. When there's two positives make a negative. A reboot, after reboot, when it comes to include twice, it comes to be married by the Then reboot after reboot, element. The rule is that if it says the word twice, comes to include twice, it's actually a meal. The opposite of Hatzim, you take it down one step, you go from a full length, which typically men forget, take it down to ask the Gemara, reboot after reboot, 5 reboot. Why time it's 2 reboot? You need the first one to come into Zohar. And like even they never had Hashem and Chalutos. No, it's a long lesson, but the point is simple. If we would have said the first one at all, automatically I could assume that every mincha, gets a full look there. So to the Torah gets a full look. I don't need the first Shema to tell me that you get a look Shema. Because that's obvious. Every mincha gets a look. So why does it say Hashem twice? It must be the idea of and the double positive, the negative. Yeah, that person the really takes it down. The follows the matzah part we're gonna ignore. I mean the comments part we're gonna ignore for now. The pen on the right, forget about it. We're going to have the three to the left. We're going to have the matzah and the rikikim. The follows the rikikim and the rikikim. I have a half a loaf. So perhaps divide the half into thirds. Each one, the rikikim gets a third. The follows gets a third. Now we're going to discuss the final word bashomen at the end of the pasuk. Why does it say bashomen again? It doesn't need to be said at all. Why? Because it says in foolish in this passage, it says that there's oil bashemen in the moon. So I don't need the passage to tell me again, right over here, that the Mubechas, only at the end of the passage. I already have a passage. I'm just explaining why these words, these three words, Vivo Shemen saying, no, I already said it once, right? I'm saying it again to tell you that the Rebucha, the three types, you have the Rikikim, the Rikhalers, the Rebucha gets more than the other. Okay, so how do you do it? Maybe Chatziluk Shemen B'Chitzayu. You take a half a lid of the oil, that's the amount that we discussed already, to be a half. And what do you do to the half? You divide it in half, each one is a quarter of the lid. That's in the Chala of the Rikikim, the Tetzin is the two parts, the house and the Rikikim get a quarter of a lid. In other words, they both, the Rikikim, they get an eighth and an eighth. The Chalans get an eighth, and the Rikikim get an eighth. Which is a half of each one. You take the Chati, divide it into quarters. So they have no quarters, right? Another one, the Rebishal gets quarter. Yeah, gets a quarter. He gets a quarter, and another one gets eight. Yeah. Because the Chazal Gil, that's the Rebishal. So Rebishal gets a quarter, and the Chalans gets eight, and the Rebishal gets eight. All my Lord of Lord is Zayah. Akiva. Akiva. It doesn't matter that you're making these brushes, Bashemen, twice, three times. I'm not being retarded. And the Chatziluk Shemen, you should know it's halacha the Moshe Messiah. Moshe Rabbeinu received this from the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's not a pasuk in the Torah. Not only that, it's all in four other things. Chatziluk Shemen the Torah. The fact that there's a Chatziluk that goes to the Torah is halacha the Moshe Messiah, not because it's extra Shemen. Well, Revius, Shemen, the Nazir, and the fact that a Nazir gets a Revius, the Achadar Suyoyim should be Midah and Midah, Allah and the Moshe Mitzvah. Midah Raisa, a woman who sees down, becomes a Midah for 7 days. After the 7 days, it doesn't matter if she sees 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. After 7 days, there's the Mitzvah, Table, and it's fine. 11 days after that time, Allah and Moshe Sinai tells us that these are the days of Zivas. We know there's a different type of down. Tana, Zagdala, she sees it 3 times, but she's Zagdala, but as you can see here in the chart, 4, 5, 6, which I think, let's say, so just an example, there's 4, 5, 6, which comes Zagdala. Now, today, those Israel accepted upon themselves that they, no matter what, let us just go back a second. If it's Zavatana, she merits right for the so she just has to keep one clean day. Zavatana, then she has to keep 7 days of Tahara. Then goes clean. So today, there's no such thing as Ziva days or Nida days. They're going to all one. Because it becomes very complicated to figure out what's it. Was it Ziva days, diamonds and Nida days, so you just have to keep everything. You're going to be master, you have to keep 7 days of Tahara. This idea that there's 11 days of Ziva, that's halacha l'moshe. Okay, so Elizabeth Zaria argues on the Kiva, and he says it's not a possible. This thing that a Torah gets a half a little oil and not a figure, that's halacha l'moshe. But look, how you know this? So it says in the Mishnah, right? But look how you make it. Basically, they hold, this Mandama hold, that even if you look how you make it, the column of it. You have a machlokes here, whether or not a mincha that's a huge mincha of 60 sorry of flour instead of 1 sorry, 60 sorry, do you add 60 loop of oil or 1 loop of oil for all 60? Then on the material on each seed, when a person is a material, he has tzaras, the Kohen says you have an infliction of tzaras. If you can't afford the typical abundance of a wealthy, of a usher, a wealthy person who has to bring the usher and the island, so the Torah is meaning with it and says you can bring a little kind of stuff. Torah about the Torah only says the sorry bubbles the loop. Just these 3 words, the sorrow. So when is sorrow, bubbles the loop. Leave down sorrow, Shukran. I'm saying, each and every sorrow requires 1 loop. They argue and they say within the family say that even 60 straight nice only requires 1 load of oil shlema. They have a different one. The mincha of a load shlema. But the higher mincha, 1 load shlema. And then they are going to have to explain what do we do the first part of the sorrow following load. That for every sorrow is a 1 load. And the guys down the down, I'm going to have to explain what do we do this passage in the midst of the loy shaman. How does it fit in that no matter how large the mitzvah is, loy shaman you get 1 loy shaman. So the mother of the like how you saw it below the load. It seems like every sorry needs a load, but what do they do with it? This is in a Mitzvah, 4th person's Mitzvah. The teachers, no, this is how the sorry, because this is doing 1 sorry. Okay? So it's sorry, how do we need a positive part of that? So the guy was one of them sorry also. So she's not bothering to this letter. By a regular material, has to bring the fantasy in Russia, many has to bring destroy this. You see? So you can see he's holding on to the flower. So since he has flower, how much? He destroys this. After the house fell down. So by the 4th material, he brings 1 carbon, the 4th, he brings 1 material. If he brings 3 carbonos like the regular material, he brings 3 measurements of flour, 3 strings of flour. 1 carbon, you bring 1 measurement. You get out of it completely. Since it was something that I mean, the first one I see the dollars, the 3rd, I more. Well, or you don't have to bring over carbonas, able to bring the gas, you don't have to bring flour at all. You got to this thing. Why everything that the rich person has to bring, the poor person has to bring in another form. So to get out of it completely, that we don't find. Now we have to go into what are Rabbanim going to do with Rabbi Eliezer's possible? This is the mincha, but they show that the entire mincha even 60 Yisraelim, all you need is one load. Any person who decides to give an adava of a mincha, he places the adava upon his load. We saw it. He has to give a minimum of something that requires one load of oil, which means one isar. That is the minimum. The puzzle damage. If you want to give that for multiple gift of the adava of a mincha, don't bring a half isar. The full isar, which requires one load. How to show we can learn from this person both things that it has to be a minimum as well as his original drasha. She shows a pirate harbor the iron system. You know, look at the person, very, very simple. Look what it says over in the person. In this game, the bull gets a half of him. Leashes of him, these are famous people. A third of him for the ram, 2-year-old. This I am, and a quarter of him is for the sheep. Now, if I tell you that a him is 12 loaves, 12 loaves, it's very easy. Math is very easy. Half of 12 is 6. A third of 12 is 4. A quarter of 12 is 3. Therefore, when I say Shatia in Yelapala, half of in, half of 12 is 6 loaves for the crowd. 4 stations are in, but does a third of it, a third of 12 for the ayah, 4. And the V is a quarter of 12 for the covers, 3. Good albums, I got it all. Says the Moses says, this game has to get in the electron. He's saying, well, he's saying things go. Again, you should know, again, this trace on movie albums. Again, this 12 look, the same Shemi Guy's sins. See, Shemi Mishma's face, yes, Zen, really very safe. Zen, you can match your face on the truth says, Zen, Zen's, Judge him until the menorah. That's long, this 3.5 long for the menorah every day. That means each cup gets a half a loaf per candle, per light. But not immediately. I don't know that this is what the menorah gets. Hold on. The Erev Adoiker says the possible you can strike the menorah from evening to and let me don't say the neck is menorah. Give it enough oil that could light from the evening to the morning. And how much is that? Not too much. So I heard another fact. The Erev Adoiker, ain't the five ways should share the Erev Adoiker ever. No. Avoiding this and because they won't from the evening the morning. What else goes from you? Like the Castilla, you should start in the evening and it goes all the way to the morning. Well, that must be the menorah. They have a genre that both their colors of the vine, the lighting of it. The shoe says the one shoe have come flexible roots of that time. And the Chacham said it takes about a half a load from morning to evening, even in the longest evening at night, even if the night is 16 hours, this is the amount of oil that we speak about. The Lamala, the Mashir. How did we get to that amount? The first one didn't tell me exactly that. So we started from the him. We started from the largest amount. And they worked their way down all the way until they got to, they said it's too much. Absolutely. We started with the reviews of the book until we got to the half a book. Remember, it says they went from the bottom to the top. After the first time, the money to Israel. The British name of Rahmanis and Kalisha money, even the Islamic money, even if it's not that much. It's just a one-time deal to figure out how much oil we need to burn in the longest time. So you start out from the lowest one, burns out of the hand, next time you give more, give more. So you're not wasting any oil. Whereas if you start with the full thing, and then you realize you don't need a full, then you have to toss it. Start over again. Start from the top. When is the base Hamikdash, when the walls are covered in gold and the kelim are gold, you don't act like a pauper. Says the Mishnah, we have a kafir here. Well, let's do the Mishnah first. Marvin, this case, Karim, this case, look on the left, the tar and the aisle have the same for every 3 sign of the 6 Lushon. In other words, 2 to 1. The ratio, same ratio. That's the back of the phone. The ratio is 2 to 1. You look at the ram over on the left. For the Shemin, for 2 sorrow cells, so it's 2 to 1 for every 1 sorrow of flour, just 2 mil of Shemin. So the ratio of the ram and the pool are identical. Therefore, if you mix them up, we'll talk about exactly when, but if you get mixed up, now look at the word. In this case, it seems like almost from the Lashon, I have to ask you, does it mean after the fact or before the fact? You know, I could if I feel like this, or it means if you already did it, it's okay. Seems like I'm just reading it without any depth over here. But Arvin, let's take part of this. You like you can do it if you feel like it. It's not after the fact. It's not a big deal. But it's a little tefillah. To get those words straight. What tefillah means. Go ahead and do it. You're not going to stop you. You're not doing anything wrong. The other means you shouldn't do it. If you did it after the fact, it's okay. So again, 2 guys on the left, they are a 2 to 1 ratio. But a keves, a sheep, is a 3 to 1 ratio. You see, he has 3. If I were Yoshi, I would have done. See why he's doing it. Okay, he has 3 log for every sorrow of flour. Therefore, you cannot mix a sheep with a cow. You can't mix a sheep with a ram. In this case, you could mix 2 sheep together, because they're both 3 lug of oil, 1 lug. So you're not going to have any carbon that's missing oil or has too much oil. It's exact. The ratio is the same. Shall Yachad Shall Tzibur, I can mix that of an individual and the community together. Shall Yo, Shall Amesh. Let's say I want to bring the Nesachim 5 days later. I could do so. I brought my carbon on Sunday. I could bring my Nesachim on Tuesday, and they mix. I cannot mix a guy on the right, a sheep on the right, with a bull on the left, or with a ram on the left. Why? The ratio is different. So it'll come out that if I do mix it, then the sheep on the right is going to have too little oil for his meat, and the bull on the left is going to have too much oil. And that's both of them are a problem. Now, pay attention. This is the 3rd part of the Mishnah. I skipped the 2nd by mistake, but I didn't show you. Apply. If we go back 1 line. That's part 2 of the Mishnah. Called Ein Ma'arvin part. And now we're doing part 3 of the Mishnah. The Imbalan we call it the Imbalan part 3. You know, I'm going to just show you this right after. You see, part 1 is Ma'arvin, part 2 is a Ma'arvin, and part 3 that we're reading right now is Balaram. Part 2 is the line right above it. A Ma'arvin, you're not permitted to mix the Nesachim of a sheep with the Nesachim of a goat. That's simple enough. A Ma'arvin. In Balaram, and if you did, that's part 3. There you go, we're doing this for now. Just wanted to introduce you to what's part 2. Let's say you mix the oil and the 3 bits of oil of, if I mixed the guy on the right all by itself, 3 bits of oil with 1 all by itself, mixed it up with the so we got everything you needed. And I mixed the bowl, it's 3 sarnos with 6 million shaman mitzvah. And after that, it got together, the bone and everything hasn't decided to change. But it's fine. You actually born, but if they got mixed, the sheep and the cow got mixed beforehand, just in the raw form of oil by itself, and flour by itself. Next halacha, we're not going to be dealing with this that much. Today, the sheep that comes to the Oimer, the boys are in serious Oimer. Don't forget to see serious Oimer. Even though the minute of the Oimer is to destroy them better than usual, so I think if it's to destroy them, how much more does it need? 6 Lord. Look, you have the sheep over here. One is sowing of soyless, guy over on the right, who's leading the ball. So if 2 is soyless, it should be 6. No, you don't have to double it. Okay, outside, a couple things. Says the Gemara. Now we have a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 line circle. Remino. Ask the Gemara. You're in England. How could you tell me that you're allowed to take the oil and the flour of a bull and mix it with the oil and the flour of a ram? And ratio learned that even the Ktiroi, you can't even take the Emurim of one and mix it with the Emurim of the other and put it together. You want to save time bring up the ram in there. Sure, this part, no, each part of it is by itself. So each part is by itself, so too every mix should be by itself. Why are you mixing the oils of 2 different melachas and the flour of 2 different melachas? Even this argument, Yochanan is saying to part one of the Mishnah that the Mishnah says Ma'arvin, which I would have read, you would have read Ma'arvin me. Go ahead and do it. You mix the bull and the ram. No. You shouldn't. Did it by mistake, whatever. Then it's okay. So I put on top of number 1, the first part of the diagonal. It's not like a kilo. It's only after the top. Okay. Problem is, let's just speak it out. Problem is, how does it fit with the rest of it? If the rest of the Mishnah, if let's say number 2 is the ever, then number 1 must be the Chakila because we go in order. Start off from best to worst. Start off, this is okay. This is not okay. If number 2 is a B'diavad, then number 1 must be on Chakila. Let's see inside. That's number 2. The second part of the Mishnah says you shouldn't mix the sheep with not mix sheep with bulls and rams, right? The guy on the right side. Second part of the Mishnah is you can't mix the right and the left. The sheep on the right has a different ratio of oil than the ram on the left has, and the bull on the left has a different ratio. So, this is the dasha. Over there it says, and even the Diavad now. Okay, so number 2 became the Diavad no. But the problem is, when we tell you safe that the law, right? So it seems like part 2 of the Mishnah, a ma'alim, is even after the fact no good. If you mixed the sheep with the bull, no good even after that. Problem is, but really tell you safe that the law, part 3. Part 3 says that if you mix them after they were mixed by itself, each one by themselves were mixed, and then you mix the 2 of them together, it's kosher. The father ratio over here, ratio does not mean number 1. Over here, ratio means the one right before it, number 2, Now the ratio lechatchila. Oh boy. If number 3 is b'diavad, and number 3 is worse, is worse than number 2. So now we have to change number 2 to be lechatchila. And if number 2 is lechatchila, also I should have done another one right over there. Where I should have shown that number 3 is b'diavad, but number 2 is lechatchila. And if number 2 is lechatchila, then beginning of it goes in order. It goes from best to worst. And if number 2 is great, perfect, it's the number 1 has to be the So bottom line is, if number 1 is the fatila, so we have a problem. We just said that you're not allowed to mix emur, you're not allowed to mix chalavim together. If you're not allowed to mix chalavim together, how can you mix this the flour and the oil together? The government said that's only the deal. Exactly fine. We just proved number 1 cannot be that. Number 1 has to be the chatchila or a bayal. The bottom line is the bayal. We're going to change pshat. Until now, we thought that Mishnah is talking about mixing oil and flour together. Now we have a problem to say that it's a chatchila because we have a brayso that says you're not allowed to mix things together. Oh, we're not talking about the oil and the flour. We're talking about when, so I just added the word yain on number 1, yain. When in the Sarah Southern Shire, if you're not supposed to mix the oil and the flour together, the kilo, but let's say, right, because that would be the kilo, you're not supposed to. Let's see this. Let's see what happens. If the oil and the flour are mixed, then you're permitted to mix the wine. There's the problem. It seems like you have to come up with stuff. You mix the oil and the flour, and then you're allowed to do the wine. What about if you didn't mix the oil and the now mix the wine? But you don't have to love. You can't mix wine. But I even met one more in the soil of Shabbat. You can't mix the sheep and the cow, and the sheep and the bull, those two things, right? One on the right, the one on the left, you can't mix them. What are you not mixing? Oil and the flour. You can take the wine of the sheep and the wine of a bull and mix them. Let's say you don't want to go up to the mizbech. It's too heavy. You don't want to do one of these strips. Go up to the mizbech one. They have a little bit of wine from a bull, a little bit of wine from a sheep. The ratios are different when it comes to the oil and the flour, but not the wine. I don't care. I think it says over here, you can mix the wine of a keves and a pot. Okay. So therefore, I got to go away from what we wrote on number 1 that we're talking about mixing of the wines. What is the shot now? Don't let someone know. And I'm going to buy out. Then we're done with the city. It's only 3 lines. Let's go. They put the hook there, soak and shaman. When you already put the oil and the flour on the mizbech, then I could go ahead and mix the wine. Why? I'm not concerned that you might go mix oil and flour. That's not a big concern. You mix oil and wine and flour together. I say your oil is for the period. So once it's on the mizbech, it's already burned. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned that we're doing the wine. So number 1 is I'm permitted to bring the wine, to mix wines, mix 2 types of wines from a sheep and a bull. When there's no concern about the oil and the flour, because oil and flour are already in the but when the oil and the flour are not on the mizbech, even if they already got mixed in, you already mixed it up, then you could go and mix the wine, even if the sheep is going to mix the bull and the sheep's wine. Wow. But if their oil and the flour are not mixed, then you shouldn't mix the wine, right? Also, the ruby says then you might get mixed up, and you might you might mix the flour and the oil, which that is the rights of it. Okay, that's it. That was above my head. So now it's super easy. The sheet that comes together with the omer said it has double the amount of flour, but not double the amount of oil. It comes with double the amount of flour. Two Israel. Teaches us that the sheet that comes with the omer that has a double mincha. Maybe we should bring double the amount of wine. Like a full head. Sorry, after. But it says no, you should only bring a reviewers. When this review is saying, okay, I understand why the wine is not double because you don't mix wine together with the flour. I'll be shot with coffee. But the ratio is changing. If it's 3 log for 1 Israel, it should be 6 log of oil for 2 Israel. Why should it remain 3 logs of oil for 2 Israel? I mean, right? The wine is a reveals concerned with the oil all the stuff. My God, it says this story referring to wine, not referring to oil. Why would you say it includes oil also? Already knows it's simple stuff. In fact, it doesn't say with the thought, it says the Karina with the script. When you read it, it's written one way, it's read another way. And when you read it, the sky is okay, so Miska means the oil in the suffering of the milk, meaning the oil is miska the island. Oil in the suffering of the water. My island. It is a shiny number. Because the first switch from the hate to the oil, teaches that oil is like the wine, and both of them are only revealed. It's not all my reviews, non Hashem and Torah. Hashem and Torah, Shachar Shalom Shmoy, Tony in the suffering. It says Rabbi Yochanan, the Mitzvah. Yeah, going back to this Mitzvah. What happens when you chef the asham of the Torah, thinking to yourself that it's a shlama? So that's called loy lishma. But as we learned in the first Mishnah, the second spot, you continue performing that avodah. You don't throw it out into the garden unless it's a chatos. Or from the Pesach, you that it messed up under the shma. You go to another part, and you throw it out. It says it's not good enough to just pretend. You gotta continue to pretend that it's a asham mitzvah. Hold a second. You have to give it in the soften. But the regular asham wouldn't require the soften. But since this is an asham of a mitzvah, and the asham of a mitzvah comes with wine, you have to continue that. Here, you see, the guy's holding wine and flour, oil and flour. So the Gemara, Shemiyat even came to soften. Otherwise, if you don't bring the soften as necessary, you don't bring the flour and oil, make it possible. Last word, and I should buy I don't understand. So let's take this rule and apply it somewhere else. Well, the Rabbi comes up on my email, the same thing would apply. Let's say you're bringing a carbon together with the oimer, and you thought to yourself, it's not an oimer, it's a oila, it's a shlamim, maybe the chazuk fila. You should continue doing it, but you should bring it to Israel. We just established from the pasuk that the oiler gets double the amount of flour. So if you thought yourself as a shlamim, continue on with it, but bring double the amount of flour. But why? It's not an oiler. Continue doing it, otherwise it's going to be possible. The oiler came to Satan. And another thing, the Talmud Shachar, everything we bring, the Talmud, the oiler in the morning, the oiler in the morning. She's not just really small. He didn't have a think that it's a shlamim or anything else. He told her, he comes in his ear, he should have to bring. Every morning, they, together with the comment, they would bring wood from the Lishka Sa'asim. But not this, not these giant pieces, two pieces, here. You can't just stole from the warming. But you understand the shop, you have to bring wood. You're doing what you have to do, bring wood. So the other thing, you don't take it because something makes it possible. And like, yeah, the Talmud should enter our battle. You know, if you bring the Talmud in that page, you don't have the right place. The Talmud you should have to be required to bring two pieces of wood, but with two bananas, not with one like in the morning. You have to again, because if you don't say that, it's out. You're right, you got the wrong banana. If you have the wrong kavanah, the mission says just continue doing the avodah, and it's kosher for something else. But over here, according to what the Yochanan says, that a shaman tzari, you have to continue doing like in a shaman tzari by bringing the oil and the flour. So by the time you have to bring the 2 pieces of oil. If you don't, you make it possible. Says Gemara in the Chachamim, you're right. You have to continue doing it as is and not change anything about it. And bring the wood, particularly out of one kind. The reason why talking about a shaman tzari, we're going to grab one example out of the 4 examples. Ravaba, or whatever the years is, when it comes to the carbon common, so it's not going to be a common, it'll be an oil, it's something else. Okay, if it doesn't work out for the flavor, so a regular oil from the double, as if somebody brought in the double. It's not for the carbon common, it's for the double. They have the same name. One is oil, the other is oil. But the shaman tzara, that's why we're getting talks about it. The Lucas like you say, you don't do exactly the way the shaman tzara is, meaning with the flour and the oil. Shaman tzara yikam. There's no such thing as bringing a shaman tzara. Says the Gemara, how are you going to say there? You have right to do it. A shaman tzara is shchadish shalei shmei. Oishli no shaman tzara has everything. If you have a shaman tzara, what's the Rabbi Rothschild? If you bring a shaman tzara, you don't have the right to conduct a shaman tzara. Let's say bringing all the things that come together that shaman tzara, the oil and the fat. Says shaman tzara shchadish shalei shmei. Oishli no shaman tzara has everything. You want to do the shaman tzara, but you don't have the right kavanah, or you don't put the blood on the thumb and on the big finger. I raise the oil and we got in his back. It goes in his back. We call it a suffering, and you have to continue bringing in the suffering the demon from. So you see that you have to continue just like we're going to bring. You just have to bring another one instead of it. Inside. Wonderful day.
Merit the Swift of spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a shirt today.
Says the Hebrew Mishnah, that he's on the base of the box. Seven measurements for liquid. We just finished talking about the 2 or 3 measurements for solids, for flour. Now we're talking about the different measurements for liquid. The Gemara is going to tell us what you need each and every one. So when we start off, it kind of starts off with the largest one. Then the chatzin. So according to the Chazanish, is about 7 liters. Chatzin would be 3.5 liters. So that's the most primitive shear. Here it is. You have the which is 7 liters, and it goes all the way down to a quarter of a loaf, which we call today a revis. Says the Mishnah, we start off with the largest measurement. The Mishnah starts off, but then we'll see that according to the review, we start off with the lowest measurement. With enough feelings, the Gemara is going to say that over here the largest measurement is about 7 liters according to this, much less. 4 liters according to this. The chatzin, there was a measuring cup that was a half of him, half of that measurement. And then you have shtishi sahim, urevi sahim, bakeves yoyin, right? Lul, yoy, chatzin lul, urevi salul, givad. These are the seven. Reservoir of Tzaddik Goymer, Shnatz Yisrayu B'Yim. There are different demarcations on the measurement. In my Rashi here, I don't know what everybody else has. In my Rashi is a picture. But you can make a picture. So look at a typical measuring cup. This much is a Chatzi in. This is Revius in. This is a lug. A Revius a lug. It's like a different marks on the actual measure. So in other words, he argues and he says there weren't 7 different measuring cups. It was one measuring cup that had demarcations in it. This is a revision. But the largest measurement didn't exist. The hin was used once by Moshe Rabbeinu in order to make Shemin HaMishkan. There's no purpose for it afterwards. That's it. Moshe never made Shemin HaMishkan anymore. All the meaning is saying Shalom, but you have to have 7. And you're going to go into each step. Why do you have to have 7? Why? The other man, why do you have it? Hello, meaning is saying Shalom, but that's a measurement called a log and a half. That's what they measure the oil for the Kohen Gadol so the 7 measuring cup is 1.5. 3 lines from the bottom. So now, this Tana is going to go from the bottom up. Start from the smallest one. You know the smallest one is a Revius. Revius moves. Revius starts from the bottom up. And now we have a free because we have this in the Mishnah. Another one is a free. May I even him, it's a him, look, look. Like Shimon Oimer, no Oisham. He's nowhere. What do you need it for? That's what it says in the house. That's Hakorai. That's Hakorai. It's me, Omitacto. What is it used for? Elomizi Yisrael Shaduf, that's always a sham. So back to something else for 1.5 loaves. Read this in the Mishnah. Look about the Rabbi, this is the Kohen Gadol Chavitim, 1.5 loaves in the morning. Rabbi, Omula, it's Hatzi Lug, it's a sham. Webster the Shire, Hatzi Lug. Omula, Hatzi Lug, how is the sham? Webster the Sham, Kim. The Efshar, the Shire, the Hatzi Lug says, why do you need a 1.5 log? Just take the half log measurement and do it 3 times. You get 1.5 logs. What's the problem? He tells them, I'm going to be very careful. You can say that in everywhere. Then you don't even need the half a log. You don't need a full log. Revius always a shot. Hey, the Revius take a becher from the Seder, the small becher. The option is Shire Revius. I bought a couple of small bechers. Why? Because there's an idea of drinking the entire cup. So if you start off with something large, you're going to have to drink this whole thing. It's a problem. But if you don't want to get too tipsy, but you want to drink the Revius, and you want to drink the whole cup. So you get a cup that's, 150 milliliters. This is an inch, or 86 times long. But it says, according to you just take a Revius and look through the Revius. Sure, you need go to the shower for Revius. That was that clock. You know what? He says the reason why you need 1.5 loaves is because we had a rule. Cannot use one measuring device for something else. It has one purpose. You can't try to measure a 1.5 log with a 1 log. What's wrong with that? By him. Learned the Mishnah, there were different demarcations of cups, like the wife's measuring cup. It says a cup, a half a cup. You know what I'm saying? It was one measuring cup, but I have different markings. Now you give a rebellion. Why? Because the Mishnah said that according to Yehuda, it goes from the smallest amount that it keeps climbing up to get Well, the mayor starts with the head and goes down. What would be enough to mean on how we read? Omer Vietnam, they would say, when you fill up the cup and the oil, wine, goes over the rim, that's being Man, the Omer, that he started off the small shear and went up and went up. So he does this country. Whatever goes above the rim has a kedusha like inside the cup. Urevius Yavdei Rachman of Moshe, and I was born who gave one measurement to Moshe Rabbeinu. V'amalei shar the cup sha'er the highly delivered. You should measure it, and you'll see that there'll be like a overflow above. You're gonna try to take the two. I gave you two reviews. Take two of those, and you'll make a half a loaf. According to a mayor, you go from the highest shear down. It didn't come part one. We didn't learn the Rahman and the Moshe. Hashem gave to Moshe Rabbeinu the largest shear. I mean, they shired the whole, the connected take from this, and the roots and the overflow is going to flow over. So when you start from the smaller shear, you're going to be left with some overflow. It's going to go above the roots. You start with a larger one, that's how it works. It's going to fall to the side. Explain a little bit more in a moment. So let's see what this is. First of all, roots. This is the over, but it goes over the rim. Color. Like two movies, you make that fancy look. The overflow, what goes above. Rabbi Omar, the Kule Alma Berutzi Amido is speaking the main man is statue. Speaking the main man is statue. Says Rabbi, when it comes to the overflow, whatever you want to call it, you go both ways. You can say that according to everybody, it's Kadosh, it has Kusha between everybody. It doesn't have Kusha, whatever. But we can say that the Chalokis is this. Wacha the Malay, you know, the famous passage they had, the word Malay. What does it mean? According to the mayor, that he started with the hin, the largest measure went downward. The word Malay means it has to be exact, it should be full, not too much, not below the line. According to immediately go from the smallest sheet, go from the repeats all the way up to the head. The lame shlei chassid means that it should be full, meaning that it shouldn't go below the line. What is here? The lame green of baby. Go too much. It's fine. Why? Because you can explain it before as well. When you go from a smaller vessel to a larger vessel, you're going to have that foam, have those bubbles. That always, even though you had the right amount to start out with, when you start pouring it into the clean, it's a larger clean. It's going to foam up and it's going to create more. Like when you pour soda, obviously when you pour soda. But even with wine, similar, it has some bubbles, and that's why it's okay to have more. If you go from the smaller clean to the larger clean, you're going to have more. But according to me, they go from the larger clean. The smaller clean, they don't have those bubbles that much. And therefore, that's the exact. Okay. Shimon asked the bottom question. It's not necessary to have this giant thing. What do you need it for? Said, well, I don't have a hidden on you're right. You don't use it now. But once once upon a time, he said the mental value of sin, the Shem and Zayis sin. Mar Saba, when he did the Shema Mishka, Mar Saba keeps the dirt to have it. So since for generations you don't need it, if you show that the Ignaz, the famous Ignaz, sometimes he took something and he made it music, put it away forever. So they took this hymn and they buried it because it doesn't serve anything. And the other one always says, once we have that measuring cup, that measuring cup stays in closet with the Hamikdash and it stays there forever. Omar, it says, since I don't have the hymn, I got rid of it, so now I'm left with 6 kalim, 6 measurements. What am I going to do instead? That's more so you won't have 7. What happens if you don't have 7? Nothing happens. You have 6. No. We'll learn a few days that there's halacha l'moshe. Gemira means halacha l'moshe Sinai, that you have to lean on 2 korbanos of the tzibur. You know, when a person brings an individual korban, he leans with all his might on the head. But when the tzibur brings a korban, you don't have the leaning here. Besides, by the parallel davar and the lazaza. That's halacha l'moshe Sinai. Same way you have halacha l'moshe Sinai. Korbanos. But I'm being the Sheva Midah Shalah, I believe we know from Allah, we see that. Torah Sinai, Torah Shabbat Peh, there's 7 measurements. You have to figure it out. You have to know. You have to bring our heads. Come on with the 7. What is it? If it's not the hidden, we're not using it anymore. It must be 1.5 loaf. No, there's only one measuring device and we add the marks. That's the that's why you show Midas. He doesn't. What about the Allah for the Sinai? We just lost it. No, he doesn't have the Allah for the measurements. You guys say my Sheva Midas. Sheva Midas does. But Allah for the measurements didn't say 7 measuring cups. It said 7 shiurim. 7 measurements. You put all the 7 measurements into 1 cup. What do you mean? Mark says that in the Mishnah, is my Mishnah. Now the Mishnah is going to go through all the measures. What do you do with each one? You're going to help it out a little bit. Rabbi is math, what do you do with it? Rabbi is minding the mitzvah. You know, we don't really talk about this part of the mitzvah. We're very familiar. Mitzvah, you have to put blood on the thumb, and on the toe, and the big toe, and on his ear, and the whole thing, oil, blood. But there's one part where he has 2 birds, and you shuffle one bird, and you put the blood of that bird into the water. It came from a live stream. A Maya. Rabbi is minor in the Torah. Rabbi Shaman Lemazah. So the Nazi is about to do it. And he brings olives, and you need to release oils in the flour. Nazi lives now in Shaman. What do you do to have a look? Nazi is nine the soita. You know, the soita, she comes and they have a bruiser, and they take the pillow with the champagne, they put it into this water. Does that happen in the water? But Nazi is Shaman Lemazah. 30 matzah bread is 10 tablets. 30 matzah bread get half a little bit more. The balloon will maybe the formula. What do you think? Every mincha gets a lotion. Every sorry gets 1 lotion. Says every sorry of a mincha gets 1 lotion. So if you're going to make 1 giant mincha, which is 60 strong, that's the largest one, he said. That's row the bilo. So the row the bilo, the row the bilo ain't bilo makedesh. If you could mix it in that bowl, the largest amount you can mix is 60 right? So it requires 60 loy shem. The milcha shishim misar no is no shishim loy. Maybe let me Yaakov I feel the milcha shishim misar ein lo elo luda. Even a large milk of 60 strand of flour requires only one lug of shemen, not 60 lug of shemen. Shendemar, because there's a possible mincha of a lug of shemen. But any mincha is one lug shemen. Says the Mishnah, Shisha the power, 6 lug. In other words, a half a hin. The Mishnah talks about a full hin, half a hin, quarter of a hin, third of a hin. So what do you do with the half a hin? That's for the power, which is 6 lug. Arbal ayil, which is a shlish zayin, goes for the ram. Shlosh l'kavetz, a revi zayin, goes for the shlosh l'metz l'menorah. 3.5 lug for the menorah. That's the reason we call each candle gets a half a lug. What's a revi? Oh, that's a lot of oil. Think about it. If a revi is 150 milliliters, you're talking about 300 milliliters. It's a lot, like 2 kiddush cups. Whatever it is, if you cut it off, it's 86, so you still have 2 kiddush cups. Chatzi lug b'kolma. Yosef Rebbe b'kokashila. Revi is lama nimshita. Why do you need why does Moshe Rabbeinu have to be mekadosh? The revi is halal. Why do you need kedusha? If it's to give the kedusha to the water of the mitzvah, like the Mishnah says, it's outside of the azara. Outside of the English, Rashi says outside of the azara. If you eat that, it says on the base. The nazir benefits for the oil of the nazir. Like a nazir, either the bread becomes kaddish through the shkita itself. All the way here, the boy made the chavit koila. The shemen of the kala. It's important to measure one revius, one kiddush cup's worth of oil for each and every kala. And there's 6 cows in the morning, he said 6 cows in the afternoon. Each cow got a revius. So it's interesting. We're going to have the Gemara from Sukkim. We're so excited. Ari Alei. Ari Alei Eretz Merchov Ishatzos. He comes from a far out country, Babel. Ishatzos. He's a man. He gives 8. There's Merchov Ishatzos. He comes from a far place and gives me an 8. Totally good shot. Chatzi lug meh ho yom b'shamash. Those are Rebbe B'kokashilei. Chatzi lug lama b'shamash. So it says in the Mishnah, what do you do with that? It's for the Saita or for the Toida. Those are Rebbe B'kokashilei. Chatzi lug lama b'shamash. Is Saita. The water, where does the water come from? The best I could do. I know we have much better. Our stuff, this I got from Lashem. What do you do? It's already Yoshi. He did whatever he could do, and that's it. The water comes from the kiyar, and the kiyar itself has a kedusha, and it gives and infuses the kedusha into the water. So why do you have to do kaddish again? If you do it during the kedusha, she comes straight out of the kiyar, not from the pot. The toida gives to the oil of the toida. Lachmi toida b'shkitas toida with the kachi. The breads of the toida become kaddish, like we said before. The same idea. The shkita of the karban. You don't need a special treatment in the house. However, Rebbe, we just had him earlier. Shimon, the son of Rebbe says, with this, half a lug, this is how we divided the oil for the menorah. Once again, we have a new pasuk, very strong. We call them a very strong. Very strong. You light up the candle of fire from Kachoya. That's exactly what it is. There she pops up. What happens if the menorah extinguishes itself? Now what happens? You know, like your menorah on Hanukkah, the wick, the black wick falls into the oil. It muddies up the oil. The wick itself becomes terrible. Can't say that it's what you do. Medieval, you should clean it out. First you clean it out, then you redo the whole thing. Add the oil, add a wick, and you light it again. Also, when you speak of the body notes, if you ask, you make a mishana, and you fill it up with oil, you need the mishana, give a half a loaf, start all over with the whole half a loaf. Okay, Moshe Chassid. Perhaps, let's say, half a loaf, half of that went down, so now you're left with the ruby. You're missing a ruby. Just pour around and reveals. Why start off with this full amount that it's already lit for 3-4 hours? I'm a review, I'll tell you why. Obviously, you have to start all over again, give it the full amount. Thinking Moshe Chassid, because if you have to have whatever is missing, my thesis, if you're gonna, how are you gonna know what's missing? Now, if you maybe in the Shiloh, maybe you're gonna measure it with one of your measuring cups. You're gonna take whatever's left over and put it into measuring cup. And now you see in the measuring cup that it's let's say you have a rubies. You're missing a rubies. Let's say you have a half a rubies. So you don't have to put 3/4 of the moon, whatever it is. But you have to measure it in a special measuring device. That's only good. You have 30-40 measuring devices because every time it extinguishes a period of the night, you have to measure exactly. So that's the money that can't be. It can't be that you're taking the leftover oil and putting it in the measuring device. So you can't check on either. Not just going to be the simple, it's many measuring devices. That's the raya that we don't have to measure. And just start all over from the beginning. Put it in a half a loaf of challenge. Parallel, he said a third possible over there. Now, Dorfa, slap. So, Rashi explains by Dorfa, you take the Dorfa and it's a notion of the hay and the ballad are interchangeable. So, the sharpness, the slap, the Chaval Dvar Emes, the Hanova said. Because you're so sharp, you said a great shot. Nami, and the Uri Mamish with Furush, freebie, Amr Rabbi Rabbi, Amr Rabbi, Abba Rabbi, Chalila Rabbi, there should Tafsa. If one of the candles of the menorah goes out, and the oils got discolored, and the wick is no good. Okay, so that's what we should do. Mekiva, exclusive, and also Shemen, Kemida, Rishona, the original amount. You bring it out to look, pour it in, and Omar, Rabuna, Brin, Rabiuda, Omar, Rabshim. There's a Rabbi Rothschild talking about. Says the Gemara, very big chiddush that nobody knows. The Lord the Adach knows that the menorah was flexible. The gold is very flexible. And in order to clean out, let's say, this is the glass that holds the oil. How are you going to clean it out? If it's stationary, how are you ever going to clean it out? The only way to do it is if you. But how do you turn it over? You take the stem of the menorah and you bend it down, upside down, like this. And then once you're there, you clean it out. Beautiful. Let's take a look. This is removing the wick. These are the most common. You have like a tweezer device, you have a fork, you have like a shovel. But take a look over here. It's bent downwards. The point side's bent. Interesting fork he has over there. I would use the tweezer and that's okay. It's not the wood. But once it's bent downwards, those are things. So Saba, it's really shocking. Saba keeps it deeper. It says it's made out of black miksha, and it's one part piece. I'm not even there to say it was one piece. It didn't fall apart. You can't unscrew it. It wasn't made out of different pieces. Even the boyata, since you have to clean it out, you love the talking about it. It's not for the fact that it's flexible. Advertising you wouldn't be able to clean it out of it. Basically, I'll ask you a question. In case of those, how do you do it? Massage one, and you need to buy it. You take apart the menorah, and you take the wicks out, and you put it in the oil. Put it in the oil. from the fun and you wipe it down, the spike with the spike. But as I'm showing them, even they put the oil in and you see that you can take it apart. You go, oh my God, the sign is a fun way. It's a fun more than a second. The oil is used in the and there, the top part never moved, didn't move. This part stayed stationary. Says, how do you clean it? So I asked Yoshi to do something. Look what he did. Last minute for Yontif. If this is the top of the menorah, said it had a. They actually, I remember them selling something like this, like a metal piece. That a piece made out of gold that sat on top, and they would slide it open, take the wick, clean it, pour the oil through that hole, and put the wick right back into that hole. Now I do want to say, I asked Yoshi to do it in another shape, but he said it was too difficult for him at that point to do it. It was more like the shape was more like a canoe, like a boat. It wasn't a round shape, but that's okay. This is for illustrative purposes only. What does it mean? Kimintas. I said people are not going to understand maybe. Kimintas is a thin piece of gold on top. And when he cleans the menorah, he pushes it, slides it forward. And when he puts the oil in, then he closes it up. He puts the oil through the hole. So the menorah and the top shell, the part they put the oil in, all comes from that one piece of gold, which weighed about 50 pounds, I think he said it was. These guys, the tools that remove the wicks and the oil, cleans it out, that was not part of it. The law in there is sorry. This is a new sheet. You know it's a coconut people. The whole menorah came from the big block of gold. The loiner is came from the big chunk of gold. And then he says it's 6 in 1 way. The loiner is says Rabbi Rothschild sticks in one more thing. It says the actual cup that held the oil is not made out of the replica. The loiner is saying it doesn't. One says that the cup did come and the other one says not. They all agree that the tool is not. I saw the Sanya, they argue the cup. The Sanya here is Zov or Yasa Oisa. She make the menorah out of one keeper Zov. The menorah should come in. Then we know that actually menorah comes from the keeper. How do you know that it comes to include cups? All like all these vessels. Maybe the tweezers and the fork on the lonar so you suck. On the menorah, every room in the family. In other words, every room in the family, the cups will come from the gold. A second ago, you read from the family that the cups are not included in that one chunk of gold. And now you're saying it is. You're right. Tell me that each 140 you heard something else from you. Rabbi Yeshua ben Gamliel menorah bought Menakika. Yeshua says that only the menorah came from the chunk of gold. He said that they will sell, and he holds like the part of the Kenya, that the cups and the tools didn't come from that gold. There's no good Menakika. Why? What am I going to do with the pasuk? All these things. So Kalim Shazal, just the person's just saying they come from gold, but not from the same chunk of gold, from the brick of gold the menorah was made of. As the Gemara is over, I think so. That's I don't need the puzzle for that. That is the portion of puzzle. It's just the hell. The hell is the area I'll never put it. Hell. Sell. So that's the portion of puzzle. You should make the tweezer out of gold. Says the Gemara, they need to call them dinero. This guy on top, the cover, is made out of gold. So, what's going to happen? Anybody that ever looked at the menorah and has a piece of metal that covers it, no, it becomes black from the flames, from the ashes. I would think that the Torah says, listen, since it's going to become black, let it go and use impure gold. Don't use the top quality. Use gold. You want to use gold, get the top quality. It's going to get burnt anyway. So marshmallow, that's why I need a puzzle to tell me, no, you make it from the pure, it's pure. The police I have is productive. Thank you for being here. Yishkoyach Mark, Yishkoyach to all the editors, the artists, the Jewish, the staff. Yishkoyach very much.
America's book is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Best pals that are available on the show, and this week is no different. Why did that get a weird laugh? It was a weird asterisk.
Agud moed raboisai. You need Spaß. We're also using Spotify. We're holding by a brand new Mishnah. Das Shivov. What day is Mishnah? There's wine, libations. You can even bring a carbon of wine, just wine, but you bring it together with shtamim, with the oil. Where do you get this from? Two places. Alpha liyayin. It actually rhymes. Alpha liyayin. Alpha is the alpha male, the alpha, the number one. Shnia Lahem, base Rimo is Lavan Bahar. The second on the list is from Rima and Lavan Bahar. For Sigma Babika, and from a place called Sigma in the valley. All our roads is you chose. All lands. And we once had all lands, and I said before, all lands in the first Mishnah was comes to the left hand and the Omer is only from Eretz Yisrael. So Kol HaArotz doesn't mean all lands, it means all cities. Now it means all lands. You get French wine, you get Italian wine, Spanish wine. It's all good. Kol HaArotz is your cherries. And the Mekano, you maybe it's better to be really from here. And maybe in Lomi Beis HaSvalm, do not bring from a fertilized vineyard. It doesn't taste good. Or vineyard that needs irrigation and cannot depend solely on the rain. And there are vineyards that different things are planted between the vines. The heter, not Tulai or Kerem, but the heter, do not use that. But if you did bring it from such a vineyard, and maybe in Haliskia. Now remember, Haliskia is going to be grapes that were completely ripened by the sun, so they're super sweet, not good wine. Then Haven kosher. If you brought it, the diabetes is kosher. This is going to throw everybody for a loop. We all know that aged wine is better than regular wine, not for the Beis Hamikdash. If it's more than a year old, no good. Dibri Rebbe. The Chachamim Makshirim and Chacham says like, and Mevim Lo Matzoi. This is the one who's going to ask the contradiction. We said before, Haliskia is muscle. You don't bring sweet wine, and not smoked wine. The other was very into the smoking. A lot of the guys that understand meat, like Kamiansky and Benny and Shmuel, these kind of guys, they have smokers. They smoke their meat. That's great for meat. Basar v'yayin, but not wine. Wine not. V'lo mevushal and not cooked wine. So today, mevushal is a big thing. You cook the wine, you bring it up to a certain degree, and then you get down so that there's no problem with yayin nesa. Mevushal we're familiar with. Bimheli, and if you bring mevushal wine, you bring smoked wine for Beis Hamikdash, also. So that's what includes even the very sweet wine. They mevim min hadoliyos. You don't bring wine. Here we go. So So first of all, I'll show you this, then I'll go back. Avilis means hanging vines, hanging grapes. You want them to be Elohim and Aragliyos from the feet, so the foot, the ones that are touching the ground. Umin hakromim va'avudim. You should bring wine from the Miraglios, the grapes are on the ground, but also from the vineyards that are worked upon, that they cultivate them twice a year. Twice a year. Let's see the Gemara. But like you don't put them in large barrels, in those magnums, the large barrels. Elo b'chaviyas kind to put them in the smaller jugs. Then remalas achavis appeal. You don't. If you ever notice, there's always room on the top. You don't fill up the wine all the way to the top because you want it to have some air space in the bottle to have some aroma, and then when you open it up, it pops out, and it may be the pia. You don't take from the top because of what looks like flour, which means mold. Here it is, this mold on the top. Don't take from the bottom of the barrel with because of the sediments that settle on the bottom. Everybody knows when you pour some bottles. I didn't really have it over here on Yom Tov, but sometimes you pour a bottle and you have sediment on the bottom, and it gets into your wine and it doesn't. You don't really like it that much. That's not what you put it in for the base of English. It has to be clear. And well, maybe in the Shlisha Mahansa, you have like a faucet in the center of the barrel, shot exactly where it is, but in the third of the barrel, that's where the top is no good because it has the kemach, the mold. The bottom is no good because it has the sediment. So take from the center. How do you check the quality of the wine in this? A gizbar, the rabbi Yoshev Akanabiyadi has a reed. Zorak Hagir, once the bubbles, the white bubbles start coming up, the mold and that sort of stuff. He gives Bakana, he whacks, he makes a sound with his stick. Stop pouring. Enough. You know what I was going to say? Why did you say stop pouring? Why did you have to hit something? I'm going to say because sound of the voice could ruin the wine. Not good for the wine. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, if you have any of this stuff on the top, get rid of the whole barrel. We don't want any of it. The mincha should be complete. The wine should be complete. Any wine that has mold, you want to drink, it's just on the top layer has mold. I'm not interested. I want a nice clear bottle. We're holding by the Gemara. Do not bring sweet, cooked, smoked wine, and if you did bring, it's possible. Ask the Gemara about Kani Reisha. It says in the Reisha, and I pointed it out, do not bring this listion. Why can you bring the listion? Because it's sweet. Maybe kosher, but after the fact it's kosher. You just said if you drink sweet wine after the fact it's kosher. Omar Ravina. It's a good shot. Both Rashi's top bottom that you take the two and you put them together and you say listion and sweet wine is no good. You must say it's a little bit of both because the Mishnah says okay. I'm going to put both of them and say no, both of them are not good. Rav Ashi Omar, let me try to fix the doichak over here. Both. In fact, they're not both the same. One is kosher and one is not kosher after the fact. When it sweetens the sun, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a disgusting grape. It's a great grape. They make the best wines in the world from it. Just that so happens to be, it sat in the sun a little too much. The sun hit it from a different direction. The sun is what gave it extra sweetness. It's not a disgusting wine. Really, the barrel going is sweet. It's the actual species. That's the word I'm looking for. Variety of grapes. The entire variety is a sweet variety. That's mold. That's disgusting, so to speak. You don't want that type of grape. You want a nice red grape, whatever it is, the Savion, whatever it is. You give me some Schwache grape from Mexico, I'm not interested. It's a mold grape. If you have the Savion the mid-low rate, and the sun hit it a little bit much on the side, and that's why it's sweet blue. But the whole, I'm looking for a better word, not variety, not the min. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Talking about not the blend. No, blend is too much. Okay, weiter. Mevim Yoshim Rebbe v'Chamachshir. Rebbe says you can't bring all the way. Let's get into it. Why not? Why not? But it says very strange. It says those two words together: the sheep and the wine. Makev has been so a sheep, as we're going to see soon also. A sheep is a year old. A iron is 2 years old. A sheep is a year old. But so too one has to be a year old. As the Gemara, if you're going to compare it to a sheep, you might get it into the Shana puzzle. A sheep when it's 2 years old, it's completely puzzle. I've got it into the Shana puzzle. But you mean, if you tell me, yeah, one is 2 years old, 2 years old is completely puzzle. And after the fact, it's puzzle. But then, the Yayin ben Shtishon in Loyavis, it says in the Torah. But if you have one that's 2 years old, don't bring it. Then maybe kosher. It's not puzzle, it's kosher. But if you can bring it to sheep, it should be puzzle. My time is and who says you shouldn't bring it? Yeah, it's the government, and maybe kosher. It's kosher. Hello, Marova, I'm the Rebbe, the Sim, Altere Yayin, it says in Pasuk, don't see the wine when it is red. When is it the reddest? It's red when it's a year old. As soon as it switches ages, it starts becoming less and less red, more and more brown. When it's red in its first year, that's when it's the most desirable, it's the most tasty, it has the best taste, and you're concerned, the pasuk is concerned that you're going to drink too much, and you're not going to know how to differentiate between right and wrong. You might do the same thing. Because of this pasuk, because of this pasuk, this is the reason why on the Seder night we are not to drink red wine and not white wine. You shouldn't bring grapes that hang like our grapes today. They hang. We don't let them go on the floor. You should have vineyards that are cultivated with a hoe. You take that tool and you soften up, you loosen up the dirt underneath the vine twice a year. Aerate it, give it a little air, whatever, Makers, they know what they're doing. They need a lot of air, a lot of sun. It's all. Rez had a corner of an orchard of a paradise. The Rafik they say Rivka, he cultivated the ground more than everybody. The other time, in fact, it produced wine, the Dori Mayo al Chad trade. Typically speaking, in the time of the Gemara, they would do meziga. Meziga is to dilute the wine. The wine was way too strong, so they would typically put 3 parts water, 1 part wine. Yeah. Diluted. There's also another way to drink water because the water wasn't sanitized. They would, fill it with alcohol. Rav Yosef's wine was so strong because he cultivated the land double that it produced double amount of wine. How? By being able to add double amount of water. All the time the Gary Maya al trade double than usual. Usually it was 3 to 1, now it's 6 to 1. Says the Gemara about it, they wouldn't gather the wine in larger barrels. Kaviyos, small barrels, kaviyos, these are really the same as a pot, as a jug in look, a medium-sized jug in look. And even as you wouldn't put the two next to each other like this, because if this one is spoiled, the aroma from this one would go and climb into the other. So they would distance them 1-1. They would store them 1-1, not next to each other. Keitzad Boydek said, how does the Shamash check the wine? When the when it started bubbling, the foam, he would bang and say stop foam. He wouldn't say it, but that's what it meant. Stop foam. When the sediments start pouring out, he would bang with the stick. I said, why don't you say with his mouth? He said, so it's actually, it helps, improves your Yochanan life. Whoever Yochanan changed you know that when in the Beis when they made the Psalmim, for the chorus, they would say Chodek Bezek. They say this word because it was good for the Psalmim. So too, speaking is terrible for the wine. Rabbi Yehuda Omer. So now we have some 3 questions. Well, Rabbi Yochanan said that if it's a little bit of chemical, a little bit of mold on top, get rid of the whole barrel. Maybe I jumped that. That's 3 questions. This is the famous question that we had at least 3 times, probably 4 times already. This is the 5th time. I'm not counting, so I might be off. But it says, we just said that according to Rabbi Yossi, the wine is no good, get rid of the entire barrel. What happens if you decide to donate this $10,000 barrel to the Beis Hamikdash? You're a big tzaddik, no? Maybe you should get Malchus. You're not a tzaddik, right? In the Pasuk, since if it's a psul, it's similar to being a balmon. And a balmon, we know if you donate an animal knowingly that has a blemish, you get Malchus. So, a balmon, right? The whole idea of balmon is only by the behemoth. If somebody donated rams, which are 2 years old, bring them from the best place in the world to get a ram. Oh yeah, if he donated a sheep that's only a year old, the chevra. At Golim, what do you get? Calf. Thank you. You're quick. At Golim calf, you get it from Sharim. With Zalois, how do you call that thing that has wings that goes like this? Yeah, I know it's a bird. Zalois maramela. Zalois maramela. Get those birds from Arabah. You're not going to believe this. You bring a sheep that's its height is as tall as its width. What does that mean? So check out this place. Place says places there are masculine government. This place is gracious rabbi. Kobe already factored it since last night. Because last night I just threw it in there and it wasn't so nice. There's the background and the underline. But gracious rabbi, all my the Kvasim shall come in the whole they're so tall. They're like giraffes. They eat from the top of the trees. Now before we made a tremendous mess. The animals that eat from the top, the animals that eat from the bottom, the animals that eat from the middle. The giraffe isn't even a bush that's 5 feet tall, too short for it. It's from the 10-foot trees, 20-foot. And then you have all the gazelles that only eat the grass, and the wildebeest only eat the grass. Then you have the middle guys. There's walking in a way that they can all survive in the same area. It's not like they're all eating from the same crowd. Beautiful. So this sheep for the climate, they're so tall they would eat from the top of a cedar tree. And when they would put these sheep on top of a camel, the feet would drag on the ground. My time there would be what's Pshad and Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring this giant sheep. In the future, the sheep will graze. Hire the sheep, very, very wide. If I was in the base measure, you'd see me right now. Or some other nigga. On top of the wall that protects Yerushalayim, I stationed guards all day, all night, all the time. They will not be quiet. Those who mention Hashem, they will never be quiet. What are these guards saying? That they're not being quiet. You shall obviously suffer, not to stand up, to build. The Rachim Tzion, have rachmanos, have compassion on Yerushalayim. Hashem will rebuild Yerushalayim, and before Yerushalayim was destroyed, what would the guard say? It doesn't have to be rebuilt. Hashem chose Yerushalayim. He desires to dwell in Yerushalayim. Says the Mishnah, there are only two measuring cups in the Beis Hamikdash. Now it doesn't mean there's two measuring cups total. There's two sizes. There might have been 100 of the same one, but it's the same size. What are the two sizes? Right over here. The Isarim, the Chatzi Isarim. Those are two sizes. Now it's very possible there's 100 Isarims and 2, 3 Chatzi Isarims. But the total types, the types are only two. We must get to all measurements through these two measuring cups. There are 3 types of Isarim, which we might as well explain. They're different sizes, but they're called Isarim. And a Chatzi Isarim, Isarim, what would they do with the Isarim? Says the Mishnah, every single mincha needs the mystery Isarim. Says in the pasuk, when it comes to the bowl, you bring a bowl, you need 3 Yisroinim of flour. So they didn't have a 3 Yisroim vessel to measure that. So you use the 1 Yisroim, you throw it at one time, throw it in twice. You do it 3 times. Same thing for the ram, you need 2. There was no special clean that helped 2 Yisroim, you'd have to use 1 Yisroim for Ella, but in the Yisroim, you'd only measure it 1 Yisroim at a time. What do you use the same thing for the Chatzi home, and then measure with the Avi Yisrael half of the Yisrael, the Chatzi measuring device for the morning, mincha that going on the and for that. We say that, don't we say it every day of Talmud? What's the double motion? Sorry, like Kevin saw effort. And I'm just saying, sorry, or 2 measuring devices called so he says the shot is like the one on the right is lower than the one on the left. The one on the left holds it sorry when you erase you make the top level. The others, they both hold the same amount, but it's in different ways. The one on the left, you have to level out the top. The one on the right, pile it up, and by piling it up, you get a full sorry. The actual thing is slightly smaller than the one on the left. And why is that? Because the Torah says he's sorry. So the only way I understand to get 2 of these Yisroinim is by making them different sizes, but coming out with the same amount. The full one, the one on the right, I would use for every cup. And the one on the left, I would use for community. Since I have to move from place to place with it, I don't want anything to spill. It's also since I have to measure half of it, it's going to be a different measure. If it's piled up, I make it flat and straight. No, there's only one measuring device for this Hamikdash. Shemar Visorin Echad Lakevet Sach. It says Visorin Echad is only one measuring device. Okay, but I have a problem. The mayor has a very good timer. But I'm going to Visorin Visorin. Why is the person saying that there's two? No, the rabbis have Visorin. One is the full Visorin, and one is the half Visorin. The mayor had Visorin Minole, and how did the mayor already uses up Visorin Visorin? So how does he know that there's something called a half Visorin? Not the late mid thing, the extra cup. Rabbanon the Rabbanon don't hold that you can make a whole Russian, a limud, of a new plea from a vet. The mayor, how you start up like that, from my other Rabbanon learn from Visar Nefal. It says there's only one measuring device called Visar Nefal. What do they do with that? Teach us that when it comes to measuring the bull and the ram, you don't have a special device for that. Use the Visar Nefal. How do Rabbanon know that you don't have a special device for that, or a three sorin measuring cup? Not because it says on top of the vav of the second sorin that has a dot. Not that the sign you over Bioisi, Lama no put vav, Shibemta, sorin, Sorin, Rishon, Shayavda, Agagam, the Sukkot has a little dot. Shlayinda, Loibishan Shloishna Pai, the Loibishan Shleim Ayel. Teach us from that dot. You don't have a special measuring device. Remeir, including the Darish, Remeir doesn't darshan the dot. So, thinking about Tatsi Sarma Hoya Mishami Shaboya and the Gadol. The Mishnah tells us that what do you do with the half Isar measuring device? That's for the Kohen Gadol. That's the only thing we use it for. As the Gemara Moida, what he measures is the half. For a meaning, everything going Gadol, and maybe Isar and John with the same. The way it works, the Kohen Gadol gives an entire Isar from his house. He can't go back in the middle and take half. That's only one shot. And he divides it in half. So you don't need a measuring device for that. Rav Sheish is not true. You do need a measuring device. After he has a whole Isar in the device, now he has to take a half Isar and measure it out. Simen Tatsi Tavidishu. So here the Gemara is going to ask three questions. So, I know that you said we had a machlokes. You may have said that there's two Isarins, one is Gadish, one is not. Rabbanan said that there's only one Isar. Now, what about the half of Isarin according to Rameir? Is it one of these devices that it's a Chatzi Isarin up to the top? It has to be flat, or it's only a Chatzi Isarin if you make it a nice mound? So you can go up to the Rabbanan. Why ask me only according to Rameir? The Rabbanon is showing fake everybody. I don't even know what Rabbanon holds with the real the larger size of Isarim is less than Kodesh or not. I know according to your there's two devices. What about according to Rabbanon? Kodesh or That's why I asked only the heavy Isarim according to Rameir, because the full Isarim I have a problem even according to Rabbanon. Of course I have a problem. I have a problem with both. The Rameir Nishma, the Rameir. I can learn Rameir to Rameir. And once I know what Rameir holds in the half, once I know that, then I know where Rabbanon holds. You know, when the Kohen Gadol brings his Chaditin, it should be an Isaron, a flat Isaron. So, Balaam, where do we use the Chatzi Isaron? By the Kohen Gadol. So, since the regular Isaron it's flat, so Chatzi Isaron down one. So, therefore, the half of Isaron is also flat. And once I know the Rameir holds, Rabbanon is also flat. Why many rooms are coming up? Last room, I really going Gadol, the Mimma Chadil. The Kohen Gadol brings 12 breads, 6 in the morning. Out of the flours, Hatzi Sard brings 6 breads, and then 6 breads, and half a Sard in the evening, which is 6 breads. You have to be clean. How did you break it up? By hand or by vessel? Certainly with the hand. The flea, Tony Akis, what you should bring the scale into the Hamikdash. Show you for a second. Over here in the video, you see it does by hand. It's gonna have a special proof. So we know the Akis don't bring the scale, it's a big deal. So no, even the Mikdash, let's say, where's this? It doesn't possible to colors where the Bakar doesn't get, the Bakar gets the Aliyah, nobody else gets the Aliyah, nobody wants that Aliyah. B'shivri lachem, matei lechem v'ovu eser noshim lachem from the Tanarach. 10 women are going to bake your bread in one oven, and it's going to fall apart. It's not going to stick together. B'shivri lachem from the Mishnah, they're not going to know how to divide the bread, they don't have to use the scale. So therefore, since the word scale and bread is brought together, the positive purses, it's not nice to bring that into this mikvah. Well, even another question, another question we're going to ask of Rav Chizda. Shulchan Maushi Kaddish Motzim Bagoydi Shalom. Interesting lashon. But the question is very simple. Pretend this is the Shulchan that we put here. Let's show you the real Shulchan. This is the Shulchan. It has a flat top. Plus it has these like shelves for the bread. And we just break it down to the physical, to the simple elements. We have a shulchan. We have a mizgeres. We have a nice decorative piece that's underneath. And not all it says is on top. But in this case, the top of the table, like a regular tabletop that we have today, doesn't have a touch. Doesn't have it inside. There's no wall inside. So Mela, does it have the power to give the kedusha to the frankincense, the little vine? Because typically speaking, we put the little vine inside a spoon, 2 spoons, to the zitha. Those spoons give the little vine a kedusha. But over here, there's nothing what to give the kedusha. There's no wall. Maushi Kaddish wasn't the Goyish name. Why? Since it has the possibility to give kedusha to the bread, how does the bread become kadosh? By putting it on the table. What's not so putting the levana on the table should also give kedusha. So you don't know perhaps as you get kaddish, only because bread is normal to put it on the table. It's not normal to put the levana on the table. Alei, any kaddish, no kedusha to the levana. Any has the Gemara, Amar, Yochanan, Dibri, Mitzvah, Mitzvah. So look, if you notice, the lechem hapanim has a very funny shape. Why is it funny? Because it's huge. It's breads are huge. And they don't fit on the shelf. So what the Kohen Gadol would do, they would fold the breads over each other. So now it's cooked up 2.5 tefachim. 2.5 times 6 breads, 6 levels of bread, equals 15, right? Simple financial math. The way I do it is 2.5 times 2 equals 5. 5 times 3. Yeah, 6 breads. That's 2. 2 times 3 is 6. So 3 times 5 is 15. So it's complicated. Anyways, 2.5, 5 is 6 equals 15. He gives a douche all the way to the top of the top bread. Very powerful. Why should he give douche to the frankincense?
I actually did it the first time here, and then
so the so Bela should give kedusha to the frankincense all the way on top, or wherever it is. The difference is if you say it's only 2 tefachim to all the bread, so 2 times 6 is 12. It gives kedusha all the way 12 tefachim down. You're right. The levina doesn't have kedusha, enough kedusha that you should be able to put on his back. But it's enough kedusha that if a full yom touches it, it becomes possible. And with that, the boy side, have a gewaldige yontif, have a good moil, have a great day. Thank you for joining. Have a good moil.
Learn the source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
The Moed Rabbi Sai. We are building on the bottom of the page of the Aleph, the last line. Again, once again, we have easier Gemaras today. A lot of it is repetitive and very, very similar to the lines that we had up until now. Says the Gemara in the Nevi'im on the face, as well as it says in the Mishnah that you shouldn't bring the wine, the oil. Sorry, we're talking about oil here. The Torah is the best place for oil. So it says don't bring oil from a field that has fertilization. Then it says, a pink wine is possible. Even though we said, the Mishnah is olives that grew us with it. So this is Shaila in the Mishnah how to be Goris. Rashi seems to be Goris possible, although in the Mishnah, in your Mishnah might say kosher. And that's why the following words are reversed also. But Tanya, we have a contradiction in the Rebbe and Kafka, we may be possible. This is the opposite of the Mishnah. The Mishnah says kosher, and over in the Bible says kosher. But if you curse in the Mishnah kosher, it says kosher. See in the parentheses, it says maybe kosher. Why? These olives that only brought a third. The water that comes out of it is not oil. It's moisture. It's stop water. It's not oil. Or Rabbi would take this oil that going to throw in the garbage. But nevertheless, so that's why, since he threw it out, it's possible. According to Rashi, it's here, so the mission is that it's possible. Why he threw it out? It's garbage. Shimon Bar Rebbe, Shimon the son of Rebbe. Who's Rebbe? Rabbi Rothschild. He's super wealthy. He's totally treated in Mechaneka. He's the God like Torah, and he's super wealthy, right? He was, I think he was his friend. He's in there. The Costa, Snoin, on the table, you never, even in the winter, they had the vegetables, anyway, I hope on him, very, very lucky. So, Shimon Bar Rebbe Mitabel, he would throw it out. He would dip his bread in it. But nevertheless, it's not good stuff. It's stuff that you throw out. It's stuff that you just use for dipping. So that's not good oil. If you want to remember which one of the two kept it, you should know the wealthier one, which is Shimon, the son of Rebbe, the very, very wealthy Rebbe. He kept it because many times you find that the wealthy are very, very stingy. It says in the Mishnah, it says in the Megillah, Shisha Chadoshim, every time we mention the Megillah and Purim, it's Shema. Shisha Chadoshim B'Shem and Amor. The girls that they brought out for Shveros, they smeared on the Shem and Amor for 6 months. What is the Shem and Amor? I don't know, Barchi Omar, stop. It's a parsimony. Let's say parsimony in English. I say parsimony. I will say really summer. Parsimony. Yeah. So it was special oil. No, the Gemara talks about the oil of the MS, the rivers of the parsimony. The parsimony is a beautiful, great oil. It's actually olive oil or olives that didn't bring a third and make oil from it. That's what they smeared on these. Why do people put it on their skin? It takes, it removes hair. Uma'adin Saposa. Zok Gemara. You don't bring olives that were soaked in water from Rabbanan Shemazayas published if it's pickled shalom, if it's boiled shalom, it's soaked in water, the shel shemarim and olive oil that's made from the sediments of the olives, the shel flat has a terrible odor. No, you shouldn't bring it to the Samidrash. It's not good for a mincha. Maybe possible. Where does possible? Now I was going to ask a question that we asked already 2-3 times. The Rabbi Rothschild, what if you didn't hear, you didn't listen to the Chachamim, and you made it like, say to yourself, why not have $1,000 worth of oil that smells? What's $1,000? So give it to the Beis. What's wrong? Why can't I give $1,000 gift to the Because it smells. It smells, it has a moment. Just like an animal has a moment, and if you donate it to the English, you get malchus. So too, if you donate this oil, you get malchus. Maybe. Or you do want in perhaps not, because I love about an animal, not for inanimate objects like oil. Fake oil, we don't have that. So let me just say over the Mishnah about that real quickly. Rabbi Isai, you look closely at this beautiful tree made out of mosaic. You see there's a top part. It's a tic-tac-toe, but it's better if we would have had only 2 lines, horizontal lines. The top part is very, very light green. The middle part is brown. The bottom part is black. Okay? So the top part we're going to call the Rishon. The middle is Sheni. Now, what the Mishnah is going to tell us is that in each, the top part is what it becomes ripe first, like the most sun hitting it, fully in the top. That's the number 1 type of olive. Later on, they pick, let's call it 2 weeks later, a month later, they pick the center part. That's Zayshin. And after that, all the way at the end, when the olives, there's not even sun down there. I changed the colors just to make it, emphasize it more. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what the colors look like. After a month and a half, we get the bottom olive. Now, there are 3 stages of extracting the oil. Stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. So now, on the top level is Zayis Rishon. Zayis 1, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. The middle level is called what? Zayis 2, Zayis Sheni, Zayis 2. So Zayis 2 has 1, 2, and 3. And the bottom level has 1, 2, and 3. So the bottom level is called 3. Three one, 3 2, 3 3. The middle level is 2. 2 1, 2 2, 2 3. The top level is 1 1, 1 2, and 1 3. The best is 1 1. The worst of the worst is 3 3. Show you. You see, the mission is going to tell us that step 1 is to take the mortar and pestle and crush it. And the oil that comes out of that is 1 1. It's from Zayis Rishon from the top. That's step number 1. It's called 1 1. After that, you put it under a beam and it extracts oil. So that's Zayis Rishon 1, step 2. So it's 1 2. It's called a 1 2. After that, you take the oil, you take the olives, and you put them under stones with fire and you grind it. That's step 3. So now we're looking at Zayis Rishon 1, step 3. 1/3. We do the same exact thing all over again, but with the middle olives. So the middle olives are called Zayis Sheni 2. Step 1 is to take the mortar and pestle. So that's 2, 1. Zayis Sheni 2. And step 1, you're leaving forward. How do you say grade. It's a grade. It's a grade 1, top grade. So Zayis Sheni has grade 1 oil, has grade 2 oil, and grade 3 oil. Then you have Zayis Shlishi. All the way at the bottom is the third one. And it also has 3 steps. 1, 2, and 3. Alright, so let's see all this in the Mishnah. It's very, very simple. Just it can get confusing when I say 1, 3 and 2, 3. What's 2, 3, Rabbi Rothschild? Zayis Sheni, third step. What's 3, 2? Zayis Shlishi, the bottom olives. Second step, that's 3, 2. Red. I'm going to teach you a trick, a phenomenal trick to the city to make everything so easy. There are 3 periods of time that we reap, how do you say reap in English? Harvest. You say harvest the olive? The harvest the olives 3 times. And in each harvest, the top harvest has 3 different extractions and grades. And the second one, the middle one has 3, and the bottom one has 3. You gather the top part of the tree, the kodesh, and you pound it with a mortar and pestle. The noise of the sound is put it into the basket. You don't put it in the basket, Rabbi side, not inside, which touches the bottom, but inside, which touches the wall. And I'll show you a beautiful video done with mosaic tile. Great artistic piece. Now, the Yehuda argues on all 3 levels. We're going to keep on showing this mark for a second. Zerisha. That is grade 1 from level 1. Olives, level 1, and grade 1, which they smash with the thing. I'm going to ask you questions, so you better have what's going on there. Can't wait. Big questions. Okay, that's Zerisha. What is the time of fire? So let me show you. Steps here. This is Pisha. Take the mortar and pound it into the pestle. The oil comes out of that. That's beautiful. That's the top of the top. That goes. That's grade 1. Grade 1 from the top level of the olive is 1-1. 1-1. 1-1 is the top grade. And the first step, grade 1. That's the best oil for the menorah. Step 2 is to crush it with this beam. So the oil that comes out of this is number 2. So you have the top olives, that's 1. And you have step 2, grade 2, that's 2. How many points does this guy get? How many points should we call it? Is it worth? This is worth 3 points. Why? Because it came from the top of the tree, that's a 1. And it's step 2, it's 2. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Alright. You take the olives and you crush them under the weight of a beam. Do not do it with the weight of the beam. It's too heavy. Do it with stones. It's much lighter. So it gives you less trauma to the olive, a better oil. Zesheni, that's process number 2. So if you look over here in the chart, all 3 levels have the 3 processes. We're holding in this process right over here, the middle one of brushing it with a beam. Number 3 on the list is Toifa. Go ahead and grind it with those stones, the pan, we put the stones on it. Zeshlishi, that's the 3rd process. Harisha from the Zayis Rishon, step 1 is great for the menorah. Hashar 2 and 3 is good for the nuffers. Hasheni now we're holding the second Zayis Sheni, meaning the middle level of the tree. It's so simple, Rabbi says, just the numbers might be confusing. It's about the height of a rooftop. You take the mortar and pestle and you crush it. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, don't put it on the bottom of the basket, put it on the sides. That's the first step. That is grade 1. That's worth 1 point. Then you take it and you put it under the weight of a heavy beam. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, don't put it under a heavy beam, put it under stones. Says Shani, that's grade 2. That's worth 2 points. Then you take it and put it underneath the grinder, the shlishi, that's grade 3. That's worth 3 points. And we're talking about the second zayis. So grade 3 and the second zayis, the middle of the tree, is worth 5 points. The first oil that comes out from zayis sheni goes to the menorah. We're going to do this over and over. Now we're doing it for the first. Shlishi. The third, the bottom level of the tree that doesn't see any sun. You should put it into a barrel until it spoils, until it softens up. When I bring it up and put it on the rooftop and dry it out. You take the mortar, crush it and then you put it into the bottom of a basket. And the oil comes out from the bottom. Maybe don't put it on the bottom, put it on the side. That's grade number 1. Put it underneath the beam. Rabbi Yehuda, don't put it on the beam, it's too heavy, put it on the stone. The oil comes out of it is grade 2. The time and you put it under the grinding stones. The shlishi, that's the third. Harisha the menorah, first one goes to the menorah, Shalom Lach. The Mishnah say, the gargaroi, it say they should pick Zal from the top, but the gargaroi, they should leave it and let it completely ripen. Toshma. The Sanya, Shemin Zayis Mizeso, says that you should take the oil that comes without even pounding it. The Kalabu Zayis Rishon, the gargaroi, the Rosh HaZayis, the Kosov Isapat. So over there, it seems like you leave it over there to ripen. It comes to the Isapat. And then you bring it into the press, the toichanoi, the rechaim, the noisnoi, the salon, and then you grind it, and the grinder you just saw, and you put it in the baskets. The oil that comes out, that's the grade 1. Then you continue pressing it with the beam. That's grade 2. The kazar, the karak, you move it, the kochan, now you grind it in the those 2 stones. That's grade 3. The first grade goes to the next goes to the things I've shown but the third one is slightly different. That you put it into a vessel, into some sort of container until it softens up. You put it on top of the rooftop, tomorrow, and you put it in a pile. It's wider on the bottom, narrow on top. Until the moisture leaves, and then you have whatever needs left after that is bring it into the oil press, the third time over a fire, the rest of the salad, and you grind the third trap, and you put it into the basket, the first oil is different than the oil. And the fire, you put it under the weight of the beam, that's the second grade. Fire, Chazir, Kachan, the fire, you grind it, Shlishi, that's the third grade. Harishon, the menorah, Lashar, the menorah. Great. So this is different than our Mishnah. It says, no, the Brisa which says that you grind it with the stone is not like our Mishnah. I say you first pound it with the mortar as you saw in the Mishnah. But and you don't. The argues 3 things. First of all, you don't grind it, you pound it with the mortar and pestle. Second of all, you don't use the beam, you use stone. The side and you don't put it in the bottom of the basket, you put it on the side of the basket. It says, tomorrow, with the ratio, we have a problem here. Who says that you pound it with the mortar and you don't grind it? Rabbi that's always Rabbi Yehuda. That's Rabbi Yehuda. But in our Mishnah, Kodesh was the bottom hammer, not Rabbi Yehuda. So Chasal is on the Rabbana. In the bottom of the basket, that's Rabbana. Rabbi Yehuda always says on the side of the basket. Says, you know, you're right. So the problem is, Rabbi Yehuda Rabbana, every time someone's going to say B'chada, this time it holds a Isha and you put it on the bottom of the basket. So it holds like Rabbi Yehuda one and he argues on the other. Says the Mishnah, Harishon Shibarishon, Bain, Mala, remember, there's three levels. Level number one, we're going to call it A1. Level number two is a 2. Level number 3 is a 3. Each level has 3 stages. The first stage on level number 1 is called what? 1-1. The third stage on the third level is called a 3-3. How many points is a 3-3 worth? 3 plus 3 equals 6. How much is a 1-1 worth? 2 points. The lower the number, the better the quality of the oil is. There's no better quality than a 1-1. And there's only 1-1-1. There's only one level 1, stage 1, that's a 1-1. Level 1 all the way at the end, stage 3 is how many points? 4. 3 plus 1 is 4. So, what else is a 4? A 4. 2-2. Or 3-1, 2-2, and 1-3. Right? Because they're all 4. It says in this Harishon Shibarishon and Lamalim, and nothing better than 1-1. Hashini Shibarishon, a 2-1 is worth how many points, Itzi? 2-1 is worth how many? The Harishon Shibasheni, and a 1-2, Shabbat, 1-2, and 2-1 are all 3. They're all worth the same. There, so show this. You see, like it's 1 up to 3 here. No, the 4's everywhere. Yo, here we go. The 3s are moving. Hashlishi Shibarishon. The last stage on the top line is a 3 plus a 1 equals 4. Vahasheni Shibasheni. And the second stage on the second line, that's a 2 plus 2, that equals 4. And the bottom line, but the first one is also a 4. Shalom. Let's blow up the 4s. See, these 4s are all equal. In other words, if you go to the store and on the bottle of oil it says a big 4, so I know it's either a 2-2, a 3-1, or a 1-3. Gewaldig. If Yitzi got it, you all can get it. Not really. This is from the Mishpach of Jews. Shield are all Jews. It's Bahamas. I'm not joking. Their mother won the Donald Trump team. How old? You don't go there. We don't talk about it. But it's true. No, it's true. All right. Baruch Shem Madi Tipo on the people. That's the matter. But Ashlishi Shibashlishi in the Mate Emero. The bottom row, the third grade of the bottom row, that's actually how many points is that worth? 6. 3 plus 3 is 6. That's the highest number you get. That's the worst number. In other words, when we're trying to bring a milka, and we have different grades on the shelf in the supermarket, do not take a 6 if you take a 5. Do not take a 5 if you take a 4. Because you want to bring the nicest, best quality for the double show. Shlishi in the Matin. I've called him an officer, but this says the finally says the Mishnah. I've called him an officer, but this should be that every mincha should the Torah get the pure, a 1-1, or a 2-1, or a 3-1. A menorah shena la'achila, a menorah that's not for eating, through the Shem's eyes, all the way on the bottom, so on the bottom. Second line from the back. Reduction la'achila, so mincha and bring, he's supposed to eat from it, and the Vinci Tanu Shem's eyes, shouldn't you bring the best of the oil? I'm going by yourself, Hasis number oil. Only for lighting do you need the purest of the pure. You don't need the purest of the pure for mincha. Says the Gemara of Pevah on the base. Shavin. The Gemara is asking, how did you compare the second stage on the first level to the first stage on the second level? Yeah? Let's see. Going back to this. The second stage. No, he's not good. Yeah, the second stage in the first level is how much is a 3? First level plus stage 2, 2 plus 1 is 3. The first stage on the second level is also a 3. I mean, what says it's equal. 3 is equal. You see, the 3's are equal. How could that be? The first stage on the second level is good for the menorah. The second stage on the first level is not good for the menorah. They're not equal. The 2 3's are not equal. Look where this the 3 on the second stage is better. Why is it better? Because it's actually the first stage of the second level. It's good for the menorah. The second stage on the first level is not good for the menorah. It says the Gemara, that's why you have to understand the whole thing. When you say it's equal, like I kept saying in the store, when you go to the store, you're buying it for a mincha. So a 5 and a 5 is good for a mincha. 3 and a 3, they're both equal for a mincha. I'll explain a little bit more later, because when it comes to mincha, I don't need it to be clear, crystal clear, I need it to be edible and good tasting. So it tastes the same if it's the first stage of the second level and the second stage of the first level. They're both 3s, they both taste the same. It should be clear, it should be clean. If you don't have cusses, it means that you pounded it with a mortar and pestle. Whereas a havamina, that the very, very best oil, the clearest oil, should be no good for a mincha. That it's good for a mincha. The Sarin Tzol is referring to the mincha. It says passes is good for it. Why does it say in the Torah that it's lighting only? It's to save money. The Torah, cares about you saving money. Hashem doesn't need your light. It's not for him, it's for you. I don't need a type. Check this out. It's a simple picture, not a great one. But look at the shulchan. It's in the north. Look at the menorah on the other side in the south. Usually you take the light, you take the candle. You don't have lights in the ceiling like we have today. In those days, you take the candle, put it next to your food so you can see what you're eating. Hashem says, I don't need it next to my food. I don't need either. I don't need your food, I don't need your bread, but I don't need your life. So let me just show you what it looks like today. Yeah? Look at this. If you ever went like next to the Coca to those walls, you see there's like a small slit in the wall, but it's wider on the inside. So the soldier can fit there and put his apparatus there. He can put his bow and arrow in that wider thing, but it's harder for the enemy to penetrate because it's a very small slit. In the Beis Hamikdash, it's exactly the opposite. Take a look. The slit is small on the inside, but it's much wider on the outside. Why? Because it gives light to the world. So it doesn't matter what the word shkufim and aturim is. It's a question what it means. We're going to say shkufim means wide, aturim means narrow. Or the way we're reading is shkufim lafut, aturim lefnim. The point is that it's narrow on the inside, wide on the outside. Hashem is saying, I don't need light. I'm giving the light to the world. So it's a witness to the world that by Israel is going to have the Shekhinah there now. That's why it's so jealous of us. Chosen nation, chosen people, jealousy. The point of the era we say, you have a having Hashem needs the light. You know, today is literally one of the first days that we are walking in the midbar. We left Mitzrayim first day of Pesach, and now we're like 3 days in, walking to the midbar. The whole we followed Hashem's light. It's a testimony for the world that Hashem Shekhinah is resting in your clouds. My Yusa, when you see, however, the Nermara, look at the center candle. One shot of Rashi, Nermara is facing west. All the flames are facing it, and you see over here. But it itself, the middle one, faces west. That's why it's called the Maravi. That's one shot. You put in the same amount of oil in the middle one as its friends. But the fire would start lighting with the center one. And that was the one that lasted the longest. How could it last the longest if you lit it first? The answer is it was a mace, and that's the testimony over here. I see that we're late on time, so I am going to stop here. The Oisai have a wonderful day.
Merry Christmas is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Agut moida boisai. Zog the Heilige Gemara that Pei Amud Aleph, read lines from the top. The Chulam in boys Ella Min Mufa. Make a mincha that the best of the best silas. Silas is the top of the top flour. You bring the best. Says the Gemara story. I really, you follow my minimum. Two. I don't know if we call them. We'll call them chashvim, black magic, sorcery. The Medrash says that these two people, Yochna and Mamre, Yochni, sometimes they're called Yochni and Mamre, they try to get out of the fierce Yamsuf, the drowning in the Yamsuf. They created wings for themselves and they started flying away. And in one sefer that I saw, it says that Gabriel came and grabbed him by the ear and drowned him. The other one said that Gabriel had a big problem with them, but they were stronger than Gabriel, because if Gabriel himself came and drowned him. Upon these are tremendous kishuf nachas. And they tell Moshe Rabbeinu, Evan after Machnas for Ephraim, what are you going to sell ice to the Eskimos? How are you going to do kishuf in Mitzrayim? We're known for our kishuf. How are you going to teach us kishuf? What are you going to do with kishuf? So much of it says, I mean, so people say, there's a saying, if you want to sell vegetables, where are you going to go? You're going to go to the vegetable market. You go to Shuk Machne, you know what do you have over there? You have a lot of people selling different pizzukim, the nuts, but there's dozens of them. But that's where you go. If you want to buy a diamond, where do you go? Go to the diamond district, where everybody sells diamonds. That's where you go. You want to make more money, go to a mall. You open up a store in a mall. You don't worry about the competition. That's where people go. Zog the Gemara, says the Mishnah, you don't bring wheat for the oimer from a field that was fertilized. From a field that has to be irrigated as so. Why not? Because it's not the same quality. Wheat is not the same quality. But and not a field that has trees. But if you brought wheat from these kind of places, kosher. After the fact, it's okay. What's the best way to get the best wheat? Nora, first, you plow the field, and you don't do anything. And it says, Pesach in our Mishnah, Shivim Yom. You planted 70 days before Pesach, the Oisa Soilus Meruba, and that's going to give you a tremendous amount. So, as we're going to see in the Gemara, right now in the Mishnah we understand that for 1 year you plow, you don't seed it at all, you don't plant anything. The second year you plow again, and you put in seed. We're going to see in the Gemara that perhaps it means you plow 3, not 2. How do you check to see that it's the right quality? Hagizbar, the Gabbai, Machnes Yodu, he puts his hand inside the flour. If dust goes on his hand, now dust is what we call today flour. Flour is no good. That's the first stuff that comes out. We want sodas. Sodas is the thickest stuff. You take that thick stuff and you grind that and you come out with flour. But the initial flour that comes into your hand, no good. Sula, actually, it's possible until this whole batch that you have here is possible until you put it through the sifter. And if the kernel grain has worms, as such, I forgot to ask Yoshi if this is AI, right? I'm going to say that it's real. There's a lot of moving stuff that's happening. But it's gross. So if it has worms, wormy, smilat kasir. It says the Gemara. Case of Loisamara Shana Rishona. You plow the field the first year. You go away. Okay, Etikam. What did he mean? Nora Shana Rishona. Ushnia Nora Bizarra. Is year 1 a year that he plows and doesn't plant? Year 2, he plows and then he plants. In other words, anytime, so this is the voice we have to remember. Anytime you plant, you have to plow. So when the Gemara says Ishniya Nara, first he plows and then he plants, it means he plows and plants. The Zohar comes with a plow. Anytime you do Shriya, anytime you seed, you have to do a plow. So again, it says Shniya Nara, so that's plow number 1. Zohar is seeding with another plow. So then we're going to have 3 plows. Why? Nara Shana Rishayna, the first year you plow. Shniya Nara, a second plow. And Zohar, a third plow. First year he plows. Doesn't do anything, doesn't plow. Second year, he plows. And then when he gets ready to seed it, he plows again. That's the third time. And then he seeds it. Goodbye. Oshman. Samuel. Omar Rabbi Yosi. So I want to know, does he plow 2 times? Maybe I didn't say it again. Let me say it again. Perhaps Nara Shana Rishayna, he only plows once in the first year. Ushniya Zarira Balay Nara. In the second year, he only plows when he's seeding. So it's only 2 plows total, not 3. That's how Rashi is. Toshman. I believe you're right. This these 2 places, Kazim and Ashparachim, if they, since they're far in Yerushalayim, if they were close to Yerushalayim, they would. Would have brought from them, but because they're far away from Yerushalayim, we don't bring the wheat for the Omer. Only from fields, you only bring the Omer from fields that are south of Yerushalayim. That's according to Rashi. Going with Rashi, because it says it means every field in Eretz Yisrael has a southern, if it's on a mountain, it's the southern side of the mountain, the northern side. So we're the southern side, but Rashi says it means south of Yerushalayim. Here we go. There's a wheat field south of the Beis Hamikdash. You can see the Beis Hamikdash in the back. Great. And they were plowed specifically to this purpose. The sun rises on the field. In other words, it has sun all day long. the sun also sets on the field. Basically, so here's our route. How do you do this? No Rosh Hashanah, first year you plow the field. So that's one. Ushniya, and in the second year, Choirish, that's two. Beshoina, and that's three. Repeat. So that answers your question. It's three times. Bezoira, and then you plan, put on the Pesach Yom, 7 days before Pesach. Kedei Shtei Smucha L'Chametz. You want a field, you want a time of the year that has a lot of sun. There's a ton of zeres. When you do that, each stalk is going to be a zeres, the shiboilas, and the how do you say the shiboilas in English? The shenit that comes off. The which man is saying shiboilas. Because of the grain, zertayim is double. It's two zeres. The kaitir, and you harvest the honor, and you gather it with dust, and you separate the zaira and you throw it up in the air, and the wind comes and separates the shaft with fire, and then you could select and choose and pick the good stuff in the bag, the playpen, and grind it in the lactate, and then you put it in the sifter. So maybe it's a gizmo, then you bring it to the shamish, the gizmo knocks it to the toifa, and the gizmo sticks his hand inside the batch, the most of the other, and if he detects flour, dust, emerald, fazod, and players, or steel, go back and sift it for a second time. The sugar of Nassam Amru, saying an error, but also gizmo safdeli shaman. First he puts his hand in oil. You don't have it when you put your hand in oil, and then you put your hand into like floury stuff. It's like glue, so all the flowers stick to your hand. But what it says from me is, the bottom line is, it says Chodesh V'Shoina, that in the second year, you plow for a second time and a third time. So you see that you plow three times, not two times, in order to get the best of the best crop for the owner, barley for the owner. Ula Tamei has the Gemara Masnisim like Tani Shoina. You're explaining, you bring a right from the Bryce. So how come our Mishnah uses the word Shoina that it repeats? Daf Tehei Amud Beis. Bryce of Tani Shoina, but in the Bryce it doesn't use the word Shoina. Says the Gemara like Kashya, Kamba Budo Kamishena Budo. This is a break of the what it says because we're talking about that before the first year, the year before the first year, 2 years earlier, you're ready. You already plowed the field. Now the field, you only need two times. But in the dry zone, where you didn't work the field before that, you're going to need three times the plow. There's no having other. Explains Rashi, I don't like to stare it. The bottom line is, what do? You have to plow the field two times or three times. Come out here, but you only need two times. Touch me. It's Sanyo, no Tetzio, Israel, Tetzio. That's the other way out. Let's see a little bit more. But basically, you plow the field once, but you only put seeds on half the field, on 50%, on let's say the right side of the field. The following year, you plow the entire field again, and then you put seeds on the left side of the field. So it comes out, and then you repeat. Next year, you plow the entire field, and you put seeds on the right. Next year, you plow the whole field, put seeds on the left. Comes out that each area, the right and the left, before you put the seeds, you plow two times, but not three times. So that answers the question. We're only plowing the field two times, not three times. Zov the Hail Gemara, Omar the Yechon. Emavim is Homer Elemenat Solis from the Roman Shivar Yisrael. You only bring the Homer from the field, from the Rashi that are south, from the Valley, from the Rashi that are south. It's constant sun. The sun goes up and goes down on the field, hanging on Alki, Abishal Homer. The owner comes from a place called Snikla. How large was it? Bashali's son, Isa, who was 3 saw. It's like 27, 25,000 square feet, something like that. Not so large. The southern moon Renaissance. So we see from here that the field was a southern field. We'll go Hamizurachas, and then Hamshikas, it's a field that has constant sun. Now, Chetzio Vizurach, Chetzio, they plow the field and only put seeds, barley seed, like half, nor Chetzio Vizurach, Chetzio. I know it says half over here, but I'm learning that they plow the entire field and only put seeds on half. I'm thinking about Toivi, having a Karno Da'ara. The Hilchim Rabboni is actually stealing the Ramat Shemesh. It's not Ramat Shemesh. Ramat Dalar, it's called. It's thinking about it. And he used to have a field in the corner. The Chetzim is our Chetzim, or Chetzim is our Chetzim. He did this trick. That he only planted seeds on half. So he gave that he didn't have to work as hard. He didn't have to go the whole distance. But the Avda Chatre, and every year his field produced double the amount of a regular field. But Mizabelin was a very, very good quality. Mizabelin, he did the Sida, and he sold it for the soilers. Anybody that wanted soilers, buy from them. If the flower has grapes, it's possible. So Rabbanan, what are we talking about? Flower, wheat, soy shapir, psula. If the flower itself has the majority of it, it's possible. The people should use one, and if the wheat has a majority that has one, Yirmiyah has a question. I was looking at the majority of the field, and that means that even if you find wheat that doesn't have any worms, it's still possible. Or we're looking at each wheat individually and say, oh, this stalk of wheat, 51% has worms, God. But another wheat that doesn't have worms, you could use. Because that from the same field, on the side that we go wheat by wheat, so each week you look at it, if it's the majority wormy, then you can't use it, but the next one that's not majority worm, you could use it. Or no, we look at the total field and say 51% of the stalks here have worms, so the 49 that doesn't have worms are also possible. What do you do? Take it, decide on. Why, Rabbi? Now let's pay attention to this question because we're going to have a number of times. Another one today and then tomorrow as well. Same exact question. So, what happens if you go and take this wormy wheat and you make it as good? You get malchus because just like if somebody makes an animal who has a blemish, makes it kadosh, he says, I'm giving them some kadosh. That's usher. So here also, if you take the wheat and it's a mum, it's wormy, it's like a mum. You make it kadosh. Maybe you should get malchus like that guy that's magnish an animal that has a mum. Even the possible about mum damu, since it's possible, it's like about mum. But perhaps the whole idea of a mum is only an animal. Not also something similar. Is this piece of wood, Rabbi says, this puzzle? Is there a way out of it? So look what the Gemara says here. If it has worms, it's possible. It's only if the wood is moist. This wood looks kind of dry to me. You can scrape out the area that's wormy, and then it's kosher. By Rava, the same question as we had before. What if he takes this piece of wood? It makes it hegdish. Will this person, individual, get malchus because he donated something else, a book to his amigo? The puzzle, since this wood is possible, the Banim is like an animal that has a blemish, and therefore it's malchus. In Balmum, maybe the whole concept of Balmum is only by an animal. They give out. End of that. So, we're going to start the Mishnah. Easy Mishnah, and immediately go into a whole story, a whole Bible story. The Chaya, the place called the Chaya, out of the Shem, you have similar washing by me. You know that the Chaya is number one, it's the Aluf, it's the Aleph, it's the number one for oil. That's where we should get oil for the base. I mean, it's for the Menach. Just to remind everyone, we had just recently, we had the Gemara that tells us that Rebbe was a kind of a Shin by Yochai, and when Shin by Yochai was in the Chaya, Rebbe wanted to bring the oil for Shin by Yochai to the bathhouse on Shabbos, and he carried it through the rooftops, the teapots. That was also in the Chaya. Abishalom Yishniyallah, number 2 on the list. You can't find one from the Chaya. go to Regev Be'ever Yarden. If you go over the Jordan, over there there's a place called Regev, and you get oil. All Aaron is in church, warm oil and Israel is kosher. It seems like also Be'ever Yarden. So maybe when it says the way Rabbi Rothschild, maybe she thinks the whole cities all over the world. Last time it said Rabbi Rothschild, it meant only in Israel. That's a special halacha by the owners, but now it says, gotta look that up. Wondering that in the Hebrew shul, I didn't say anything. Now I have a raya that I'm wrong because it says Eber Yarden is good for oil. So maybe Rabbi means the entire world. Elo Mikano Yimavim. Even though Kol Rotzes are okay, but Chaya was number one. Hey Mavim, no Mavim says Volim. You cannot bring oil. Same along out of Nomadal. You can't bring oil from a orchard that they use fertilizer because it ruins the taste of the olives according to one China Rashi. The Levy Beis Hashlachim, and not from a place that they irrigate the orchard, the olive trees. The Levy Beis Hashlachim, and not in a place where they plant stuff between the olive trees. It may be kosher, but if you brought olives from this kind of place, it's kosher. A Levine and Kakton. The one thing explain on Kakton is that it grew up there. You pay the kosher, and the birds over here kosher. Kosher or kosher? Kosher. We're going with the kosher. A Levine and a Gargi is issue of mine. You're not bringing from the olives, you can't really squeeze them. They're too young, so you put them in water, you soak them in water. Lemon and kosher, similar to the olives that we have today, that are pickled. Not even ashlukim, and not from olives that are boiled, that are cooked. The maybe possible. This is different from the beginning of the Mishnah that if you brought from something like inside the skull, it's a shlachim that's kosher. Here, it is possible. If you bring pickled olives or olives that were soaked and cooked, no good for the oil of the Mishnah. Starting back out of the Rabbi side, it says, "Vayishlach Yoav Tzipora." This is the story when Avshalom killed his brother Amnon, the whole story of Amnon and Amnon. And David HaMelech distanced himself from Avshalom, he stopped talking, and Yoav wanted to make peace between father and son, between David HaMelech and Avshalom. So he came up, he devised a tactic where he brought a very smart woman from Tekaya. He sent to find a really smart woman, and the place that he sent was to Tekaya. He figured in Tekaya to find the smart woman. And the plan was that she should ask David HaMelech, I have two sons, one killed the other, should I talk to him, etc., to make a similar situation where David is going to have to paskin on her, and then he's going to realize about his own situation. It says, Vayishlach Yoav Tekaya, he sent out to Tekaya, V'ikam Misham Ishon Chacham. He got a very smart woman. Why did he send to Tekaya? Why did he send to Beersheba, to Yerushalayim? Because Shregilim B'Shem and Zayis, since the people of Tekaya, they consume olive oil, they have extra amount of chachma. Here comes the story. It says in the Pasuk about Asher, the Chayim B'Shem and Raglo soaked his feet in oil. This is in Shevet of Asher, Shemosh Shemin Kemaya. That's tremendous amount of oil. Said, there's a place called Lutkia, I'm not exactly sure, maybe it's in, guessing, Mama's a bad guess, maybe it's in Turkey. Where's Lutkia? I don't know, I didn't look it up. Lutkia, maybe Mark, you can look it up on ChatGPT. Where is Lutkia? Mama's above $1.50. Where is it? Spain, Turkey, I don't know. They don't flip flops. They needed a lot of oil. You know them, the Muslims, so they hired one of their men, a guy that could do this. Those are was a man. 1 million, which is actually 4 million coins. Don't bring us that amount of oil, tremendous amount of oil. All of the Yerushalayim, he went to Yerushalayim. No, you came to the wrong place. Go to Tzur. All of it says, go to Lebanon. All of it says, you went there. I'm not, let's go to Gush Challah. You went to the wrong place. Go to Gush Challah. All of it Gush Challah. Go to Gush Challah. Let's go to Gush Challah. So we don't have 4 million wood, 4 million. Actually, each one is worth 4 million golden coins. You hear this? Tremendous amount. We don't have it. So go to this guy. He's a guy. All the names of Tobin Sada Allah. Go to that field, you find him. He finds this guy that could sell him millions of dollars worth of oil. And what's he busy with? He's busy digging around the trees. He tells him, so he figures if you offer a guy a deal, I want to buy from you 4 million coins worth of oil, the guy's gonna faint on the spot, drop his shovel, and bring the oil right away. So listen to this. He finds a guy that could potentially do the deal of his life, and the guy says, sorry, on the Lord, this is one of the biggest problems I have with the story. I don't understand why this guy was so stubborn. What was so important for him to finish? He owned the whole orchard, the whole thing. Why does he have to finish? Okay. So basically, he's telling him, I don't care. I couldn't care less. Buy from me. Don't buy from me. I have plenty. You want to buy, buy. You want to buy, wait for me for an hour. I have to finish. I have a hole here today. I have another couple of trees. When I get done, then we'll come. He waited patiently. Done. This man takes his clothing, throws it on his shoulder, and starts walking. As he's walking, he bumps into stones. He bends down, picks up a stone, puts it on the side, another stone. He clears the path. Like a pauper, not like a multi-millionaire. So he's questioning what's going on here. Yes, Hashem and B'mei Ribai. You really have 1 million golden coins, 4 million golden coins. Play the prank on me. You're no guy that can sell me 1 million golden coins worth of oil. You're a guy that peasant. You pick up stones and you see. Even Shigili, Eroi wants to get to the city, and Tzili should toss it on son. A slave comes out, Kuku should come in, brings a boiling hot water, Berachas B'yod of Raglo, and washes his hands and feet. Tzili Sefer Shazah, the Leah Shemen, she brought out a jug, golden jug, full of oil. The Tava B'yod of Raglo, he dunked his feet and his hands and feet in it. And Mamish says, the Gemara speaks in, Kayim Hashanema, the Toiva B'Shem Raglo. He wants to be a Kayim, or he was Mekayim, the famous concept, the Toiva B'Shem Raglo, the Bracha, for Shevet Asher, he's from Shevet Asher. Dunked his feet in oil. So he realized right away that this guy is a wealthy person, he has golden kingdoms. The Achish Achlu V'Shasu, this is where we get today, that when you do a business deal, you sit down in a restaurant, you eat, you drink. Moda L'Shem B'Mei Riba. He went ahead and he measured 1 million coins, 1 million golden coins in the world. And Allah, the Matzah to the Yosef, says the owner over there, Salabai. That's it. You only need 1 million, maybe you need a little more. So the Shliach says, yes, I need more. I didn't bring enough money. You want, I'll give you more. I'll go with you. I'll accompany you all the way to Latvia. Then I'll get the rest. He gave him another 180,000 coins worth. The guy had to rent every truck, every pickup truck, every car. He had to rent everything. For the amount of oil that he's bringing back to Syria. Once he came to the city, the Kalsai, people came out, he even covered. Don't be covered on the Zesh Boyini. Give this guy. Shemad Hashem with Meir Riva, look how much oil he gave him. Very no should be Shmonas Riboy, and he's giving me even another 180,000 coins worth. Yesh Misasher Ve'inkol. A lot of us are like this. Yesh Misasher Ve'inkol. Get into credit card debt and all this stuff. You don't have the money. Yesh Misasher, he pretends he's rich, but ain't he doesn't have a dime. It's racist. But there's a lot of very poor people going around who have tremendous amount of money, like Warren Buffett. So the richest people in the world, he used to drive around like a 2001 Buick. I don't know what he has today. Maybe it broke down already. But a 20-year-old car, he's using the same house that he bought when he got married. A little ranch somewhere. No, 20,000 square foot home that you'd expect from that 50,000 square foot home in Bill Gates' house. No, simple. If you look at him in the street, this racist behind him, he looks like a pauper, but has tremendous amount. On both sides, have a wonderful day.
Sports is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a show today.
The boy side, we're going to start from the brand new paragraph. Beginning on the base. All for Bonois Hatzivit. In other words, all the numbers that are for the community, the Hayafim, and for the individual. Boy, Mina'aretz in the food farm. So you bring a mincha, private mincha, or community's mincha. Even from even from out of the country, even outside of Israel. Mina Chodesh Mina Yoshan, it comes from the brand new crop of meaning from that already the Omer came, Mina Yoshan, from the previous crop. Put Mina Omer Ishtela. Besides two minafas, the Omer and the two breads of shoes. Shem Boyim Element Chodesh Mina Oretz must come from the brand new crop and only from Eretz Yisrael. The Kulon and Boyim Element Mina Muftar is a halacha that mincha must come from the best type of flour available. Be'ezu Muftar Shalom, what does it mean? What's the best? Michnes Zakha. Alpha Solis. Alpha is the number one. Alpha. So if it comes from Michnes and Zakha, it's number one for Solis, for this pure flour. Shneelahan. And second to them, if you can't find anything from Michnes and Zakha, you bring from Ryan Babika. The Gemara is saying the Gemara about it, right? The Bika coming up. Kol HaRotzis HaYuksheres. Kol HaRotzis is referring to all places in Eretz Yisrael, all cities in Eretz Yisrael, all Pasha. Hello, Mikano Yimuvi. It's Pasha, but it's better to bring from Makkah than Zakha. You bring from Petah Tikva, but it's better from Makkah than Zakha. Says the Gemara, this is very clear. Our Mishnah doesn't go according to this time. It's Sanya. Omer Abomin Ayoshan Kasha. It says over here that the Omer could come from the older crops. Now our Mishnah says it can only come from the Chodesh. Shti Alechem Abomin Ayoshan Sheres. Says the Mishnah about the Shti Alechem, which was also it has to come from the new crops. Shechis a mitzvah. Okay, so you bring from the old crop, you're going to be missing a mitzvah, but it says it's okay. Omer, how do I know? It's in Akuru. Even if you take out old wheat from your attic, in other words, from the old crop, it's still kosher. Shalom from the city, which we said was a view, we live in Fifth Florida. Yes, Shalom from the view comes to exclude Fifth Florida. We have to do an aliyah. At the time we learn from one word, which we said you cannot bring from Fifth Florida. And also, it could even be, it could even be from your attic old stuff. As how can I learn two things from one word about picture you already learned? It has to be from Eretz Yisrael, not from Chutz. How can you learn that to be even from your attic? You're right. My quote for you, the word right before is Mimoshe Seichem Kaviu. So the second word, Kaviu, Bafilim and Aliyah, I'm not from Mimoshe Seichem, I'm learning that you can bring even, you have to bring only from Eretz Yisrael, not from Chutz. That's the word. Kaviu, I learned that it could also be from the attic. As the Gemara, when we go there, that if you, let's say, these Toida breads, remember, 10 chalots that come with the Toida, the chametz part, each one must be an Isara. I already learned the word of you that teaches that it has to be an Isara. Says the Gemara, you're right. You can't look at Kavi, by Kavi, the fact that the Torah says Kavi instead of Kavi, so the extra vav teaches us that as we start to transfer piety and learn both halachas. But see, ratios. What I'm going to do with the fact that it says ratios that it has to be from the new crop, mitzvah. Doesn't really mean it must be. It means it's a good thing to do from the new crop to get a mitzvah. As the Gemara of Tzid, Chadasha means the new crop. Now, we have touching, we had a concept that if the Torah repeats itself twice, then the Torah means business. And when the Torah says ratios, and when the Torah says Chadasha, it means after the new crop. Says the Gemara, and we're going to the Sanya, the also Rabbi Omru, Shalach, and Abois, and Ayosha. You know what I do with the word Chadasha? So every time we have when the word is necessary to teach us something else, then it's not a Shana Olav La'akiv. The Torah didn't say twice. We machmir to say that it has to be done like this. I need the word Chadash or something else. There's an halacha that the mincha, the oimer, we're going to see the oimer, they must be number one of that year. Can't bring anything, Shalachem, we're going to start with Shalachem, can't bring anything before that, any mincha before that. That's the Chadash and Chalamanah. Number one for all the mincha. Can we see the Chadash is the Gemara, the Baharis, we see that the Jawan, it seems like there's no machloikis about Eretz Yisrael and Chutz, the Omer Shalach and the Aretz in the Chutz flow. Everybody seems to agree, and we're going to see there's not a problem. The Omer, the Omer that allows us to eat the brand new crop, and the Shtei Alachem is the two breads that we bring on Shavuot that also allows us to bring the other barley, the new crop, must be from Eretz Yisrael and not actually Chutz. The Gemara commanded like that. It doesn't go according to the other time. It's time you're abusing with Yudah Omer. Omer for the Chutz. He says that Omer to put from Chutz. The man with time he said, "Voyu Ela Eretz." So what do I do with this piece of Voyu Ela Eretz? Then Chayva Ba'Omer Kodesh Nechnas La'Eretz. He said, "Voyu Ela Eretz is not that you cannot bring the Omer from Chutz. You could, but it only starts when you come to Eretz Yisrael. When Eretz Yisrael comes to Eretz Yisrael, that's when it starts." Listen to this, because Sadar Chodesh B'Kitzlar the Raisi. Behold, the Chodesh. You hear this? The Isra meaning Chodesh in America and in England is the Raisa. The Tzid Moshe Seichem. Every place Moshe Seichem, many places. With his Savai is Mambiyahi. Oh, the Savai means that when you come to Israel, it starts. Even though we're Raisa, he Akubin Nami Mambiyahi. And since the Deraisa, since America is the Deraisa, so therefore I have a connection to the Omer, and I can also bring the Omer from Chutz. That's what he says. Since it's a Deraisa in Chutz, it is a Deraisa in Eretz Yisrael. That means there's so. Same for the Isser. It's the same for the Isser, then it's the same for bringing for the Omer. So I could actually bring the Omer from Chutz. Has to be connected. That's what I have a shaykhs. says in the Markan also, we learned over there by Shkalim. Shloimeh speaking, the Shvi is making Sfara between the So it goes like this. We need to bring the Oymer every single year, including the year of Shemitah. Now you're not allowed to plant barley on Shemitah. That's what you do. So if there is Sficha means you have barley that grew by itself. You didn't plant. It's hefker. You don't want people to come and grab it because they come and grab it. Now you're not going to have barley for the Bishamina. So what do? You put guards to watch it. And who pays them? Trumas Alishka. Let me just show you Trumas Alishka. What's Trumas Alishka? That every Mishkan Shadol we start collecting the Matzah Shadol so we have money for the sheep and whatever's left over, because the Bishamina is okay. So since this is for the Patel and the Bishamina, this is for the Ayman. So we pay these guards from the Trumas Alishka. Rabbi Racham and Rav Chizda, so Rabbi Racham now learn Shloimeh speaking, Shvi's like in Alishka, and just learn that the watcher gets his money from the Samidish Berlin, not love, straight how could you take this from Shemitah barley, how can you use it? It says in the Pasuk Lachla, you can only eat it and not burn it, and the Emer goes on the Mizbeach and it's burned. Amalei Rachmana, Omar Lachla, there is It says by the Emer, it should be for all generations, but that was talking. What do you want? You want it to not happen? You want them not to bring the Emer this year? This is what we need to do in order to bring the Emer. We have to watch the speaker. Amalei, I never said it should be battle and not be done at all. All I said is they should bring it from last year. Bring the older one. That's not from Sweden. The year before Shemitah that was committed to you. Says the Gemara, how can you bring that? But karma, we learned karma. Remember the word karma means ras kumo. Says the Torah karma, and I take the words in the Greek. It's what did he say? It is your brother. I haven't said a word. No, there's what it was. He had the best word. Anyway, no. Karma Velata. We got Yitzi Shields here. Karma Velata. Says the Gemara, what is the Karma Velata? Okay, so bring something that was soft last year. Oh my God, Karma Doctor, Karma Velata has a problem like that. It has to be nice and soft when you bring it today. Therefore, your idea of bringing last year's crop is not good. It needs to be soft now, not soft last year. Itmar, please make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, it's coming up. So we have two sources. Reverend says that to bring the new crop because that's the soft carnal. But the Lord's only racist Tzirchel. Racist Tzirchel is Tzirchel. That's in the beginning of the crop, but not the end. Those are Rabba. That's Rabba. That's the Minchas Bikuyin. The Minchas Ha'im HaKosim Rabba says, if you bring the Minchas of the Bikuyin, talking about the Oil. What do you do though? The Minchas, this is a sugar we had already. Minat Soyer. The Minchas must be brought from Bar. At the Oil Minat Soyer, perhaps it should be from me. But that's only the name of the Mitzrayim. The name of the Mitzrayim. Or, let me just see the puzzle first. Famous puzzle. The Pishto Basoyer Mikasa. So when he talks about the barley, he has Soyer Oven, the Pishto Givaoyer. The word Oven in reference to the barley. Says the of the word Oviv by the Omer. Not Oviv when we try to say Oviv. Just like how we try to say Oviv in the same passage. says Aviv, so too, when it comes to the Omer and the bottom, the Sarim must be from. But if you find that an individual brings a mitzvah when he has to, let's say he's a fighter, it's a fighter. Who maybe if he wasn't in a Sarim and a Saita, whose husband warned her not in Siachah with another man, she has to bring a mincha, part of the process is a mincha. You have an individual brings wheat, an individual will bring barley. But table, we told this tomorrow, we just had it, like less than 40 days, 15 days ago. Now, table maybe for Basim and Afik, table maybe for Basim and Asari. So, to the community, sometimes they bring the mincha from wheat, which is a shvuas, it's meat. Who maybe for Basim and Asari, and when does the community bring from Sa'irim? Must be, it's the barley of the Omer. You're not the Omer, you're not Chitim. As it says, the Omer from Chitim. Now, the Shtel on Shmuels is Chitim, and the Omer is wheat. Now, you don't have a situation where the community is bringing from barley. When it's in so maybe for Russian, and so much basis of Akiva that the Omer is brought from barley. Like this, you have an individual brings from wheat. And the individual brings from barley. The tzibur brings from wheat, and the tzibur brings from barley. What's the barley from the tzibur? Barley. But the acher, in fact, in our Omer Bama Achit, he says, "No, we're going to keep the ancient Allah and be clear." This is the pshat that we wanted to touch upon. This pshat. Why? It comes out. Before means it must be the first flag. Let's be clear. You bring the shittas hamim. The first thing that grows, the first pomegranate that pops out of the tree, you bring it to the base hamim. Now, in that Omer with the eyes and Omer with the ayin, if you say that the minchas Omer comes from weed, you have a problem. Why? Ancient Allah can be cool. Because Omer comes first on Pesach, secondly on Pesach, and the Alechem comes 49 days later on Shavuos. Now, if the Omer came from wheat, and the Shtei Alechem is from wheat, and the Shtei Alechem is not the first time that you saw the wheat. It's not the bikurim of wheat. The first time that you brought wheat to Israel was the second day of Pesach. It's a problem. Shtei Alechem is supposed to be the first time you see the street. How many should be bikurim? Oh, so you tell me that it's because you're Yosef and you're working on the word, you're going to say, let me just show you the thing. We'll go back there just for a second. This is the whole thing is, it has to be, how do I know that? It has to be, barley, because caramel has to be soft. Not how do you know it's barley, but how do you know it has to be the new crop because it's soft. No, it has to be the new crop because it has to be purity. In fact, the kasha on the and also, Ein Mevim Bikurim because Mishus Aminim. Bikurim is only from the 7 minim. Eretz, Kitim, Soria, Bikechem, Bikehima, Bikehima, Eretz, Shemin, Bikdash, means dates. That's from these 7 minim, not from other fruit. Not from apples and oranges and such. And also, the Lari Marim Shebahar. Not even dates that grow on the mountain top. Such as the players about Malkim are not from fruit that grows in the valley. Why? Because Rashi says that the morim that grow up high, they're very sweet. They're too sweet. They're too good. You hear this? They're too good. You got what I mean? And not players about Malkim because you have the sweet that grows in the valley. It's not good at all. And Allah, you have to remember this. Maybe the raw thing, even though it's from the Shivas Aminim, but it grew on the mountaintop. Loy Kiddush is no good. Yosef rather than call Amar Lo Hoshmit, so Isri Rafa Barabba Lama. Harbor Reish, it says by the Shtei Alechem, it says Harbor Reish. The Reish is the common apple. Shtei Alechem should be number one, the first mincha. וכן הוא אומר בהקריב מנחה חדש להשם בשבוע יסייכם. תראו לנו חדש שתיתם, חדש של סוערים מיניים. So there's a number of pshat in there. We're going to go with the pshat. How do you know that the mincha sa'ir, any mincha of sa'ir, like the mincha of the same, doesn't come before the regular omer, which is sa'ir? In other words, just like the shtei alechem, which comes from wheat, is the number one mincha of wheat, and only after you bring that, you bring the other wheat of that crop. So too, the mincha of sa'ir, meaning the omer is the number one mincha for all minchas. Kadosha, it says kadosha twice. That don't mean it that it should be the chitim has to be first, the wheat has to be first. The omer is the first mincha of now we're going back to the shtei alechem. Shtei alechem, two bread and shvuos have to be before you bring the fruit, the bikurim. The Chag Shavuot, first Chag Shavuot starts in the fall. And then only after the bikurim, it's your people. First, the shtei alechem that comes before Shavuot, and only afterwards, let's take care of the bikurim. Then we have a bikurim, it's repeated. Okay, so later I'll know that the bikurim of wheat comes after the shtei alechem. Because it's also wheat. So wheat and wheat, shtei alechem comes first. The wheat of bikurim, bringing bikurim in your basket, wheat, that comes after the shtei alechem. Here, sa'orim minayim. How do I know that when I have sa'orim, I have barley? Kinda. Look, in the Shivas Aminim, you have Ita and Sa'orim. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. So Sa'orim is barley. How do I know that when I bring barley as a bikurim, it's also after the shtei alechem, which is the Chag HaKatzir bikurim ma'asecho asher tizra b'asodeh. The Chag HaKatzir shvuos bikurim ma'asecho asher tizra b'asodeh becomes the Chag HaShavuos, the Chag HaKatzir shvuos, the shtei alechem comes first. Then there's tizra. It says in the pasuk asher tizra that you plant it. And what if you didn't plant it? What if it grew by itself? Anything that came up in the field, even speaking, things that came by itself. How do I know it includes something that grew on the property? Go. Let me see if I have a proof here. This one. Okay. And something that's in a. We're going to go into the churban, to the pot. We're going to touch the pot, and touch the churban. On a ship. I don't know all that. After being the shtei alechem, everything that's on in the Lord. When I think the devil is being softened and taste. How do I know that the shtei alechem should be before the wine? And all the other Pharisee Ilah, let's see. Go back to this passage. The Eino, Rimon. Definitely also. I wrote over here that has to do with the date and the sound. Not sure why, okay. But anyways, Pharisee Ilah from the Shivas Aminim that we're on to. I didn't know if they let them come first. Never can bikurim ma'asecha. We never lie alone, but us because ma'asecha ma'asecha. Now, interesting, we must see this passage inside. Because it happens to be, that's the same example. The Chag HaKatzir bikurim ma'asecha. It says the word ma'asecha in this passage in the beginning, which is referring to Shavuos. And then we never lie alone, but us because ma'asecha ma'asecha. It says later on. The second, the last part of the passage wasn't only Masecha, was referring to, believe it or not, Malalom is something very similar, just like in the beginning of the passage, referring to the something. I found the something very similar. Sorry. Just like the end of the passage, the surface is referring to all types of fruit. So in the beginning of the passage, the shmur is also talking about all types of fruit. Shalef and Khan. That's the Gemara. It says that you're allowed to bring bikurim from a rooftop, from a ship. Just don't bring it before Shalach, but you're allowed to bring it. So first, you're allowed to bring it. Just don't. What position? Number 2. Come after you bring the Shalach. That's the Gemara. So how can you tell me that the top words of this Amid, Marim, Shibaharim, is no good? How can we say that if you bring it, it's not even, it has no kedusha? If I bring wheat that grew on a ship, it's okay. So certainly, if I bring a thing that grew on a mountain top, it should be okay. So the Gemara says my son in an offer. This doesn't say that it's no good. Sorry, this is we said that it's okay. Menafa, it's referring to menafas. But for the Purim, it's happen also. Gemara is making enough room between menafas and bikurim. You're not talking about bikurim. Your own question was, Anula, how does it say that if you bring a date that grew on a mountain top? Also, here we see that it's talking that it's mutter. No, that's talking about a minute. So if you're telling me that it's talking about a mincha, so how could the pasuk say that everybody could eat this mincha? Only a male could eat a mincha, not a female. All right, Shai just writes there's 2 parts of the pasuk. First part is Lechoy, let's see if I have it over here. Yes, 2 parts of the pasuk. Bikurim Kolashe Ba'archim Asher Hashem. It's in the same passage, but part number 1 in red, it says only to you the Zachar player, and part number 2, anybody is carrying your house, even Isha and a faith. So, see, okay, so how do we do this? If everybody could eat it, why is it only is Bikurim, everybody. And the Menachos only is Gotcha, my Menachos. The Seder of draw, I saw in the Nachman code. So the whole time is going about a minute, not the 2 minutes, but just Menachos. So we're going about Nachman code. The 4 breads that you must give as Kumot of Kod. That, a woman can eat. A regular Menachos, a woman can have it. Says the Gemara. Okay. Look there, this Allah that we said, whether or not we're allowed to use dates that grow on top of a mountain, is actually machlokes Amaroyim. Maybe it's Kiddush, maybe Kiddush. The Jordan says, like you know, that if you use these dates from the top of the mountain, it doesn't have Kedusha. The Torah says it has Kedusha. Why? Explain. Not to be Kedusha. If one was to bring a very skinny, emaciated animal, it's Kodesh. It's a terrible thing. It's against the pasuk that says you shouldn't bring, you wouldn't do it for your, for the ruler. Okay, but if the Kedusha grabs out this, well, there you shouldn't bring this date. There's no reflectors and a time. Reflectors means a good reason. Why did the Rebbe say that it's not covered? Because I saw the Yochanan in my dream, and therefore I knew when I saw a girl at door like the Yochanan in my dream, I knew I was going to say Gabal B'Pshat. What? Oh my God! Voracious, like voracious. Voracious means from the sum of the fruit, meaning some, only the best of the best, the Shivas Aminim, but not all fruit. The arts of local arts. And this comes to teach us from your land, but not all your land. High mountains are no good for dates. Rish Lakish, high arts of my other. The rivers learning from Artsakha that you cannot use dates that grow on a mountain. But Rish Lakish's dates that grow on a mountain are okay, so what does he do with that? The barley inside you're going to need the Rabbi Omer, Demartan Eretz. We never allow on earth. It says by Bikur the word Eretz. It says later on by Yisrael Eretz. Malalon Shevach Eretz. It's the best. It's the Gan Shevach Eretz. That's where Rish Lakish goes. Before we haven't learned it in the Rashis, he learns it from Eretz. The one has to be the Shivas Aminim. Vidok Eretz Eretz. And how does the real one? Eretz Meir. From within the word Meir, he also has the word Eretz. Because Eretz Meir, it's no match when Shalish doesn't learn Eretz Meir. Funny Chada. Let me just pause here for a second. Now, how do we know that the Purim is Shivas Aminim? Funny Chada. Shebegag v'shebechurva. Shebe'otzis v'shebespina. Maybe we clear. You know what? Maybe we'll pause over here. We could go. Let's do it. We're doing good on time. Funny Chada. Shebegag v'shebechurva. Shebe'otzis v'shebespina. Maybe we clear. On the one hand, it says that if you get produce that grew on a rooftop, or in a room, or in a pot, or on a ship, you bring it as Bikurim, the Torah, and you read all the Psukim. Then you look, maybe very Torah. Another place it says is to bring it as Bikurim, but it's not good enough to read. Read the Psukim. Says the Margushim, Gaga Gaga the Tashio, the Gaga the Ma'oya, the Gaga the Bais. According to Mishnah, who says that if you bring inferior product, it's grab. I'm going to say that there's two types of roofs. There's a roof. Here we go. There's a regular roof, which is no good. You cannot read. You can bring from this roof. But this is a roof of a cave. I just want to focus because he goes right past it. But here you see the opening, it's a cave. So what he's saying is, so what if it's a cave? The mice, it's ground. On top, it's real ground. It's not a rooftop. And the Mela, it's considered regular Bikurim, where you could read all the Psukim. Churva Likasha, and you don't ask me a question from school, one Churva you could. Regular, this Churva you cannot read. But this Churva where he plowed it and he did the work, he could read. The Churva Avuda, you can read the Psukim of the Torah, it's good, but you cannot read the Psukim. When I have the question about the two different parts, not simple. One has a hole, and therefore it emerges from the ground, and therefore you can say the Psukim. And when it doesn't have the hole, so it doesn't emerge from the ground, you cannot read the Psukim. Okay, and the next one is Svina Lekasha. Ham Svina Shalates. When you have a wooden boat, so see, Yoshi like the Pshat, he's good at Pshat, but it's attached to the ground. So you have this doesn't emerge from the ground, but if it's made out of ferrous, made out of earthenware, so then it does emerge from the ground, it's like it's knuckle, and therefore, those who say that it doesn't even have to be attached to the ground, okay, I'm speaking. We're going to learn the question again. Okay. Hello, there's no knowing Dash. It says that when you have inferior product, well, you should have hugged him. You think that we're on the mountaintop, it's no good. How in the world you make but bring these things as Bikurim? If they grew on the rooftop, they grew on a ship, how are you going to bring it? Forget about reading the Psukim. You're not reading the Psukim, it's problematic for the good. It's the Lord Tanoi. It's the fact that the Lord Tanoi. This I know. Maybe Victoria. One time it says if you're on the rooftop and in ruins, you can bring Bikurim and read the Psukim. But here it says Shabbat Otzis Shabbat and maybe Kaliko. If you grew in a pot or on a ship, you can't. You see some Machlis Tanoim, Rabbi Sai, Hagutumoyim, and have a wonderful.
Book is spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a shirt today. MDYsponsor.com. Cat was with me through some very difficult times, through addiction and getting clean, and I'm so you're the litter box in your Civic with you, and we're gonna do
Good and Erev Pesach Rabbi Sai. We're holding on the bottom of hay base on the base. Gemara asks the question, how do you know that a Korban Pesach that you must chef, you don't have a choice. You cannot buy it with Mazasheni money, you must buy it with your own money. So Gemara brings this whole puzzle. I'll remind the Olam, I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but just that's the puzzle, the famous puzzle that we're going to sing tomorrow in Shul. So the Gemara says, this puzzle teaches us every word, la toida, la oila, la mincha, ha toida, sorry, the word. La oila, la mincha, ha toida, every word comes to teach you something. And we're going to see the Rebbe Kiva, finally, it's a very long answer, but meanwhile we'll go through very easy stuff. We're going to get all the way at the end, but about 20 lines from now, we're going to see where Rebbe Kiva learns this is say. Mincha. So now we're holding at the word mincha. What do we learn from mincha? 3 lines from the back. Ma mincha ina nechas ela zirchei kahuna. Ma mincha can only be eaten by male kohanim. This isn't called zachar, but male iron neflana. It's talking about a mincha. Only a zachar iron from a plant. Afkal in a fallen ela zirchei kahuna. So to all the other things, only a kohen and a zachar. Now, what does that mean? We know there are many korbanos that women could eat, that Israelim could eat, non-kohanim. Mincha, ma mincha in a nefel zizit. We're not calling the nefel zizit. What carbon are we talking about? This for Oshan, we're talking about a regular carbon from Oshan. The head eats it. Where? In this week's parasha, out of Vayikra Perikvot, which is the parasha which is read. Again, it's talking about a chatos. We know that a chatos, which is kachik, that a woman can eat, or a strong cannot eat. What is Zikri Shalom Tzibur? Zikri Shalom Tzibur are the 2 korbanos that we bring on Shavuos. The Shlama. That we bring on Shavuos together with the 2 breasts. With the prayers that we learn from the Lord. The law says about the Baptist traditions of Friday. Oh, Zachar Yochaloisa. We made on Zikri Shalom Tzibur. Shane Cholim teaches us the Shalom Tzibur is only eaten by Ella Zikri Kura. Or it says, why do I need to read that fucking minify? Jesus is really learning it from other psukim, Kappas, Osham, and other psukim. This is why you're right. This is what I know one person to learn from. The Maislam Hacha, some people learn from this puzzle, what you said, from the Kodesh Kodashim, the psukim we just read, Kodesh Kodashim. Speaking of Maislam Hacha, some people learn from our puzzle, from the minify. Great. We continue with this puzzle. What do you do with the word chapos? It's extra. Why is it extra? I just feel because every carbon the Torah says Zois Teres HaChapos, Zois Teres HaOsh, Zois Teres HaMincha. No why does the Torah take a whole passage and talk about all the korbanos? Each one comes to each has a new finish. Chapos. Machapos in Kacha B'Gelua, it absorbs a whole Kacha B'Gelua becomes Kaddish to absorb it. Osham, what are we doing with the word? Not Osham, ancient, Shafer B'Shul is Kaddish B'Gelua. Osham is a male. So just like the fetus of the male, of the Osham, doesn't become Kaddish. Why doesn't the male's fetus become better? Because it's impossible. You can't have a fetus. I'm going to say something because I'm an American and I'm saying something now. A male cannot have children, so therefore its fetus and its amniotic sac, the Darshul calls it, the shafir, cilia, they don't have kedusha. Why? Because they don't exist. And the Gemara is going to say, so if it's impossible, how are you going to teach it? Female, that's possible. That's told me we had the other day. It's impossible. It's just the covenant of the window. Oh, so you learn from here. Do shafir b'shilia, about everything else. The fetus doesn't have kedusha. Now, we have to understand, because we know that fetuses usually are like the mother, they do have kedusha. Why? For Saban, mothers, Kadashim, Babiyasam, King Doshim. Number one, he holds that a fetus doesn't become punished in the mother's stomach at all. When does it become punished? When it's born. With Danim Efshan, Shi'i Efshan. We can learn other korbanos from an Asham that's impossible for an Asham to become pregnant. Nevertheless, hey, the Asham's baby, its fetus, never has a kedusha. Why? Okay, it's impossible. Lamaisa, its baby can become, its fetus can become punished. So to all other korbanos, its fetus cannot become punished. End of that sugya. New sugya. We're doing like funny stuff here, no? Malish, greens. Miluim. What do we do with the word miluim? Just to remind the audience, miluim is the 7 days in the Rishon Rabbeinu brought korbanos. This is nothing. Yeah, but I think the duration is miluim. In his way, the Nisim brought only for 7 days is a one-time thing. But miluim is strange. But any meat, and it's in the first any meat that's left over must be burned. But ain't balachayim misrei. But let's say they brought an extra carbon as a backup, as a price. You don't burn that live animal. After misrei from any time you bring in a price, you bring an extra animal as a backup. Or let's say we had the other day that a fetus that was born is considered moiser, it's considered extra, considered addition. So if there's need, you bring the aim by the time is from sorry, after you say from aim by the time you but tonight we don't think. Shlamim. It says in the passage the word shlamim. What do I do with the word shlamim? Shlamim. By the way, we're still in the middle of a question. What's the question? Where did you even know that a carbon Pesach you must pay with your own cash? You can't use master chain anymore. We're getting there. Shlamim. What do I do with the word shlamim? Now shlamim is fagin means fagin. We know the halacha of pigo means that when the kohen chefs the animal in the English and he thinks to himself, I'm going to eat the shlamim instead of 2 days, I'm going to eat it 3 days from now, 4 days from now, a month from now, that makes it pigo. And if he in fact eats it, it's five parts. If he doesn't eat it, he's over it. And it's fagin. That causes the wine. We know that shlamim and oil come with wine, and they come with flour. You can bring a fag of the wine. Sorry, no fuck today. The message is done on the trainer in Kiva. So too, every other carbon, when the carbon does pigel, it also makes the wine the fuller, right? Because there's a chiddush, because the carbon is thinking about this animal, he's not thinking about he's thinking about this, and not about this, the wine. Oh, no, I have real wine. The wine. But when I have a kavan on this, I'm going to eat this in 3 days from now. Instead of in 2 days from now, this becomes also. That's the chiddush. Great. Oh, finally. They say the name of Rabbi Kiva. Zois HaTorah. The same puzzle. Using the same puzzle. But we learned from Mincha something else before. What do we learn from Mincha? We started off the shir. That it has to be Zikr Kuna. He's doing something else. Mincha, not Mincha, he's doing the Bilua thing. That a Mincha absorbs from another carbon So whatever that carbon is, it becomes afkom. So do other korbanos also absorb. If they touch each other, they become kaddish like the other ones. You limit the days, etc. Kedusha, tuma. This will limit the makatos. This will limit the mincha. I could teach it in two places. Because I wanted a mincha, the shul there is a mincha, the flour is soft, it absorbs. Avocado in the Lord, but maybe meat, tough meat before you make it a steak. Tough, maybe it shouldn't absorb, and it shouldn't have the halachas of the other things. Because of one of the factors between the basar agav and shonim kadi, maybe if a carrot meat it's oily, so that's why it absorbs, it goes in deep. Aval mincha in the Lord, maybe flour, not. It's really funny, finally, after learning yesterday, and after learning a bunch of minutes today, 15 minutes into the year, here we get to the point. This line right over there. What do I do with the word chatas quickly? Machatos eno bo elo menachulu, just like a chatas. You can only purchase from your own money and not from Meiser Sheni money. Oh, and that's it. So that's it. Now I know that a carbon Pesach I must purchase with your own private money. That's it. This is how we're going to learn. The Gemara continues, Ubayoim, and the fact is you can only shut during the day, not at night. Ubayoim, you notice you have to use your right hand, that you left. After every other carbon in a bottom and a phone, you can only buy other carbonates that are going to face off and have to buy it with your own personal money, Ubayoim, and you shut it during the day, the other way monies. The fact is, how do I know that the fact is you can't use my training money? I'm not using the pro, the acre of iron is parachatis shaloi, loi, mishaloi, loi, mishaloi. So it has to be his own, and not his training money. That's the Gemara. You're telling me that you learn from here that you have to shut the parachatis during the day. Ayoy, there's another passage that teaches that you have to learn, you have to do it during the day. It says Gemara, you're right to be Nazba. I just said it for the fun of it, for no good reason. The real source that you have to shut the carbon copies during the day is from the Yom Tov. You know, we have a whole thing here. You have to buy with no money, you have to use from your day with your right hand. In fact, the right hand is also for fun. The other hand, I don't learn from this puzzle, but I mean, fun enough to have to use your right hand. I don't know, I know, Shlokish. Anytime you heard this is the word etzba or kuhuna, we had a whole discussion over there. Etzba, without kuhuna, etc. But you have another possible source that you have to do with your right hand. Kedina, you know over here, just threw it in. But it's not the real source by us. The real source is over there that it says etzba. Asha, what do I use the word asha? Now we continue. Ma'asha, matzvah, the bones of the asham, the carbon asham, which is very similar to the chatas. It's post asham. The bones of mutter you're allowed to steal. After it says in the Torah you're allowed to use bones of other korban. Now the Gemara says the other kind of learns from this about the Pesach that you must purchase the carbon. I can't believe that we're talking about a carbon Pesach at 3 o'clock in the afternoon where Klal Yisrael in the Beis Hamikdash is doing the carbon Pesach, and we're talking about a carbon Pesach in Daf Yomi. But anyways, what does Rikiva do with the pasuk? They learned that you have to buy with your own money when he learns already from the word chatas. Says the Gemara not giving them days. So what does he do with this pasuk that they learned that you have to buy a carbon Pesach from your own money? The garlic there of Nachman. You use it for a Nachman. Go to Nachman. Oh, Rabbi said, what do I do with leftover carbon Pesach? There's 3 types of leftover carbon Pesach. There's a carbon Pesach that's like a year after Pesach. You missed Pesach, and the animal just became 2 years old. It had a 2-year-old birthday. So it has 2 things going against it. So what do you do with it? It becomes a shlomo. There's another one. It's after Pesach, but the animal is still a year old. So then it's first year. So you use it as a carbon Pesach. Technically, it's Pesach. It's also shlomo. And then there's another one. It's 2 days before Pesach, and you shut your carbon Pesach. What happens to it? It's not a carbon Pesach. So it also becomes a shlomo. So we're going to see 3 super. And that's it, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, how do I know that, let's say, but this is something else. Let's say you brought a second Korban Pesach. You're nervous that someone's going to happen in the first one. So, or 15 people on the ship. Nishlef, Rabbi, Nishlef, they're Pesach. Instead of Haroisis, they're on you. So maybe during, like, they're blowing this royal and they're watching. Devour. The case is as follows. Your Korban Pesach ran away and you got another Korban Pesach. And then the other one showed up. Now you have an extra. It's Moisar. It's the extra one. How do you know Shekar Shalom? How do you know that you can check it as a Shalom? So that was sold in Pesachim and throughout Shas. You see the idea that a Korban Pesach transfers into a Shalom eventually if you don't use it. That's what Rabbi Kiva does with this person. I learned that turns into what's something proper. We discussed this yesterday. I know your present ball, element of culture and music. A Korban Pesach only comes from sheep and goats. Some of the features why is it proper cattle? And Moshe doesn't even cover our bone and turn them in a buffer. It should become something that could come from sheep and cattle, which is a shtam. That's the Gemara, but I have another source for that. I don't need this pasuk that you're telling me is about the Pesach. I have two other sources. But David of the Shmuel now, we learned from the Shmuel's father. The city. Even I think about it, the word is Shtamim is completely extra. We're talking about Shtamim. The Korban Pesach comes from sheep. That's actually not enough. You have another source, third source. The Daniel, the Rabbi says the Pesach what do you do? Rabbi said, what do you do with the tail of the Korban Pesach? What do you do? Tail is not eaten. The tail is Korban Pesach goes on the Pesach. How do I know this? The Rabbi says that Pesach that the Korban Pesach the tail goes on. Shvoy Merin Kedesh, Yahavi Pesach Sha'over Shnasai, nothing. Kedesh. These two words in Kedesh have both extra. So the word Kedesh teaches us that the tail goes over. Shvoy Merin in Kedesh, the word in, what I do? Yahavi Pesach Sha'over Shnasai. So now I have a third source that the Korban Pesach that is no longer a year old, covers us to be within a year of its life, 365 days from when it was born. 367, no good. Pesach Sha'avar Shnasai, Shtamim, not going to Pesach, performance of Shtamim. The Pesach Sha'avar Shnasai is too old. Shtamim, Aboy, Machnas Pesach, performance of Shtamim. So I used to ask this funny. I go around asking about all these different questions. If somebody that's true or what's too much mindset. Back in the day, I used to ask this. When you come to Eretz when you come to this Amikdash on Pesach, there's Pesach. How many animals are you bringing with you? And the answer is a lot of times 5. A lot of people don't know. Here we go. I'm going to show you Pesach. Pesach. Very less real because you see a big boat in a long time. You haven't been to this English. You bring a special artist. It's always real. Chagiga Gedalin, which we're talking about, is unreal. I'm very serious. It's crazy. I'm emotional about this. We're talking about Chagiga Gedalin. That's a Chagiga, part of Chagiga. You bring only today. It's the only time of the year. It's called Chagiga Gedalin. And there's one tomorrow. Chagiga Gedalin. That's what it says over here in the Gemara. The Gemara says, Ushlamim habayim machmas ha-pesach. Machmas Pesach. The Shlamim, in other words, the Chagiga that comes together with the Korban Pesach. The Chagim of Shlomi, it gets all the halachas of Shlomi. Then what? Sheyataro smicha, you gotta lean on it with all your might. Kunis sachim, you have to bring wine. With Nudas Chazir Shlomi, you have to weigh the breast and the thigh, like you do the back and forth. Shloimer, he speaks of the Hebrew. Then it says in the Chazir, it stops. Lean on the age, Shena Tuna. You know that a goat, you don't have to throw the tail of the goat onto. This is these are the tails of the sheep, the real tails. Sheep usually should have this. That's the alligator for filter. Now, this is goat. Let's see. Shmak Yashir, you see, they work hard on this. So nothing. So the honest question is, why you tell me that you learn from the process? But if you have extra leftover carbon based it turns into shlamim, right? I just put two more sources that it turns into shlamim. Says the Gemara, plus it breaks. There is actually three. You're right. Why are you three? God loves man of Shlasa. One, I will tell you in a situation where it's after Pesach. The time of Shechita is tonight. 3-4 hours from now. It's Omer's money. Too late, you can't check them. But Omer Shlasa, it's already ready. It's ready to go. The Chag, so that's one person. That everything is going wrong for it. It's after Pesach and it's already 2 years old. The Chag Omer's money will Omer Shlasa. It's too late to chef this year's Pesach, but it's not 2 years old. It's only half a year old. The Chag Omer's money will Omer Shlasa. One is coming up 3 days before Pesach. It's not even the time to do it. It's written in all three psukim. Why? Yashmina no was in Mano, but the Shlasa is. I'm not just funny. This guy is not belong here. Okay, beautiful. I need all three. The Yashmina no was in Mano, but the Shlasa is the worst of the worst. It's already past Pesach and the guy is already 2 years old. You should be killing his garment. This animal is completely pushed out. How about the in Mano, but the other Shlasa? But if the Pesach went by, but he's still the right age, the Chazan is a training. You can use this carbon maybe on the second Pesach. A month after Pesach is the second Pesach. For those who couldn't bring the carbon. Hey, Malloy, maybe he should not turn into a shlam, maybe he should remain in the carbon Pesach. I'm actually turns this way. What about a case? That's because he was already pushed off a little bit in the first place. I'm saying, but in a situation that is before Pesach and he's not even 2 years old, but he's available for this Pesach. So maybe he shouldn't turn into Shlamim if he shut that in too early. He shouldn't turn into Shlamim. That's why I need all three sources.
Learn the skills of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Silence. Jake, it was nice to meet you. We gotta move on. Congratulations. Come back.
Good morning, Rabbi We're gonna just go stick right to it. It's nothing but the daf. Today is nothing but the daf in a very particular way. We're holding on daf 8 days on the Dallas, and we're holding 8 lines from the top. I want to remind everyone, if you have 100 fruit, so you take 2 fruit and you give it to Truma. You take 10 fruit, let's say, and whatever's left over, you take 2% to Truma. From whatever's left over, 98 fruits, you take 10% of that, 9.8. Let's call it 10 fruits, and you give that to the lady. The lady takes 1 out of the 10 that he just got, which is 10%, and he gives that to the kohen. That's Truma's nice. You would take another 10% of whatever's left and give it to yourself on years 1, 2, 4, 5, and that's called Meiser Sheni. On years 3 and 6, you give Meiser Ani. Here you go. This is what Meiser Sheni looks like in the video.
It's called the Museum of Psychiatry and Industry of Death.
You can redeem it for money. That's what we're talking about today. That money. What do you do with that money? So you can either go to Lion and buy fruit with it, buy meat with it, buy food, go to a restaurant, go to shallots. What if you take this money? I'm not just most by the Shani. The Shani says, I set it aside for Shlomi. You're permitted to buy Shlomi with this money. You're permitted to buy an animal Shlomi. You're not permitted to buy an animal, but you're permitted to buy a Shlomi. What if you put the money aside for Shlomi? Like on a Shlomi, the money does not become Shlomi, almost just as a muscle. Ein Isser Chalal Isser. You can't put one Isser on top of another Isser. Over here, you can't put one Kedusha on top of another Kedusha. The money is Kodesh Kedushas Meiser Shein, so you cannot make this money Shlomim. By Kaima, the Loyalim, Kedushas Shlomim, the Mechal, Kedushas Meiser Shein. The Kedusha of Shlomim cannot pop itself on this money. It's money. You're not buying Shlomim. You're putting this money aside for Shlomim. So one Kedusha is not found out. They say I have a question. Yeah, Chayo, is it Shlomim? So I just started to know. When you have money, Meiser Shein money, you're not allowed to buy an animal for yourself to eat it, steaks. Certainly, you're not allowed to buy Chaya. Chaya is a deer, venison, right? Meisvei. Oh yeah, Chaya means you take this Meiser Shein money and you buy venison, you buy a deer, Chaya. No good. Because he's thinking that it's a shlamim. And there's no shlamim made out of deer. Shlamim has to be a sheep. You buy an animal for yourself, for taiva, for a steak. That's also no good. You can only buy shlamim with that. If you buy a behemoth for shlamim, that's okay. Not a behemoth for taiva, and not a chaya for shlamim, because a chaya cannot be shlamim. The yatzah are in the food. If you bought an animal to shlamim, you took the Meiser Shein money, you bought a shlamim, that's okay. And then you eat the hide, the oil, the Kedusha leaves it, and it becomes food. But if you bought a venison, bought a deer for shlamim, then the skin, the hide doesn't go. The chayra, a lot of them remember the funny shlamim. Are you telling me now that the shlamim worked over there? It became shlamim. No, you didn't understand. All my rabbis are shlamim. No, when you buy a deer, it does not become a shlamim. Then why does it say that the skin doesn't become food? If it didn't become shlamim, why is the skin not food? Well, my lots are in the food. You didn't understand. Nothing about my end of the Torah's nothing to everything. It's nothing. It's not even in the parsha of shlamim. If you try to make a deer shlamim, nothing happens to it. Not the body of the deer becomes shlamim, and not the hide. And that's what it means. That the hide doesn't become food. It means the deer didn't have any shaykhs to shlamim. My time, yeah. What if you took Meiser Shein money and bought a tractor with it? Nothing happened. What if you took Meiser Shein money and bought a bull to plow your field? Nothing happened. So you take Meiser Shein money and buy an animal, a deer. For shlamim, nothing happened. If you take your Meiser Shein, this exact same case that we said a second ago, just from a different angle, you take the money Meiser Shein. You buy shlamim, or sorry, you don't buy shlamim. You put it on the side for shlamim. Rabbi Yochanan argues on what we said before. He says that the mattress, when you put the money aside for shlamim, it works. Rabbi Yochanan says no. But I leave there really got my nice moment heading to if the Meiser Shein money is your own private possession that you make happen to over, you can do whatever you want with it. You go out and bring the money to you, you set it aside, the guy, a shlamim. If we use my fake, I leave the mayor, only because the mayor, the other nice money gives away. Meiser Shein money is considered holy Akadosh money, and you cannot be mekadosh with it. You can't do what you want with it. Mela Mando Malik Funny, your mayor. So obviously, if you hold Malik Funny in the mayor, you say, Posh, I hold like your mayor. And he says it's not your money to buy your shlamim, to set aside your shlamim. Why? Because it's already Meiser Shein money, and you can't add another douche on top of the Meiser Shein. Mando my funny, but if you hold that, it's money gevaya, but it still works for shlamim. Even the Meiser Karlei shlamim, since I could buy shlamim with it. I can go ahead and buy the carbon straight out with this money. So if I set it aside for the carbon, we're also it. Basically, question, I'm not this Meiser Shein shlamim. Let's think about it. I set aside Meiser Shein money to buy a shlamim. Now, anytime I want to redeem Meiser Shein, anything Meiser Shein, if I want to redeem it myself as the owner, I have to add 25% penalty. Does it cause any English? 25% surcharge. What? some sort of surcharge. Now, if I'm redeeming this Ma'aseh money that I set aside to buy shlamim, what kind of surcharge do I have to pay? The first 25%. No, over here it says I have to pay 50%. Why? You should pay the most on the 2 times 25%. Why? One, because I'm redeeming Ma'aseh. The other one is because I made it into a shlamim. I set it aside for shlamim. So for that itself, I have to pay another 25%. So you see that by setting aside money, Ma'aseh money for Hegdish, it actually, for shlamim, it actually works. You told me it doesn't work. You know, very good. You already said it's not like this. Besides the Yaakov, no matter if you're allowed to set aside Ma'aseh money for shlamim. That's why you have, when you redeem it, you pay another 25% of the says the Mishnah, like a person says, I want to bring a Taita. A tremendous nice happened to me, I want to bring a Taita. So now you have a chiyuv to bring. So you have the element of chiyuv. But only you cannot use my Shani money, you have to use your own private money. How do I know this? The boy said, listen to this as a kiss from Hashem. I'm a loyal, I was a back from Pesach. Hashem, and we therefore tell you that you should share. But Pesach out of sheep and out of cattle. And the big question is, everybody knows you cannot bring from Pesach made out of a cow. From Pesach is a sheep. A goat, not a cow. But it doesn't involve element of flossing, umino easy. Again, like I don't know if it's raw, you can see the third buffer. The Hakish can have woman at toy and a buffer in the Pesach. Tell us a hekesh when in another case when you're allowed to bring a cow, you send it to the Pesach. Not as a rubbish of the Koiva and a bottom of the Koiva. You have to buy the money, which the Gemara is going to establish. How do I know that? I've called rubbish of the Koiva and a bottom element of Koiva. So too, anytime that I have to bring it, like this Koiva that I promised that I'm going to bring, it has to be from Fulham. Says the Mishnah. Somebody promises Therefore, yes, to bring it, you have to bring it from your own money, like the carbon tax. The soften become more famous, but the wines that you bring to the bonus, the review, element of food, you have to bring it from food. As the Gemara we're learning that it's a chayda, you accept the body of being a chayda, we're learning from Korban Pesach. But how do you know Korban Pesach has to be bought with your own chulin money? It's on your blood, oimer, nemar pesach mitzvayim, nemar pesach mitzvayim. The very first time it's called Pesach in Mitzrayim, and we're going to learn for the rest of the generations. Not Pesach Mitzrayim, element of chulin. You cannot buy. How come you can't buy a part of the Pesach in Mitzrayim, the very first Pesach in Mitzrayim, with Ma'aser Sheni money? Because there was no Ma'aser Sheni money. There's no Ma'aser Sheni yet in Mitzrayim. So it's a little not clear. How are you going to learn all the generations from something that's not possible? That's where we keep this passion. Learning Efshem Shiyefshem. How can you learn from it? It's a technical thing that there's no Ma'aser Sheni money. Okay, at the bottom we learn from there. Just like Pesach in Mitzrayim, you had to buy from your own money, not the message from your money. Pesach on the Dar, they're all in a full. So it's good. The rest of the generations have to buy from your own private money, not the message. So it says, if you don't have Hashem, how can I learn something that's impossible, something that's possible from something that's impossible? It's impossible to use message money in Mitzrayim because there's no message money. Hello, so Blizzard says, yeah, you're right, you can't do it in the time, right, totally, even in that's the source for Pesach, that's the first time, it's a great source. Says the Gemara, Kiva says, you know what, let me tell you another reason why you can't learn from the first Pesach. There's no mizbeach in Mitzrayim. If there's no mizbeach in Mitzrayim, there's no imur. You don't take the kidneys and the uterus and covered and the skirt take and put it on top of the mizbeach. There's no mizbeach. And there's also no zukas damis. Oh, there's no zukas damis. That's why maybe you have to buy with your own money. That they base on the base. You can't learn one from the other because for the rest of the generation we had a mizbeach. Even the second year we had a mizbeach. Legend says I have a heck. It says for Baptist Avodah Aziz says that. To show you the pasuk. Yav Hashem Hashem El Eretz Aknani. Coming into Eretz Yisrael. So we have a heckish between going into Eretz Yisrael and in Mitzrayim. The what? So this is, it says in the first passage, it's a full month worth of work. For what? Now you see why he said it's amazing. So that all the avoiders, says Rabbi Lezer, should be like the first. This is the first place out. There's no Masashini, and you couldn't buy it with Masashini money to buy it with your own money. So through all generations, you cannot buy first place with Masashini money, only with your own money. Ask the Gemara. What's going on? Rabbi Kiva, he summoned that in Donim Hashem Mishnesh. Rabbi Kiva asked Rabbi Lezer a fun question. How could I learn our day Pesach from the first Pesach in Mitzrayim when there's no connection? The first Pesach in Mitzrayim, there's no Masashini money. So of course, you gotta buy it from your own money. There's no such thing as Masashini. If it's true, if the king really knows that, why do you have to come on with another time? Oh, there's no Mizbeach and there's no Yimurim. What's wrong with the first one? Esau, I know that he's going to mention this. That's not like listen. He should have just stayed with his first batch. He other and if he took it back and he hoped that he would then he could learn something that's impossible for years that's possible. By the way, going with this time, you should tie fearful because of the Simurim. Oh, the reason why he didn't learn is because, the first year of Pesach there's no Mizbeach, there's no Imurim, there's no Dam. For that, I could say Pesach Midbar. What about the second year? The second year in the Midbar, there was a Mizbeach. And there was Imurim. There was blood. There was Rigas Adam. And there was no Masashini. So you're a Tainer, but Kiva's Tainer, like, oh, there's no Mizbeach, and that's why you can't use Masashini anymore. No, the second year there was a Mizbeach, and you still can't use Masashini. Says the Gemara, so why did Rabbi Kiva have to come on with another time? Says the Gemara, very simple, Var the Rabbi Eliezer come. He was just talking in Rabbi Eliezer. I'm good enough with the first shot, with the first kasha having. Ain't done a Mesha Mashiach. It's a tremendous time. Now, what are you bringing me a raya from the first year of the current place when there was no Meiser Sheni at all? There's no Meiser. There's no Meiser Sheni. So, of course, how am I going to learn future generations from something that's impossible? But with the you, Rabbi Eliezer, that you could learn something that's possible from something that's impossible. Another time. That's why he added another time. If you actually hold that you can learn future generations from something that's impossible, have another time. But guess what? The first year there's no Imurim, and there's no Mizbeach. Then when you go, you don't imagine down the road. You switch it down, and you know that. And that's why maybe you could learn. You could use Meiser Sheni money to buy congregation. That's why Rabbi Lezer answered, no, I have a hekesh from Pesach, from generations to the first place. Ask the Gemara, what is really guys have to come out not so we just answer the question. What are you asking me that there's no Mizbeach on the first Pesach? Okay. The second Pesach. Second Pesach there wasn't Mizbeach. And there was no Meiser Sheni money. Let's learn from there. Oh, the reason why I didn't ask him that is he's talking about the ones going the Dvar they were Kiva Gama. It was talking to Rabbi Lezer according to his shita. Rabbi Lezer is talking to Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Kiva's shita. The Dvar they were Kiva Gama. According to me, don't mention I anyway hold that I could learn future generations from the first Pesach, even though in the future generations there is Meiser Sheni, in the first generation there was never Meiser. And you're going to ask me this question that this is Pesach from the tribe. So what? Pesach is going to be you ask me from the first Pesach. No, the second Pesach is going to prove it. According to you, but according to Rabbi Kiva, you said you cannot learn future generation with it. Okay, you can't learn future generations, but I have a heckish that says you could learn future generations from the first Pesach that you cannot use my training money to buy them. This is what I said. I'm just like, how come in Kiva? You should ask, okay, at the end of the day, in other words, there are many halachas in Hilchos Pesach. So yes, if a avata is a good hekdesh, because you're level, but that avata you should only use for 90% of the halachas. It's something that's impossible, that it was technically not possible in the first year. So that don't learn the Ma'aseh part. Learn all the halachas. You have to boil, you have to roast it, you have to this, whatever. You have to have a million, you have to all these halachas that will come Pesach. The halacha that you can't use Ma'aseh money is not fair. It's not fair. Why? Because there's no Ma'aseh money there. Why did he ask me that? One of the cases is in the machine like it. The reason is because once you have a hekesh or a vata, so it doesn't matter if it's fair or not fair. It doesn't make sense. Once you have a hekesh, you learn. Somebody trying to learn because a hekesh is like the shadow. I got it from my room, I got it from the room, I got it from the historical. So if a Hishbon says there's a hekesh, there's no question on that. Some argue it's only the shadow, none of that is okay. Says Gemara in Kadisha Omor and in Yeshiva they said, so why is it called Kadisha? Because in Yeshiva like they hit the Torah in Hebrew the lashon of ani magbit steigen. You ever heard the lashon? Magbit steigen. I hit the steigen. So it's a lashon of a basement. In Yeshiva they said, if the davar along with the hekesh, chayzim along with the hekesh. So check this out. Sorry. Honestly. What am I learning? I'm learning from the very, very first Pesach in Mitzrayim to all future generations that what? You cannot use my Ma'aseh money to buy carbon Pesach. And from that, we're going to learn, and we're going to do that against the other programs. That's the question. Like yesterday, the middle one, I'm learning from Akish, so it doesn't have the ability to teach other things. What's the lesson? The Kidara, along with the Akish, the middle one, basically doors, which are learning with the Akish, using along the Akish, they have the power. It's a student. The student doesn't have the power to teach. Learn not to follow. He said a general thought or what? As of today, I'm going to take the two middle ones and the one on the right, the two Pesachs, I'm making them one. They're all the parsha of Pesach. And once I have a parsha of Pesach, okay, you're right, there's one I learned from the other fully, but there's a general concept of Pesach. And from the general concept of Pesach, I know that you can't use much change of Pesach. So, all the korbanos in the world, I can't use for my shady money to buy this book. And now we have a very, very simple Gemara. There's a kiva, a person named Baal, I live in a form and only, and I was going to even know that this carbon person himself, you can't buy for my shady money, you have to use your own carbon money. Not believe in all, but the small machine loves it, Zoy Sapphira. The famous possible, I'll show you the video. But first, the possible, what's the same about Zoy Sapphira? These are the rules, La'oilav, La'minashav, La'chatas, La'asham, Bezer Hashem. On Pesach, you're going to sing it. Yeah, I'm going to show you. The question is, each one of these has a passage that says, Zois HaTorah, Zois Torah HaChata. Just like the other one. Zois Torah HaMinu, Zois Torah HaZot. So why is the Torah repeated 7 times? Zois HaTorah La'olam. From each word, we're going to have to learn something. The Olam word, the Mincha, the Chata. And that's how we're going to learn tomorrow, not today, how the people learn that you cannot buy carbon Pesach from Ma'aseh Sheni. But let's just see the video first, and then we're going to learn some of the stuff. Okay. So what I learned with the first word, Oila? Ma Oila to mean flee, just like Oila means a vessel. I've called tuna to stone to all correct meaning. Ma, what's the flee? Even Mizrach will tell me something like this, this cup, a cup. It means a cup. I can learn that from the Shlamim and the Siddur, the bunch of Shmuel Shmuel. So that's my goodness, it says over there. Hello. So it says, then what I have to learn from Allah, learn from Shmuel Shmuel. Hello, Sackett. But I need to use a knife on a carbon and not like a stone and not a sharp piece of wood. What is different than how do I know that by oil you have to use them? The Siva used to have Abraham, the other day, some house, Abraham took the knife and he shafted his son. And what was Yitzchak? What's the murder? And Yitzchak was an oil. See, by Aleu, the oil has been then brought the ram instead of a son who was an oil. You see, that the oil you need a knife, it's a knife. A boy say, I can jump it, I can know it. But you need to say, whatever it is for you, have a wonderful
America's Swift is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Back on the track we go. Thanks, Doug, for steering in the opposite direction. You says thanks. Hi, guys. Say, Jen, the sign is fun, especially if it's just one month. All right, so speaking. What are you talking about?
Good morning, good nerve, Yontev Rabbi Sai. So, to remind the Oilam, we're in the middle of a beautiful sugya. The Priya says that if a person brings a taida, let's call this guy number one the taida. He brings a taida, and then he brings another carbon, another animal. He says this should be instead of this. Number two should be instead of number one. What is that called? Tumura. And they both got mixed up. We had a phenomenal video. I'm going to show you the video. The guy doesn't know which one is what. They don't have numbers on their head. They look identical. That's all sheep look the same. So he says we have a big problem. One of them dies. If they're both alive, then you can bring the matzah here. I'm going to take the 40 loaves of bread. And if you have both of them in front of you, all you need is 40 loaves of bread. And you say, make a condition. If the matzah, the lechem, belongs to number two, and number two is the real taida, boom, goes over there. If the real taida is number one, so the bread goes with number one, shalom Yisrael. The problem is, one of them died. He's done. Shalom. All we have now is this guy. This guy is a big suffix. He's either a beautiful taida, and the bread could go with it, or it's a terrible tmura. It's something that he shouldn't have done. And there's no bread that goes with the tmura. So, there's nothing you can do. He says, you're lost. There's nothing you can do. You can't bring the bread because maybe he's not a taida. And to chef this guy without bread, you can't do it. You can't bring the taida without bread. Nothing you can do. So the Gemara had it. The Gemara is going to have a total of 8 attempts. See, why not? Why can't they do it? So we are holding the Pei Aleph, Colon Aleph, 80 daf into the Masechus Menachos. We're holding 6 lines from the top. It's attempt number 5. Rabbi Rothschild, not a named person, it's something that happened to him. Rabbi got weak, he got sick. All the Gabay, Abaye, Rabbanah, the Asif, so people went to visit him. People called him. Abaye was one of them. They're saying, the Misa, there are a lot of these stories in Gemara. People go to visit sick people, and it always ends up in a discussion of prayer. So, Rabbi Rothschild, all the Gabay, Abaye, Rabbanah, the Asif, the Misa, the Rabbi Yochanan, I have an 8 over here. What can I do? I mean, you need to know a little bit of what we discussed yesterday, but it's not that important. Not yesterday, just a few hours ago, the other year. So he says the 8 is his fire. There was a Rabbi Yochanan that we had the other day. I don't know what day. It's all confusing. There's a bunch of documents. Somewhere, maybe yesterday or the day before, not too far now. Maybe it was probably yesterday. Well, Rabbi Yochanan says, puts the Chovis HaZorah Kadosh. If the breads, when I shech this taida, let's say this is 100% of taida, these bread become kadosh on the spot. Through the shechting of that taida, they don't just become kadosh. Initially, they become Kaddish, Dush's Dhamma, a lower level of Dush. But in order to make these significantly more Kaddish, Dush's like this, I have to check them. Now, they have to be in the vicinity of this parent. So Rabbi Yochanan, even if the breads are outside of the wall of the Beis Hamikdash, this is where we're not meant to try to correct me. I think he's wrong. I didn't have a discussion. I was given a chance to correct himself. But I showed him here that I put this laser and I went like this. Outside of these walls, going over here. And he said, no, I'm wrong. It's outside of these walls. No, he was talking about base Pagi. But these are the big walls of base Pagi. And I said, it's over here. Anyway, he was going with the upstairs Rashi, which is not Rashi. Everybody already says that the bottom one is the real Rashi. Top one is some other Mefarish. So Rabbi Rothschild says that if the bread is over here, past the Azara, this is the Azara, this box right over here, this is not even included. See this box over here, this is called Azara, that's also outside. But let's say the bread is over here. So there's a Rabbi when you chef this animal, it has the power to transfer Dusha into these breads. That solves a big problem. Because we tried to say before, says the Gemara, Lacy lechem, v'loisa chutz l'chayas azara. I have an eitzah. Bring the bread, bring them outside of the azara. V'leiman, he should say, you have the kaima toidahi. If this guy that survived is the actual toida, so these breads go with the toida. And if not, these breads would just be simple bread, or be clean bread. We tried the same idea in the other shear, and on the page. But over there, we were saying that you brought the bread into the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara says you're not allowed to bring bread into the Beis Hamikdash because it's clean by Azar. So for that, I have a eitzah. Don't bring it into the Azar. Bring it outside of the Azar. And it won't be clean in the Azar. And they still have an effect on this taida has an effect on this bread. As soon as I shecht it, this becomes kaddish, even though it's not in the Azara. Now, if it's not the real bread for this, because this guy's a Tumura, and this bread is fake, this is just regular Kulan bread, I didn't do anything. I didn't bring bread into the Azara, it's outside of the Azara. It's great. It's a great eitzah. So you want to know, when I bring 40 breads, I have to give 10% truma to the kohen. And he has to waive them. How is he going to waive them? If he waives them outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it says it has to be Lefnei Hashem. We had a whole sugya was Lefnei Hashem, and it's in a particular part of the Azara, next to the facing the doors of the Heichal. And if you want to bring them inside and wave them like the Torah says Lefnei Hashem, you might be bringing in chulin into the Azara. That's not allowed. So that is no good. Another eight number 6. Masvila Rav Shisha Bereder Ravidi says Rav Shisha the Isel of the Fiskil. So we had a sugi the other day. What if a person doesn't know the halacha well and he decides to be a big tzaddik and he brings 80 chalas instead of 40. So the Isel of the Fiskil on the Kachwar Bam with Shmoinim, he says not a problem. One man says nothing is kaddish. Hiski says no, we'll take 40 out of the 80. Lacy Behema Belisi Shmonim Badba Belema. Oh, so I have a great 8. So what's the 8? So bring another animal and bring 80 breads because according to Fisco, we could say 40 out of the 80 is okay. Belema, we should say. Yeah. If this guy, the kind of toida, if the one that survived the washing machine whole thing, he's the real toida, so then so this new one that I just brought, I brought a second one, so that both of them will be regular toida, and I brought 80 breads, perfect, 40. 40 to this guy, 40 to this. Wow. You have to kind of worry, but if this guy that survived is false, he's not the real toida, Oh, Toida Velashka. So this new one will be a Toida. This number one guy, the new one is the Toida. And what about the 80 breads? When the Katsu are born, it's not Geferla. Or the Chizkiah, I could take 40 out of the 80 bread. So no good. Why is it no good? Mishum become a maid ba'achila darbon. Because, as we mentioned the other shir, there's an isser to shorten the period of time of your carbon. So let's say you have a shlamim that you can eat for 2 days. You're not allowed to say, I'm going to only eat it for 1 day. So that's why you cannot treat a shlamim like a toiga. And you cannot, why? Because the toiga is only 1 day, shlamim is 2 days. And you memay ba'achila. It's also for you to shorten. So now that you have 80 breads, now you have to eat all 80 instead of 40. It's a big problem. Look at the problem. You memay ba'achila. Okay? Oh, I'm going to bachelor of Kahano. They're going to do another attempt of percent. So what happened again? We have two sheep. One was the original plate. One was the Torah. And they got mixed up. One got lost. One died. So says the Gemara. I'm going to bachelor of Kahano. The Mishnah is revealed from the Almighty Shabbos Move Beres the Older. What happens if you set aside Chatas that's pregnant? No, Chatas is a female, and she's pregnant, and she gave birth. What's a bum scapper? What's a bezlada scapper? So there's a concept throughout Shas called Uber Yerachim. Yeah? Uber Yerachim, which means we show it always like this. Is the baby, the fetus, like part of its thigh? Is a part of the mother. Now we're assuming that according to Rabbi the baby is not part of the mother, not part of the body. Uber lav Yerachim. And therefore, we view them as two separate entities. I could either use the chatos, the mother, for my chatos, or I could use the baby for the chatos. And therefore, bring a pregnant animal, make it a chatos, and you'll wait until the baby is born. By the way, one of the 5 chatos that dies is that has to do with this. Huh? Lad chatos is a lad chatos. It must die. So how come over here it doesn't die? Because I made it a chatos while it was in the mother's stomach. If it became pregnant afterwards, then it's a lad chatos. But if I purposely designate it as a chatos as it's pregnant, then the lad doesn't die. Okay. So it's a similar concept to what we said before, nothing new. So what? Bring the mother and bring this and wait until she gives birth. But Lacey Shmuel about double aim and bring 80 chalas. And say like this. Yeah, if the first guy that was left over from the initial problem is a fake one, it's a tmura and it doesn't need chala. Now I'm going to make the mother and its offspring of Toida. We'll make both of them, we'll make the baby a Toida. Because the baby is only with the mother. Both of them. We'll make both of them. We'll make the Toida. And now we'll make the mother and the baby a Toida. We have 80 chalas that are for the mother and the baby. Yeah, but if this guy, from the original story, the real thing, it's a Toida, so the mother is going to be a Toida. So now you have 80 breads, 40 for this guy, the original, 40 for the new mother, that's 80. The high and the baby, let him say the Torah. All it's going to be is the leftover outcome from the Torah. So, if you remember saw the shir before, we had the concept before of imafrish meisris lefachila. You're not allowed to designate a carbon that it's going to be. Here, if you look at the top words of the Amud, it was a very strong lashon that Rebbe told Levi. It seems like he doesn't have a grain in his skull. Imafrish and feeling himself, you know, bring a carbon that's extra. The Chatchila, you can't do that. So how come over here you say, oh, the vlad is going to be moser, and that's okay? Because the vlad, the offspring is in the stomach. It's part of the mother. And you designated the mother. Okay, so it came out as a secondary thought. So what do? Think about it for a second. See, this is a very cute thing. You have the original. This is the original. This is a type. The mother, what do we say? Is a type. And the baby is a moser of a type. And what are you going to do? You chef them. Now here's the problem. How are you going to chef them? The mother and the baby cannot chef them one day. And if you chef them on 2 different days, then you have a problem with the bread. The bread is not going to, you have the 80 breads. They're going to be nice. So they say that you chef one, no, you chef the 8. Chef the baby with the original. Okay, fine. A different time. Says Gemara, Amalei. Who told you the pshat is? We said the whole sugi starts because the vlad is separate than the mother. No. Who told you that you're allowed to designate the offspring separately than the mother? Maybe in fact the vlad, this is exactly like the mother. By the time they're real, why do you say that you could use the fetus, the Omar, other than the vlad is actually kadosh because of the mother. But you can use the vlad, use the fetus to receive a kapara. That's the kiddush. You can use the vlad that a person can use miskaper b'sheva hegdish. You miskaper with the outcome, whatever offspring the hegdish has. Now, and what's the most passion? So at the end of the day, it's going to be moiser hegdish. If it's moiser hegdish, there's no bread on a moiser hegdish. So who told you that Rabbi Rothschild meant that the offspring is a separate entity? Maybe the offspring is part of the mother. He just meant to say you can use the offspring. Okay, so we're done with that one. Last and final one. Again, what's the question? The question is, you have 2 sheep. One was an original Taita, one was Tmura. They got mixed up in the washing machine. One died, and one is left, and now I don't know what to do. The case is nothing to do. You cannot bring the bread together with it because it might be Tmura. You cannot treat it as a Taita and not bring bread because Taita needs bread. So nothing to do. So the final attempt to see maybe we could do something here might be the closest to a real Eitzah here. Ravina Ikla is the Damaria. What does this place called the Maria? All of Ravdimi raised Ravuna the Damaria, the Ravina. And so Ravdimi told him, the lace of the Hema, the Lema Hare Allah. You should bring an animal, you should say, I am accepting by myself a Taita. Hare Allah. I make a nether on myself that I'm going to bring the Taita. And then he should bring a second animal, and he should say, and he should bring 80 breads with him. And he'll make it industry. You have the kaima, tmuri, And this guy that was left over from the old situation is Ura. These two new guys, and the guys who played this much money with their value. So these two new ones are both fighters and they have 80 breads, 40 40s. You have to kind of fighter. But if this guy is a real fighter, and this that I accepted by myself should also be a fighter. Which one is their value? So they have 80 breads, 40 for the guy, the original fighter, and 40 for the new one. And the third one, the heavy, La Friars, it should be as a backup. Why are you accepting upon yourselves new Nadarim? You shouldn't be accepting upon yourself a new nether. It's better that you shouldn't make a nether. You should accept upon yourself and not pay. That the honor is like of Lindor, you said there's a concept not to make new Nadarim stuff. So why are you encouraging this guy to make a nether? All right, brand new Mishnah, Rabbi Rothschild. A person accepts upon himself a toida, so you cannot use meiser sheni. So a person says, I accept by myself a toida, I want to bring a toida, something beautiful happened to me, I was saved from a terrible tragedy. You should bring the carbon, the toida, and the bread from his own private stash, from his own pocket, not from meiser sheni. What if he specifies? He says, I want to bring the animal from my own pocket, but the bread should come from meiser. So what happened is, once he's chayiv in a toida, so the bread that comes afterwards is really chayiv. It's a chayva. Once it's a chayva, Yovi. You can't bring something that's a chayv. If you have an obligation to bring it, you cannot use meiser sheni money. And sheni money is for something that's not happening. What if he says, I want to bring the toida from the meiser sheni money, and the bread should come from kulam, yavi. That you can do. You can bring the toida from meiser sheni, purchase it with meiser sheni money, and bring it toida. You can purchase an animal and bring it as a shlamim, you can bring it as a toida. And the bread you can bring from food. What if he specifies, he the lachman in a meiser, I want both the toida and the bread that come from meiser. That's the only one I'm going to bring it. Yavi. I was going to explain, you can bring it also from meiser, but of course if he uses his own private money. Says the Mishnah below, you cannot use, you can't bring bread from the wheat of meiser sheni. Let's say you're a farmer and you took 10% to Yerushalayim, the wheat, 10% of the wheat to Yerushalayim. You cannot make bread from it. Element money is meiser sheni. You have to purchase for money of meiser sheni. That you transferred the fruit, the wheat, you transferred into money, and from the money you go ahead and you purchase wheat to make your bread. Says the Gemara, maybe toida v'lachma. If a person just says, you hear this? This is something completely different. We didn't see this in the Mishnah. The person says, there's two components here. There's the animal and there's the bread. And he only mentions the bread part. He says, I'm going to bring the bread. You know what? Maybe toida v'lachma. He must bring the animal as well. My time was the reason. Maybe the other high gathered the lechem below toida v'lachma. Everybody knows they can't bring bread without toida. He really meant to say that he's going to bring both. Why did he mention just bread? So he listen up. He was talking. That was the last part of it. In his mind, he skipped the main part, the animal. He forgot to say animal, bread. But in his mind, he knows he can't bring bread with an animal. So obviously, that's what he meant to bring. But we learned in the Mishnah, if a person says, I'm going to bring the toida from meiser sheni money, and the bread I'm going to bring from my own pocket, what's that? He should bring the toida from the meiser sheni money and the bread from his own pocket. But once he says, at the end, he says that the bread, that's what he meant. He was going with the last words that he meant. It says the Gemara. So listen up. We're going with the last one. Let me just finish this thought. What person says toida, and he became chayiv in a toida. So toida, he said, I'm going to bring from my shenim. Now, why did he add the word lechem? Why did he say bread? So, nasik ha'omer harei alai lechem liftar telesef shel kohen. You know what's going on here? When a person says, I'm going to bring a toida, that's it. He's done. He has to bring a toida. Whatever comes, you can tell him. What goes with toida bread? Why did he add bread? The bread is either he's coming to fulfill his obligation, as if it's a mushroom, as if I'm fulfilling my friend's obligation. As if I'm saying, I'm going to bring bread for my friend is bringing a taida, I'm paying for the bread's on me. So he's doing it to himself. I'm bringing a taida, the bread's on me. But it's different. Now it's separate. So you cannot bring from Mesa Sheni. The taida is Mesa Sheni. But the bread is as if he's coming to fulfill his friend's obligation. On his friend's obligation, he cannot use Mesa Sheni. But we also can't use from Mesa Sheni. That's the let me just finish this, and then I'll do a response. Ratio the comment. But the other case, the reverse, that the taida, the animal comes from his private money, but the bread is coming from Meister Sheni. Yavihi lachim enough wulin. So the halacha is both them come from kulin. Economic aspect, I really taida lifter lachim shekayim. Isn't it as if he's saying that I'm bringing an animal? Before he said I'm bringing the bread to fulfill my friend's obligation. Now he's bringing the animal to fulfill my friend's obligation. No, you don't. Animal is not an afterthought. The bread is an afterthought that could be fulfill the obligation. Animal not. This one, the left hand, the taida, see, bread comes to fulfill the obligation of the taida. Does anybody ever bring a taida to fulfill the bread obligation? That doesn't work. Tashma, what is Rav Huna say? Omar Rav Huna, the first words by the Gemara. If somebody says, I accept it by myself just the bread, he must bring the animal also. Tashma, I'm going to ask you a question. I realize the person says, I'm obligating myself to bring the animal, the cargo, without the bread, the zeva, and let's say, I'm going to bring shlamim, without the wine. We force him, maybe we force him to bring a taida. If a person says, I'm not going to bring the bread, it doesn't force him to bring the bread. What's the second case? The person is supposed to bring an oila, and with every oila, with every shlamim, bring wine, and you bring flour. He doesn't want to bring it. It's enough. I spent $500 on this on Amazon. 2-hour Amazon. Bezer Hashem. That's why it's there. It's because he said taida without the bread. What if he said, I'm bringing the bread, lachmi taida. Then you don't do it. Well, then I forgot taida. No, he only said lachmi taida. But I did the taida business. The Gemara says, no, don't bring a raya from the first line. Because don't forget, there's two lines. One is that he said, I'm going to bring a taida without bread. Another one is going to bring a shlamim without wine. But guess what? You can't flip it. You can't say wine without shlamim. Why? Because you could bring wine without shlamim. There's a concept of a person who just brings a bottle of wine. So in Mela, that's why in the first case, by taida, I couldn't flip it. I could bet him flip it. I could say bread without the taida. But I don't want to flip it. I want it to be consistent with the second line. The second line doesn't work on the flip. The Zev I've learned itself doesn't work. So maybe the first line also, even though it works, I'm not going to say it like that. In other words, don't make it feel that the Gemara didn't say the opposite. So maybe it can't work that way. The Gemara didn't talk about wine, just the bread, and not the taida, because yes, it does work. But the reason why I said it in such a fashion is because it has to match the second line, which is Zev I've learned itself. What do you see inside? I'm making it more complicated than it is. It's very simple. The idea the kaboy with this the second line says that he promised to be shlamim without wine. Not the latest stuff with Zevach. And then over there, you cannot say the reverse. You can't reverse the word. But a person said, I'm going to bring wine without a shlamim. Why? Because that would work. If a person says, I'm going to bring wine without shlamim, you say, okay, bring it. That's one of the karbanos in the Beis Hamikdash. That's why the mimic the second line. That's why that's why it only says toida and it doesn't talk about the bread. When a person says, "I'm bringing the toida without bread," he says specifically, "I'm bringing without bread." So he has it's called the Pesach Shel Charaka. He has an opening to regret what he said. When a person says, "I'm bringing a toida without bread," he says, "Without bread." There's nothing to do about it. And he's saying straight out, "I don't want to bring the bread." So how are you going to force it? In other words, he's saying, "I don't want to bring the toida." You can't explain what he meant. Oh. But everybody who learned a lot of that knows, when a person contradicts himself in the same sentence, and he says, "I want to bring a toida, but I don't want to bring bread," so it's a contradiction. There's no such thing as toida without bread. So why do you say without bread? Because we don't care what he said at the end. We care about what he said in the beginning. The still says, I go with the last one. The Shan says, I go with the first one. The first one is, I want to bring a toida. Oh, bring a toida. You said no bread. I'm going to force you to bring the bread. It's now, as we learn, I already know the minute I give Garois in that Tayla. Let me just show you a video of what's very Garois. It's figs that are dried up. Beautiful how we did it. We get so used to this. It's like day after day they produce. It opened up like this. Really vela, right? The round velas. These dried out figs. A person is a nazar. What's a nazar? A person who cannot drink wine can't give a tamil mace. Can't go to funeral. Why is he talking about figs? There's no connection. Bishami over nazar. Because he said, I am a nazar from pigs. See, chat. First words I won't count. I really nazar. I go with the first word. Second words don't count at all. Really says no, I go with this. But he explains himself. Had I known that you can't say that, you can't stick in figs. No, he's another Catholic. I would have said from why. So why does it say, oh, sorry. And that's with, in our case. The person says, I'm bringing a toida without bread. I didn't know I'm not allowed to say without bread. Had I known I'm not allowed to say bread, no bread, I would have said with bread. Oh, you want bread? So my covenant, what after first you bring bread? You just said, you just explained, I want to bring bread. Oh, the boy other way. He's from Mishnah. He said, I want to bring a toida without bread. And they told him, well, wait a minute, you can't bring a toida without bread. You need bread. He said, okay, I'll bring bread. And then he says, you know what, I don't want to bring bread. So that's why I have to force him. Because he explained himself that he would bring bread. But if he wouldn't have explained himself that he wants to bring bread, then we will toshmash. Well, even I realized toida, but I was just fly through it. Well, even I realized toida, but I left him, he said, I'm going to stop. Of course, he says, I'm going to bring the toida without bread. Why would I have a toida of last month? He's never going to stop. And he would have said, but here's the case that contradicts what you just told me. You're telling me that he explained himself that he would have brought the bread. But over here in this Bryce, he's in the foolish. He doesn't say I would have brought bread, he says I would not bring bread. I said, I don't know, Shmor keep telling us, which is more going to explain it separately. There's no the Chizkiah, it's not the Chizkiah that we go with the first lesson. What's his first lesson? I want to bring toida, but I don't want to bring bread. Boom. I don't care what he explained later and what he didn't explain. And in Raven says I go with his explanation. And over here he explained that I would not bring the toida had I known not to bring 40 bread. You know how expensive 40 breads are? No way. I wouldn't have brought a toida. Rather it says over here that we force him to bring the bread. He's just explaining he doesn't want to bring the toida. Why are you going against his explanation? Cash, it's indeed a cash. Oh, look, when it says it's not a cash. What? Oh, that you're right. This particular brisa that says that we go by his words. That I want to bring the toida, but I don't want to bring the bread. And we don't listen to him that he did this. I'm going to listen. Now, just to finish up what we said, my shamar v'shamata. We force him to bring the bread, and we tell him shamar v'shamata. What does that mean? Shamar toida. Shamar is referring to the toida, to the animal. V'shamata is referring to the bread of a laughter. No, the word shamar means both. Bring the animal and bring the bread. So what's the shamata? Don't say that you're going to bring a toida without bread ever again. We're warning you. It's a dumb thing to do. Don't do it. If a person says, I want to bring an animal, this animal from Meiser Sheni money, and this from Meiser Sheni, bring it. That's the Gemara Yavi L'Sagil Meiser. What do you mean? And if I want to pay with my own pocket, I can. Not because the army. Maybe if you want to bring it from Meiser Sheni money, you could. If you want to bring it from your own private money, you could. You do whatever you want. It's not only from Meiser Sheni money; it's even Meiser Sheni money. $6 from the bottom, but the other Meiser Sheni, you cannot bring your wheat that's Meiser Sheni wheat, fill it in flame, and make breads out of it. You have to purchase the wheat from Meiser Sheni money. But from wheat that was purchased from Meiser Sheni money. So this means that he bought it for something else. He's going to make challah for Shabbos. At the last minute, he flipped it and said, "I want to make the matzah for the plate." But obviously, how else are you going to do it? How else are you going to do it? Find out. Oh, I'm just explaining what it means. How else are you going to bring this bread? If you buy when you go to the store, buying hareini koina almanas to make bread for the taita, that's a good purchase for everybody. But what happened was he bought it to stop to make cake, and then he flipped it into taita bread. That could be a problem. When you buy it, that's okay. Those are when you come into the real shiny. It's okay to buy it with money. I say you cannot buy it with money. So when could you buy it with money? When you buy deliberately to make the bread for the bread. Let me explain what you're saying, and let me explain what I'm saying. So he says, the aim of time of the D, aim of time of the. Let me explain to you why you said what you said, and let me explain to you why I said what I said. Aim of time of the dog. Let me explain to you what you said. You're permitted to buy the wheat from my shady money. Look at this puzzle. Who besides that? The word Toida and Shlomim are in the same. They're right together. So Toida and Shlomim are the same. They are very similar. The Toida is a type of Shlomim sort of. So type of Pebezim now. Shlomim Sham Shamim Meiser. I learned that I could purchase an animal to make it a Shlomim for my Sheni money from Sham Sham. When I learned Shlomim being good Meiser. Shlomim themselves are not Meiser. After the name given my so the Toida it itself is not Meiser. And these wheat, the wheat that I purchased to make the bread with my sheni money, ain't good for my it itself is not my. Fine, it's okay. So I can use it for the bread. Every time I do it, I'll spend my wheat. I do the same thing. I learned Toida from Shlam. And I'm doing the same thing that you did. I have exam Shlam. I'm not going to argue next thing. Shlam ain't minimized. Shlomim is what? It's meat. It's protein. It's not a fruit. Toida ain't minimized. So the toida also is not a fruit. It's not meat. It's meat. It's not a fruit. Now, fruit yechitim al bil always mentioned the minimized neither. And therefore, it's a problem. I cannot buy meat with money because that is like meiser. It has to be something different than meiser. Rabbi says, a good yontif, a bunch of sameach. Thank you for coming. Have a wonderful.
Merit the Spush is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Someone asked you if you talk about policies were like very bad with you know. So that's all I'm saying. Add that to your repertoire with the other shit. Alright, like the regulators will
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. English Master, the boys are holding on Daf Ein Tessim base, 3 lines from the bottom. And to remind them that we had 3 cases where there are 2 titles involved. A title is when something good happens to you, a person gets out of jail and is able to over the ocean, the midbar, the desert. Desert for Shlema brings a taida with 40 breads. What happens if you end up with 2 taidas? You have to bring in this situation two breads. In other words, 2 times 40. What are the situations? Situation number 1 is, or out of order, with the order, the taida had offspring. So you have 2 taidas now from you. Which says you don't have to bring more bread. The other one is, you did a tmura. We have sheep number 1 and sheep number 2. This was the original. Sheep number 1 was the original. And then you saw sheep number 2, you liked it more. You said, I want this sheep number 2 to be instead of sheep number 1. That's tmura, that's a question. Now, so now you have 2 sheep. How many breads do you bring? So it says in the Mishnah, you only bring 1 set of breads, 40 bread. What if sheep number 1 got lost? And you brought sheep number 2 instead of sheep number 1. And by before you even had a chance to chef this, sheep number 1 shows up. So now you have the option of giving the bread, chefing the yellow one. Thank you, Hashem. You have the option of bringing the yellow one, chefing the yellow one, and bringing the bread to the yellow one, or you have the option to do it with the smaller one. Why? Because both of them are in front of you. If both of them are in front of you, you do whatever you want. What one says the Gemara? So they said in the memory here, they show me when does the Mishnah mean that you don't have to bring second bread and then after the Torah. They shut the number 1 and now you have number 2, so you don't have to bring bread and second. But before the kapara, you need to bring bread. Okay, now what are we talking about here? Abiba Ravana, to ask Ravana, what is going on? One of my doing, there's 2 types of toilet. You can have the Nadava. Nadava means I'm talking about one particular one. I said, Hare Zu. This particular one, that's the one I'm bringing. If this one dies, gets lost, whatever it is, I don't have to replace it because I said Zu. But if I make a neder, not a Nadava, I talk about myself and I say, at least the fancy I'm going to bring the neder. So it doesn't matter. If this one gets lost, you bring another one. There's a big enough convenience. Why? Because if I made it a dava, as you know, going to say in a second, so now my cube is dafka on this one, zoo. So if I bring another one, number 2 has nothing to do with number 1. It's as if I decided on my own to bring 2 davas. Okay? So on both of them, I have to bring bread. Why wouldn't I have to bring bread? Last line on the Amor, I'm talking about that I brought my toilet got lost. But what kind of toilet? I said, it's on me. I have a chiyuv. It's a chayva. It's on me. It's like kapara al kanina. You like kapara kanina. On both of these cases, we learned that what? That we saw over here that if both of them are standing in front of him, he's standing in front, and over here, right over here. At this point, when both of them are standing in front of him, he could choose. He could say, I want the bread to go with the yellow. I want the bread to go with the white. And if it's after I already got my kapara, I shifted the yellow, then white does not get bread. We must be talking about he said, Hare Zu. He pointed to one and he said, this particular one. Why? Both of them are going to eat bread. It's literally that he decided to bring 2 taidas. So it doesn't matter if you bring 1 or 2. If you bring 2, the second one has nothing to do with the first one. The first one is my chiyuv. If it gets lost, I don't have to bring the second one. Why do I bring the second one? Because I'm getting a car stuck to Rabbi Rothschild. So both of them require bread. Hello, Avlad Tvedas the dog. So must be talking about the offspring, the other case in the Mishnah. Not the case where one got lost, but rather where the mother had an offspring. Avlad Vlad Toidas Nadava. Let's see this one. There's the offspring of an Nadava. Ela Vlad Toidas Nadava. So there's the Toidas Nadava and there's the Toidas Nadava. So we're talking about the Toida that's in Nadava. So I want this one. So Bein L'Fnei Kapara, Bein L'Achar Kapara, Ein U'unim Lachem. So you see in the bottom over here, there's no bread in the basket. Why? Before Kapara? Because it's Moisar the Toida. It's just the leftover from the mother. It's not its own thing. It's under the mother. And therefore, the bread that goes with the mother is enough. You don't have to bring bread for us. So, Elav Lad, that's Chaymas. The next case. Then you're required to bring. I like the wheels on the scroll. They're made out of the matzah, the challah that you bring to Toida. The Vlad Toidas Toida. So the Frey Kapara Toida. If I must bring it, because I said I made a lie, so before the Kapara I could use these offspring, and therefore I have to bring bread. But the Kapara is not nothing. Here, let's just press this button right over here. See, before the Kapara it will require bread, but after the Kapara it does not require bread. The Mashma wants to be Kedushim because I'm committed to receive a kapara through the offspring of the original. That's Rabbi Yochanan. Because Rabbi Yochanan, I can receive, and that's why the offspring is kind of in the Abai went through the whole sugi and he came up with the same svara. And now we're going to do a review of what we just learned. So here it is in picture. If my toida ran away, got lost, and I brought a replacement, but it's in a double. In other words, I said, this particular one is what I'm doing. So bein l'fnei kapara, bein l'achar kapara, it doesn't matter if it's in a dava, which is the one on the right. You always have to bring bread that we said. Bein l'fnei kapara, bein l'achar kapara, don't let them. Why? That we already established that the second one is not necessary for you to bring. Why? Because you attempted upon yourself only the original one, and the second one is completely extra. It's the second one. It says if I brought two separate things, a person can bring 5 things, but in each and every one that he brings, does he bring bread? What about Vlad Toidas and Dava? What if the Dava had offspring? Why doesn't it need bread? It's the offspring is the outcome of the original title, which that had bread. So the offspring doesn't need bread. However, it's a Vlad Toidas flavor, but it's you said upon yourself. I'm bringing a point, and it had offspring. So if you use the flake kapara to the left. If it's a chayva, he said I realized, which is the one on the left. Break a point to the left, and a bar into the left. Once I got the kapara, I don't need bread. Okay. New sugi Rabbi said. Omar Shmuel. What are we on? 12 lines to the top. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines to the top. Omar Shmuel. He says 2 halachas here. He starts off saying 2 halachas. The Gemara is going to say at the end, he only said 1, which is the first line. What are those 2 halachas? If in the same situation you have a chatos that must die, there's 5 types of chatos that must die, 5 situations. To remember, it's betimna. We'll go through them one by one, real quickly. That same situation in a toida, then don't bring bread with the toida. If the chatas must die, so if it's a toida, don't bring bread. Which chatas must die? The offspring of a chatas must die. There's nothing to do with it. Because the chatas only comes for forgiveness. For another way. If the chatas had offspring, what are you going to do with the one? You can't use it. That's it. It was designated for the Shabbos I did last week. I can't bring it for the Shabbos this week. So that chatas must go on a rule and die. Whereas chatas, if you say This B is instead of A, so the B has to die. What's the next one? If right before the person was able to bring his Chatas to the she died, that's it. Fourth one is if the owner already had a forgiveness because it got lost, the original got lost, and he brought a second one. And the fifth one is so if the Chatas went into the second year of its life. So that one doesn't really apply to Taida because Taida can be older. But if these cases happened to Taida, in other words, Taida had an offspring, you did a Tmura to the Taida, the owner died, whatever, then you bring the Taida as is without bread. That's what Shmuel says without bread. Halacha number 2 that he says is also the Chatas Raya. If the Chatas was great for the fallen one, which is what we call Chatas land, he sends us a special place that you do all sorts of sports to break its bone. Once it breaks its bone, it becomes a balmon, and then you could redeem it. That's the case. Same case happened with the Taida. If a Chatas would have to go to Chatas land, then by the Taida, the same case, it would require the this is a sugi that we did yesterday. This is super easy. Says in the pasuk, you should bring the toida as a part. But now in the matter of the Abda, how do you know that if he designated a toida and got lost, and you designated a second one instead of the first one? But this is a China and you found the first one, the video that we showed. I reached there, both of them standing in front of you. But now in Chazim and Shir, it's Yakri, how do you know I could be back here either or? I'm a loyal bring the bread with it. I'm a loyal hat to the Yakri, whichever one you want. The application is in the level of perhaps both of them need bread. I'm a loyal Yakri, then new. One. Singular. Yakri, then new. Bread goes to one. Milo asked the Gemara, we have a big problem. You told me that in such a case, in such a case, if you have the two in front of you, there's actually 3 cases. We'll go through them real quickly. But just pause now for a second. You have 2 chatos in front of you. So you shut one, and the second one goes out to graze. You don't kill it. When do you kill it? In the other case, where you designated one, it got lost, you bought a second one, and you shechted the second one, and then Shalom Yisrael, the first one, Shalom Aleichem, the first one comes back. Then you must kill the first one. But when both of them, it showed up before you had a chance to shech the second one, now you have 2 options in front of you, then you let it graze according to this man now. Isnam, Himish Chatos Ibahab the Vijah has the Khtar. Bilin Cesar Rishayna, Barashtei Mandos, both of them in front of you. The Skabi Bab is going to steal Thomas. The Rebbe. But we don't pass him like a Rebbe, we pass him like a Chachamim. Ein Chatos Mesa, you don't kill the second one, no, you shouldn't stop, you shouldn't stop over left. Only you found the first one after you already shot the second one. A function is possible, but if both of them in front of you, shouldn't stop by it's Raya. And if it's Raya, we said, let's look again in what Shmuel says. What's his lashon? Oh, should the Chatas Raya, if in the case where the Chatas raises, that's the case we just said, the Taida Tuna Lechem. You would have to bring bread to the Taida. But Shmuel says you don't bring bread in such a case. What do I do? So more Shmuel Rebbe Shmuel. When I was like Rebbe, the Omer, Avuz B'Shan Safra Shabbat, said, no. There's another man now. You Rebbe hold, like not like a fun, that if you find the second one, you find the original. This was the original, you put this aside for a time. It got lost. So you bought number 2. And then number 1 shows up. Now you have 2 of them in front of you. What do? Rebbe holds that you chef the one, either one, the other one must die. Oh, when it's die, then he's taking no bread. That's what Shmuel says. In that case, there's no bread. And the Rebbe has been shot. Now, what is the case? You say Shmuel goes like Rebbe. What? When you have 2 of them in front of you, you chef one, the other one must die. So what's the case of grazing? You're in the world, does he graze? So there is a case. Let's go through the 3 cases. Case number 1 is you set this aside as a chatos. It got lost. You brought You bought another one. Now, case number one is this guy came back. So you have two companies. Case number two is this guy did not come back. You shifted this guy. And then this guy comes back. That's a case. That's a classic case where this guy must die. According to everybody, this guy must die. There's a third case. Now, from day one, I brought two korbanos to the base of English. I only have to bring one chatas, but I brought two, and I said one of them is an arthritis. If something happens to one, I'll have a second one. In a case like that, according to Rebbe, you're not gonna kill him. You're not gonna kill the second one because you brought both of them on condition that I'm gonna use one. There's the price. The scalper based on shoots. You can use one or two. That's a case where you send it to Kevsler. You gotta go graze at the following month because you brought both of them as But here's a case where by the chatos it goes grazes. What's the halacha? Let's go. Let's see which one. If by the chatos it grazes, I'm going 39 back. In that case, the Torah would require bread. But we're just saying that according to Shmuel, it doesn't require bread. There's a problem, a contradiction to Shmuel's solid rule. So we must say, El Shmuel gave Shimon's rule. Shmuel holds a Rishon by Chai that what the Omar Chalish Chatos Mesos. There's no ifs and buts. The five Chatos always die in all situations. Even in the situation where I bought two as a price, I bought them doing something else. If you're going to shop number one, number two must die. If you shop number two, number one must die. What about the second part of Shmuel? Royal or Shimon Leslie Clown. Now, there's no such thing as grazing. Because in all cases, every Chavis must die. So which Chavis is going to go graze? There is no such thing. You're right. According to Shmuel, they never graze. Shmuel says that if it grazes, it requires bread. Shmuel Nami Chadikama. He never said that. He only said one line. If the Chavis must die, there's no bread. He never spoke about a situation where it grazes. Michael Nashon, what's his condition? The Rabbi Rothschild said earlier, the Omar, Adam is Kaper B'Shem HaChegdesh. Good, when it says you can have kapara with the blood of the Hegdesh. He says, no way, there's no kapara, there's no bread for the blood Hegdesh. Because why? Because by the Chatos in such a situation, the blood of a Chatos according to Shmuel must die. That's one of the five Chatos that must die. So the same situation back, there's no bread. If you have an offspring of a toy that there's no bread, the person says there is bread, Shmuel comes along, from Ashon there's no bread, no. Okay? Boy side, another sheep. All my rebel. If a person says, Zu toy that is Zu lachma, this is the toy that is the bread. What if the bread got lost? Maybe lachem it's not a big deal, go buy more bread. But what if the animal got lost? Maybe you can't bring another toy to go together with this bread. It's for foul. Why? Because the ikar is the animal, not the bread. The bread goes for the toida, not the toida for the bread. It's the ikar and the tafel. The bread is the tafel. If I see them like to say on this, they say lechem glav toida, but you're supposed to eat. You heard this word? You're supposed to eat in order to daven well. You're not supposed to daven in order to eat. We have 2 halachas here. If we're supposed to do so, 27 minutes and we're turning on the day, Mamasha, a record for Erev Yante, the place. 2 halachas. If a person sets aside money and he says, this money is for a toy, think about it. If he says this money is for his toilet, could he buy the toilet bread with that money? Says the more yes. If he has leftover money, first he buys the toilet. If he has leftover money, he can buy the bread. But if a person sets aside money and says this money is for the toilet bread, he cannot buy toilet with it because toilet is not included in bread. Bread is included in the toilet. That's what he just said. The ikar is the toilet. So the breads come after. They come because of it. Maybe Bohem Lechem. If you have leftover, when the times we have change, you can buy with the bread. But what if he put aside money and he said, this is only for the bread? Many times when he has leftover money, hey, maybe he's not permitted to buy the actual cargo. Why? But I know. Lema, Elam should have Kahano, Rav Rav Kahano, and then Latin things should be Koida. How do you know the breads of the Koida called Koida? Should never be Mazera Hatoida Lachal. It says it in a funny way. Hatoida Chalis, that the Koida is called bread. Matzah. Okay, so the Koida is called Chalis, Chalis are called Koida. Yeah, but Lechem Ikri Koida, Koida Lechem. The bread goes follows the Koida, so it's called the Koida. But the animal is never called a bread. The bread is called a toida, but the animal is not called bread. Okay. So now we have a sugya of the world's biggest one. He set aside a toida and ran away. And so he went and he bought a second one. What happened? And it also ran. The Chazar the Hifrish, there's the biggest one. That's stories that are even better than this. Okay, so now what happens? The Nimtzah we're showing us, he has all three animals in front of him. Now all three of them are good. This sort of man is passed over there. But he lost his taida, bought another one, lost that again, bought another one again. And as Mazel would have it, all three show up. So here they are, right here, all three. So now we're seeing, right, the yellow one, thank you, Hashem one is the number one. That was the original. Let's push the button here and look what happens. There's a kapara, in other words, he chefs number one. What's number two? Number two was instead of number one. What's number three? Number three was instead of number two. So number two for sure doesn't get bread. Why? Because number one had bread. And number two is instead of number one. So the bread was taken care of through number one. What about number three? Number three is far removed from number one. Number three has no connection to number one. So number three, you chef, but you have to bring bread for number three. What if you chef number three? Number one is far removed from number three, so you would have to bring bread for number one. But not number two. What if you chef number two? One and three are connected to two. So both one and three would not need bread. Let's see inside. It's got Berushaino Shni, I'm going to left here. You see? Empty basket, no bread. Shlishis, tuna left. Three doesn't need bread because three has nothing to do with bread. Scapa, Shlishis, what if we adopt? Here we do the power with number three. Here we go. Where is it? New. Oh. Bread everywhere. So number three had a kapara to do with bread. You got bread. Shniya, and it's left. Number two doesn't go to bread. And number one doesn't get bread because one has nothing to do with it. You try to do 11. Ben says, what? Here's another thing. The middle one you shefted, and you brought the rest together. The middle one. The middle one took care of one entity. The middle one is connected to both. And says, stay, man, for myself. One of the things don't do bread. Abai says no. Abai Omar feels Hamabachas, Mehem, Shtayim feels nothing. It doesn't matter. Just two comes because two is instead of one. And three is instead of two. So in essence, three is instead of one. They're connected. They're all connected. Three is for two and two is for one. So three is instead of one also. So what? It doesn't matter which one you use. Even if you do kapara with number one, you do not have to bring bread for number three. So even that doesn't mean which one is instead of the other one. Omar and Zayra, the boys say, mamish, easy stuff. Mamish, the whole daf, everything is easy. The same exact halacha would apply with the chatas. If you have two chatos and you chef one, what do you do with the second one? Then it has to die. So what if you brought one, it got lost, so you brought a second one. The second one got lost, so you brought a third one. So if you chef number one, number two must die. But number three doesn't die because number three has nothing to do with one. So what do you do with it? It has to break. If you chef number three and one have no connection, so one must break, but two must die. What if you chef the middle one? Both of them must die. Let's see the chart. There, right? Oh, 3 chatos. If you shech the number 1, you got to compare with number 1. So number 2 must go into the kippah and die. And number 3 raises. Wrong 4. That's losing everything. Same applies if you shech the number 3. So number 2 dies, number 1 grazes. What if you shech number 2? Both must die. Because they're all connected. 1 and 3 are connected inside and reserve. You set aside the and it got lost. And you set aside another one. Instead of it got lost. And then you set a third one. And you have all 3 now. All 3 are here standing. It's got to be shown up. If you got to compare with the first one, the second one was died because the second one is instead of the first one. Shlishis, which has no connection, the third one has no connection to the first one, it should gray. It's got to be Shlishis, the same thing with the reverse. You got to compare on the third one. Shlish Thomas, the second one, which is instead of the third one. The third one is instead of the second one. So Mela Thomas, the second one is that. You're trying to throw in the first one, that's good. It's capital size. And if you compare with the second, give it a 1. Shtemi Musa 1 and 3 must die. I think it's got to be Shtemi Musa, the same bias as the Taida. Comes along again, it says, listen, it doesn't matter. 3 and 1 are connected. Why is there a 3 here? Because there's a 2. And why is there a 2? Because there's a 1. So 1 and 3 are connected. Therefore, if you shech 1, even number 3 must die. I said, the Gemara might okay. Why do I have to follow another case of Chappos when it's actually the same thing? Now, the same Mahasam with the Ikilamema Marcus and Toilet. By the Toilet, there's a concept of saying, I want to give more shop to the British Toilet, so I'm bringing more Toilet. Great. It's also for you to bring more Chappos. You want to bring a Chappos and do that there. Maybe they're not going to they are going to mash along that the both is saying Toilet and Chappos are all the same. So now we have a here that says something that's interesting. We're not going to try 15 times, 15 different ways to see if we have a 8 for Rabbi Rothschild. And that's going to go all the way tomorrow on the Aleph, the Aleph, which is today I'm going to give today, all the way to the bottom of the Aleph and the Aleph. Basically, to a whole Amud and a half. What's the case? Simple case. Koida Shinisara Rosa. Umesa Abasman. Here we go. A guy brings number 1 Koida. Then he goes ahead and he makes a Torah. What's it more? He says, I want this to be instead of this. He likes this guy more. He thinks it's nicer for the version than number 2. That's this is the right. So Torah. One of them is a Torah. Number 2 is a Torah. Now he got mixed up. He doesn't remember, and he got mixed up. So now I have numbers on these, but we don't know the numbers. They all look the same. They're all mixed up. We don't know. One of them got lost. So I'm left with number 1. Yeah. I don't know if this guy is also a guy or if this guy's the original guy. Because this guy had Tamura. What's the difference? Tamura, no bread. No bread with the Tamura. I have to shop this. No bread. If this is the original, this is my real card now. Because I came on a plane from America down to Israel and I want to bring the Rebbeinu Shalom the card down. Because I crossed the ocean in the desert and everything. And you all like the sheet of like 95% of the flies from. Because we make Goimel, so you bring one of these. Ellis Stefanski doesn't. That's his problem. So you would bring two of these and a part. One of them died. You don't know what to do with it. You can't bring it as a carbon. Why? Take an oven, what you do? Not give lechem b'hadal. If you're going to bring the bread with this guy, number 1, perhaps it's not a real type. How are you going to bring bread with it? Not give lechem b'hadal, didn't worry. If you're not going to bring the bread with it, how can you bring this without bread? Says the Gemara, let's just understand the question, then we'll try to solve it. Solve it in 15 different ways. If you don't are lying, if you said, I accept by myself, so that's different. Why? Then you're gonna, if you accept to buy yourself a toilet, then you must buy another toilet. So you're gonna buy another toilet in the store, and then we're I have to be mad in our voice, I have to be mad in forgot, it's very important thing. If one of them died, this is problem. One of them is something else. One is a tomorrow, one is not, and they got mixed up. What do I do? Very, very simple. I bring the bread, but I make a condition. If number 2 is my real one, the original one, then the bread goes to number 2. And if number one is the original one, then the bread goes to number one. That solves all issues. I don't have any issue. They can bring the bread, and one of them is going to get the bread on the condition. But what happened was one of them died. So, but I said I accepted by myself a Toyda, so I'm going to have to, bring another one. I bring another one. Then I do a condition. I said, if this is the original number one, if the original, so the bread is going to go with the original. If number one is a tumor and I can't bring bread to it, so the second one that I bought is going to be a new Toyda, and this is the bread of the new Toyda. You don't lie, so it can't be that I accept it by myself. The second one I see, let's say, my friend, he should bring another animal, and he should bring bread, and he shall say, he has to come if the first one is Tumura, so the second one is an original Qaida, and that's my bread. Number two is my original. He has the kind of Qaida, but if the first one is the real Qaida, oh, Lachma, this is his bread. And number two, the second one that I bought is just an Akhrayim, just as a backup. Okay, you're right. The whole question is, Kia's problem is, he didn't say Harei, right? He says, this should be in my Torah. Then it got mixed up. Then I don't have to buy another one. There's no price in such a situation. And I don't have, you asked me, you should go to the store and buy another one. I don't have to. And if I don't have to, I can't. One has only with the other. I can't use the second one instead of the first one. There's no price. Simon. This is Rabbi Rothschild, I think, the longest simon in Shas. Just to remember that. Simon, remember Midas Allah. Fish on the Runel, Damo, the Troll, Folash, Moise Kuro, the Chutz, Kiska, Hibrish, Kadis, Lacher, Yos. All of them made them with no Rebbe, made them said. In front of the Rebbe, no. Lady said in front of the Rebbe, Lacy left on the lane. He should bring bread and he should say, you have to kind of play the Olaf, you know, they be fool. Alright, so we got this guy in front of us. We don't know, is this guy a Tumura, which does not require bread, but this guy is the original Taida and it requires bread. Bring bread and say, oh, nice. If this is the original, you found it. There's 2 breads, 40 breads. Yeah. But this guy is not the original. This guy's Tumura. Where's the bread? We'll go back to the store. So you can't do that. Wow, you know, it's also for you to bring if it's not, if this is a tourist, then it comes out this bread is not other bread. This is just regular angel bread. 100. Never mind. You're not going to bring Berman bread into the base of England. Another question. The Lacy, the Hema, the left, and the Lema. So bring another one. And say, yeah, the time it's more so this is the problem one. Number one is the problem. Bring the number 2. And bring bread. And say like this. Yeah, the kind of Tmurah. If number 1 is a piece of Tmurah, now I'm going to use number 2. So I have a great Toida and bread. Toida with bread. He has the kind of Toida. But if this is the Toida, I'm going to bring number 2 as a Shlom. Wow. So I have a question for the Oilam. Think about this for a second. Tomorrow, we don't say Mizmor L'Soida. Why don't we say Mizmor L'Soida? Because on Pesach, you're not allowed to bring a Toida. Why can't you bring a Toida? The whole Pesach, we don't say Mizmor L'Soida. Why not? You're not allowed to bring a Toida on Pesach because part of the Toida is Chametz. You can't bring Chametz on Pesach. So why not eat Pesach? Because part of the day you can't eat Chametz. You can only eat Chametz in the morning. And from the Zman, you're not allowed to eat Chametz. So I'm lessening the time of me eating the carbon Toida. Even though I can finish it, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to bring a carbon knowing that I'm going to be able to eat less time than necessary. Knowing that, now we can understand why I can't make number 2 a shlomer. If this is not a Toida, it should be a shlomer. Well, a Toida you can only eat for 1 day. A shlomer you can eat for 2 days. But now I'm going to have to be machor just in case that this is actually a Toida I don't know if it's a toida. I brought it as a condition. It could be a toida, it could be a shlamim. But on the side that it's a toida, I can only eat it for one day. So even if it's a shlamim, I have to be makbid and only eat it for one day instead of two. That's also because I'm lessening the time that I'm allowed to eat it. The other guy with toida, sorry, I'm a Levi. No. Mishum the Amalu. So Rabbi tells Levi Mishum the Kamamayit Bachilo the Shlamim, because he's lessening the time that you're allowed to eat the Shlamim. Omar Levi the Rebbe. I had a good shot. I think it's a good shot. The middle share before it came to me. I hope it's right, but not Amaratis. Over here, the Gemara says Levi tells Rebbe. So Rashi didn't Levi tell Rebbe before. He said Lamedin is Levi who told Rebbe. Rashi, because Levi was talking privately to Rebbe. Asks Levi, Rebbe, you should bring an animal and bread, you should say, you have to time it clearly. If this guy number one is the Tura, which is nothing, or Toida, so number two is the Toida, and all after is the bread, we have the time Toida, but if number one is the original Toida, so what am I going to do with the number two? The bread goes with number one. The heart have a most of the Toida. This should be the leftover of the Toida. On my legs, Rebbe didn't like this at all. I love this question. I use it many times. Hey, it seems to me that this guy is brainless. He doesn't have a brain. Brainless. I like it too much. Sometimes I use it on my kids. Not good. I go like this to someone too. Not good. Hollow. It seems like it's hollow. It's no brain in it. How can you say such a silly thing? Can you bring a leftover animal? If it's leftover, it's leftover. You have no choice. Bring it and say this is a leftover. Either it's a good soda or it's a leftover. And do that. So, first of all, it occurred to me in the other show. It could be, I don't know. It seems so simple. Maybe that's why Rashi points out that it's the lady in front of the Rebbe that was private. That's what Rashi says. It was private. And the Mela, it makes sense now. Levi. Rashi's pointing out that was private because he embarrassed him. He wouldn't do it in front of other people. He yelled at him, but in private. And then we'll just do one more here. He also repeats about Shmuel Bar Mardo coming to Rav Nachman. He also and he says that the Aleph Omid Aleph 80 dots into Menachos. Unbelievable. You should bring an animal and bread, and he shall say, "Here's my bread." Or brings his bread. He has the kind of Tmura. If this one, the original number one, is Tmura, so then this guy or Toida Valacha. Great. So number two is the Toida and the bread. After Kaima Toida, what is number one is the actual Toida Valacha. This is the bread. What about number two? Well, then it's Tmura. It should be exactly like it. It should be Tmura of it. What's the problem? You just did it. It's a deraisa. All right. I mean, Murray. No way. Our boy McCarthy the kosher, you can get 40 malchus and it should be kosher? No way. You don't tell a guy to do something like that. Why should he do the chatfila and research? Make something more? Not a good idea. So for the rest of the ideas, we're going to have to do the next year. Have a wonderful day.
Merit the Spliff of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Also, from Austin, Texas, put your hands together for Ashley Barnhill. From deep in the back of the room, real Price is Right style for Ashley Barnhill right now. There she is.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. We're holding on Sesame days towards the bottom. The brand new Mishnah, 6 minutes from the bottom. Says the Mishnah, we're discussing the carbon toida. Carbon toida. So before we jump into it, I just want to say this. Because when something terrible happens to somebody in shape, you all remember what is not nothing. Basically, when the Kayan is doing the shkita on this carbon paida, he thinks himself is going to be eating this in a week from now. A week from now is no good. Or he thinks himself he's going to be eating it in the chama, out of the place that you're allowed to eat it. Out of the time that you have. So his man is worth it. His man, if he goes ahead and so as you saw in the video, you didn't hear, but basically as he's shepherding carbon, he says that he's going to eat this carbon by his kid's breast. Then his wife told him out that the kid has jaundice, can't eat it either. So he takes a bite out of the meat right then. So because he thought he was going to eat it with his mom, he ate it on the spot. He's oily, then he's fight first because he ate what was bigger. So what happened is over here, he shafted the carbon paida with the wrong shot. So he puts his mouth at the bottom. What is the bread? The Mishnah tells the big finish here over here. You all discussed it. The finish is that the bread becomes covered. But if it's another case, listen to this. And then I'm going to ask you how in the first case is different. What the Menisha straight up? If you shut the plate and you find out that there's a hole in the heart, here, watch this. This is a brand new video for today. What's a straight up? Look at this. The guy's genius. This artist over here.
Anything can happen. Like a lot of shows say anything can happen, but you can watch on your TV and things like that. Anything cannot happen.
That's a trade.
But we know that anything can happen here.
So if you shut an animal and you find that it's a trade off, you shut it. So what happens? At the time of the shkita, you didn't have a real animal. You didn't have an animal that's kosher. So what comes to the bread is no good. But when during the shkita, the pain is thinking that it's going to eat this animal. Then a week from now, so the shkita is good to make it equal. So it is a good shkita. And if it's a good shkita, then the bread does become covered. The 40 loaves of bread that come together become covered. Again, if it's treva, we find out that the shkita is not even a shkita. What makes the bread covered? Shkita makes the bread covered. But if there's no shkita, why is there no shkita? Because there's no animal. Why is there no animal? This is treva. He has a nail in his esophagus, whatever it is. He has a nail in his heart. So it's not a real shkita. Oh, the bread is not covered. So let me ask you something. If the bread is not covered, what is the bread? Bread is regular food. Here's the question. 30 out of the 40 breads are matzah. They eat those matzahs on basic night. The answer is no. Why? Because they weren't made to Shem matzah. If you're making Shem matzah, you're making Shem paida. But here's the chiddush. If a guy sells these matzahs in front of the Beit HaMikdash, he sells them because you know people are bringing turkey. And he has leftover matzah before Pesach. He wants to sell them for matzah. The law is you could sell it as matzah. You didn't make it for Shem matzah. The answer is he did. Why? Because he knows that he's not going to sell everything. And this is why we think these are. Chance that he won't sell everything, and maybe some of it is has kabbalah from that. Take it. Your mind, your both sides, it just says that it's a tray fall, and it's not a good shkita. It's not a good shkita. The bread is not covered. What about a tray fall? Is that the same halacha? What? What did I say? The balmum. Is the balmum the same thing as a tray fall? That's the question. The answer depends. Shkita, when it's balmum, that's oimer covered. It's different than a tray fall. Covered. So we're going to see in the Gemara that we're talking about not some balmum. Talking about the smallest one possible, which is what you're buying, cataract.
So let's get this thing started.
But other like others, obviously it's like a tray phone. Have an analyst that's a balmum. And we're going to see the Gemara over here. So look, the middle of the bread does not become what does Rabbi Shmuel? What does Rabbi Shmuel mean in the context of a carbon? It's instead of thinking that it's a carbon, the funny thinks that it's something else. Another type of carbon that we said yesterday, we spoke about Kelam Iluim here. It also comes with bread.
Oh my God! Yes, he has a guitar.
All right. The pain snake keeps in that teres. And the two sheep that we bring on Shmush, Shachar is very small, and Shachar is very small. Lord, much a lot. The bread and apple. Says the Gemara says, "Ani Reb Meir." Our mission is going to make Chinese out loud. So our body side now we're going to do Chazara. We're going to do the word for word. So you got to free you. All should be so like anything that became possible before the Shkita. Like a great one, Lord doesn't go like the bread is like Pisuya, a Shkita, and if you still have it after you shop it, Father Shalom. So we made a Shkita, Shkita's Mano, it was in Paima, Father Shalom. You shafted with the wrong intent. That should be after the time, you're going to eat it after a lot of time. And you're going to eat it outside the allotted place, not in the mix, not inside, in the Jemesh. Because the psul happened after the shkita. Shkita means the shkita. And the Mela, since it's found to be a shkita, that means that before the shkita is already possible, the shkita doesn't have the power to give kedusha to the bread. That's how it talks about it. Shkita is I'm a place is supposed to be a layer in a bamboo. That's where the place is for the low budget. Okay, that's exactly what we're doing with the word. All my reviews, or first reviews, and he argues on the face. On 2 points. Point number 1. We'll get there. Well, that's what really doesn't show out to Chicago is famously covered. Not everybody agrees, even mayor, he doesn't, and this doesn't matter. But if you shut the animal, you find that it has a nail inside of it, that has a big hole and an important vital organ, yes, it's not a good shkita, therefore the bread is not covered. Now, this is my Chicago. Nobody argues, says, if you do on Chutz Mano, it's covered. But very arguable. But Balmum is no coverage. Everybody holds by Balmum is no coverage. Why is no coverage? Because it's like a tracer. You find out after you show me that it's Balmum. Well, it's not a good thing. It's not a good. So here he argues down there. Remember, says in the Balmum is in the coverage. And then the Hukum finds a Hukum remain hold that's 100% coverage. And you don't hold another Machlokes, and you don't hold the Machlokes. So in the Bible, the things that you use there's just a mucker according to the mayor. You don't have to remember that by heart. But you don't know. You guys remember there's a color you show me. This is just a mucker. This is called the color that one outside of its lot of colors. Yeah, it's travel. You could either learn what's a mucker from the right? They always go together. Because the mucker person has a young intent and eat it outside a lot of time, outside a lot of place. The Lord says, I want to learn because the mucker from Kutz's mouth. Yeshua says, no. I want to learn because the mucker from the Talmud. Okay. So what's inside? It's very simple. Omar was a hell because his money passing. Both of these intents. Yeah? Maybe back it up. I'll back it up. Here's what it was. He says, I got to compare Kutz's mouth and Kutz's mouth, right? Because they're very similar. They both possible. You have that intent, it becomes possible. Not Kutz's money Kodesh. Kutz's money Kodesh. Or if you have the intent of Kutz's money, the bread becomes Kodesh. So too, if you have the intent of Kutz's money Kodesh. But if you are Koyo, the Kutz's money Kodesh, the Balmum Kodesh, no. Let me learn from the Balmum. So you're trying to, oh, sorry. We're too fast for this is too much. Let's take that out. I don't know because I'm going possible. Balmum possible. My Balmum look Kodesh. She says, no. I want to look in Balmum. And look by Balmum. There's no douche on the bread. So too, by I need to be seen the Chutz I compared him to Chutz. You compared him to Balmor. Let's see. It's very, very smart when you argue something like that. Kind of knock him out right away. Yeah, listen. I see what you're doing. I say this, you say this. Let's see how we can figure this out. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that I'm comparing to this, you're comparing to that. But at the end of the day, let's see who's more likely to be similar. You know what? You know what? If we come out at the end, let's make a deal now. If we come out at the end that it's more similar to Kutz's mom, I'm going to go with Kutz's mom. If you go with Ramon, then we're going to both go with Ramon. Hitler knows a lot. So he started. One of so much show. Oh, Kutz's mom, Kutz's mom. Somebody in the head of the coin, somebody decided that Shkita is going to eat it at the wrong time. He's going to eat it at the wrong place. Right. They got so much show. You see how it goes? Oh, no, because as you see, Ramon has a problem in his own body. He has a broken leg. Kutz's mom is a problem to him. And so it's nothing problem to head. It's not a physical problem, it's a problem with my child. So they don't so much show. If Yeshua is going to beat Rabbi Eliezer, it says like this. The only Paris here on this list right over here is Kutz's mom. It's a mother in Talmud going to Paris. But here, right? Everybody Paris, and Kutz's mom has Paris. But another shot. So if the client has the wrong thought of a party, what type of party? The client, instead of thinking that it's a party, he thinks that that's a chapter. What happens? It becomes possible. And then the bread doesn't become public. Very big part. The kids are the Shostak, the Eliezer, the Greek, the Yeshua. You're right. Think of that. But what? You're going to go into Yeshua, they're going to compare Kutz's mom to Balmor, and just like Balmor, it's the bread is not published. So too Kutz's mom, the bread is not published. Kutz's mom, the bread is published. Your mayor, so you have to understand what's going on here. What in the world would both sides? I already asked you. But if you had to think about it, what to do in a trade side about them? Both of them are not a good part of them before the Shkita. Nothing happened to the both. The trade was a problem before the Shkita, and the Balmor was a problem before the Shkita. So they both should not be established the bread. Not for Shkita, but it's straight without it, should have played the Shkita. And the bread is no good, the bread is not published. But my Shkita is not more, the bread is already published. So I'll tell you why. We're talking about a cataract. As a cataract, by a bird, says Rashi, by a bird, one of the seven numbers. By a bird is kosher cataract. So the Mela by a Balmum, an animal, the bread becomes perfect because it's still, it's not the worst moment in the world. If by a bird it's kosher and it goes on his back, that I cataract. So by an animal, it's good enough shkita to make the bread. But even if you don't know, why they do, the other Kivam, other than they do, it's buffet. So the says that you can try and cataract. It goes on his back, but instead, just leave it there. It has a sort of douche. So it's not very good. It says it on the animal itself. It has a cataract. You put it on his back. Don't take it off. But it doesn't have enough power to give bread douche. Yeah. On itself, it has a little bit of power. Okay, fine. You don't take it off. But not enough to say that, it's such a good shkita that the bread should become public. Usually doesn't know. It's not. That's a shkita of Kutz's mana. And also later. It's in now the Gemara makes an aftermina between the argument of the it's an aftermina between it's not an argument for the one before. It's really an argument what he said in stuff before. Okay, that's a different stuff. Not the If somebody shuts an animal context and he has intent to eat it in the wrong time, so the carbon is a good carbon, it is also like favorite. If you put it under his back, don't take it off. It's in Paima, but if you have intent to eat it outside the right place, Rav on the Torah, Rav on the right place. You have a focus Rav and Rav right now. Rav holds of himself, to remind everyone. Yeshua is the one that says that we learn. He puts the makom from the Balmor. Puts the makom, the middle line, from the Balmor. And the Allah is, the Balmor comes off from his back. The Balmor comes off. If his line doesn't come off. So the question is, the middle guy, the put the makom is, who do I learn this from? If I hold a good Yeshua, that I learn from the makom, from the Balmor, so then yeah. Sorry. So the other side. Rabbi Amar later, Rabbi Rabbi Shua. Rabbi holds that if you shepherd an animal with intent of putting up because it's similar to Balmum. You see Balmum, you should put over there. Very important. Rabbi holds Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer holds that puts him up is that puts his mouth. And puts his mouth does not go off in his back and put it on. So then if it's a make mouth doesn't go off in his back because he put it on. And yes, this is the Gemara. The heck that they got, they got the other. The Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yeshua. Very good. Remember before they had to argue. Remember before I had to argue. He said, I believe that puts him up in his back. And Rabbi Yeshua said, no, I believe that puts him up is like Bamo. Rabbi Yeshua said, no, that's good. Rabbi Yeshua says, puts him up is like puts his mouth. And Rabbi Yeshua says, puts him up is like Bamo. But what happened at the end? Rabbi Yeshua took it back. And he says, I hold up Rabbi Yeshua. He beat me. We made a deal that if he's able to prove that Bamo is more similar to puts him up, but puts him up is more similar to Bamo, I'm going to give in. And he gave in. Okay. So there's no more Rabbi Eliezer. In other words, Rabbi Yeshua is the one. When Yeshua wins, that means it's like about more. That in Allah, if it goes under his back, hear it. She says, Gemara, okay. If so, in our machlokes also, you just told me that the Rava holds Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yeshua, the Rabbi Eliezer. But Rabbi Eliezer already holds like Rabbi Yeshua. So later, the Holy Rabbi got made the Rabbi. Therefore, Rabbi also agrees to Rabbi. And what? You're going to go with because the Mecca is right. Bamboo, if it goes over his back, it would be much better if this chart had a sign on it. And that's that it is good. I'm not going to ask my question. It should be a sign on the Bamboo side. It should say Yerid. But on the Puss's mind side, it should say Lo Yerid. That would help this at this point of the Gemara. And some people say, I don't know how to be Rabbi Eliezer, we got to do Yeshua. You're right, Rabbi Eliezer agrees to Yeshua on this chart right over here. That puts them up in similar to Put. The Kabbalah, and now puts us back. That he agrees. Rabbi, that is the Rabbi the other day, but in our question, that what? But if you shut puts the muffin, you shut something, puts the muffin, whether or not it should go up to his back. With the intent to put the muffin should go up to his back, or not? Rabbi did not agree to Rabbi. Rabbi, why? Also, we become an over there, Rabbi Yeshua beat the Rabbi Eliezer because he told him, hey, let's learn from Shlomo Yishma. And he beat it. However, he got him Shlomo Yishma, if you're going to learn, put the muffin from Shlomo Yishma, the most like David, it's going to come out that if it goes under his back, it shouldn't come off. So Layla, Rabbi does not agree to that. And then he's going to hold another lady. Sorry, Brownish. Follow him on Twitter. If you shut that animal, you outright kind of meaning. You think yourself that instead of it's a chatos. Instead of Eilam Miluim, it's a chatos. So the bread is not covered. It's bread by Eilam Miluim. Remember, I showed you Eilam Miluim. So Zimbar and Rabbi Rothschild kind of become in Nazir, the Shia, and not the Eilam Miluim. If you were one of the Mishnahs, what case would you bring of an animal that has the carbon that comes with bread? You would not bring Eilam Miluim. Why? Eilam Miluim happened one time in history by the Miluim, which Kodesh Nisan, the second year of Christ's fall in the Torah, which Kodesh Nisan, they made the Mishnah, then the Miluim. That's it. It's a one-time thing. I'll bring a raya. I'll bring a case, not a raya. I'll bring a case of a ram of a novel, which happens in every generation. You think now generation we have every person. There's all sorts of nazirim running around, and they have to bring korbanos. Why don't I bring a nazir? It's a much more appropriate case. Sometimes you don't have a nazir. We left the case of a nazir, the shkiach, which is very common. We look at it. So the Lord explains it. And it became Ikar Musanaka. You know why the Mishnah brought Eilim? Because that was the first time in history that we had a carbon with bread, and whether or not it's carbon or not. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, and the Sachem Shekotchu B'Kli. What's the Sachem? The Sachem are the wines that you bring together, wine with flour, you bring together with an oil or a shlamim. There's two components they have to bring wine, oil and shlamim. So if you brought the wine and you put it in the Sharas, so here's the trick. It doesn't become Kaddish right away when you put it in the jar. When does it become Kaddish? The Lord is going to say right away. Chazar now. It becomes Kaddish when you shech it. Now when you put it in the kli. Although the Mishnah says kli, we didn't say zelach chaf. And you find that the carbon is no good. Now what do you do with the wine? The wine has a certain dusha to it. Because it's in a kli shar and you shech it. But then you found out that the animal is drink. But apostle, what do you do? If you have another animal to use it with, somebody else brought an animal, use it with the second animal. You can really and if you don't have another animal, you possible, let it just stay overnight. If it stays overnight, it becomes possible if you throw it out. Even though we said in the mission that the two shows in the tree, you put the wine in the tree, it becomes possible. Lay it on the stuff on the couch, or just put it on Zeva. It's not enough. You have to shut the animal, my time on the cross. Zeva, in the suffering. But it's something that goes together with the shit of the animal. They learned in our Mishnah, it's something to touch with the kli. It's like first they become touch in the kli. Because it's an apostle, yes, an apostle using the emo, the man, impossible emo. Don't kaddish, you have another animal, you should use another animal. My God, you come to people. The more you see that it becomes kaddish, even though, when did it become possible? What happened to this animal? It became possible at the shita. Let's say you get a bad shita, you cut it the wrong way. You're in the femur instead of a shita. Why is still kaddish? Why? You just told me that the only way the wine can become kaddish is through shita. But shita is no good. Elamai, how did it become kaddish? From the kushara, you put it into a golden vessel of the vision. It becomes kaddish. No, that's not what happened. Yisrael is Rika. That one was a great shita. And it was in the kushara. The two things combined make it kaddish. So what did happen? It became also when you feel it on his back. You have the shkita, you have the zrika, so each one can make the wine kaddish. You don't need both of them. One or the other. I think the thing with Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild argues the Rebbe and says that you need both things to be not there. But where do you have both things? How do you have both things? You have the shkita and you have the blood is in its thing, and then it's spilled. But if it's spilled, you do zrika. So how do you have I feel that we're going to show all my skin because people come on because Vinishpat. And I show you the video. What's Vinishpat? How does it spill?
Tell me, what is the hour? It's 11:25.
Okay, so if the blood spills, so whatever was, so not more. How did the bread become cold? Because there's shita and there's blood in the cup, but there's no zrika, fell on the floor. Says Gemara, that I doesn't say, with laws of Shimon, some are like to say that war. The laws of Shimon holds like Reb Shimon by his side. The Amar, the Lachim is Zoriko. If you are about to throw something out, you're about to throw the blood, it's as if it was thrown. So Mela, this blood in the cup had a good streak on it. Great. Amar, he means that after you can read more. So instead, what happens? Instead of Mishnah, there's wine that became kadosh, and it belongs to carbon A. Carbon A is possible. So what do you do with the wine? You use it with carbon B. But the final question. If you, the same thing with wine, you take oil, you put it on the side for milk A. You cannot use it for milk B. I'll tell you why it works. The mind of the Bezdin makes a condition on this wine. If this wine is needed for A, would you use it? If not, you use for B. As the Gemara of Shamanami, something you can't say that doesn't make the same condition on oil, right? It's oil different than wine. Because oil is part of the milcha. You're supposed to mix it, boil it with the flour. So it's part of the milcha. If it's part of milcha A, you cannot take it and use it for milcha B. As the Gemara, but nevertheless, the president has the right to make any sort of condition he wants. To make a condition like they made by the wine that even though it's part of it, you can use it for B. One change should be learning the team to show it. But people won't do it. They say, even though this stuff is already in the Shara, you're not using something else. What's the difference between wine and oil? So saying the same thing about wine. They say that even in another situation that you're able to use this wine for something else without a flavor. Says Gemara, a funny matisya when you do those, this thing only appears twice in time. This is the first time we try to have it. Next time is included. This is next to say. Animals, nothing. You're going to say, you know when the wine is good? The wine is good for animal B. When animal B is laying right here next to animal A. So nobody thinks, your question is people are going to say that they took it out of the, they took it from one, put it from the other. No. People are going to think that the Fatila, this wine was meant for animal B. But if animal B was not dead yet, it's not good. That's one of the classic questions. If you don't have another animal in there, then it's impossible. How do you come and say things like it says that is it stayed overnight. It's also you have to know the Mishnah did that. Shouldn't the Mishnah talk about the same thing? When is it okay to use the wine for animal B when animal B is living right next to animal A and everybody knows to make a mistake? But the second case should be why are you telling me that if the wine was left overnight? Go look at the same case. Case 1 is when the animal's laying there next to it, and case 2 is when the animal's not laying next to it. No, that's exactly what it says in the Mishnah. When is the wine allowed and permitted for animal B when animal B is laying there dead next to it? That was a little bit show. They didn't shut animal B. That's what it was. When the Mishnah says that it was stayed overnight, it means that if there's no animal B yet, it says if it stayed overnight. If you need animal B to be shut next to it. When you say there was a Shimon, Late Bezdin Masnawin, the Shimon actually holds that Bezdin makes conditions and allows you to use the wine for something else. If it doesn't work well for carbon A, that you're allowed to use it on carbon B. But I'll remind the owner that's not too long ago to learn that every day they had 6 animals in the pen. And animal 6, they would choose 2 for the carbon cover. Why would be 6? You have to make sure that there's always a carbon cover to set up on them. They always said every day they put in another 2. So at the end of the 6. Now, when do we start? We start on Rosh Hashanah, when we start collecting money, for all the Kohen Talmud of the year. Rosh Nisan is when the year starts. So, it just happened 12 days ago. 12 days ago, Rosh Nisan. That's the new year. So the last day of the year, how many animals are in the pen? Last day of the year, 6. That's 6 in the final pen. So, and how many are you using? 2. What do you do with the 4 extra lambs? You can't use them the next year. So you could maybe it could be 5 days. So you have enough eggs whether you could redeem it. Well, maybe the rhymer will be still yeah. Usually the 4 leftover wine, the different shimon, the quiz redeem. Nothing community. You cannot just redeem it. Now, according to your shimon, why ain't it been community? You should take the Bezin should make a tonight. But then if I'm going to use it as a common rate, if not, I'm going to use it for something else. So take it out. Stop. You see, Shimon doesn't hold it. Bezin Masnali. Well, I'll tell you why. This is the kind of Berea. There's no reason to use this very extreme thing that Bezin, Hefker, Bezin Hefker is like the last resort you can do. Or let Bezin Masnali is the last resort. You have a great answer. What's the great answer? Have a slave. You put them in a special place, they all get a mom, and once they get a mom, they can be redeemed. And with the money, you buy a oila, you put it on case on his back. It's the dessert of his back. Great. Mashenking, when it comes to the Sachem, there's no takana. That's it. There's nothing you can do about it. It says in Mishnah, Vlad Toida. What do you do when you have an extra Toida? The mother Toida had a baby. Do you need to bring another 40 breads for the baby? Or the 40 breads for the mother is enough? Another case, Tmura. What's Tmura? Everybody knows what Tmura is. I'll show it again. This one I don't think is sped up. But the point of Tmura is that a person has a skinny little animal, and then he finds a giant, beautiful, festive, festive, exotic animal. Notice the shoulders are right there. So you say, the small one, the big one should be instead of the small one. You think you're doing a mitzvah, you're doing a tremendous favor. So both of them become a focus. Because the zaftika, giant one, needs 40 new bread. The answer is no. If you're studying the Ashka, what if the Faida that you set aside got lost? The Hidrish Achari Chachya. So you went ahead and you bought in the second one. And then you found the forest right before you got you have to bring two kinds of the bread, 80 bread instead of 40. And the tuna left. Only one Faida. I thought the tuna left and there's nothing to do. That it's child and that's the one that you, after you got lost, you switched it out. But look, you lost it and that's pure. You don't know. No, man. Put the yaku. Says twice, put the yaku. You're not remembering the dust of the Hidrish Achari Chachya. You didn't see the Rishayna. You set aside one Faida and it got lost. So you put the second one aside. You didn't see the Rishayna, then you found the two. I understand over this. Now you have two. Then I understand you have to you might do either one with the 40 bread. The last mean anymore. But you have to be much better. One of them is the same. I'm going to tell you only one. You have to stay to the left one, maybe the second one needs bread. But then you have to then only one. That's a solution. Leave that doesn't do it. Once you include both, like both of them. That the one of them is you're not in the rabbit. Well, those that's how you pay to be like that. How do I know that the one that's lost? Is not. You check them. But they're not being out. In other words, all the dishes in addition to the toilet. You also use this stuff. So in addition to the toilet, nothing should start. Going by the Hikr Razava, only one, the two left hand, the Zada, the Rasa to the left hand, both sides have a wonderful.
Where is the scoop of spreading Torah throughout the world? Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Why would I want thousands of yards of range and like just
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Holding the last line of the Zainul base. Yesterday we learned about the carbon fiber. Carbon fiber has 40 breads, consists of 40 breads. 10 of them are chametz, 30 of them are matzah. Something like this. 10 chametz on the right, 30 matzah. Now, we learned yesterday that the chametz is made out of 10 esrainim, and all 30 matzah are made out of the same amount of 10 esrainim. And we learned from actually two sources, but we're only going to talk about one right this moment. We're talking about the single in a second. That's like the two lechem on shvuos. So what? The two lechem on shvuos are the two breads that come with the bonus, the two shaman, each bread is one isarah. So therefore, each one of these 10 chametz breads is one isarah. 10 times 1 is 10 isarah on the right side. As for Gemara, wait a minute. If you take 2 breads for shvuos, each one is 1 isarah, so that's 2 isarah. So the total is 2 isarah. So why do they say that the 10 chametz breads, the total should be 2 isarah? All 10 bread should be 2 isarah. Where did you get that each bread is 1 isarah? So the question is, the Gemara says the word tiyana. From the word tiyana, I learned that each bread gets 1 isarah. My Talmudah asks me, my Talmudah, where do you see it in the word tiyana? It says it with 2 yods. Rashi should have said tiyana with 1 yod. That's what yod tells us. 10 Israelim. And therefore, I'm going to divide the 10. Each chal gets 1, just like the lechem, shnei lechem, each chal got 1. This is Gemara Ema. So, where in the world did you get Israelim? It doesn't say the third Israelim. It says Yana. And I'm telling you that it means Israelim. It says Gemara, the Israelim is by Pasuk. Yeah, it does say Israelim. Where does it say Israelim? In that Pasuk, right before, it says in the Rosh Hashanah, so it does mention over there Shtei Yisraelim. So Mela by us also by the Korban each bread is an Isarah. Says the Gemara, okay, so you told me how we know the chametz gets 10 breads. Each one is an Isarah. We know it from the Shtei Ava. I saw the matzah in that, but how do I know the 10 Yisraelim for matzah? Yeah, so back to this picture again. We dealt with all the breads on the right side, the 10 chametz. That's each one is 1 isarah and 10 isarah. How do I know that another 10 isarah for the 30 breads on the left? It's like a haggish. The chametz and the matzah are one matzah. Ow, the matzah you bring out chametz left and chametz together with the chametz. The next chametz have a matzah. So whatever the chametz is, that's what I do for matzah. Now here's the problem. Where did I learn chametz? The one's on the right. Where did I learn from? I learned it from Shtei Alecha, from shvuos. So there's a concept in touching, only in touching, not in the rest of the Torah. If I learn something or something else, I can't teach. I can't use that. The thing that I learned. So by us, what did I learn? I learned chametz. I don't know Toida. I don't know how many. I had to come on to shvuos. I learned it from shvuos. So that's it. I'm stuck there. I can't learn matzah from chametz because chametz is something that was learned from another place. How can I continue learning? There, so just as with a visual, this will help you. The Shtei Alechem, all the way on the right, teaches the chametz challah. But what? It has to be 1 isarah in each one. So how am I going to hear this from this? So how am I going to take the chametz and teach from there the chametz matzah? The guy in the middle is something that was learned from another place. Or it was a pasuk Okay, I can take college comments. I learned from a and I'm teaching not to. That's not a puzzle. I learned from a Hekesh. So I can only do Hekesh once. I can't continue on with another Hekesh. With the Dava, I love the Hekesh, doesn't love the Hekesh. Now I'll tell you what. The men of the Dava after this middle guy, the following comments, is actually, you need two sources to teach. First of all, here, so let me just show you this thing. Cool. How do I know it's 10? Who told you that it's 10 bread? That we learned yesterday is Trumas Meiser. Remember? Trumas Meiser is 10%. The Levi gives the Kohen 10%, so Levi is 10% of all the Kohen bread. Oh. So how to come on Truma? I learned one thing from Truma. The second thing, the amount, the exact measurement of each one, that I learned from Shmuel. So something that you need to come up with two separately moving. Oh, two separately moving is good, but now I can teach something else. In Menu, the I'm learning from two different sources. As you can see in this picture, I'm learning from Truma and She'alav, and therefore I can continue going on that. Problem is, one man says you can't continue going. Says the Gemara, this is let's see. Here. In addition to saying trying piano, it also is the word Taviu. So Taviu is teaching us about the Taida bread. So we're going to treat it as if Taida Chametz bread is in a puzzle. Not a Hegesh, in a puzzle. Once it's in a puzzle, what's the halacha? It's in a puzzle, you can come and teach other stuff. So I'm going to learn the matzah from the Chametz, which is in the puzzle. Not from a Hegesh, it's in the puzzle. Very good. Next. I'm going to someone out by the Mishnah. Hamiluim Oyuboyim Hamatzah Shabbatayim. Fascinating. We already passed one. Al Chalos, left on comments, by the way, 4 lines down, also in the street parsha. And there's many of them in this one stop. But the Miluim, the end of the Miluim, the inauguration of the Mishkan, the last day, the final day, the big one, is today. Big business. Hamiluim Oyuboyim Hamatzah Shabbatayim. What does that mean? Just like the Taida, what do we say? The Taida has 3 matzah breads. What are the 3 matzah breads? Everyone remembers? Alois, Rikikin, and what else? Revuch. So, this everybody remembers. Alois, Rikikin. Last week. Comes with these animals. Great. What kind of breads? As you can see over here, there's a whole basket of breads, but only 3 types of matzah bread. What's missing? The summit bread. Kalois, Urikikin, Revucha. Revucha is the boiled in hot water. The zeros, if a person is a nazir and he finishes up his zeros, that's what they're doing. The only brings, what do you see in the basket of side? How many? 2. It's a ball, stay yogas. A matzah shatoga, 2 out of the 3 of the soda. Which ones? Kalois, Urikikin. And what's missing? The ain't but Revucha doesn't have Revucha. Beautiful. Going back to yesterday's class, 15 of flour for 3 types of bread. 15 divided by 3 is how much? 5 per type of bread. So now if you only have 2 types of bread, how much flour is there? Nobody knows. I'm going to have to this again. It is what? No. No, we're going to have to add it. We're going to have to add it. Nothing. You have 15 halves for 3 types of bread. Each type gets 5 bread. 5 halves. 5 plus 5 is 10, plus 5 is 15. That's if you have 3. Now if you only have 2, how much do you need? 5 plus 5 equals, again, Nimtzu Asara Kav in Yerushalmi. If yesterday, by 3 breads, there was 15 kav, so for 2 breads, there's only 10 kav. Shehei, Shisha Sroilin's Voga. Okay, this is super complicated. That's how we explain that each type of bread gets 3.3 Israelim. 3.3 Israelim. So 3.3 times 2 is how much? 6.6. 3.3 times 2 equals 6.6. That's why she says she should have spread it's going to be 6. But and a little bit more. There's no way to say in Mishnah language 0.6. So usually we just say Ba'agan and more. Okay. How do I know that by the milui we need 3 types of bread? When we sell again, Parshas HaShavua last week, yesterday. We sell matzahs. Asher lifnei Hashem. Look at chalas matzah achas. So here, right now, what do you see over here? It says chalas matzah. When we sell matzah, asher lifnei Hashem. Look at chalas matzah achas. So it says it in the Torah. We're foolish. What else is it saying foolish in the Torah? The chalas lachem shemen achas. It says shemen. I don't know what that is. The rokik echad. So we have chalas and rikikim. So basically, we have these two mefurish in the pasuk. What's missing? The revuch. Bishlam mechalois chalois. Bishlam mechalois. The pasuk says rokik. How do I know that you have to bring a rokik? Shemen I knew, but when the Torah says the chalas lechem shemen, what are we referring to? What's very early? La revucha. The Torah is talking about the revucha that has a revius halud. Quarter of a liver. Has a lot of oil. Maybe it's referring to that you have to bring not only a challah, not only a kikim, but you have to bring oil. As who told you that's revucha? Maybe it's these oil things. Hello, because it's only for example, we're going to go a different way. What are we looking for? How do you know that the miluim gets 3 types of breads? Challahs, rokik, and revucha. It says in the pasuk, guess where this pasuk is? Zeh korban aro and ribono v'asher yakilu Hashem b'yom moshach v'tzoi. V'chimalu maglu ribono b'yom moshach. The Kohen Gadol becomes inaugurated. So the Kohen Gadol brings minchas chavita. And every single day he has to bring a mincha in the morning, in the evening. The first time when he's inaugurated, he has to bring a mincha. It's called the minchas chinuch. Every Kohen, when the first day that he does the avodah, has to bring also a minchas chinuch. The question is, in the pasuk, why does the pasuk say that when you inaugurate the sons, it's beyond Moshe the sons? The day that Aaron HaKohen was also inaugurated. Why is that important? This is one because I'm going to learn the sons from the father. So the minchas chinuch should be similar to the mincha that the Kohen Gadol brings every single day. The mincha that the Kohen Gadol brings every single day is boiled in water. It's revucha. So too, the minchas chinuch is also a revucha. Sorry, the minchas chinuch is revucha, and therefore also the miluim is also revucha. So here I know that there's a revucha about the miluim. The fact that there's a rokik and chalas is in the pasuk. I was searching for revucha. Here's this thing. And God will understand search this and say, when the Kohen Gadol does his avodah, his first day, imagine the excitement. Yeah, he sees the God at door, he's the Kohen Gadol, goes to the Mesa, and does the minchas chinuch for his first avodah. Plus, he has to bring the chavitim that every Kohen Gadol brings every day, so he has to bring 3. One for his daily mincha. There's the achas v'chinuch and one for his inauguration. And my range is no, it's not 2, it's 3. The long thing is no machloek. We had this sugi already, so we should know this. Oh, David Avodah Kishu Kohen Elyon. If he already performed Avodah in Mesa Mikdash, so today it's his first day as a Kohen Gadol, he has to bring the minchas chinuch first Kohen Gadol, plus the chavitim for the Kohen Gadol. Oh, the Lord Avodah Kishu Kohen Elyon. But if he's never performed Avodah in his life, So now he has to bring one minchas kiddush as a kohen hedyot, as a regular kohen. Then he has to bring another one as a kohen gadol. You can't skip. You can't jump to the president of the United States before you're, I don't know what. It's not a good motion, but you know what I'm saying. In kohen gadol, you have to first be a kohen hedyot, then a kohen gadol. But he never performed avodah. Look, it's this kid right over here. It's on the day of his bar mitzvah. He kind of got like the Kaluna Rebbe. Little kid, boom. We decided you're the kohen gadol. Vilna Gaon, genius, knows the color very cool in his bar mitzvah. He said, okay, you go. But he never performed avodah at all. I feel sent to me, one, this, that. Okay, I get it. The point is, how is it possible that a kohen gadol has never performed avodah as a kohen gadol? And they right away jumps in, his first time ever is as a kohen gadol. I don't know. The zero size of Bosch, the others, the message recorded in the Mishnah that the Nazir, when he was finished with his whole zeros, he grew 2 out of 3 types of things. Also in this parasha, the Rabbi Rothschild Nazir, La'aser Eskadron, the Shamios, the Revi'ah, it says by Koida, Shalom Shlomber, so it comes to include to say that the Nazir has to bring 10 Kav Yerushalmios, 2/3 of what a Koida is, and a Revi'ah. As the Gemara, maybe it should be exactly like a Koida, and you have to bring a Nazir, you have to bring 3 times the bread. Right? I'm learning matzos. This is the word matzos. So what if it's a like Amuda, what are you learning from it? If you look at the pasuk over here, the sound matzos, the second word in this pasuk is matzos. Urikike matzos. So it says the word matzos, but by Revucha doesn't say matzos, so it's not included. Check this out. There's a Mishnah. I want you first to look on our page. There's a Mishnah. We have 2 lines to get to the Mishnah. So no trauma, okay, please. It's really simple. Look at this. I'll say about that, so we'll make even less trauma. If the Torah says a generalization, which is a crime, the Torah says all matters, includes college, kiftir, revucha, whatever, all matters. But then the Torah says 2 types. That's called a cloud and a prat. We were discussing always cloud, prat, and cloud. It's a sandwich. Generalization, very specific, but generalization. So we have to expand the very specific things to more stuff. But that's because there's a generalization at the end. So it expands it, it makes it more. But now, it's very, very limited. The Torah said matzos, but I have no idea what type. When the Torah says Rikikim and Chalos, the Torah is saying only those 2. Don't even try to add a 3rd one. Only 2. That's called cloud and prat. Yeah? That's it. That's the end of the signal. So it says Gemara, matzah is cloud, and we even have a shout for that. Matzah, cloud. So we're going to put all types of breads in there. But then the Torah is very specific. Chalus and Rikikim. So it's only the 2. The Torah says, Chalus and Rikikim. The other one, pop out of the basket. So don't ask me, oh, maybe it's Revucha. No. The Torah says, Chalus and Rikikim. Chalus and Prat. Chalus and Prat, and that's in the Shmuel Omer. Aim the cloud, it's only very specific, you can't add more. How do you get in? The Prina Loi, Dabai Fes, Omid Beis, Zorgel, the Mishnah. Hashoichet Es Hatoida Lefnim, the last one puts up on. So the way it works is you bring breads, you buy breads. You say these breads are coming with my Toida. What happened? The guy was in jail. The guy had a disease and he got out of it. A guy went over the ocean those days on a wooden boat, 50-50, if you're gonna come out alive. Comes on the other side of the ocean, he has to bring a toida. So the toida is a toida, which is Pajim power. Plus he has to bring 40 bread. The 40 breads, when he designates them as breads, they are Kedushas Gomer. They have a lower level of Kedusha. When do they pop up to be Kedushas Haguf? When you chef the carbon, poof, the Kedusha gets infused with more Kedusha, it becomes super holy. but provided that the shechita, that the breads were in close proximity to the animal as it's being shechted. Why? Because it's like cell phone coverage. You have to be within. You have to have coverage. If you're outside of you're in a dead zone, there's no one. So I showed you this. I told you you have to be inside. Now the Gemara is going to have machlek to Yom Tov. What's inside? Inside Yerushalayim or inside the Beis Hamikdash? If the bread is outside of the wall, there's two walls. There's the wall of the Beis Hamikdash and the wall of Yerushalayim. It doesn't get the extra uses of the sheft actually or if you shefted it. And the bread didn't get crusted on the top in the oven, which makes it a bread. If all 39 breads became crusted, it's methanol. But one of them did not get crusted. You have to have that all 40 breads are ready and they're actually considered breads. Otherwise, they don't become bread. It says more about what does it mean outside of the wall? They have a beautiful picture. As I saw the first time, I was thinking to myself, if we had this kind of art 3 years ago, it'd be unbelievable. Today we're so used to it. Just say and the detail of the people walking around, the animals you can see over here outside of the wall. People coming and going, camels, donkeys, I don't know. But, so according to Rothschild, it's outside of this one. Outside of this wall, the wall, sorry, this one. Or even over here. Very tight spot. You have to be within these walls in order for the cover to work. According to Rabbi Rothschild, it's expanded all this. The wall of your flight. Okay? If you're in Bet Shemesh, your breads are in Bet Shemesh, then it doesn't work. When the Torah says al, that the matzah should be al, it means next, literally next. Even if it's outside of the Azara, in Shleim it's good, but you don't need it to be next. As tomorrow, what need was there for them to argue? This machlok, don't think about this. They already argued this one. This is not. Said the Mishnah. I show you this at Pesach. I think this is unbelievable. Also, yeah, Hashem. We're talking about Erev Pesach. We are 2 days before Pesach right now, and the Gemara is bringing a Mishnah from Sachem. When you shech the carbon Pesach on Erev Pesach, al chomer. So check this out. There's a famous pasuk that not everybody knows what it is. They just say it, but they don't really know. Lo yisizbach al chometz dam zivkin. Is it Isser D'Oraisa? We got to know this because Mashiach is coming today, and we're going to be shechting the carbon Pesach in the Beis Hamikdash. So you got to know. You cannot own any chametz when you shech the carbon Pesach. You got to get rid of it. We do. We should be getting rid of it by the time we go to the Beis Hamikdash. You're not doing the carbon Pesach. So the sizbach al chametz dam zivkin. Not have any chametz. Now where's the chametz? There's the chametz in your pocket. There's the chametz in your house. There's the chametz in your where is it that you're right? I show you so here we have the machlekes for Rabbi Rothschild. You go over hakatamim. If every place that you shech the chametz, you have to shech every single day of the year. You shech it in the afternoon. Why do you own chametz? You're over. The shochet has to have the chametz. Or the guy doing this rika. Or the anybody that's part of this carbon, it has to be inside, has to be in close proximity. So basically, the same the same sheet and saying over here, he's saying by us also that the breads of the Torah have to be inside the Azara, and over here, your chametz has to be right next to you in the Azara. Rabbi Yochanan, the same Rabbi Yochanan who argues over here in our sugi argues in Pesachim. I will be any Azara chametz. If it's in your house, you're over. So why do I need two machlokes? I need both. About he, it's only 7 machlokes by Pesach. Rabbi said so. Listen, if you own chametz, I don't care where you did it. When I sell my chametz here in America, I have to be very careful and tell them, hey, I own chametz in MDY, I own chametz in Nachal Noam, I own chametz in different places, in all places. It's not just here, wherever I am for Yom Tov. It's even in Eretz Yisrael. So the Israel chametz obviously goes everywhere. So Mela, if you shut the carbon Pesach and you own chametz 1,000 miles away, who cares? You own chametz. That this is attached to you, so it's going to affect the carbon. You're going to be over. But as the carbon paida, it doesn't work like that. But now I'm trying to infuse kedusha into the bread, so maybe the bread has to be close. Maybe it's not good that the bread is 1,000 miles away. Maybe the agree to it has to be inside the azar. These are the things kadosh. If the breads are inside the azar while you shift the carbon paida, then the breads become kadosh. But if they're outside, then it's too far away. And if you don't say it by the paida, the hot commercial, I would have told them, listen, I don't know some. But it's really nice food. The reason why Yerushalmi says over here that has to be close, maybe when you have the Isra Chametz, even 1,000 miles away, 2,000 miles, 6,000 miles away in Eretz Yisrael, the Chametz is Chametz, it's yours. You're gonna suffer the consequence for owning the Chametz. So if you shut the carbon when the Chametz is 6,000 miles away from you, you're still over on the Isra. We're just doing the reverse now. And when it comes to Pesach, that's why I need the Machlokes from both places. It says exactly like the real. Why? It says when you shut the plate inside the Bismillah, and the breads are outside of the Shema. What should you say? According to the Shema, you should say, and the breads are outside of the Azar. Why does it say, and the breads are outside of Yerushalayim? The Kodesh Halachim is mashma like rabbinical. In order for the breads not to work, not to have Kedusha, that to be far away, outside of Yerushalayim, it's not enough that they're outside of the Bismillah. Shvat actually covered Panel Batanu. You chef the carbon fiber, and the bread didn't really come crusted in the oven. But not how do you know they have to be crusted? We're talking about bottom al-chalos. It says they have to be bread. It's not a bread until it's crushed. Al-chalos love al-chalos yagim karboni al-zeva. Belami shen alach al-chadosh. Belami shen alach al-chadosh yagim karboni al-zeva. From here you see chalos, it has to be that it's crushed. It says in the pasuk Yaakov karboni al-zeva. Belami shen alach al-chadosh alach b'shkitas al-zeva. Yaakov karboni al-zeva. Breads, Yaakov karboni. That's in order for the breads to become kadosh. You have to share the carbon. Zevach kodesh, this is the pasuk zevach. That's the language from shkotim shlei shmon. No kodesh alach. And everything else in Yiddishkeit, you have to have the right in Torah one. Yotzim v'matzama. This is shmon. What about a rear rib? Rear. Like, there's a rear steak, a rear matzah. This, I think, would come as a surprise to a lot of people. If you made a matzah on a frying pan on your stove, are you yotz or not? Yes. It should be in the oven? No, you can be yotz also on a frying pan. My matzah, no. What does it mean? Rear matzah. When you pull it, and you don't have little strings, and we have a video to show you what those strings are, then if there's no strings, then it's okay. When you have the bread with the title, when you pop it open and the strings, it's no good. Why should it be good? But the title says it should be whole. So you have a bread, listen to this, you have a bread that's not stringy, but it's rear. It's rear. So I would think that it's no good for the why? Because the title needs to be whole. And it's not whole. Over here, I would think, since it's rear, so it's not good for the carbon fiber. Specifically the title. Why specifically the title? Because this is the title. It should be whole. And this is maybe I want to do not considered whole. It is good. As long as it's not stringy. It might. Very simple sugya. We're only going to the Mishnah. You're supposed to bring 40 cows. This genius decided to bring the donate 80. The question guy, why 80? You're supposed to bring 40. No good, right? So we have my focus. What to do? This guy will cut our bottom to explain it. This says, okay, he's my 40, but guess what? 40 become published. The rest are good. We're doing how much? We cut our bottom to explain it. Don't be. when it comes to this stuff, don't do extra. Sometimes it's 40, 40, don't do 80. If a person says straight out, I want 40 out of the 80, then it's okay. If he says straight out, I want all 80, specifically all 80, everybody agrees. So where is the machlokes in this area? He didn't explain whether he wants 40 or 80. He just said this should be covered. You could say that he meant to make a guarantee for himself that if 40 breads is hard to make 40 perfect. Maybe one of them breaks, one of them this. So I did extra bread. So I should have it. But someone coming this genius doesn't know what he's doing. So he thinks, oh, he just came out of yeshiva, he doesn't know what he's doing. First time in his business, I'm going to bring 80 instead of 40. No good. 80 is no good, nothing. If you got 80, then they're all no good. If you do it for a price, you say, I only want 40, but if one of them is broken, I'm going to use from the other ones, that's okay. Sorry. Abai says no. Everybody agrees when a person says 80. It's not Amar. He knows that you only supposed to bring 40. Why did he say 80? Because he wants to make a warranty or a guarantee. How do you say? What's the better word? What's the better word for it? Not warranty, guarantee. Like a backup. Clay shores mikachim shlomi das coming. But they're machlokes. I have a shiloh whether the kli shores, this Kaddish kli, doesn't make my breads Kaddish on its own without me interfering, without me having the right intent. What kli are we talking about? We're talking about the knife. There's only one kli for the clay. The clay doesn't go in a basket, but you shut the carbon with a knife. And that knife, the kli shores, does that knife give a kedusha to the bread without you having kavan? That's the whole question. If you have kavan, yes, you give kedusha. If you don't have kavan, yes. The Bible says no. Everybody agrees that if you put it in the regular klishares, it gives a kedusha. So over here, besides the way myself a second for this klishares, that a knife has the kedusha like klishares, and myself a second in the list they thought, hey, look at this klishares. Big in Amr, Rapapa Omar, and some say Rapapa said the fully album klishares and catch them back. No. When it comes to klishares, you need to have intent. Intent is always important. The other second is a better knife. Myself a second on leaving klishares. A knife is better than a klishares. The Leslie thought even though it doesn't have the inside. It says the Gemara over here. Myself a second on leaving klishares. The knife is better than the klishares. The Leslie thought doesn't have the inside. The klishares has the inside. When you put something in, it becomes kaddish. It still has the power to give you. Myself a second when I didn't let me klishares. The other man says no. A knife is not as good as klishares. Boy side. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for
What does it smell like out? You know those RCA remote controls? Kind of like that. Al, what do you do for work? How long you been on stand-up? Oh, this is my first one. Wow, there it is. Where's your siren of virginity? Let's do this one. Okay. Yeah. Cherry over to yeah, the goose is loose. Al, that's so fun. If you wanted to do stand-up for a long time, and like you only have 60 seconds.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. So says the Mishnah. Hatoida Haisabah Homish Sagin Yerushalmios Shehain Sheish Midbarios. The amounts changed. They added a sixth. 2 Eifa is 20 sorrows. That's what Mishnah said. And then when it comes to Yerushalmi, 5 saw is 30 kav. Ooh. Oh. So, just to explain for a second. This is Rabbi Rothschild. See this? These are 6 pieces of paper. So it's 16.6. Total. What's the total? 6 times 16.6. Should be 100, no? No. Okay. So right around the 100. So this is 100. If I say that you have to add a 6 of 100, so you're adding another one of these, 16.6. You take 100 divided by 6. So 6 is 16.6. Starts a little bit more. Yeah? You'd have to add 16.6. But what it is, I do the opposite. The way we do it today is not like that. That's if I say 6. But what if I go with the total amount? In other words, once you have 120, that's the 6. So the 6 is, in this case, 20. So it's really a fifth. Okay? In other words, go this way. A fifth, the total amount is 120 now. 6 papers of 20 is 120. So it was, what happened was, when I had 100, I took a fifth and I added it. So now I have 120. Now 20 is a sixth. It's just a question of where we start. Milibar or miligar? Do I start with my total, with the final amount? So my final amount is 120, and I take 20 off. So we call it a sixth, but it's really a fifth. I added a 20, so I got a total of 120. So what did I add? I added a fifth. But I call it a sixth because from the total, it's 120, so it's a sixth. Or it's a sixth, it's 16.6. So, but we're going with militar. We always go militar. Militar means your total amount. So in English, when the Torah says you have to pay a fifth, so in America we call it 25%. It's not a fifth, it's 25%. Why? Because it's 25% of what you have now. From 100, you take 25%. Or the total after you pay the fifth, it's 125. From 125, it's a fifth. 25 is one. Anyway, yeah, is it a little bit more understood? It's for the bottom of the God, but not really. They use every God. It's not so much. It's not such an essential part of the sugya, but it's good to know. Okay, it used to be 6 midbarios, now it's 5 Yerushalmiyos. 1/6 more, which is midbar. The Gemara is going to say shtei ephas. So, which are 2 epha. Epha shalish side. Each epha is 3 sar. Esrei is isarim. The taida was made out of 20 isarim. And isarim is a tenth of what? Isarim is a tenth, right? 20 tenths. A tenth of an epha. You have 2 ephas. Each epha is 10 isarim. 2 times 10 is 20. So that's why we're gonna have 20 isarim. And the Mishnah says, Asar l'chametz, v'asar l'matzah. How many breads, Rabbi said, do we have for the Torah? Total of 40. 40 breads. Yeah? Very simple. So the chametz on the right side is going to get half the total amount of flour, 10 isarim, and the rest, the 30 rest, are going to get the other 10 isarim. Yeah? Let's do a simple math now. If you take 10 isarim and you make 10 breads out of them, so each bread is going to be 1 isarim. 10 isarim, 10 breads, each bread is, so the chametz, the chametz challah on the side, those nice thick challahs, Each one is an Isar. If you take 30 breads and you make 30 breads out of 10 Isarim, you see the calculation. Very simple. An Isarim, by the way, is what we say that if a woman or a man also, if he makes dough, he has to bring challah. He has to take a portion of the challah. How much is that in that? It's 43.2 eggs, which in today's measurements, this is about approximately 5 pounds of flour. 43 eggs. So you got this asar l'chametz, asar l'matzah. Since we have 20 isarim, 10 goes for the chametz on the right side, and 10 goes for the 30 matzah. Matzah just means they're not chametz. Says the Mishnah on top by Zayin Amidal, asar l'chametz, and therefore you have 10 isarim for the chametz. And therefore what happens is, if you divide 10 by 10, 10 challah in 10 isarim, it comes out isarim challah, each challah is 1 isarim. The asar al matzah, 10 isarim make 30 matzah. But matzah shalish minim, as you can see in this picture, you have revuchos, you have chalos, you have rikikim. Real quickly, I'll just show you a little bit. We had a whole sugi about chalos and rikikim the other day. And we said that the rikikin, they get oil smeared on top, but they don't get the blula, which is the second step. This is blula. Yeah? So that's blula. What are we missing here? We're missing, we have chalis, rikikin, and revucha. What's revucha? Revucha is this right over here. I'm so happy we found this because this was missing, and I wanted to show you guys this revucha thing. This part, the chalupa, they put it like bagels. You put it into hot water. Okay. If you take 10, divide 10 by 3, what's the amount? 3.3. So for each type of challah, we have 3 types of matzah. We have the revucha, the rikikin, and the challah. So each one is going to get 3.3 Yisroelim to make those matzah. The shalish challah is the Yisroelim. So you have 3.3 Yisroelim, so you can make from each Yisroelim 3 challah. So the Mida Yerushalmi is, now if you're going to go to the Yerushalmi one, or your Shlishim Khan, you're going to go with the cow. It's 30 cows. It's very simple. This is not hard math. This is mamish second grade level math, right? Of 30. Chamisha also the chametz, chamisha also the matzah. We did the same thing before. You divide half of your dough goes for the matzah, half goes for the chametz. In the chametz, there's 10 challahs, and in the matzah, which is the next. Chametz is this side. There's 10 made out of 15. So you're making 10 challahs out of 15. Each challah gets what? 1.5. If you're going to take 30 and make 30 challahs out of 15, each one is going to be that's it. That's second grade level. Yeah, you with us? 6th grade level for you guys. I got it. Yeah, I went to the same shiva. You're right, 6th grade over there. Chamisha also the chametz. I never made it to 6th grade. My parents did Aliyah when I was in 5th grade. 5th grade English, which is math. 8th grade Hebrew. And then when I got to Israel, I went to 8th grade Tashbar. I'll tell you all about Tashbar. That didn't work out very well for me. No math. There's no math there. So at that age, at 10 years old, I went to high school. And, Tashbar's no good. Let's go to high school. It was usually kind of different. I'll tell you about that also. So, Chamisha also the chametz, Kavi matzah l'challah, Chamisha also the matzah. So it's perfect. If you have 30 kav and you're going to divide it in half, 15 for the chametz, 15 for the matzah. Kuba matzah shalishim. And challah. Here, it's mamish. Today we're doing challah. Tomorrow we're doing matzah. Unbelievable. Kuba matzah shalish minim. And matzah has 3 types. We said. What are the 3 types? Chalos, Urtikin, or Revucha. The chalos have the oil in the middle. They have 3 types of oil. The Urtikin have you smear the oil on the top. The Revucha is like the bagels. You put it in the boiling water. Into a vicious cabin with Komimbimin. You're gonna have 15 kav. And you have 3 types of bread. Each type of bread gets 5 kav. So a total 3 times 5 is 15. Which they chalas the kav, and you can make from each kav 2 chalas, meaning each challah is a half a kav. They're not moving. Anyways, I didn't know that 1 eifa is 3 saw. But I need Omer Achizda Makor, 4 eifa on the habas. It says in the pasuk, coconut of the. So in the pasuk that the eifa and the bas, there's 2 types of measurements. One is for salad, one is the bas is for liquid, eifa is for salad. They're the same amount. You can take a liter of water and a liter of flour. It's one measure. Mabas shol soim, afefa shol soim. Since a bas is 3 saw, so eifa is also 3 saw. Who bas gufim and all? And how do you know that a bas is actually 3 saw? You're going to tell me that it says that the bas is meiser to the chaymer. What's meiser? Meiser is always 10%. So I'm telling you that there's something called a chaymer, and the bas is 10% of that. And we know that's known that a chaymer is 30 saw. So how much is 10% of 30 saw? 3 saw. Oof! Here we go. So now you know that a bas is 3 saw. If, by the way, this is only 2 minutes. As the Gemara, Eifanami Yoksiv Asir Sachomer Eifa. You're telling me that from here you see that Eifa is 3 saw. But I could go directly. Why do I have to go to Bas? I can go directly. Eifa is the same exact thing. Eifanami Yoksiv Asir Sachomer Eifa. That a tenth of the chaymer is the eifa. So an eifa is 3 saw. Elo chaymer lo yidana kama. Still, we don't know how much a chaymer is. Chaymer lo yidana kama. We don't know what a bas is. So we're back to square one. Again, what's the question? How do you know 1 eifa is 3 saw? This is Gemara. Okay, one more try and that's it. Elamah, the pipe hashemen, Abbas hashemen, Meiser Abbas min apur. Aseres habatim chaymer. Says the puzzle that a bas equals a tenth. A bas Hashem meiser a bas min akur. Again, once again, we have that 10% of meiser is 10%. Habas bas is 10% of a kur. And that we know. Once again, we're going to try to do the same trick. That we know that a kur is 30 saw. So if a kur is 30 saw. And a bas is 10% of a kur, it's 10% of 30 saw. So a bas is 3 saw. Very good. And therefore what? Aseres habatim chaymer. The aseres habatim chaymer, sometimes the passage repeats itself. So we go like this. We know that a bas, a kur we know is 30 saw. A bas we just said is 10% of a kur, which means that a bas is 3 saw. We said before that an eighth from the bas is 1. You go all the way to the beginning of the thing. Eighth of bas, eighth of bas are 1. Oh, therefore an eighth is 3 saw. A kur we know is how much? 30 saw. Yes, a kur. Forget it. You don't have to know. You don't have to remember. Just do the simple math without remembering anything. A kur is 30 saw. And a bas is 10% of it. 3. And a bas is the same thing as an eifa. So eifa is what? 3 saw. Again, so I'm going to ask you, how do you know that a saw, that an eifa is 3 saw? How do you know an eifa is 3 saw? Because an eifa is the same exact as a bas. And a bas is 10% of a kur. And a kur is 30 saw. So it's 3 saw. That's it. And just finished. We're done with all the Hashbanis for today. That's it. Amar Shmuel. New sugya. This sugya goes all the way to the bottom of the Amud, and then we're starting all the easy stuff. Amar Shmuel. This is not a hard thing. This is not math. It's not just simple stuff. So, you can't add to a coin more than a sixth. And when you want to make profit, well, you stack your yezim. You can't make more than a sixth profit. And they say this is only on essentials, life essentials, like wine, oil, and fruit, but it doesn't really apply to, electronics and that kind of stuff. My time, why can't you add more than a six? We have 3 reasons that the Gemara is going to give us, and the Gemara is going to knock 2 and be left with the third. If it's because you're worried about inflation, what's the problem? Because let's say somebody doesn't know about this thing, and he's going to see that he's going to think himself that there's not enough product. That's why they changed the amount. So he's gonna go crazy. He's gonna pay more. The kids is gonna cause inflation. How can you add even a sixth? It causes inflation, even less. Hello, Mishumina. I'm concerned that the seller is not gonna know about the change in the city. He's gonna come to the city. He's not gonna know about the change, and he's gonna be cheated by more than a sixth. He's cheated more than a sixth. Then the whole Mecca, how do you say Mecca in English? Transaction, I like that one better. The whole transaction is nullified, and therefore there's never going on. You never sold it. Okay, should nullify the transaction. But that can't be. That we had the other day. Anything that there's an exact amount. See, when it comes to money. So when you charge a little bit more, so there's a certain mechila going on. You shouldn't do it, but I'm both for you, you're both for me. Okay. If you tell somebody I'm selling you 12 eggs, but you only gave them 11 in the box, that's straight out stealing. So even though it's not a shtos, even though it's not a 6, it's a 12. Yeah. It's still the mecca is better because you ripped them off by a delay. It was partial that you steal it. Money, hey, money, 25 cents. I forgot. I didn't know. Okay, I'm not for you, money. When you tell me that you're selling me 12 eggs, you're selling me a dozen, and you didn't give me a dozen, the whole thing's off. I feel confident enough. If you tell me that this bottle has 16 ounces in it, but it really has 15, it's off. The whole thing's off. That's why, in shampoo, they have to say there's a new measurement. They have to let you know. Otherwise, the thing's wrong. 5. So, why is it a 6th? Over here, even less than a 6th. I sold you a certain amount, and I got ripped off. The whole thing should go back. Hello, I'm Mishum Tagara. I'm worried about the seller. The Yona. He shouldn't have. I'm just concerned that he shouldn't have a loss. Says the Gemara, I love this lesson. The Gemara always uses this. You're worried about Ayana, whatever the word is here, the Girsa. The point is, you're only worried that he shouldn't have a loss. You shouldn't have done it even less. He should have made it in a way that he had a little profit. Why? You think a guy buys and sells so that people should say, oh, he's a big seller? Look at that guy. He's unbelievable. He's buying and selling. And what? He got nothing out of it. What is this guy trying? He worked really hard to bring all the eggs from here and to sell them over there. And he's not going to. You're telling me I'm concerned that he shouldn't have a loss. No, you should be concerned that he should have a profit. Where does he get this from? He found it in the puzzle. But what? You're not going to go more than a 6. So let me just say this about that because it's so simple. You're going to get it on the first shot. 100 divided by 5, 20. If you have these 5 pieces of paper, this is 100, right? 5 times 20. You see these? 5 of these 20s is 100. So a fifth, 1/5 is 20. So I add a fifth, then I have 120. So now once I added the fifth, this becomes a sixth. I added a fifth. Now I have 6 pieces of paper, so each paper is a sixth. But when I'm done, 20 is a sixth. Before I'm done, when I have 100, and I say, what's 20% of 100? That's 20. And then I add it to this, and it's 1 point. So it goes like this. We're talking about a mana. A mana we know is 100. 100 zuz, 100 dinar, 100. The Torah calls it 240. What's going on? I get to 240. The answer is because that a regular mana is 100. And when he's talking about Beis Hamikdash, it's double. So double should be 200. How do you get to 240? The answer is because you can add a fifth. You add a fifth. So if it's 100, it's 120. Double that is 240. That's how we got to 240. Got it? That's the whole thing. So that's the end of the sugya. Just there's a funny pasuk here. It says like this: "Elav is the shmol trash from Vidarash." The good news is we deal with 100, and 120. I mean, that anybody could do. It says in the pasuk, "V'hashekel asum geira esum shkolim, chamisha v'esum shkolim." It's a total. It's not the Torah is telling you how to get to 60. 20 plus 25 plus 15 to be 60. Okay. Now 60 times 4 is how much? Yeah. There you go. Because each shekel is 4 dinar. So it goes like this. Shekel is from Gil. That's from Shkolim, Chamisha is from Shkolim. Asar Chamisha, a mana. Okay, so it's mana. Mana. You tell me a mana is 100. Most of our barn have it. All of a sudden you're talking about 240. Based on this pasuk, the pasuk tells you 60. 60 times 4 is 240. How do you get it from 100 to 240? Ella Shmar Adlas. You see from here 3 things. First of all, when you're dealing with the Beis Hamikdash, every mana is double, so instead of 100 it's 200. You see they could add, but not more than a sixth. So you just added 1/6, and 200 to 240 is a sixth. You also see that the 6 means on the outside. This is 120 times 2. So your 6 is when you're done. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and 120. When you're done, this is a 6. Not when you started. You started with 100. So if you're going to add 20, it's a fifth. But when you're done. You have 120, we call it a sixth. And Rabbi Rothschild, this is an Amidaika, you can do this in the Mishnah, we're almost done over the day. It's funny, it says, it says that the Peggy was 5 Yushamiyos. You go from 5 to 6. You add Milabar to when you're done. Okay, here we go. Says the Mishnah. Okay. How many breads do we have, Rabbi Rothschild? 40. So you have to take 10%. What's 10% of 40? 4. From each type of bread, there's 4 types of bread. From each type of bread, you take 1. Shemar says in the pasuk of Hebrew, "Meno echad mikol korban shiran Hashem." It says in the pasuk 1 that it was just the word echad, shleitol paris. It can't be broken. It has to be whole. Mikol korban. What do we learn from that? You call it korban Shabbat. Every type of bread. Let's see if we remember. How many types are there? There's the chametz. That's 10. There's the chalas. 10. There's the Rivucha, that's 10. And the Rikikin is 10. So each one has to have 10. You can't do 5 from this and 15 from the other. You need 10, 10, 10, 10. And you cannot take Truma from the Chalis on the Rikikin, from the Rikikin on the Chametz, etc. The one who throws the blood, he gets the Taiva. What does that mean? Not Dafke him. Reuven is the one that sprinkled the blood, he gets the. No. This whole mishmar, all the Kehanim and the Beis Hamikdash, they get it. Everything that's left over goes double. So halacha number one is mimeno means that they're all connected. So you have to have all the breads in one basket. They can't be separated by boxes. They have to be in one box. They have to be connected. All 40 breads. Echad, shleitel bars, they can't be broken. We call garbage, we call garbage shovels. Every type of bread, all four have to be kept. Shleitel in a carbon on Chavera, you cannot take one truma. You don't like, let's say I don't like lafas, so I'm going to give the coin double from the lafa. No, I have to take a little bit from the matzah, a little bit from the lafa, a little bit from the bread. Truma Hashem, already done. Here we go. Never can truma, but never trumas meiser truma. What's trumas meiser? Person has give approximately two to the kohen. That's called truma doya. Whatever's left over, you take 10% and give it to the lady. Then the lady, this is what everybody gets confused. He gives 10% of what he got, and that's called trumas meiser. And that's what we're discussing now. So let's see it in the video. Just very quickly, it's a sped up version. He gives the lady 10%. And the lady takes one out of the 10 apples and gives it the guy that's called Trumas Meiser. That is not a mash. That is 10%. And that's what we're talking about. I don't know about that. Okay, so that's oh, you can laugh down too. Wait a minute. We told you to say that. Never can Truma, but never Bikurim Truma. It says by Bikurim they have to give. From the Shivas Amina, 7 different types of food that they give. The first one is you have to bring the base of Mikdash, that whole thing that we showed. Mala alon ain't no shear. How do you know that there's no shear? It says, ain't no shear. Apeya Babikurim. Shuma Mala alon ain't no shear. Afkan ain't no shear. Just like Babikurim is no shear. Perhaps by the Taida, when you give the time, you should have no shear. Who told you to compare Taida to the Trumas Meiser, which is 10%, rather than the Mikdash? So this Gemara, we had this. It's like a common thing now in this discussion. It's not the first time we're having this. Literally, we don't. Although the other day we had a whole list of 8 against 6, no list. Literally, we don't. What is it more similar to? This Taida, what is it more similar to? On the one hand, it can be compared to Bikurim. On the other hand, it can be compared to Trumas Meiser. The only Truma Sheina Chreat Truma, with Truma Sheina Chreat Truma. There's nothing, you don't have to take more Truma after you give the Trumas Meiser. Done. By the Bikurim, but Bikurim you do have to give Trumas and Meiser. You're not done. You did the first step. The first step is to bring the new fruit to the base of Mikdash. Okay, but then you still have to give Truma and Meiser. Shishachem Truma. Oh, it's like a little zoo. Or perhaps like a little different. The Truma, NFL, you know, Kadosh. What do you eat? Truma? The Truma, NFL, you know, Kadosh. Bikurim, you have to eat. Where do you eat Taida? All over Yerushalayim. Bikurim, all over Yerushalayim. But if you have Trumas Meiser, Shenatel's become Malkai. Trumas Meiser, you can eat in the Chemish also. Men or Truma. Now, I don't know who to learn from. It's a toss-up. I can either learn Taida from Trumas Meiser, no, be 10%, or from Bikurim, be whatever you feel like. And the Shir. But it says, Mimenu. It says the word Mimenu, Truma Hashem, or something really nice. Mimenu, Truma. So now I have a more solid Zir Shava, and we're going to learn Taida from Trumas Meiser, it's 10%. This is more of a matter of the Trumas Meiser, and then we come on Yichala. I don't know how much to follow. I already done, never can left, and never allow them left. It says by the 2 breads of Shavuos here, remind the island, the nice picture that he made. You take the 2 sheep, it's the older one. You can see it's the older version because it doesn't have the wreath of flower things around his head. But anyway, on Shavuos you bring the 2 sheep and 2 special breads. Each bread is made out of Nisara. How many saw on the Purim Nisara? He almost had a heart attack. Never got the lechem, never allowed him to stay a lechem. It says the word lechem. Just like by the 2 breads and Shavuos, each one is 1 Isar. After Isar L'chala, Isar we know. How much is an Isar? 43 eggs. 42 eggs. 5 pounds of flour per challah. Shy challah. Oh, it's like the zoo. But perhaps I can learn a different. Never can lechem, never lechem. So once again, it's a toss-up. I could either learn the Torah from the Shtei Alechem. Then the Shtei Alechem, I know each bread is one Isar. Or I can learn from the Lechem Apanim. Lechem Apanim, each bread is 2 Yisrael. 10 pounds each. Sorry, I skipped. So maybe I should learn from Lechem Apanim, not from Shtei Alechem. Let's see who the Torah is more similar to. The Torah comes with the carbon, right? Carbon Torah. That's the bread. And the Shnei Alechem, I showed you a picture. He's holding 2 sheep into the carbon. It's not chametz, there's 0 chametz in it, and it doesn't come with the carbon. On the other hand, I could say, it comes from the old property. The mincha, the Chanapolim also, but the 2 breads on Shavuos only come from the crop and from Eretz Yisrael. I just read this in here, why not? You know, it doesn't have to say the word to be because in the Pasuk of Zion it says that be crafted mincha chadash l'Hashem. It already says to bring the carbon. So why does the Torah say again to bring it? When you bring from another place, in other words, the Torah should be like this, like the Shtei Alechem. And so on. Down and so on. Okay, so I have a passage that tells me that the Torah is sorry. But the Gemara says, but wait a minute, the 2 breads together are 2 Yisrael. So maybe Afghan Shnei Yisrael, so maybe all the carbon Torah, all the breads of the Torah should be 2 Yisrael in total. If the total of the Shnei Alechem is 2 Yisrael, so the total of all Torah should be 2 Yisrael. Okay, so it says no, and from here I learn that it's not the total. It's each one. In other words, each chametz bread of the Torah is 1 Isar. The other chametz bread, each one individual, 1 Isar per bread, and that's why it's a total of 10 Isroinis for the chametz, and 10 Isroinis for the matzah. The matzah are the matzah. Sorry, the matzah tonight. Now, okay, so I just learned the 10 chametz. How do I know the 10 matzah? It says by matzah, the matzah is like on top of the chametz. So what? Negative chametz of matzah. They're similar. Whatever you bring for the chametz, which is 10 asari, that's how much you bring for the matzah. Asari the chametz, asari the matzah. So we have 20, 10 for the chametz, 10 for the matzah. Maybe all 10. The 10 isarim that you get for the matzah part should be 1 type, which is a funny question. I think it's just emphasize the idea because it's in the puzzle. Here, the puzzle says, Chalois, matzos, belulos b'shamim. Chalois, I showed you in the beginning of this year. You add the oil in the middle. Step 2. There's oil in the bottom of the bowl. Oil in the middle as you right before you mix it, and oil at the end. So you do it. You know what? Let me just go back. Why be lazy? Let me show you. Here, so there's 2 out of the 3 types. Chalos, it says. Chalos matzos. And then it says urikike matzos b'shum Hashem. So these are the 2 parts. And then it says so this merubechas. Merubechas was this right over here where he puts it into the water, the hot water. So how can you tell me that it's 1 type when the pasuk is mafurish that it's 3 types? Okay. So then I have 3 and a third. Probably that's it. 10 divided by 3 is how much? Great. So here. Nimtzo, shlosh Yisroelim, ushlish. 3.3. Shlish is a third. We call mivimin. You have 3 types of bread divided by 10 Yisroelim, so each type gets 3.3. B'shalish chalas Yisroelim, and therefore each Yisroelim can produce 3 chalas. In total we have 40 bread. Ashar nechol in the Bible. Omar Mar. We said it before that all the bread should be touching each other. Basically, remember, it says by parallel double. By the time by parallel double, it says also the word remember. So when it means that the animal has to be connected to itself, you can't break it up into pieces, you can't chop it up. Yes. You cannot cut up that's exactly what the puzzle is telling you. You not cut up the animal until you take out the imurim, which are the kidneys and the fats that go underneath it. Never can truma but never trumas meiser. We learned before that it says by the truma, it says by the trumas meiser, the truma that the lady gives to the kohen, 10%. The name of the Gemara is name of the trumas. There's another place that says truma, and that's by Midian, where we had to give the Lazar HaKohen, we had to give him 1/500. So maybe the truma is 1/500. So the Gemara done truma and that's not for eternity. That's a one-time deal by Midian. But truma that lasts forever, in all generations, that's the trumas meiser is 10%. But the trumas Midian is the dirt. As the Gemara, the name of the trumas challah, give challah 1/24 for the bakers that give 1/28. Gemara, something to small. Don't know shalom of koyim menu trumas Hashem. You don't shalom by truma Hashem. I think it's trumas challah. Trumas challah doesn't say that never by menu trumas Hashem. Doesn't say those words. Let's see if we can make this. If somebody eats the truma if a person eats truma, that's fruit and eats truma, on purpose, he gets nisa b'dei shemayim. By mistake, he has to pay a fifth more. A chaimish, fifth more, which is 25% more. What happens if he eats the lachmei tayda? He eats the bread of the tayda. He gets the nisa b'dei shemayim. If he does it on purpose, he says the chaimish. Here's the trumas meiser. It's similar to the trumas meiser. The trumas meiser. Oh, boy, it's a meal. Boy, only him. The chamishisoi meals of mana. Only truma has to pay. Only he gets misa. Okay. One more question. The damas only the damas. Let's say a piece of you separated one bagel for the kaya from the kaya, and it fell into the whole box of bagels. Can you eat the rest of the bagels? Because usually it's not bottled. Truma is not bottled unless it's 1 in 100. It has to be 1% in order to be bottled. It's not to be right. So do you have that kind of thing or not? Gemara, take you. Have to wait until Mashiach comes to answer these questions. Your boy side. Have a good thought, a good week. Wherever you are, have a wonderful.
Spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBS
That's not even Amarillo. That's an actual Amarillo, the animal. That just obviously it's mating season over there, and you got her real riled up. I love that. But yeah, Amarillo. What's Amarillo like?
Brand new Mishnah. Says the Mishnah, Kol HaMenochos Tmunos Shalosh Meos Shifa V'Chamesh Meos V'Ika. Today we have machines, so 300, 500 is not a big deal. But Shifa means to take the wheat, put it on a surface, and go like this and like this. Back and forth, back and forth. 300 times. No one's going to ask, is this 1 and this is 2? Or this is 1, 2, 3. Vita. So, one shot of Rashi's Vita is you go like this. So you go 1, 2. So, there's 300 shifas, 500 Vitas. Vita is also another shot. It's a nice kid. Shifa will be Vita. The 1 in the kid is as it says, what's it go? Shifu beat the Vita. So where do you do this? Like this. So Tanagama says you do this on wheat. you soften up the wheat so it's a better product. Yossi says no, it's when it's already done, then you go like this and like that, and you knead it real well. All the menachas all the menachas are 10 breads. We know that the lechem aponim are 12. The Chavite Kohen Gadol, boys, Shtein Esrei Divri Judah, is also Chavite Kohen Gadol boys, is also Parshas HaShavua. It's not true. All menachas are 12. Chutz min Chalos Toida, or Nazirus Toida, we know is 10 times 4, which is 40. When Nazirus, which are Chalos and Rekikim, which is 2 times 10. 10 Chalos, 10 Rekikim. Shindois, Eser, Eser. Kona, Shof, Achas, Boy, Stein. So go like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And then Shof, Stein, Boy, Challenge. 1, 2, 1, 2. The Kitzer, it's a little confusing, yeah? Because you do 1, 1, 2. And then you do 2, 1, 2, 3. Now if you do that times 100, you'll have 300. Okay, because you have 3. That's 300. This is 1, and then you do twice. So that's 3. 3 times 100. You do this 100 times. 3 times 100 is 300. The punches in the beginning, after he does once, you go boom, boom. That's 2. And then after he does it twice, you do 3. 1, 2, 3. So how many punches do you have? 5. 5 times 100 is 500 punches. That's why the Mishnah says it's 300 shvitos and 500 dikitos. By Rabbi Rothschild, I'm telling you about Suyichad. Is this considered 1? Or this is 1 and this is 2? By Dilma, I'm telling you about Suyichad. Shifo b'ita b'chitim Rabbi Yisrael b'vavat. When Rabbi Yossi says that you do all the punching and all the catching, you do it on the dough, does he mean in addition to doing it beforehand in the week? Or it's only the dough? Only the dough. After we do the sign, Shifo b'ita b'chitim, Rabbi Yossi Shifo b'ita, he repeats the word, Shifo b'ita. In other words, you say Shifo b'ita, I'm saying no, it's not b'chitim. Shifo b'ita, it's only in the dough. Next sugi, I'm telling you, easy stuff today. The Torah says, by Lechem Aponim, check this out, it says, in the pasuk that it's 12 cows and comes Lechem Aponim. Now I want you to remember this just for a moment. The Kohen Gadol who drinks his menachos. Here we go. Why not show it? It's Friday. What's the Shabbos? He brings this twice a day. Boom. Twice a day. So the Kohen Gadol who brings this twice a day, we learn him from the Lechem Aponim. The Lechem Aponim, we said, it says in the Torah, they bring 12. So too, the Chavit of the Kohen Gadol, he brings 12. Now let me ask you a question on both sides. If it says in the Torah, we learn it in Shabbat. It says in the Torah, Lechem Aponim 12, so I learned that the Kohen Gadol is 12. Can I learn other menachos from the Kohen Gadol? So that was a sugi that we had in this talk. But once I learn Kohen Gadol from the Lechem Aponim, now I can get through one from the Kohen Gadol, I go on to something else. Then I want to make it. How do I know the rest of the menachos in the Torah is only 10, not 12? I learned from Lachmitoy. But what Malal on Eser after Eser? Check this out. It says by Toida, it says Vehikir Mimeno Echod Ukekoidon Chumo Lashem. Give one, Vehikir Mimeno Echod Ukekoidon Chumo Lashem. The Torah tells you give him 1, and 1 is Truma. 1 is 10%. You hear? So that means it's 10 calories. I don't understand. The Torah doesn't say that. It says Echod. Give 1. One of what? 1 of the 10. Truma. It's 10%. So Mela, I know that there's 10. So I'm going to learn all the menachos from the Torah. And the Torah is 10 times 4. There's 4 different types of menachos. That's amazing. Malal Neser, Kaneser. Why did I choose to learn from the Qaida? That's 10, learn from Lacham Panim. We know Lacham Panim is 12. We'll just show you the Lacham Panim again. Why not? The different ones of Lacham Panim. This is clearly that it's 12. It's 2 racks of 6. Balance 7 times 7. So now let me just show you this little. You have the guy in the middle. He's the typical mincha. Now I could learn him, the regular mincha, I could go to the right, which is Qaida, which means I have to take 10, or I could go to Lacham Panim, which is 12. And the reason why I learned from Qaida and not from Lacham Panim is because a regular mincha is more similar to a Qaida than a Lacham Panim. It's 6 against 4. What are the 6 things? This is a classic Gemara where we compare, and since you're not even, we say, I'm inefficient. Says Gemara, Gomer Rachel the Malala, because a Lechem Qaida is the individual, and all other menachos that we try to learn are also from the individual. They're all Nidava, whereas the Lechem Panim is not a Nidava, it's something you have to do every week. Shemen, Lechem Panim does not have oil, but regular menachos do have oil, and Lachmi Qaida have oil. Nifsal, if you leave it overnight, it becomes possible with Lina, but the Lechem Panim does not become possible with Lina. Why? The Panim stays for a whole week. There's no Lina, it's not overnight, you don't become positive, you leave it overnight. Shaloi b'Shabbos, you cannot do, you can't bring a Lechem Qaida, you can't do the Chal Shabbos for your Qaida. You say Hashem on Sunday, you don't have to do it on Shabbos. But other menachos as well. But Lechem Panim, you can Chal Shabbos for. You cannot do it when you're talking the regular menachos and it's Qaida. But Lechem Panim you could. Why? Because it's Tumah B'Kibud Tzibur. Tumah becomes permitted when it's for the public, it's for the whole class, the congregation. So the more other these 4 things that are similar between the similarity between the Lechem Panim and regular menachos. What are the 4 things? Shekain Hegdish. Okay, there's 2 types of kedusha. The Qaida, the Lachmi Qaida are touching power. Lechem Panim is touching. I asked the question yesterday, what's a regular mincha? 2 days ago, what's a regular mincha? And everybody answered, it's touching. So it's similar to Lechem Panim, it's touching, whereas the Qaida is not. So it's better to learn a regular mincha from Lechem Panim and not from the regular mincha, and not from the Qaida, which is 10. Learn from Lechem Panim, which are 12. Levaina, we know that Lechem Panim had 2 Zichin, had 2 spoonfuls of frankincense of Levaina. So too, most menachos have Levaina, whereas the Qaida does not have Levaina. It's more similar to Lechem Panim. Not so. The flour of mincha is not chametz, like the Lechem Panim, not chametz. But with Lachmi Qaida, there are 10 of them that are chametz. The etzem means that it comes from itself. Lechem Panim is not attached to any other Qaida. You bring the Lechem Panim because of itself. The other menachos come from itself, for itself. You bring a mincha. Whereas the Lachmi Qaida comes together with a carbon, the carbon Qaida. So that's why a regular mincha should be more similar to the Lechem Panim. Says the Gemara, very good. And if you look at the center guy, he has a list. It says by him 12 and 10. I don't know what that is exactly. 12 and 12, yeah, but it's close to the other side. And that's it. But the list, 6 things are similar to Lachmi Qaida and the regular guy, whereas Lechem Panim is 4 things. Out of innovation. Now the Gemara just says, so I really set the sugya up, make it easier. We said before that we learned the Kohen Gadol's hadithim. Kohen Gadol brings 12 a day, because we learned the Kohen Gadol from Lechem Panim. Now once I learned the Kohen Gadol from Lechem Panim, can I continue on and learn all the other menachos from the Kohen Gadol? So if you all the Kohen Gadol is learned the Shava from Lechem Panim. Once you know the Kohen Gadol, now it has the permission to teach other stuff. They say, no, hey, you're a student. You just learned the whole halacha from Lechem Panim. Calm down. Don't teach anybody. We're going to show Chayzer, we're not even now. They didn't have the Kohen Gadol. Learn all the Menachos from the Kohen Gadol. Allowance to Mr. Afghan Shosha. Kohen Gadol gets 12. Why does this Kohen Gadol get 12 collars? Because we learned from the Ramban. Once we learn from the Ramban, we teach all the other Menachos should be 12. Says he wants to start Menachos Kohen Gadol. We're doing this all over again. It's better to learn all Menachos from the Torah and not from the Kohen Gadol. Okay, now we have another list. I can learn the guy in the center from the right, the Torah, which is 10. Or I can learn the guy in the center from the Kohen Gadol, which is 12. So, once again, we have the list. I didn't change the bottom one. I just put 5, 6. I was missing the 6, that's it. So, on the right, you see the 6 things, and on the left is 8. So, in fact, going with the logic that we said before, since on the left there's more, it's 8 versus 6, so we should actually learn it out from the Kohen Gadol. And for that, the Gemara says there's a good reason why we don't learn from the Kohen Gadol. So, what are the 6 of them? So most of them we did, or a lot of them we did already. Shekain, Hedger. The Lachmei Toiga are brought by private people. She's not they come with the double. It's not a Chayva. Chatzoin, the Kohen Gadol on the left, he brings half in the morning, half in the evening. It's different. The way you bring all in one shot. With Pigul, there's no Pigul by the Kohen Gadol. Believe it or not, when the Kohen Gadol has a thought, you say, I'm going to eat this bread in a month from now, it doesn't become Pigul. Whereas the regular Lachmei Toiga, if you think that I'm going to eat this bread in a month from now, it's Pigul. There's a huge chance if you eat the bread. Why is there no Pigul by the Kohen Gadol? Because he can see it everything. So there's no matter. Matter means part of it goes in his bath, and part of it you eat. In order for it to become Pigul, you need a matter. You need to throw the blood that allows you to eat the carbs. See, there's no matter, there's no Pigul. Shlo b'Shabbos, Shlo b'Tumah. We said already, the carbon Toiga, you cannot be Machal Shabbos when you're doing the Toiga, you cannot do it in Tumah, whereas the Chavit Kohen Gadol, you can do it on Shabbos, you Machal Shabbos, and you do it B'Tumah. As a rabbi, I see more than going to go out with the Elach. Today, we have more, it's a longer list. Kohen Gadol, Shkeni Sarah, where the Toiga actually, if you go up 20 Sarah, the Kli is Mekadosh, being carbon, whereas by the Toiga, the vessel doesn't give it any Kedusha. Hegdish, it's Kachim Kalim. We said Toiga is Kachim Kalim. But Chavit Kohen Gadol is Kachim Kachim. Levina, there's no Levina by the Toiga, but there's Levina by the Kohen Gadol. Matzah, we said Lachmei Toiga, 10 of the breads are chametz. The Etzem, the Toiga comes together with Korbanos, whereas the Chavit Kohen Gadol comes all by itself, and so too most other Menachos. And Gasha, the Toiga on the right, you don't bring it and touch the Mizbeach, whereas the Chavit Kohen Gadol, you touch the Mizbeach with it. The Ishim, nothing on the right, nothing when the Toiga goes onto the Mizbeach, whereas the Chavit Kohen Gadol goes on the Mizbeach. I showed you before the video, it takes the 6, throws it on the Mizbeach. And afternoon, it takes another 6, throws it on the Mizbeach. And the biggest problem is it's 8 against 6. If it's a baseball game, one team has 8, the other team has 6. The one with 8 wins. He says, I'll tell you why. Hedgehog and the hedgehogs are this way. Because take a look at what they're wearing. The guy in the center is wearing white, the guy on the right is wearing white. They're both they're both simple people. So it's better to learn a simple person from a Kohen Gadol. The May argues, and he says, no, every minute is 12, it's not 10. Like a Sava, what is he all? Don't get traumatic. Don't say this causes trauma. This is the simplest thing, and it's only if you don't like it, it's going to be over in 35 seconds. Seriously. We learned the Kohen Gadol's chavitin from the Lechem HaPanim. Lechem HaPanim, we all know, is 12. So here on the right side is 12. It goes here to the Kohen Gadol, 12. Now from the Kohen Gadol, do I pass it onward to the other Menachos and say it's 12? Your Meir says, yeah. Perhaps he says, yeah. I learned Gzer Shav, and now once I learn Gzer Shav, here, just like this, is 12. So too, other Menachos is 12. So if he holds that, yeah, that is a vision. It's much better for him to learn from the Kohen Gadol because take a look, the list is Givaldic, it's 8 against 6. So that's one way. That's one reason why the Meir would say that it's 12. He's fairly done along with Shabbat and but if perhaps he holds, you cannot learn from the Kohen Gadol because the Kohen Gadol is a learner. He's a talmud. The way you know that he has 12 is because he's a student. He learned it from the Lechem HaPanim. A student doesn't have the permission to transfer information to someone else. Yalef, then let's go directly to the Rebbe, to the source, the Lechem HaChaim. Let's learn from Lechem HaChaim directly. Why? Because Hegdish Mehegdish Adiflo. Lechem HaChaim is Kodesh Kodashim, Kachi Kachi. And so too are other Menachim Kachi Kachi. Whereas the Litayga is Kachi Kachi. So I'd much rather learn from Lechem HaChaim. Next brand new sugi. Which is Lechem HaChaim Jewish and Boy Sesser Esser. We learned in the Mishnah that the Toida and the Nazir is 10 bread, according to Rabbi Yehuda. Remember, the Meir says that all the Nazir are 12 besides the Toida and the Nazir. After Toida, that is secret. It's so foolish and impossible. I showed you before, it says take 1 out of 10 out of Truma. 0 is number 9. Shlomo, also, it's a possible in this parsha. If you look on the side, the word Shlomo that says by Toida, it says Shlomo. The Rabbi Shani Nazir becomes to include Nazir that's also if you take the amount of dough necessary and instead of creating 40 breads, created 4, 1 for each type, you're supposed to have 4 types times 10, 40. Because I know you're only doing 4. You're Yotzi Dechai. Oh, but we all know, everybody knows. Ask any kid of Feder. Anybody who's not the ask him. How many breads does the Toida have? And he'll tell you 40. The mitzvah. That's if you want to do it the right, proper way, all the way. But to be Yotzi, you have to go, come back to the Beis and do it again. No, you don't have to if you only brought 4.
You don't like Japanese women gymnastic shoes. You don't like
Oh, I see. The Gemara of Alboya Fusha Tumu Minai. If you only have 4 breads, how in the world are you going to give some of those 4 breads to the Kohen? What are you going to do? You're going to break off a piece and give it to the Kohen. No, you can't break the bread. The way